Northern Myanmar is a purgatory you either escape or perish. Su Qingwan clung to the waist of a powerful figure from Northern Myanmar, choosing a third path, a desperate counterattack, a thrilling escape. Su Qingwan, someone has come to redeem you. Come with me. The heavy iron door swung open, a blinding light invaded, piercing her eyes. Enduring the discomfort, Su Qingwan rose with excitement. Having not eaten for a day, she felt dizzy and hastily steadied herself against the wall. Quickly, stop dawdling, the man barked menacingly. Stumbling, Su Qingwan followed him upstairs, and upon reaching the office door, she heard the voice of her fiancé. 100 million for one person, I will take her. Overjoyed, Su Qingwan pushed the door open. Jean Tian, I knew you would come to rescue me. Before she could finish, she saw Li Jean Tian cradling her sister, Su Lin. Su Lin's eyes brimmed with tears, her clothes disheveled, revealing bruised skin. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Su Lin shuddered in fear and burrowed deeper into Li Jean Tian's embrace. Sister, please don't hit me. I don't like Brother Tian anymore. I don't want Mom and Dad either. I want to compete for the position of the Su family's eldest daughter. Please don't hit me. It hurts so much, Brother Tian. Save me. Li Jean Tian tenderly held Su Lin, kissing her dirty forehead in comfort. Don't be afraid. Darling, I won't let her hurt you again. Li Jean Tian's gaze turned sharp as he looked at Su Qingwan, as if his eyes were blades. Su Qingwan, the Su family has raised you for over 20 years, nurturing you into a talent. You show no gratitude and instead deceived Lin Lin, bringing her to Northern Myanmar and selling her to fraudsters. Truly, the offspring of a vile lineage carries the stain of their blood. You disgust me. Su Qingwan was taken aback, never expecting the usually obedient and close Su Lin to betray her. It's not like that. Su Lin said she wanted to write her thesis and asked me to bring her to Northern Myanmar to ride the wave of its popularity. Before she could finish, Su Lin's cries interrupted her. Brother Tian, don't blame my sister. It was I who begged her to bring me here. I sold my sister to them. The injuries on my body are self-inflicted, and those men who tried to assault me brought them here myself. It has nothing to do with my sister. In that instant, Li Jean Tian's gaze pierced through Su Qingwan's heart. I didn't. Su Qingwan's explanation was cut short by a heavy slap that landed on her face. She was thrown to the ground, her ears ringing, tasting blood in her mouth. Covering her face, she looked at the man she had loved for a decade. For the first time, he felt so foreign, so heartless, so terrifying. You believe her, and not me? Su Qingwan asked, struggling to hold back her tears. Li Jean Tian sneered. At this point, you still feel no remorse. I merely gave you a light slap, and you feign unconsciousness. Clearly, you have bullied Lin Lin behind her back while pretending to be pitiful, leading us to misunderstand her. Su Qingwan's heart ached, filled with grievances. I did not do it, you must believe me. Li Jean Tian dismissed her with a glance, turning to the person in charge. He'll give you an extra 10 million, just make sure she suffers a bit, but don't kill her. The person in charge, caught off guard by such a lucrative deal without effort, grinned widely. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I specialize in tormenting people, especially delicate beauties like her. Li Jean Tian nodded, positioning himself above Su Qingwan, his gaze filled with disdain. Su Qingwan, as an adult, one must take responsibility for their actions. You dared to abduct Lin Lin to Northern Myanmar, now you must face the consequences. With that, he walked away, cradling Su Lin. Su Qingwan was left in a daze, unable to believe that Li Jean Tian would abandon her in Northern Myanmar. In a panic, she grabbed at Li Jean Tian's pant leg. Jean Tian, you cannot treat me this way. Li Jean Tian kicked her away, leaving her with a cold, indifferent back. Su Qingwan scrambled to her feet, shouting after him, I want to contact my parents. This is also your parents' wish. Don't forget, Su Lin is their biological daughter. Compared to her, you, as an adopted child, are nothing. Li Jean Tian quickened his pace, reaching the ground floor in an instant, ready to exit. Su Qingwan rose and chased after him recklessly. Jean Tian, don't leave me behind. In her haste, tears blurred her vision, causing her to tumble down the stairs with a clatter. After a dizzying spin, she collided with a hard object, finally halting her descent. Warm blood trickled down her forehead, staining her cheek. Disregarding her injuries, she knew that if she did not catch Li Jean Tian, her life would be over. She climbed up and rushed out the door. Seeing Li Jean Tian embracing Su Lin as they entered the luxurious car parked outside, she dashed forward, grabbing at his clothing. Just as she was about to reach him, one of Li Jean Tian's bodyguards kicked her away. She felt weightless, crashing onto the hard concrete floor. Ignoring the pain, She crawled desperately toward Li Jin-tian. Jin-tian, please don't abandon me. Li Jin-tian's bodyguard stepped on her ankle, rendering her powerless, struggling like a frail ant, unable to move an inch. Su Lin nestled closer to Li Jin-tian, feigning delicacy. Brother Tian, my sister is just jealous that you like me. She didn't mean to set those men on me. Please take her with us. Li Jin-tian tightened his embrace around Su Lin, affectionately kissing her lips. Fool, how can you be so kind? Do you know what Northern Myanmar is like? If I had arrived, even a moment later, those beasts would have ravaged you. Since this has been a well-orchestrated plot by Su Qingwan, let her finish her play alone. With that, he gestured, and the bodyguard closed the car door. Seeing Li Jin-tian about to leave, Su Qingwan struggled even more fiercely. Jin-tian, I no longer love you. I promise to break off our engagement and leave the Su family forever. Please don't go, I beg you. Unable to move, she crawled to her knees and bowed her head to Li Jin-tian. No matter how she pleaded, the luxurious car left without a backward glance. The bodyguard released her leg, and without a second thought, she chased after them. Su Qingwan knew that Li Jin-tian was her only hope of escaping. She could not give up. Jin-tian, she cried hoarsely. Inside the car, Li Jin-tian saw the frantic woman behind them and coldly ordered, drive faster. The car sped away, leaving the iron gates of the compound behind with no sentiment. Just as Su Qingwan was about to break free, she was seized by the guards. The iron gates closed once more, locking her in. Despair engulfed Su Qingwan like a tidal wave. In an instant, she felt like a marionette with its strings cut, completely drained of strength. Her face pressed against the metal door as she slowly sank to the ground. A long streak of blood marked the metal door. Lying on the ground, her gaze vacant, she stared at the sky washed clean by rain, a brilliant blue. Yet, she saw an endless abyss. Voices of the compound's staff echoed in her ears. Who would have thought we would witness such a tragic love play? The plot is quite good. I almost shed a tear. Manager, what should we do with this woman? A high achiever, both beautiful and well-formed, is a real gem. Send her to Brother Lee as long as he's satisfied. We can all look forward to promotions and prosperity. The men's raucous laughter sliced through her like a blade. It hurt. It hurt so much. Su Qingwan's hands were bound, dragged from the car like livestock. The hood was roughly removed, revealing a desolate mountain landscape. Around her were several others like her, one girl and three men. The girl had golden hair, fair skin, and a stunning figure. She wore a strapless bodycon dress, radiating sensuality. She noticed Su Qingwan looking at her and forced a smile that was more grotesque than a cry. Hello, I am Yuan. Silence. No communication allowed. The man with the AK pointed at their heads as a warning. Su Qingwan gazed at the dark muzzle of the gun, her heart racing as if it might leap from her mouth, and she dared not utter another word. After trudging through the mountain path for half a day, Su Qingwan spotted a colossal edifice. The house, with its somber hues, loomed ominously amidst the lush greenery, inducing an inexplicable sense of dread. With a clang, the heavy iron door swung open from within. Several heavily armed individuals emerged, exchanged a few words with their escort, and then ushered them inside. Traversing a courtyard several dozen meters long, they reached the entrance of a building, where the words prison were inscribed above the door. How could it be a prison? Su Qingwan hesitated for barely a second before a stun baton struck her back, causing her to stumble. Hurry up, ugly. Pain made it hard for Su Qingwan to breathe, but she dared not delay. She steeled herself to keep pace with Yuan ahead. She was not ugly. She had merely been injured earlier and had rolled in a muddy pit without the chance to clean herself. Having gone days without a bath, she was both filthy and odorous. Her hair was matted, obscuring half her face, rendering her appearance quite disheveled. Inside, the architecture was circular, spanning 5 floors, flanked by countless small rooms. The doors to the small rooms were reinforced with steel, and the occupants pressed against the doors, banging on the metal, producing a cacophony of sound. A beauty has arrived. It's been ages since we've seen a beauty in the compound. We don't want money, we want women. The men's raucous shouts pierced the sky. Su Qingwan was nearly unsteady with fear. Their guide led them up a metal staircase that spiraled around the circular structure. As they ascended, they passed by the doors of other rooms, where men made lewd gestures toward them. Blonde beauty, Big Brother likes you, come here, let Big Brother take care of you. Yuan, terrified, sprinted ahead, but before she could get far, a hand reached out from another room, grabbing a fistful of her hair. No, let me go. Yuan screamed in panic, struggling. The more she screamed, the more excited the men became. howling with delight. Someone began tearing at Yuan Yuan's clothes, and it looked as though she would soon be stripped bare. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from above. Enough. Brotherly wants you to hurry up and bring him up. Su Qingwan lifted her gaze to see a striking young man standing on the 5th floor. Dressed in a black casual outfit, the fabric billowed lightly as if stirred by an unseen breeze. His features were chiseled and aristocratic, tall and graceful, resembling a prince stepped out of a comic, utterly out of place in this filthy world. The vile men seemed to fear the man who spoke, reluctantly releasing Yuan Yuan. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they were led into an office by the young man. Inside, countless dollars were stacked like building blocks, forming shapes of transformers, ships, animals, and more. A young man in a designer leisure outfit lounged on the desk, lazily swinging his legs. He had a rodent-like appearance, tall and gaunt, exuding an air of malnutrition. Yet, his small eyes emanated a chilling coldness. Su Qingwan dared not look at him a second time after a brief glance. The man jumped off the desk and approached them. I am Li Li, your boss. I have another nickname, God. Those who believe in me will rise in status, and wealth those who do not will die. Do you understand? The 5 did not dare to respond. Li Li stepped closer to Su Qingwan. What is your name? Su Qingwan, she replied, her voice trembling. Do you know what her line of work is? Fraud. Speak louder. Fraud. Su Qingwan raised her voice. Li Li laughed heartily and turned to the handsome man beside him. Yi Sun, the newcomer, is quite clever. However, fraud sounds unpleasant. We should say we're doing charity work. We help those foolish, wealthy individuals spend their money otherwise. When they die, their unspent money will haunt us, don't you think? Su Qingwan was too frightened to nod or shake her head, staring at her toes, biting her lip in fear. In a fleeting moment of silence, Li Li seized a handful of her long hair. Her entire body was roughly dragged out and pressed against the desk. A sharp knife was placed against her fingers. Li Li's cold breath brushed against her ear. Do you understand now? Su Qingwan forced down a scream and trembled as she replied, I understand. Once Li Li released her, she collapsed to the floor, struggling to rise, her limbs weak and uncooperative. Ultimately, it was Yi Sun who stepped forward to assist her. Li Li teased, Yi Sun, have you taken a liking to her? Yi Sun shook his head, remaining silent. TSK. This is your first time helping a woman. I thought you, who are indifferent to women, might have developed feelings. Li Li draped an arm over Yi Sun's shoulder, playfully scrutinizing his eyes. Buddy, despite her being dirty and smelly, at least she's alive, and female a wash should do her good. I have no interest in women. Yi Sun's voice was laced with a metallic chill. It was decisive and left no room for argument. Then how do you satisfy your personal needs? Li Li's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Yi Sun turned his face away, remaining silent. Li Li shrugged. All right, if you ever fancy a girl, even if it's your sister-in-law, they'll send her to your bed. Yi Sun walked directly to the door, distancing himself from Li Li. Feeling snubbed, Li Li then turned his attention to Su Qingwan and the others. I will only state the rules once. You must achieve a performance of over 50,000 to receive a commission with 100,000. You can send a message to your family to assure their safety with 2 million. You can have your own phone. The higher the performance, the greater the commission. Our goal is to make money, make money, make money. Do you all remember? Yes. Su Qingwan and the others replied in unison, their voices ringing out. Li Li, pleased, patted Su Qingwan on the shoulder. I heard you're a top student. I have high hopes for you. So keep it up. Su Qingwan felt as if the spot he touched was scorched, her skin prickling in revulsion. Yi Sun led them out, and a burly man jogged over, offering him a cigarette and eagerly lighting it for him. Sungu, I've taken a liking to this blonde chick. Can you give her me? I still need someone in my room. Yi Sun raised an eyebrow. Aren't there already enough people in your room? I just kicked one out. I'm short one. Fu Gui's gaze leered over Yuan Yuan. Yuan, frightened, hid behind Su Qingwan. Yi Sun tossed the cigarette he had taken a puff from into the trash can, positioning his body to shield Fu Gui. We are a legitimate charitable organization, not thugs. If you like her, pursue her. Dare to act like a rogue, and I assure you, I will cut off that 2 ounces of flesh from you and steep it in liquor. Fu Gui mistakenly believed Yi Sun had taken a liking to Yuan and forbade him from proceeding, his gaze shifting to Su Qingwan. If a blonde beauty won't do, this one will suffice. I'm not picky. Chapter 3. Li Jintian, I no longer want you. Su Qingwan instinctively grasped Yi Sun's arm, beseeching, please do not give me to him. Yi Sun disdainfully shook off her hand, responding to Fu Gui, that is not an option either. Fu Gui, having faced rejection twice and pent-up frustration, felt his temper flare. Yi Sun, do not think that just because brotherly values you, you can act with impunity. My performance this month is still short by 50,000. I need 200,000. According to the rules, I can choose whomever I desire to spend the night with. Let us see how you intend to stop me. With a fierce glare at Yi Sun, Fu Gue stormed off, venting his anger with every step, as if he wished to pound the ground into submission. Yi Sun led Su Qingwan and the others downstairs, directing them towards the innermost room. Peering inside, Su Qingwan spotted 4 men, some reclining, others seated, and a few leaning against the door, their eyes hungrily fixated on the girls. Their stares were reminiscent of famished wolves, poised to pounce and devour. Just the sight of them weakened Su Qingwan's legs. I don't want this. Mr. Yi Sun, please, can we have a different room? Yuan, equally shaken by the preceding events, nodded in agreement, her voice faltering. Yi Sun offered no more chances for discussion, addressing the 3 men, follow me. Su Qingwan instinctively lunged after Yi Sun, only to be seized by a man emerging from within, who yanked her into the room. Su Qingwan's complexion drained of color as she screamed with her eyes shut. Darling, your screams are delightful. Let me hear more. The man breathed hotly against her forehead. Terrified, she clamped her mouth shut and opened her eyes wide to behold the muscular figure before her. His bare torso rippled with powerful muscles, and Su Qingwan felt as though a single blow from him could end her life. I am Zhang Chong, a former boxing champion. I treat ladies with utmost gentleness. Do not be afraid. Su Qingwan's back stiffened as she leaned against the cold wall, barely daring to breathe. Zhang Chong appraised her from head to toe with a wicked grin. The moment you appeared, I recognized your exquisite beauty. Once cleaned up, you will undoubtedly be a vision. Stay with me, and no one will dare to touch you. With that, Zhang Chong reached out to touzle Su Qingwan's hair. In a desperate bid, Yuan suddenly lunged at Zhang Chong, exclaiming, Brother Chong, I like you. Hold me. Laughter erupted from the men outside, mocking Zhang Chong's fortune, while lamenting that Yi Sun had not sent them to their own room with the newcomers. Su Qingwan's eyes widened in horror as she watched Yuan being mistreated. An overwhelming sense of suffocation washed over her, and she felt as though she might perish. Leaning against the wall, she slowly crouched down, burying her face in her knees and cradling her head, shutting out the lewd sounds surrounding her. The north of Myanmar felt like purgatory, far more terrifying than any tale spun by those who had escaped. Curses, mockery, and sordid whispers mingled with the gasps of both men and women, akin to tormented spirits demanding retribution. Su Qingwan could no longer bear it and screamed for salvation. The frenzied bedlam eventually ceased, followed by a gentle tug on her arm. Lifting her tear-streaked face from her knees, Su Qingwan vaguely discerned Yuan's face, who now clad, gestured for her to follow. Su Qingwan stood, her legs numb from crouching too long, and stumbled. A strong arm encircled her slender waist. Thank you, she managed to stammer, only to catch sight of Zhang Chong's smug face, bloated with satisfaction. Do not touch me, Su Qingwan cried out, bolting for the door. She had no destination in mind, only the instinct to flee this hellish nightmare. Suddenly, she collided with a solid wall of flesh, her momentum sending her crashing to the ground. Raising her gaze, she found herself staring up at Yi Sun's strikingly handsome, yet cold demeanor. His presence was frigid, and he regarded her as if she were a mere specter. It is too noisy. Can we have some quiet? Yi Sun spoke in a measured tone, devoid of inflection, akin to a venomous serpent slithering through her heart. Su Qingwan covered her mouth, suppressing her tears. Please, grant me a different room. I cannot be with those demons. She understood that even if she escaped this moment, the next would be just as perilous. Zhang Chong and the other men could strike at any moment. There are 5-star suites available. Would you like to stay in one? Yi Sun towered over her, his chiseled features cast in the shadows of the architecture, as unyielding as ice. Su Qingwan nodded fervently. Yes, I want it. Do you have 200 million in performance? I do. Please, let me make a call. I can reach my fiancé. He will surely send the money, no matter how much. A glimmer of hope ignited within Su Qingwan as she clambered to her feet, beseeching Yi Sun. Very well, I shall grant you one chance. Yi Sun retrieved his phone from his pocket and handed it to Su Qingwan. With trembling hands, she gingerly accepted the device, recognizing it as her sole beacon of hope. She understood this opportunity was singular. For half a minute, she pondered what to say to Li Jintian, whether to confess everything or to request a breakup, anything to escape this nightmare. Su Qingwan shakily dialed the number etched in her memory. The call connected, and Li Jintian's impatient voice echoed from the other end. Su Qingwan, you had better have a good reason for disturbing me at this hour, or else. The unspoken threat hung heavy in the air. Su Qingwan knew it would be a fate worse than death, even that was preferable to her current predicament. Jintian, please save me. I am on the brink of death. I beg you, bring me back. I will obey you from now on. I shall no longer vie with Su Lin for anything. Just then, Su Lin's sweet voice chimed in. Brother Tian, is that sister calling? She's so impressive. She can still call for Northern Myanmar. Those people must treat her exceptionally well. The implication was clear. Su Qingwan was somehow in cahoots with those in Myanmar. Li Jintian chuckled, did I say Su Qingwan? You truly possess remarkable abilities. He then abruptly ended the call. Su Qingwan experienced a moment of blankness, hastily redialing. After 2 rings, the line went dead. Previously, when Li Jintian had abandoned her, she assumed he had merely misunderstood her and would soon forgive her after a few days of anger. Little did she know, he was this heartless. She had loved him for a decade, dedicating herself to him, helping transform his family's modest business into a leading multinational technology enterprise. She believed that, even without accolades, he would not let her perish. Yet, it became evident that in his eyes, she was nothing. A decade of love had been but a figment of her imagination, a fleeting dream. In an instant, Su Qingwan felt like a marionette stripped of its strings, collapsing weakly against the railing of the corridor. The phone she had fought so hard to obtain slipped from her grasp, crashing to the ground and striking her foot. But the pain resonated in her heart. Clutching her chest, she gazed up at the ceiling, a bitter laugh escaping her lips. She mocked herself for her self-deception and misplaced affections, for her 10 years of sacrifice had been for naught. As she laughed, it morphed into a wretched sob, tears streaming down her face. All eyes were upon her, witnessing a profound despair that echoed of death. Suddenly, Su Qingwan caught sight of her deceased mother standing below, waving at her, reminiscent of her childhood when her mother would come to pick her up from school. Li Jintian, I'm going to find my mother now. I no longer want you. With that, she climbed over the railing and leapt down. Chapter 4. She did not wish to die. Su Qingwan felt weightless, devoid of the sensation of falling. The collar of her clothing tightened around her neck, threatening to choke her. Before she could process anything, a powerful force yanked her back from the brink and tossed her onto the ground. Su Qingwan lay there, retching, realizing that even death eluded her. An unprecedented sense of helplessness shattered her final defenses. She curled into a ball, trembling in the corner of the wall. Suddenly, her chin was grasped, forcing her hair-covered face to tilt upwards. Through the gaps of her disheveled hair, she glimpsed the noble and aloof visage of Yi Sun. In this place, every soul belonged to Brotherly. As long as Brotherly permitted your existence, you were bound to survive. Upon concluding his words, Yi Sun seized her collar, dragging her along the corridor like a mere animal. The abrasive ground inflicted sharp pain on Su Qingwan's posterior and legs, yet she remained numb and unresponsive. Yi Sun cast her into a filthy bathroom, turned on the faucet, and filled a basin with water. Su Qingwan remained oblivious to his intentions. It mattered little to her, for despair had rendered her indifferent to life. As the basin brimmed with water, Yi Sun turned back, grasped her, and plunged her head into the basin. Instantly, the acrid scent of disinfectant mingled with the deluge of water rushing into her nostrils and mouth. The agony coursing through her lungs and chest was unbearable. Yet, in that torment, clarity emerged. She did not wish to perish, for her life had not yet reached its zenith. She began to struggle, kicking fiercely. However, Yi Sun's grip was unyielding. A mere flick of pressure rendered her powerless. Just as the specter of drowning loomed, he abruptly released her. Su Qingwan collapsed onto the floor, coughing violently, expelling water in heaving gasps. Through her tear-blurred vision, she saw Yi Sun crouching before her, fixated on her eyes. Do you still wish to die? He inquired. No, Su Qingwan replied without hesitation. Should you ever desire to end it all, just inform me. Yi Sun chuckled, his smile disarmingly innocuous. Yet, to Su Qingwan, it resembled the smile of death, beckoning her forth. Yi Sun rose, washed his hands, and proceeded to have his meal before the afternoon training session. Su Qingwan was gripped by an abject terror of Yi Sun, an inexplicable dread, as he seemed more fearsome than anyone else in this wretched place. As he approached the door, he glanced back, advising her, "Keep that face hidden." Su Qingwan touched her face, rising to stand before the mirror. She noticed her hair was drenched, parting at her forehead, revealing her striking features. This visage had once garnered praise from Li Jintian, capable of captivating entire cities. Yet if the men here were to discover her beauty, her fate would be one of utter despair. Hastily, she swept her hair down to obscure half her face. Yuan entered and locked the door behind her. In Su Qingwan's presence, she stripped off her clothing, exposing her flawless form marred by numerous bruises. One could easily surmise the pain she had endured. Su Qingwan averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight a second time. "Why did you help me before?" she inquired. Zhang Chong had initially targeted Su Qingwan. Had Yuan not intervened, it would have been Su Qingwan who suffered the violation. "Who said I helped you?" "In our room, Zhang Chong is the strongest. Only those who cling to the powerful can survive. I heard you are a top student. Do you not understand the concept of self-preservation? Have your years of study been in vain?" "I will not seek death again," Su Qingwan murmured, lowering her head. "Regardless, you saved me. Then remember me well. When you escape, take me with you." Su Qingwan was startled. "How do you know? You scholars possess countless cunning thoughts. I may not be intelligent, but I can follow your lead." Yuan adapted swiftly, beginning to hum a tune about hope in the fields. "You overestimate me. I am not only not clever, but foolish enough to be toyed with by men and my sister. Everyone has a shadowed past. Do not dwell on your mistakes. To be frank, I have a feeling that you can lead me out of here." Without waiting for Su Qingwan's reply, Yuan resumed singing in a shower. After bathing, they proceeded to dine, while Su Qingwan remained clad in her filthy garments. Yuan queued behind her, and a diminutive man brazenly touched her waist. Yuan swiftly turned, delivering a resounding slap to the man. "I belong to Brother Chong. How dare you lay a finger on me?" The man, preparing to retaliate, felt the oppressive aura of Zhang Chong and dared not utter a word. While Su Qingwan held her tray, reaching for fruit, the vendor slapped her hand away. "The fruit costs money, ugly creature." The man recoiled, disgusted at having touched Su Qingwan, hastily wiping his hands clean. Observing the redness of her hand, Su Qingwan hurriedly retreated to a corner to eat. Zhang Chong and Yuan soon joined her, with Zhang Chong explaining their surroundings. "This is an abandoned prison, leased by our boss. Our charitable organization, though managed by a single owner, is divided into 3 sectors. We are in the 3rd sector. If our performance reaches 200 million, we can ascend to the 2nd sector." 200 million? Su Qingwan thought it a manageable figure outside, yet within these walls, it was astronomical. Rumor has it that everyone in the 2nd sector has private rooms with bathrooms. And the 1st sector? Yuan, curiosity piqued, ceased eating. The 1st sector requires total earnings exceeding 500 million. They say they reside in 5-star suites, with beauty at their disposal and the ability to meet family. Zhang Chong's eyes glimmered with envy. "I must strive to ascend, to become someone of significance." Yuan interjected. "Is swindling the hallmark of greatness? What do you know? For us insignificant figures, a fight may cost half our lives for mere thousands, while here we can reach the pinnacle of life without enduring the elements, all while enjoying the company of beauties like you. What could be better?" Zhang Chong embraced Yuan, kissing her publicly to declare his triumph. The onlookers whistled, cheered, and pounded the tables. "Brother Chong, give us a live demonstration." The crowd erupted in excitement. Fu Kuei, desiring Yuan, was thwarted by Yi Sun, who now watched Zhang Chong flaunt his conquest. He seethed with rage, hurling his tray towards Su Qingwan. Unable to best Zhang Chong, he could only seethe in place. "Damn it, bitch, you better not fall into my hands, or I shall make your life a living hell." Yuan clung to Zhang Chong, seated on his lap. "Brother Chong, I am afraid. Do not fear. I am here. He dares not touch you." Zhang Chong was ignited by Yuan's writhing form. Coupled with the competitive nature of men, Fu Kuei's fury only intensified Zhang Chong's interest, prompting him to pin Yuan against the dining table. Su Qingwan witnessed the despair in Yuan's eyes, rising to strike Zhang Chong with her tray. Though Zhang Chong's muscular frame rendered the blow inconsequential, it ignited his ire. His bloodshot gaze turned toward Su Qingwan. "Su Qingwan, you seek death." Chapter 5. The Abyss of Hell. Before Zhang Chong could retaliate, Yuan lunged at Su Qingwan, delivering a sharp slap. "Who permits you to strike my man?" Jealous of Brother Chong's affection for me, You seek to sabotage? How insidious. If you believe you can defeat me, then I shall relinquish Brother Chong to you. Zhang Chong, initially poised to act, found himself amused by the rivalry between the two women. His anger dissipated, and a satisfied smirk graced his lips as he addressed those around him. Ah, you see my irresistible charm. Having received a slap, Su Qingwan's mind cleared as she comprehended her actions, her heart racing with trepidation. She clutched her face and fled. The only sanctuary devoid of inhabitants was the earlier bathroom. Su Qingwan dashed inside, locking the door, leaning against the wall, staring despondently at the ceiling. She understood that Yuan's present was her imminent future. Here, there existed no laws, no morals, no ethics. Only filth, power struggles, violence, deceit, and repulsion. The abyss of hell lay empty, with demons lurking in the shadows. What was she to do? Who could assist her? Yet, the heavens remained indifferent to her pleas. All she sought was a moment of solitude to nurse her wounds. Even the skies would not grant her respite. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping at the door startled Su Qingwan. Who is it? She nearly shrieked. Training. You have 3 seconds to emerge. The voice of Yi-sun, devoid of warmth, echoed from the outside. Su Qingwan nearly sprang from the ground, flinging open the door. I'm coming. Yi-sun did not spare her a glance. Turning to walk away, Su Qingwan hurried to follow him. His tall stature and long legs compelled her to jog to keep pace. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they entered a grand hall. Inside, there was a long rectangular table capable of seating 20 to 30 people. At the front of the table stood a simple blackboard, inscribed with a series of incomprehensible numbers. Su Qingwan suspected these figures were indicative of a fraudulent scheme. Only 5 newcomers had arrived for the gathering. Yi-sun occupied the main seat, exuding an air of aloofness and an aura that deterred any intruders. Sit, Yi-sun commanded softly, yet the authority in his voice resonated. Instantly, they all adjusted their postures, sitting upright. Yi-sun approached and distributed several documents to each of them. This is the fundamental script of our charitable organization. You have half a day to memorize it. You will be on duty this afternoon. With that, he turned and exited without waiting for their responses. Once he left, silence enveloped the room as everyone focused intently on the script, eager to commit it to memory within the limited time. Su Qingwan glanced through the material before discarding it on the table. She walked over to the window, drew back the curtains, and realized that what lay beyond was not the outside world, but rather an interior view of a prison. This meant that Li, from his office, had a clear view of the entire scene. Every action taken was under his watchful gaze. The prison was entirely enclosed. The only exit was the large door through which they had entered. Aside from meal times, they rarely descended to the 1st floor, and the possibility of escape during a meal was virtually non-existent. Moreover, they had encountered numerous guards armed with AK-47s upon their arrival. A wave of despair washed over Su Qingwan as she felt the walls closing in around her. Returning to her seat, she leaned back, closed her eyes, and mentally sketched a map of the layout she had observed upon entering. Meanwhile, in Li's office, surveillance cameras captured every angle, fixated on Su Qingwan and her companions. He lounged with his legs crossed, a cigarette dangling from his lips, pointing at the screen displaying Su Qingwan. Yevun, this woman will not live long, he remarked. Yi-sun cast a glance without uttering a word. I spent 800,000. Her death is not an option. Reach out and see who would be willing to take her for $1 million. After making a few calls, Yi-sun returned. Ligo, I've contacted them. They insist on meeting her in person before discussing a price. Li narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Qingwan's image on the screen. A bloodthirsty smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, half a day had elapsed. The conference room door swung open, and Su Qingwan opened her eyes to see Li and Yi-sun entering. A wave of fear washed over everyone as they scrambled to their feet, greeting Li Gu. Sun Gu. Having spent the day monitoring the surveillance footage, Li was aware that Su Qingwan had barely glanced at the script since she first flipped through it. With his hands tucked in his pockets, he approached her. Miss Su, please recite the first line. Without hesitation, Su Qingwan replied, Hello, we are from the police station. The ID card you submitted has been retrieved, and we can assist in sending it to you. You only need to pay for the delivery. Li was taken aback by her ability to recite it flawlessly, lighting a cigarette in surprise. Continue. Su Qingwan, with unwavering confidence, recited the entire script word for word without faltering. Li erupted into laughter, turning to Yi Sun. Do you all possess photographic memories? Ye wun replied. I do not have such a talent. Lily beamed, casually draping an arm around Su Qingwan's shoulder. Scholar, this is your moment to prove your capabilities. He produced an old-fashioned phone and placed it before her. Dial any number at random. Test the waters. You wish to change rooms, and, if successful, I'll arrange it for you. Su Qingwan had never engaged in deception, but had experience in sales. Years ago, when Li Jintian's family company was on the brink of collapse, she had developed a new type of drone. Initially, no one was interested, but she diligently called one client after another to promote it. Once she secured a client, Li Jintian would handle the negotiations. Approaching the scam call as a sales pitch, Su Qingwan dialed a random number. The technical department monitored and traced the call's origin, setting the phone to speaker mode. It rang several times before an elderly woman's voice came through. Hello, who is this? Su Qingwan calmly replied. Hello, we are from the Public Security Bureau. Your son has been arrested for soliciting. Please bring your daughter-in-law to pay the fine and claim him before she could finish. The elderly woman interjected anxiously. Officer, please don't call my daughter-in-law. If she finds out, she will divorce my son. I'm afraid we are a legitimate agency. Family members must come in person unless the matter can be handled online, in which case they need not come. The elderly woman, now frantic, asked, how can it be handled online? It requires a payment of 5,000, and your son will be home tonight. If you cannot pay, you'll have to visit the police station. Desperate to avoid scandal, the elderly woman feared her daughter-in-law would learn of the situation and thus hesitated to go to the police station. I'll pay. Please don't tell my daughter-in-law. Lily swiftly provided an account number. Su Qingwan read out a series of numbers. As she was about to state the final digit, she heard the elderly woman begin to weep. Overcome by guilt, she abruptly hung up. In an instant, the conference room fell silent. Su Qingwan then go Lily. I'm sorry, I cannot do it. Lily chuckled. Cannot do it? Then I shall break 2 of your fingers. With that, he bent down and retrieved a hammer from beneath the table. Chapter 6. Teasing Yi Sun. Realizing the impending danger, Su Qingwan bolted, but before she could take a step, Lily seized her hair, violently yanking her back and throwing her to the ground. She quickly propped herself up, only to have her wrist pinned down by a foot. Before she could react, Lily raised the hammer above her fingers. Ah! She screamed, the pain rendering her voiceless. Each heartbeat felt as if it were being shattered, and pain radiated through her entire being. Yet, Lily showed no mercy, raising the hammer for another strike. Su Qingwan's eyes widened in horror as she watched the hammer descend. In a last-ditch effort, a hand grasped the hammer. Li Gu, if her hands are ruined, she will be worthless. Yi Sun's calm voice interjected. Lily cursed under his breath and relinquished his grip on the hammer. Ekik Su Qingwan, embarking. Lock her in the small dark room and hurry. I'll offer a discount for anyone willing to take her. Yi Sun discarded the hammer and seized Su Qingwan by her collar, dragging her toward the small dark room. As the door opened and closed, light vanished, leaving her enveloped in darkness. Su Qingwan curled on the floor, cradling her injured fingers, feeling the bones were broken. The slightest touch sent searing pain coursing through her. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, a mix of agony and fear. She closed her eyes, thinking of Li Jintian's words. You wish for a life worse than death, and you have achieved it. In the small dark room, devoid of food or water, the endless darkness felt like a massive hand, suffocating her. There was no escape, no way out. After a day and night without sustenance, the door creaked open. Blinding light flooded in, and she squinted, taking time to adjust before finally opening her eyes. Yi Sun entered, carrying food, placing it before her. Starving to the brink of madness, Su Qingwan scrambled up, grabbing the chopsticks and devouring the food voraciously. Within 2 minutes, she had cleared the entire tray. The rapid consumption resulted in a sharp pain in her stomach. Lying on the ground in agony, she clutched her stomach. I'm dying. It hurts so much. Please help me. Don't wish to die. Yi Sun crouched before her, his figure silhouetted against the dim light, his outline appearing particularly cold. I want to live. I don't want to be locked in that small dark room. I'm afraid. Please take me out. Su Qingwan reached out her injured hand, grasping Yi Sun's pant leg. Help me. If you lock me up again, I will die. Yi Sun remained silent, lifting her from the ground. Come with me. Su Qingwan was taken aback by how easily Yi Sun released her. She followed him to Li's office, where a middle-aged, greasy man awaited them. Lily pointed at Su Qingwan and said to the middle-aged man, This is her. a top student with an extraordinary memory. On her first phone call, she got someone to pay $5,000. I'll give you a discount, $1 million. Su Qingwan stiffened, a wave of terror washing over her as she glanced at Li Li. It turned out she had not been released, but was to be sold off instead. The greasy man stood up and approached her, lifting his chin to inspect her. Su Qingwan witnessed how these men regarded women merely as tools for their desires. As she contemplated the grim fate that awaited her in a new place, she felt an instinctual dread. Leaving here could truly mean the end of her existence. At that moment, she recalled Li Li's words from the day she arrived. If he took a liking to someone, he would hand them over. Rather than be humiliated and tormented by this corpulent man, she resolved to take a gamble and seduce Yi Sun. As the man reached for her, Su Qingwan swiftly turned and embraced Yi Sun. Yi Sun, please don't let them sell me. I will give you anything you desire. She rose on her toes and pressed her lips against his. For a moment, Yi Sun stood like a statue, unresponsive. Li Li's teasing voice echoed in her ear. Su Qingwan, as long as you can entice Yi Sun to break his restraint for you, you and T have to leave today. Hearing these words, despair washed over her instead of relief. From a moment, she laid eyes on Yi Sun. She recognized that he was not someone easily controlled by others. Strong individuals rarely indulged in lust, nor did they entertain notions of affection. In their eyes, only profit existed, a lesson imparted by Li Jintian. Nevertheless, Su Qingwan was not one to surrender easily. She pressed her lips against his, tilting her head back to part her dark hair, revealing her enchanting, autumn-like eyes. Su Qingwan was beautiful, especially her eyes, alive and classical as if painted in ink. At that moment, she resembled a weeping pear blossom, her gaze pleading as she endeavored to please Yi Sun. Yet, his gaze remained icy, his body rigid as stone. As her kiss traveled from his lips to his chin, her trembling lips gently grazed his throat, and she sensed his body quiver slightly. A glimmer of hope ignited within her, emboldening her actions. Her hands wandered lower, tracing his abdomen. Suddenly, her wrist was seized. Yi Sun wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pinning her against the wall, as if a beast devouring its prey, arrogantly stealing her breath. Su Qingwan's chest pressed tightly against his, and she could distinctly feel the contours of his muscles beneath his clothing. She was nearly breathless, a sound of protest escaping her lips. That sound was intoxicating, and the provocative scene proved too much for Li Li, who retreated to the restroom. The greasy man muttered a curse and walked away. With everyone gone, Yi Sun immediately stepped back, his expression cold and his eyes clear, as if the man who had just kissed Su Qingwan with fervor was a stranger. Her lips tingled, her legs weak as she struggled to remain upright, sliding downwards. Yi Sun reached out, catching her in his embrace, gripping her chin, commanding, "Scream." Su Qingwan, bewildered, stared at him in shock. "Scream," he reiterated, understanding his intent. She closed her eyes, steeling her heart, and let out a sound. To her ears, it was a wretched cry, pitiful and raw. Perhaps Yi Sun found it too unseemly, for he lowered his head once more, sealing her lips, muffling the sound she made. Minutes later, the restroom door swung open, and Yi Sun released her, adjusting his belt. Su Qingwan hurriedly ducked behind him to fix her clothing, frantically letting down her hair to shield her face. Li Li, with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a flushed complexion, approached Yi Sun, clapping him on the shoulder. "Brother, your speed is astonishing. You should indulge more often. Otherwise, if you hold back too long, it could turn sour." Yi Sun remained as cold as ever, silent. Li Li, accustomed to his indifference, shifted his gaze to Su Qingwan. "You may stay as a punishment. During dinner, you will perform a striptease in front of everyone, and this matter will be forgotten." Chapter 7. The plan to escape. Su Qingwan blinked, momentarily unable to process Li Li's words. Li Li smirked. "Channel that provocative energy you had earlier, and you shall reap great rewards." Su Qingwan felt petrified. "I cannot dance." Li Li narrowed his eyes, his hand twitching with the cigarette. She vividly recalled how he had previously broken 2 of her fingers, instilling a deep fear within her. Instinctively, she shrank against the wall. "Brotherly, grant me another chance. I will work diligently." Without further ado, she knelt at his feet. Li Li chuckled. "Ah, adaptable. If you had acted like this earlier, you wouldn't be in this predicament." "Brotherly, I was wrong. I was ignorant. Please forgive me this once." Li Li mimicked a gesture of prayer. "If the heavens are merciful, I shall forgive you this once." Should there be a next time, it won't be your fingers that break, but your skull. Understand? Su Qingwan replied obediently. Good child, work hard, and the heavens will bless you with wealth. Su Qingwan stood, bowed to Li Li, and turned to leave. She longed to tell him that the heavens had no power over the cruelty inflicted upon her, nor could they witness her despair. After being confined for a day and a night, her fingers were broken and swollen with infection. Coupled with a gnawing stomach ache, she had been so frightened that, upon reaching her door, she fainted before even entering. When Su Qingwan awoke, it was to the excruciating pain in her fingers. Her eyes opened to find Yuan Yuan watching her with concern. Qingwan, you're finally awake. For a brief moment, Su Qingwan's mind was blank, but clarity soon returned. The dimly lit prison decor surrounded her, the scent of rusted metal permeating the air. The mingling odors of sweat from the men and the stench of unwashed feet filled her nostrils, prompting her to lean over the bed and retch. Her stomach ached painfully, yet she could only dry heave. Yuan Yuan, alarmed, asked, "What's wrong?" Su Qingwan shook her head. "I'm fine." Yuan Yuan helped her sit up and offered her water. "Why must you be so stubborn? We are under their roof now. We must do as they say. If we cannot fight, we must join them. Why torture yourself like this? Do you wish to die? Your life is yours alone. No one will preserve it for you." Su Qingwan remained silent, lacking the strength to respond. That night, the prison transformed into a hellish nightmare. Countless men loitered outside their door, some calling out for attention. "Strong brother, let me stay in your room tonight." Su Qingwan jolted awake, terror coursing through her as she peered towards the door. Yuan Yuan, sleeping across from her, looked just as pale with fear. In the upper bunk, Zhang Chong bellowed, "Get lost. I'm not done yet. Who dares to lay a finger?" The lack of soundproofing meant his shout reverberated through the air, audible to all outside. Men shouted from outside, "Yuan Yuan, when Strong Brother is finished with you, I'll show you what I'm capable of." A torrent of lewd remarks cascaded from outside, a cacophony of insults and suggestive breaths that drove one to madness. Those sounds echoed in Su Qingwan's ears throughout the night. Fearful of the men in her room climbing into her bed, she fought to stay awake. Finally succumbing to sleep, she dreamt of Li Jingtian embracing Su Lin, cursing her to remain forever in Northern Myanmar. Su Qingwan awoke in a cold sweat, each time knowing she would never wait for Li Jingtian again. She had to rely on herself to escape. Li Li's punishment for Su Qingwan's initial refusal to make a phone call was far from over. She was assigned to the kitchen, which had a window for ventilation. Directly across from the window was the entrance to the compound. Each day as she cooked, she kept her eyes fixed on the gate, noting the timing of their shift changes. She discovered they swapped every 6 hours. During the change of shifts, the new staff would first patrol the vicinity of the entrance, taking approximately 5 minutes. Su Qingwan calculated the timing. They would switch shifts at 3 in the morning. At this hour, her primary objective was to disable the surveillance cameras in the park. Within those 5 minutes, she could reach the entrance, climb to the top of the gate, and escape over the barbed wire. The only way to disable the surveillance was to turn off the generator located on the 5th floor. The control room was situated in the western corner of the 5th floor, and to access it, she would have to pass by the rooms of Li Li and Yi Sun. Su Qingwan feigned sleep until 2:40 in the morning, then stealthily exited her room and ascended to the 5th floor. As she passed by Yi Sun's room, he suddenly opened his eyes and locked gazes with her. Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with terror. Her mind raced as she sought an excuse for her presence on the 5th floor. To her surprise, Yi Sun merely glanced at her before closing his eyes again and returning to sleep. Holding her breath, Su Qingwan arrived at the door of the generator room only to discover it was locked and required a key to open. Unfortunately, the key was with Li Li. This escape plan had come to naught. Most troubling was Yi Sun's fleeting gaze. Had he truly seen her, or was it merely a figment of her imagination? Su Qingwan spent a sleepless night. The following day, she was relieved from her kitchen duties and returned to her performance tasks. Li Li emerged once more, standing beside Su Qingwan, his expression a peculiar mix of amusement and menace, appearing harmless yet unsettling. Su Qingwan's injured finger, still swollen and painful, reminded her of the moment when Li Li had struck it with a hammer, instilling a deep fear within her. She picked up her phone, holding it to her ear, but her mind went blank, rendering her speechless. Li Li's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, the sound echoing ominously in her ears. To her, it felt like the death knell being sounded. Taking a deep breath, She attempted to speak. Hello, I am. Your son was in an accident. Before she could finish, the voice on the other end erupted in anger. Are you insane? My son is right here. You must be the one in an accident. You and your entire family. You deceitful swindler. I'm calling the police. The furious voice hung up, leaving Su Qingwan listening to the busy signal, instinctively hiding her hand from fear of being struck again. I'm sorry, I'll call back. Trembling, she redialed, but Lily snatched the phone from her grasp. He stared at her, his gaze sharp and predatory, as if he could see through her very soul. Can't you speak properly? I can, Su Qingwan stammered. Lily chuckled darkly, but I believe you cannot. Shall I cut out your tongue instead? With that, he removed a keychain from his belt, revealing a small multifunctional knife. With a flick of his finger, the blade sprang forth. Su Qingwan's pale reflection shimmered upon the blade, her eyes wide with terror, her body trembling. Please no. I was wrong. Brotherly, grant me one more chance. Lily merely smiled at her with a sinister grin. Why are you so afraid? I am God. I will give everyone a chance. If you cannot call, then you shall cut out your own tongue. Is that acceptable? His tone was chillingly casual, laced with malice. Chapter 8. Someone escaped. Su Qingwan knew Lily was not one to be trifled with, paralyzing her with fear, leaving her no strength to call. Just as she braced herself for the worst, Yi Sun suddenly spoke. Brotherly, since she cannot call, let us communicate through the computer. Lily waved the knife in front of Su Qingwan before addressing Yi Sun. You keep an eye on her. If she still cannot communicate, then there is no need to keep her alive. He tossed the knife onto the table in anger and stormed off. Follow me, Yi Sun commanded as he turned to leave. Su Qingwan stood up, swiftly seizing a key that Lily had left behind on the table and slipping it into her pocket. Yi Sun led her to the computer station, crossing his arms in silence, exuding an oppressive aura. This time, they would communicate through WeChat Online. The profile picture displayed a stunningly beautiful woman clad in black lace, bound by ropes and suspended in darkness, her figure alluring enough to make any man weak at the knees. The account had numerous friends, with past conversations filled with flirtation and deceit. She quickly skimmed through and realized it was a marriage scam. Just then, a message arrived. Baby, long time no see. I thought you were mad at me. Frantically, Su Qingwan checked the chat history. The last person who used this account had borrowed a substantial sum of money, claiming it was for a sick family member, but was turned down. The man had sent numerous messages afterward, but this account had never responded. Her fingers flew over the keyboard as she typed, not angry. Just as she was about to send it, a warm breath brushed her ear, reminiscent of a serpent slithering past. She froze in terror, unable to move. Yi Sun's low voice whispered in her ear, his breath invading her senses. The last person who used this account is already dead. Think carefully before you respond. A chill ran down Su Qingwan's spine as cold sweat soaked her clothes. She quickly deleted her response and typed, I'm sorry, my family has leukemia. I'm trying to borrow money and haven't had time to log in. Have you not borrowed the money yet? The man replied, sounding worried. Yes, my brother said he would sell me to a wealthy old man for my first night. 10,000. She followed this with an array of desperate, pleading emojis. The man was evidently distraught, cursing her imaginary brother with fervor. Unbeknownst to them, Lily had silently approached from behind, interjecting, now tell him your brother has arrived to take you away, and you need to log off. Su Qingwan immediately typed this message and logged off, uncertainty gnawing at her as she glanced anxiously at Lily. He ignored her, instead patting Yi Sun on the shoulder. Brother, you are clever. Otherwise, I would have recklessly lost 80,000. I have always opposed resolving matters with force, Yi Sun replied. My mistake. Cool me. Let us go drink and discuss your sister-in-law's grievances. She claims I'm never home and has been crying and causing a scene. You ought to talk some sense into her. Once they departed, Su Qingwan grasped the key in her pocket, praying that Lily would not discover her possession. However, her hopes were in vain. During dinner, Lily stood on the 5th floor, shouting through a megaphone, I've lost my key. If anyone has seen it, please return it after dinner. Su Qingwan buried her head in her meal, too fearful to look up. They worked 14-hour shifts daily, and after dinner, they still had tasks to complete. By 10 o'clock, everyone would wash up and retire for the night. Su Qingwan skipped washing and returned to her room. Lying on her bed, Yuan returned and sat beside her, asking, Are you not feeling well? No. Su Qingwan resolved to escape that night, wishing to take Yuan with her, yet hesitating to voice her plan, fearing it might endanger her friend. Yuan sighed, Don't be so stubborn. Focus on surviving. Once you're dead, nothing else matters. Su Qingwan nodded. That night, she dared not sleep, counting the minutes until midnight. Amidst the cacophony of snoring, she quietly slipped out of her room. She had memorized the layout and made her way up to the 5th floor with ease. As she passed by Yi Sun and Li Li's rooms, she kept her eyes fixed on them, ensuring they remained undisturbed before hastening past. Arriving at the generator room, she retrieved the key from her pocket. With dozens of keys to choose from, she painstakingly tried each one. After more than a minute, she finally unlocked the door and entered, shutting off the circuit breaker. The generator, an enormous and antiquated machine, powered the entire park and emitted a loud roar. As the generator fell silent, the world around her transformed into a tranquil abyss. Su Qingwan turned to leave, securing the door behind her to prevent anyone from accessing it without a key. As she descended the stairs, anxiety gripped her, and she quickened her pace. Passing by Yi Sun's room, she stumbled, crashing to the ground. The noise echoed sharply in the stillness following the generator's shutdown, and she looked back in panic toward the room, surrounded by darkness, unable to see anything. For reasons she could not comprehend, Su Qingwan felt an overwhelming sensation that Yi Sun was watching her. It was over. She was doomed. Su Qingwan had resigned herself to death, the sharpness in her gaze suddenly vanishing. Without a moment to contemplate, she scrambled to her feet and descended the staircase. She reached the 1st floor effortlessly, where a sturdy anti-theft lock awaited her. In the darkness, she managed to locate 2 large keys and successfully opened the door on her first attempt. Gently, she closed the door and darted into the garden, crouching low as she raced towards the main entrance. Upon reaching the doorway, she found no guards in sight and lifted her eyes to the several surveillance cameras above. Due to the power outage, the infrared lights had extinguished. The gate was constructed of alloy, fortified with anti-theft mechanisms and a fingerprint password lock. Unable to bypass the lock, she resolved to climb over it. She placed her foot on the lock and used her hands to grasp the edges of the door frame, hoisting herself up to the top. Atop the gate lay several layers of barbed wire, densely arranged with razor-like spikes. Ignoring the danger, she pried apart the wire with her bare hands, her unshod feet landing on the sharp spikes below. The cold, piercing metal punctured her soles, yet she felt no pain. Driven by adrenaline, as she stood on the cusp of escape, her hands were bloodied, but she was oblivious to the injury. After tearing through the layers of wire, she leaped down. The top of the gate stood approximately 2 meters above the ground. She landed on her knees, feeling only a slight discomfort. Before she could rise, the sound of barking dogs reached her ears, accompanied by the flickering light of a flashlight within the compound. The security guard's voice pierced the night, announcing that someone had escaped. The emergency alarm blared, sending the entire area into a frenzy of chaos and curses. Su Qingwan fled desperately into the depths of the forest. The clouds obscured the moon, casting the mountains into darkness and reducing visibility to a mere whisper. She navigated swiftly through the woodland, branches scratching her face and leaving crimson trails in their wake. Pain was a distant thought, her singular focus being to survive. "Don't let her get away." Lili's voice echoed ominously behind her, accompanied by the incessant barking of dogs and the rapid thudding of footsteps. Injured and disoriented, her unfamiliarity with the terrain, compounded by lack of food and sleep, had sapped her strength, rendering her legs leaden and her pace sluggish. The beam of the flashlight drew nearer. She was on the verge of capture. Chapter 9. Captured during flight, Su Qingwan would rather die than return. Just then, she spotted a patch of grass, half her height, across the ditch. She took a few steps back and leaped over the waterway, successfully burrowing into the underbrush, too afraid to move. Any motion would betray her hiding spot. She prayed that the narrow channel would obscure her scent from the pursuing dogs. It felt as though she had scarcely crouched down when Lily arrived, his curses reverberating through the air. "I've got her. I will make her wish she were never born." He spat. "Brotherly, the dogs have stopped here. Where did she go?" "Search the area. I refuse to believe that wretched girl can run far." Soon after, Su Qingwan heard footsteps retreating. She pressed her face against the ground, desperate to remain unnoticed. She could not see them, nor they her, even as the grass around her shifted. Just as she sensed someone nearby, a hand reached out to part the foliage before her. Her gaze met Yi Sun's, his eyes devoid of emotion, as if the world's suffering did not concern him. This expression mirrored the one she had encountered when she had fallen at his door. Su Qingwan realized that every time she passed by his room, he had been watching her, merely an observer of her struggles, relishing in her torment as if she were a mere insect, watching her suffer, waiting for a glimmer of hope to crush. He was a demon, a Satan, in despair. Su Qingwan clutched her head and screamed. She had escaped, yet was still ensnared. All her arduous planning had rendered her nothing more than a caged rat in Yi Sun's eyes. Absurd, laughable. Li's curses erupted again. Su Qingwan felt her foot seized, her body dragged forward, her back scraping against branches and stones, inflicting agony. She did not cry, staring hollowly into the moonless night, awaiting her demise. Time lost meaning as she was finally released. Li's sinister visage loomed before her, illuminated by countless flashlights that stung her eyes, causing a tear to escape. Turning away in despair, she implored, "Just kill me." Li chuckled. It wouldn't be that easy. He gestured, and a group of men began digging a pit in the woods with shovels. Su Qingwan watched numbly as they toiled for half an hour, creating a grave approximately 2 meters deep. She understood that this would be her final resting place. Li Jintian, is this what you wish to see? My death. My remains forever lost to the earth, never to return to the land you inhabit. As the pit neared completion, Li approached her, disdainfully kicking her. Get in yourself, or I'll toss you in. Without hesitation, Su Qingwan rolled into the pit, accepting her fate. Better to die than endure a living hell. She lay there, awaiting the earth to cover her. One man approached with a bag of snakes, untying it in her presence and letting its contents fall into the pit. Su Qingwan gasped as countless snakes tumbled out, landing on her bare feet. Her lifelong fear of slippery creatures and those with many legs surged forth as the cold bodies slithered over her skin. Panic-stricken, she jumped up, shaking off the snakes that coiled around her legs, creeping upwards. No! She scrambled to escape, clawing at the pit's edge. Though 2 meters was not a daunting height, there was nothing to grasp for leverage. Each leap failed, the earth beneath her yielding, sending her back down into the pit upon grasping at a tuft of grass that could not support her weight. She landed atop the writhing snakes, her hands pressing against their bodies. Screaming in terror, she fought to climb out, only to be kicked back down by Li. Brotherly, please spare me. I will never err again. I'll do whatever you ask, she cried. Time and again, she attempted to ascend, only to be thwarted each time, until exhaustion rendered her fingers immobile, leaving her to curl up in the pit, shrieking in desperation. The woodland creatures scattered in fear. Seeing her spirit broken, Li clicked his tongue in annoyance. How dull, the last girl screamed, all night. I hear you were once a pampered young lady, but your endurance is lacking. Fu Kuei approached Li, suggesting, Brotherly, I have a rather entertaining idea. Go on. Li lit a cigarette, glancing at Yi Sun, who leaned against a tree, indifferent to the unfolding drama. Fu Kuei, harboring resentment for failing to capture Su Qingwan previously, was eager to exact revenge before her demise. Since snakes burrow, why not strip her of her pants and fill the pit with dirt, leaving her head exposed? The snakes will seek air, instinctively burrowing into the loose earth. And we simply need to loosen the soil around her while compacting the outer layer. The snakes, desperate for survival, will burrow wherever the earth is soft. And who knows where they'll end up? Li grinned wickedly. You're truly malicious. I rather like it. Su Qingwan, overhearing their conversation, fell into a stupor. She had thought the torment she endured was the darkest of horrors, yet the true nightmare was only just beginning. Fu Kuei, eager to carry out the dirty work, proclaimed, Leave the task of stripping her to me. I excel at such things. Li smacked Fu Kuei on the head, chiding such a lack of ambition. Fu Kuei approached the edge of the pit with a mischievous grin, his eyes glinting as they fixated on Su Qingwan. The men surrounding them began to emit excited howls. Just moments prior, Su Qingwan had deemed snakes the most terrifying creatures on earth, preferring death over any encounter with them. Yet, as Fu Kuei extended his hand towards her, she instinctively threw herself onto the writhing snakes to evade him. Unable to grasp her, Fu Kuei leaped into the pit and seized her by the collar, lifting her effortlessly. You dare hide? I suppose you haven't witnessed my prowess yet. Allow me to demonstrate, he declared, roughly tugging at her waistband. Desperatidi, Su Qingwan clutch hadpants. Thrashing about, pleading, get away from me, don't touch me. Her voice, already hoarse, emitted a sound akin to a chainsaw grinding against metal, piercing and grating. You provide Night Sun with pleasure, But not me? Just because that face of his appears capable of bringing you comfort? Today, I will show you that a man is not solely defined by his looks. Chapter 10. The scent of milk. Su Qingwan yearned to escape. Yet the pit was too deep for her to climb out. Cornered against the steep walls by Fu Kuei, he gripped her chin, his gaze sliding downwards with an unsettling intensity. A night spent fleeing, coupled with overwhelming terror, left her drenched in sweat. Her white shirt, now soaked, clung to her skin, rendering it nearly transparent. The contours of her well-developed figure became evident before Fu Kuei, accentuating her alluring curves in a way that was tantalizing yet modestly obscured. Fu Kuei's breath quickened, his gaze burning with desire. Unable to resist, he leaned down to inhale the sweet scent emanating from her chest. "Are you still a virgin?" Before he could act further, a deafening gunshot rang out, piercing the air. A blinding flash illuminated the darkness as a bullet whizzed past her and Fu Kuei, embedding itself deep in the earth, scattering dirt and creating a sizable crater. Su Qingwan's face drained of color as she looked up to see Night Sun, gun in hand. Crouched at the edge of the pit, bathed in moonlight, he appeared regal and enigmatic. Yet, she could not perceive him as a savior. Her instincts warned her that this man was far more formidable than all the others present. While the rest were mere denizens of hell, he was its very demon, a harbinger of death. Fu Kuei, on the verge of achieving his desires, was abruptly interrupted, his fury igniting. "Night Sun, what the hell do you mean by this?" Night Sun leveled his gun at Fu Kuei, stating coldly, "Ligo only instructed you to remove her pants, not to assault her." Fu Kuei seethed, clenching his jaw. "Night Sun, know your limits. This woman is mine. Today you," before he could finish, Night Sun fired again. This time, the bullet grazed Fu Kuei's cheek, tearing into flesh and drawing blood. Fu Kuei clutched his face, roaring in rage. "You're a madman, a lunatic." He scrambled out of the pit, cursing and retreating. Su Qingwan, trembling, gazed at the smoking gun, her heart lodged in her throat. She understood that in Myanmar, taking a life was as effortless as slaughtering chicken. The grave was already prepared. A single bullet could erase her existence from this world. With Su Lin and Li Jintian still alive, she had no reason to perish. Before Night Sun could speak, Su Qingwan quickly declared, "Don't shoot, I will take them off." She removed her pants, revealing her delicate, fair legs. A stark contrast to her otherwise filthy appearance. Who would have thought this lass had such a fine physique? No wonder Fu Kuei was drooling, someone remarked. Night Sun remained silent, his gaze cold and unyielding as it rested upon Su Qingwan. Her shirt, long enough to cover her backside, prevented her from being completely exposed. Under the moonlight, she stood with bare legs, her upper body drenched, exuding a fragile vulnerability that captivated the onlookers. By heavens, this woman, aside from her unattractive face, possesses a figure that is simply divine. The men lusted, their eyes glimmering with predatory intent. Su Qingwan huddled within the pit, shivering as snakes slithered over her feet, the goosebumps on her skin refusing to fade. "Enough, let the proceedings commence," Li Li commanded. All at once, the men brandished shovels and began to fill the pit with dirt. Su Qingwan scrambled upward, but was bound by ropes. Her body unceremoniously tossed back into the pit as they continued to bury her. To avoid being entombed alive, she struggled to stand, using her hands and feet to push against the earth. In moments, the dirt covered her body, leaving only her head exposed. Countless snakes writhed at her calves, their cold, slithering bodies sending waves of revulsion through her. "Please, I beg you, spare me," she cried, desperation lacing her voice. Suddenly, a snake bit her toe, eliciting a sharp scream of terror, which ignited a chorus of cruel laughter from the men as they reveled in her helplessness. Before long, only her head remained above the dirt, as the snakes continued their frantic writhing around her. The icy touch of their bodies, combined with the grotesque sensation, made her wish for death. Yet death eluded her, leaving only tremors and screams. Su Qingwan had initially believed that a brief punishment in the pit would precede her return. Now, she realized they intended to leave her here to die. "No, please don't abandon me here. I'll do anything, just take me back. Beat me, scold me, but don't leave me here." Her eyes filled with tears as she strained to glimpse the tall figure at the back, a silhouette that mirrored the moment Li Jintian had discarded her. "Li Jintian, come back. Don't leave me." Yet that figure walked away with resolute indifference, devoid of any sentiment. The snakes continued to writhe within the earth, climbing up her legs. No! Get away, go! Help! Is anyone there? Help! Bound and unable to move, Su Qingwan struggled in vain, her voice rendered hoarse from crying. Day turned to night, and her thirst became unbearable, her lips cracked and her eyes bloodshot, her complexion waxen. As her mind clouded, she felt herself on the verge of succumbing to the effects of dehydration. She had envisioned dying from illness or an accident, but never from thirst. Just as her consciousness began to fade, a thunderous bolt of lightning struck a tree nearby, igniting it and cleaving it in two. Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning and torrential rain. The deluge poured down, reviving her from the brink of death as the large raindrops splattered against her face. Su Qingwan tilted her head back, opening her mouth to gulp down the rainwater. Her parched lips were soothed, yet each swallow felt like razor blades slicing her throat, a painful reminder of her suffering. Before she could drink her fill, the emptiness in her stomach, having gone so long without sustenance, caused her to purge what little she had managed to consume. She continued to drink, vomiting and drinking again, repeating the cycle until the rain finally ceased. As silence enveloped her surroundings, she regained her senses, feeling a pair of sharp, wolf-like eyes watching her from the shadows. "Who is there?" she yelled, her voice cracking and hoarse, barely recognizable to her own ears. This place was an endless forest, rife with wild beasts. At this moment, if a predator were to appear, it could effortlessly crush her skull as if it were a watermelon. Chapter 11. The Torment of Hell. Su Qingwan remained on high alert, her gaze fixated on the direction of the unseen presence. It was not until dawn that the ominous eyes vanished, leaving her utterly exhausted and causing her to faint. When she regained consciousness, it was to a sharp slap that jolted her awake. "Am I dead?" As she opened her eyes, she found Li, cigarette in mouth, regarding her with disdain. If it weren't for last night's rain, she would have perished long ago. This woman has an unusually strong will to survive. Fu Kuei remarked from aside. Su Qingwan could only plead silently, her throat too damaged to produce sound, her eyes beseeching the embodiment of cruelty before her. Lily made a gesture of reverence towards the heavens. "God, in his benevolence, granted you a life, therefore, let you live." Thus, Su Qingwan was dragged out, treated like a dead dog, and taken back. In the early morning, as dawn broke, the prison lay in eerie silence, with everyone still asleep. The noise made by Su Qingwan and her companions stirred those in slumber. One by one, they emerged, standing in the corridor, gazing at Su Qingwan. Lily instructed her to sit at a table, bringing her a bowl of porridge. "Drink it," he commanded, starving to the brink of death. Su Qingwan would have consumed anything, even poison. She lifted the bowl, disregarding the spoon, and began to gulp it down. The porridge was freshly cooked, scalding her tongue and throat, yet she paid no heed and swallowed desperately. She finished the bowl in a single breath, her tongue numb, her throat and stomach writhing in pain. Lily offered her no respite, seizing her hair and pulling her up. "Follow me." Su Qingwan dared not resist, trailing behind him up the stairs. The men in the corridor recoiled at the sight of the dirt and filth on her body, fearing contact. A few lecherous individuals crouched down, peering underneath her tattered clothing. One of them cursed, "A woman so filthy that even a dirty dog wouldn't touch her. And yet you stare so intently. Have you never seen a woman before?" The foul language, vile and obscene, bombarded Su Qingwan like a barrage of explosives. Yet, she felt no discomfort. Even with many leaning down to gaze under her hem, she possessed no sense of shame. In the face of life and death, all else paled in significance. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Su Qingwan sensed something awry within her body. Heat coursed through her veins, her blood quickening, her skin becoming hypersensitive. Even the slightest brush of her clothing sent electric shivers through her. It dawned on her that the porridge she had just consumed was tainted. Just as she hesitated, Lily shoved her forcefully. She stumbled forward, regaining her balance after several staggering steps. Lily, discontent with her, gripped her arm and dragged her to a closed door, from which the barking of dogs could be heard. He unlocked the door and thrust her inside. Su Qingwan, far too weak to stand, collapsed awkwardly on the ground. As she rose, she noticed Lily had placed a large bowl of porridge at the door. Several dogs rushed forward, ravenously devouring the food. The door slammed shut with a resounding click. In that moment, Su Qingwan realized that all the dogs were male. The fragrant aroma of the porridge filled the air, a scent all too familiar, for she had just ingested a bowl herself. The porridge was laced with drugs. She scrambled to retrieve the bowl, but found it empty, licked clean by the dogs. As they bared their teeth at her, expressing their displeasure at having their food snatched away, Su Qingwan cast the bowl aside and retreated to a corner, her back against the wall, trembling in terror. She felt unbearably hot, her blood boiling, a gnawing discomfort consuming her. Su Qingwan knew that within moments, the effects of the drug would take hold of the dogs, and she would be left in a fate worse than death. She frantically scanned her surroundings and spotted a camera directly ahead, its infrared light blinking ominously. Once more, she felt the weight of an unseen gaze in the darkness. That gaze was all too familiar. It belonged to Yi Sun. He was watching her through the camera. Su Qingwan shouted towards it, "Save me." Her voice was silent, merely forming the words with her lips. She knew Yi Sun could see her, yet there was no response from him. The drug dogs began to grow restless, pacing back and forth. In the darkness, their eyes glowed with an unsettling light. A terrifying sight. Su Qingwan rushed beneath the camera, her voice hoarse as she pleaded, "Let me out, I beg you." Yet, her voice was inaudible to her own ears. The most alarming aspect was her body's reaction. The heat, the scent of female hormones permeated the enclosed space. This aroma might be subtle to humans, but to the keen noses of canines, it was the scent of a female in heat, driving them into a frenzy. In an instant, all the dogs ceased their restless movements, their hungry eyes fixated on Su Qingwan, muscles taut and ready to pounce. Overcome with fright, she instinctively climbed up the wall, grasping a metal rod protruding from it. She struggled to balance herself, her weight pressing against the wall, desperate not to fall. The dogs, drawn by the pheromones emanating from her, gathered below, sniffing at the sweat trickling down her body, howling in a frenzy. Some, unable to contain themselves, leapt in an attempt to reach her. Several times, their tongues brushed against her feet, sending chills down her spine. The dogs possessed sharp hooks on their tongues. Should she fall, she would undoubtedly be torn apart by them. Just the thought of such agony was enough to drive her mad. Sweat soaked her clothes, her soles slick with perspiration, making it increasingly difficult to maintain her footing. Su Qingwan felt unbearably hot and tormented, yet she fought to keep her mind clear. She could not give in. She had to survive. If only she had a weapon, she could possibly overcome these beasts. A weapon. Suddenly, she recalled the large bowl the dogs had devoured, still at the door. In that dark room, illuminated only by the infrared light of the camera, she could barely make out the bowl's silhouette. Just as she felt herself slipping down, she leapt forward, crashing onto the floor by the door, managing to grasp the bowl. Disregarding the pain radiating through her body, she shattered the bowl and seized the sharp shards. As the dogs lunged at her, she thrust the glistening piece into the eye of the nearest dog. It yelped in agony, collapsing to the ground. Rising swiftly, she embraced the second dog charging at her, plunging the sharp porcelain into its throat, severing its windpipe. The third dog bit at her arm, and with a swift motion, she drove the shard into its skull. The fourth dog was upon her before she could grab another shard. She simply pinned it down and twisted its neck. The room fell silent in an instant. The air thickened with a metallic scent of blood, enveloping Su Qingwan in the aura of death. Exhausted, she collapsed amidst the lifeless bodies of the dogs. Curling into a ball, she felt wretched, her body burning. Gazing at the dead canines beside her, she found them strangely beautiful. The pain was unbearable. She could not endure it any longer. Chapter 12. To live is to be mad. Su Qingwan rolled on the ground, the discomfort compelling her to unfasten her buttons, revealing her delicate skin. The cold air met her warm flesh, sending a shiver of relief through her. She let out a soft sigh, her eyes glistening, her body twisting sensuously like a serpent. Su Qingwan was acutely aware that the eyes behind the camera were fixed on her. She began to plead for mercy. "I can't take it anymore, I beg of you." Tears streamed down her cheeks. Her lips were torn, bleeding profusely. Her body bore the marks of her own torment. Being drugged was nothing like the tales told in books, where a mere cut would suffice to endure. It was not as simple as submerging oneself in cold water. It was akin to the onset of poison, where the absence of a man could render one's existence a living hell. Pride and dignity were rendered meaningless. Su Qingwan covered her face, as though to hide her recent humiliation from the gaze that lingered behind the camera. Yet still, those cold, unfeeling eyes remained fixed upon her, like a ravenous wolf, sending chills down her spine. What do you want? What are you planning? Su Qingwan clutched her head, emitting a pained sound. Don't look at me. I beg you, don't look at me. She longed to scream wildly, but lacked the strength to express her anguish, forced to struggle within her torment. She had been confined for an extensive period, deprived of sustenance. Starving, she resorted to using a blade to cut into the flesh of the dogs, tearing at their meat with her teeth. Su Qingwan became a primal beast, surviving in darkness, struggling through the mire. The room was devoid of light and time, an unending cycle of night and day, until the meat began to rot. Coupled with the rising temperature, she deduced she had been imprisoned for no less than 3 days. Yet, those eyes behind the camera never wavered. Su Qingwan was uncertain how long she would be held captive, nor did she know if Li Li intended for her to perish. Just as the dog meat became inedible, the heavy door was suddenly opened. Fresh air enveloped her, and she closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Once she acclimated to the bright light, she opened her eyes to behold the towering figure of Yi Sun at the doorway. He stood tall, exceeding 185 centimeters. Dressed in casual white attire, with tousled hair framing his forehead, he sported a shimmering pentagram brooch on his chest. Backlit, his features exuded an air of aristocratic aloofness, strikingly divine. In stark contrast, Su Qingwan lay amidst a pile of decaying dogs, her body reeking, dirtier than a rat in a sewer. For someone who had endured days of confinement and brushes with death, Yi Sun appeared to her as a human among beasts, a celestial being descending from the heavens. Even if he were more fearsome than a venomous serpent, she staggered to her feet and approached him, embracing him tightly. I was wrong. I shall never flee again. I will give you whatever you desire. Su Qingwan's trembling hands roamed over him, desperately attempting to incite his interest. She sought to please him with her body, driven by a singular conviction, to survive at any cost. Having once pleaded with Li Jingtian in utter humility, why should she not humble herself before another? She rose on tiptoes to kiss Yi Sun's lips, but before their lips could meet, a hand pulled her away. His deep-set eyes bore a warning. You are too filthy. Go clean yourself. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's celebrate together. With that, he turned and departed. Su Qingwan stood, bewildered, contemplating his words. Did this signify the end of her punishment? Could she live on? Overwhelmed with excitement, she nearly lost her balance. His command echoed in her mind, prompting her to hurry to the bathroom for a thorough cleansing. After bathing, she realized she had no change of clothes, only the soiled shirt, stained with mud and blood. Her legs were bare, lacking even undergarments. Time was of the essence. Just as she was about to don the shirt, a knock interrupted. I'm ready, she called, assuming it was Yi Sun urging her on. Wan, it's me, came the voice of Yuan from outside. Relieved, Su Qingwan opened the door to find Yuan alone, pulling her inside and locking the door. In Yuan's hands was a casual outfit. Where'd you get these clothes? Su Qingwan asked. I made a commission of 50,000, enough for sanitary supplies and this outfit for you, Yuan replied. Gratitude welled up within Su Qingwan, rendering her speechless. Yuan, sensing her hesitation, quickly explained, though not from a well-known brand. It's domestically made from Xinjiang cotton. We're used to it. It won't cause allergies. Please make do with it. Su Qingwan embraced Yuan, exclaiming, Thank you so much, Yuan. Tears welled in Yuan's eyes as she returned the embrace. You foolish girl, you cannot fight against the powerful. If it weren't for Yi Sun pleading for you, you would have perished in the woods. Do you realize that? Su Qingwan was taken aback by the revelation that Yi Sun had interceded on her behalf. Why would he save her? She dared not view Yi Sun as benevolent. Unable to fathom the thought of him being unable to witness a life extinguished. Wiping her tears, Yuan asked, You're covered in wounds. Does it hurt? Donning the shirt, Su Qingwan replied, Not really. How can it not hurt? The mere sensation of being alive is exquisite. To be free from confinement and to wash away the filth is a luxury, compared to being buried among snakes or trapped in a room with dead dogs. Pain is trivial. I'll borrow some money from Chang'e to buy you some antiseptic. The consequences of neglecting your injuries could be dire, Yuan insisted, observing the 2 deep wounds on Su Qingwan's arm. Doch baiz, Su Qingwan replied dismissively. Yuan gasped. What if the dogs had rabies? Surely not. Medical conditions in Northern Myanmar are dire. They likely lack rabies vaccines. Even if they had them, I doubt they would administer one to me. Su Qingwan could only hope those dogs were uninfected. That's good. Let us hurry to the mid-autumn festival gathering. Don't be obstinate. Do whatever Lily asks of you. It's a matter of survival. Do you understand? Su Qingwan nodded. I understand. Yuan let her out. And as they traversed the corridor, they noticed everyone had gathered in the dining hall. The tables were laden with various foods and simple fruits. Lily stood on stage with a microphone, spotting Su Qingwan and pointing at her. Come up here. Fear gripped Su Qingwan at the thought of Lily. Her body froze in a panic response. Her mind screamed for her to ascend the stage, yet her feet felt rooted to the ground. This was it. She had defied Lily's command again. She would be punished severely. Just as sweat began to bead on her forehead, Yuan gave her a gentle nudge. Startled, she regained her composure and dashed toward the stage. However, in her haste, she misjudged the steps and stumbled, falling flat on her face. Her chin and knees throbbed with pain. Laughter erupted from the crowd. She has been with the dogs too long. Her legs have turned to jelly. Chapter 13. Transformation. Another wave of mocking laughter ensued. Su Qingwan, suppressing her humiliation, scrambled to her feet, determined not to waste a moment. She approached Lily and bowed. Brotherly, I apologize for my tardiness. Lily regarded her disheveled appearance, her bangs having grown longer and obscuring her face, reminiscent of Ghost. He handed her the microphone. Say a few words to everyone. Su Qingwan took the microphone with both hands, her strikingly beautiful eyes peeking through her hair as she surveyed the crowd below. Among the hundreds, some mocked, some sneered, yet Yuan alone regarded her with admiration. Her sole supporter in this grim world. One was enough. Su Qingwan understood that her speech was not merely a few words, but an act of contrition. As Lily stepped down and stood beside Yi Sun, his hand rested on the gun at his waist. It was clear, if her apology pleased him, she would live. If not, death awaited her. Su Qingwan raised the microphone, addressing the assembly. Greetings, everyone. I am Su Qingwan, a native of Beijing, 28 years old, and a graduate of Tsinghua University. A gasp rippled through the crowd. In a world where intellect was revered, particularly among the educated, her words commanded attention. You may think me clever, but in truth, I am foolish. I stole the keys to escape, and if it weren't for brotherly rescuing me, I would have perished at the hands of wild beasts in the forest. She bowed deeply to Li, expressing her gratitude. Expletives erupted from the crowd. A Tsinghua graduate is different. It's this ability to endure that I cannot emulate. Indeed, everyone knew how mercilessly Li had tormented Su Qingwan, yet she had spun her suffering into a tale of salvation. Her sincere gratitude was enough to elicit disdain. Ignoring the jeers, Su Qingwan continued, Do not emulate me. I am the plague of the scrolls. I have led you astray, and for that, I apologize. She bowed once more to the audience. Someone inquired softly, What is the scroll of sheepskin? I don't know, another replied. A few bookish individuals chimed in. The Scrolls of the Sheepskin is written by O.G. Mandino. Who is O.G. Mandino? Someone akin to Chenanji. And who is Chenanji? You might consider him a success guru. Su Qingwan persisted in her apology. During these past days, I have reflected deeply, questioning why I sought escape. Remaining here to join everyone in earning money is a joyful endeavor. She discreetly monitored Li's expression and noticed his grip on his gun had relaxed, allowing her to exhale in relief. I must take responsibility for my mistakes. Today, I set a goal. If next month's performance does not exceed 100,000, I will perform a striptease for you all. The crowd erupted in excitement. I've never seen a scholar strip. I'm eager to see. Applause filled the room. In the midst of applause, Su Qingwan shouted to the audience below. Those who believe in me shall attain eternal life. Those who believe in me shall rise to wealth and power. To achieve success, one must first embrace madness. Charging forward with a simple mind. The crowd echoed her rallying cry. Charge, charge, charge. Lily nudged Yi Sun with a shoulder. You are right. Such talent would be a pity to waste. This impassioned speech was more impressive than my own divine display. Yi Sun crossed his arms, gazing indifferently at the stage, his deep eyes betraying no emotion. Lily patted Yi Sun on the shoulder, adding, But you have quite peculiar tastes. How could you be attracted to her? Her face is truly hard to look at. Every time I see her, I am reminded of that scene in The Ring where a ghost crawls out of a well. Are you afraid of ghosts? Yi Sun raised an eyebrow. Of course I am. Haven't you seen my devotion to God? It's to ward off ghosts. Yi Sun fell silent. Li, attempting to mimic Yi Sun's posture, crossed his arms, but found he could not replicate his charm. So he placed his hands on his hips instead. Today, no stripping. Let us have a different performance. Let us turn the page on the past. He did not mention what might happen next. Put simply, there would be no next time. Next time, it would be death. After Lily spoke, the crowd chanted in unison, "Let us have one. Let us have one." Su Qingwan, having nursed her voice for days, was still not fully recovered and could not speak too loudly. But at this moment, she was determined to push through. "Then I shall sing a song for everyone." "Great." The audience cheered. Although Su Qingwan had concealed her beauty and appeared unkempt, in this place where women were scarce and the internet offered little entertainment, people were eager to watch a performance. Su Qingwan raised a microphone and began to sing. "Even a fool can understand, you no longer love. How can you continue to deceive the world?" As she sang, she swayed her body, and soon the entire audience was dancing along with her rhythm. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala reached an unprecedented climax through her performance. An hour later, as Su Qingwan stepped off the stage, Yuan Yuan pulled her to the dining table, where beer flowed freely that night. Having starved for too long, Su Qingwan went into a frenzy upon seeing food. Water appeared to her like the elixir of life, and she drank it greedily. Above the dining area hung a 50-inch LCD television, which was only turned on during festive occasions. Today it was on, and as Su Qingwan faced the screen, her entire being froze. Li Jintian stood before a throng of reporters, clad in an exquisite custom suit. Adorning his chest was a simple peace charm, which instead of diminishing his elegance, elevated his aura to one that transcended earthly concerns. He was noble and handsome, akin to the sun and stars, captivatingly radiant. Once, Li Jintian had been shot and had miraculously survived. She had visited a temple, kneeling step by step, praying for a peace charm to ensure his safety. He had dismissed it as too mundane and refused to wear it. Now, he wore a charm that was even more common than the one she had offered. It became clear that it was not the charm he despised, but rather the one who gave it to him. Su Qingwan glanced down at her heart. Why did it no longer ache? Had the pain turned to numbness? Standing beside Li Jintian was Su Lin, dressed in a custom gown. Su Lin's exquisite makeup and sweet features, with long black hair and fair skin, made her look irresistible. Her innocent, watery eyes igniting a protective instinct in the men present. The men around them gasped. "This girl is stunning. Her skin could produce water. I want to take a bite. Such a fine catch has been squandered. Look at that man beside her. He exudes a cold-hearted nature." Su Qingwan found their judgment eerily precise. She wished to avert her gaze from the couple, returning her focus to her meal, when she heard Li Jintian's deep, magnetic voice resonating. "Our company's latest unmanned aerial vehicle can carry a greater load of crops, such as this model, a 3147. He showcased its capabilities before the cameras. Zhang Chong remarked, "If this were used for military purposes, it could carry a plethora of ammunition and bombs. No wonder Dongcheng Company makes so much profit each year. It's extraordinary." The very developer of this drone, Su Qingwan, was now munching on fried chicken and sipping beer. She understood that such good days were few. After tonight, if she wanted to feast on meat, it would cost her. The voice on the television continued. "Mr. Li, 6 months ago, your company announced the development of this drone, stating that the developer would hold a press conference. May I ask, has the developer arrived?" Su Qingwan scoffed. "The developer was suffering in the Northern Myanmar. Here she is, the lady beside me. Let us invite Miss Su Lin to say a few words." Su Qingwan nearly choked on her beer, her face reddening as she covered her mouth and looked up at the big screen. Li Jintian had his arm around Su Lin's slender waist, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Whatever he said made Su Lin blush, her beauty eclipsing the flowers, igniting fervor among the men present. Su Qingwan felt her blood run cold, her gaze fixed on the lofty man. The drone she had painstakingly developed was being claimed by Li Jintian as Su Lin's creation. Su Lin bashfully addressed the reporters. "This project is not only my first development at Dongcheng, but also my graduation project." Su Qingwan's mind went blank. The notion of going to Northern Myanmar for inspiration to write a thesis was merely a trap set by Su Lin to ensnare her, leading her to her doom. Su Lin climbed to greatness on the blood-soaked remnants of her labor, while the man who had once sworn eternal devotion to her now embraced Su Lin with fervent affection. Li Jintian had forgotten all his promises to her. They had once stood side by side, united. He had forgotten the time when his father had just passed. and the company faced bankruptcy. She had developed a new product, seizing market share from competitors. He had been shot, and she had taken a bullet for him. The bullet had pierced her chest. Even the cold-hearted Li Jingtian had clung to her, weeping like a child. In that moment, Su Qingwan believed it was a transcendence of their love. Little did she know it was the beginning of a nightmare. After Su Qingwan recovered and was discharged, her biological sister had returned to the Su family. Li Jingtian claimed that he had lost Su Lin and wanted to compensate her, asking her to treat Su Lin kindly. Grateful for the Su family's nurturing, she regarded Su Lin as a sister. Su Lin was delicate, timid, dependent on her elder sister, and she cared for her doublefold. Little did she know, Su Lin was orchestrating a grand scheme, not only stealing her man and all her efforts, but also plotting her demise. A saying suddenly came to Su Qingwan's mind. The most sophisticated hunters often appear in the guise of prey. This truth was vividly displayed in Su Lin. A sudden crack jolted her back to reality. She looked down to see the glass she held had shattered in her grip. The sharp shards pierced her palm, blood flowing profusely. Wan. Yuan exclaimed anxiously, rising to grasp her hand. You must let go. Su Qingwan released her grip, the fragments falling onto the table. She smiled at Yuan. Don't worry, it's just a little injury. I'll wash my hands. As she stood and turned toward the kitchen, the world spun around her. Darkness enveloped her, and she lost consciousness. In her dazed state, Su Qingwan heard Yuan crying, Mr. Yi, please save Wan. She has a high fever. If we don't take her to the hospital, she will die. Su Qingwan struggled to open her eyes. Her eyelids felt heavy as lead. Her mind foggy, and she slipped back into slumber. After what felt like an eternity, Su Qingwan finally awoke. She opened her eyes to find Yuan seated beside her hospital bed, staring at her intently. Wan, you're awake. You scared me to death, Yuan exclaimed, grasping Su Qingwan's hand. What do you want to eat? I'll go to the kitchen and get it for you. Having slept for so long and recovering from her illness, Su Qingwan's body and mind were in a state of emptiness, and she took a moment to respond. Yuan, worried, asked, You aren't brain damaged, are you? With that, she waved her hand in front of Su Qingwan's face. Who are you? Su Qingwan sat up, leaning against the headboard, looking at Yuan in a daze. Yuan was utterly alarmed, slapping her thigh in distress. Oh no. Your clever mind has gone awry. Whatever shall we do? Tears welled in her eyes, threatening to spill. Su Qingwan reached out and embraced Yuan, playfully teasing. I was just joking. Yuan lightly smacked her shoulder, exclaiming, You nearly scare me to death. Do you realize you had a fever of 40 degrees? If it weren't for Mr. Yi providing us with medicine, you could have perished. Su Qingwan was taken aback, asking, Why would he give us medicine? I begged him. Yuan replied earnestly, promising to offer my body once he recovered. She looked at Su Qingwan seriously. You don't hold that against me, do you? Su Qingwan chuckled lightly, unfazed. Look at me with my disposition. Isn't it a good thing that a man wants me? I was merely teasing you because you tricked me first. It was Yisun who said that once we have money, we should repay him. You fell ill and spent a few hundred on medicine, but it's difficult to leave the mountains. Mr. Yi personally went out, costing him 50,000. Su Qingwan's expression darkened. Is he robbing us? Yuan acknowledged the steep price, but life was paramount. Everything else was trivial. Thus, we must strive to earn money, or else we may have no choice but to offer ourselves. She winked playfully at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan nodded in agreement. Illness strikes like a mountain, but recovery is like pulling silk. Upon awakening, Su Qingwan felt no discomfort. By noon, she accompanied Yuan downstairs for a meal. Passing by Li, he gestured towards the dining table, catching Su Qingwan's attention. Haven't you been sick for 5 days, missing work? What do you think should be your punishment? Lilieska. Su Qingwan replied, brotherly, I was foolish to run away. I discovered numerous vulnerabilities in our park surveillance and security. I am willing to rectify these issues as compensation for my absence. How will you fix it? Lily raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Brother Li, please send someone to assist me. I only need half a day to deliver satisfactory results. It's not something I can explain in just a few words. Lily glanced at the silent Yi-sun, who was eating nearby. Yi-sun, keep an eye on her. If she tries to escape, I will climb into your bed tonight. You're handsome enough, so it wouldn't be a loss for me. Yi-sun continued to eat gracefully, offering no response. Lily, accustomed to Yi-sun's indifference, gestured for Su Qingwan to step aside. As she rejoined the queue for food, she found herself alongside Fu Kuei, who was just ahead of her, leering at her with his beady eyes. Ugly creature, your skin is fair, but too bad I didn't get to you that day. A man behind Su Qingwan shouted, Fu Kuei, you coward. If you like her, just make a move. If you don't publicly take her tonight, I'll lose all respect for you. In this place, the women were few, while men numbered in the thousands. In a man's world, aside from power and wealth, only women remained. The crowd began to chant, Fu Kuei. Her face may be unattractive, but her figure is truly remarkable. Su Qingwan recognized the repulsive nature of these men. She remembered how Zhang Chang had assaulted Yuan Yuan at the dining table, confirming their depraved tendencies. They truly intended to do despicable things. Surveying her surroundings, she was met with grotesque, twisted faces, making her feel nauseous. Fu Kuei, is that really what you desire? She asked calmly. Yes, very much so. Yi Sun braved the storm to fetch medicine for you. Do you know how treacherous the mountain roads are? He must cherish you deeply. You must possess some irresistible allure that makes him addicted. Just one taste, and he one tea forget. Just as chapter 15 began, a clear, commanding voice cut through the noise. Come here. The tone was particularly refined amidst the clamor of the dining hall. Everyone turned to see Yi Sun standing beside Li Li, his piercing gaze fixed on Su Qingwan. Without hesitation, she rushed to Yi Sun's side. Mr. Yi, from today onward, you shall move into my room. Su Qingwan paused, then readily agreed. All right. Yi Sun and Li Li shared a room, and neither was particularly virtuous. However, compared to the other filthy men who only sought to possess her, these two were somewhat better. Besides, Yi Sun was undeniably handsome, more so than any man she had ever encountered. Moving into Yi Sun's room felt far less daunting than the alternative of being assaulted by others. Li Li shot Yi Sun a knowing glance. You've finally come to your senses, though your taste leaves much to be desired. With that, he strolled away, whistling with his hands in his pockets. Su Qingwan stood obediently before Yi Sun, unable to meet his gaze. I'm hungry, she murmured, staring at her toes. After 5 days of illness, Yuan Yuan had only provided her with sustenance to survive. Now that she was well, she was ravenous. Yi Sun addressed the kitchen staff. From today onward, her 3 meals will be charged to my account. Su Qingwan nodded eagerly, rushing to get her food. This time, no one dared to tease or touch her. The feeling of relying on a strong protector was rather pleasant. While getting her meal, she received the finest food and an apple. Having not eaten fruit in ages, she walked over to Yuan Yuan and shared half the apple with her. Yuan Yuan bit into the apple, exclaiming, Mr. Yi is so handsome. The way a man swipes his card for a woman is just so charming, incredibly sexy. Su Qingwan lowered her head, devouring her meal without responding. Before she could take more than a few bites, Yuan Yuan tugged at her arm, urging, Wan Wan, we need to leave. Su Qingwan had no time to react before an unknown substance drenched her. She looked up to see Fu Kuei's twisted face, eyes wide with malice. You wretched girl. Don't think that just because you've latched onto Yi Sun, I can't deal with you. If I can't have you, I will make your life miserable. Wiping the soup from her face with her sleeve, Su Qingwan's anger simmered just beneath the surface when Fu Kuei was suddenly kicked away. He had been standing opposite Su Qingwan at the dining table, but the force of the kick sent him crashing over the table, landing painfully on the one across from him. He barely managed to stifle a cry of pain. Su Qingwan stared in shock at Yi Sun, who had moved with the agility of a leopard, effortlessly leaping over a 70-centimeter table. He stood over the fallen Fu Kuei, pressing his foot onto his chest. You dare touch my person? Fu Kuei clutched Yi Sun's leg, struggling to speak. Sun Ge, I was wrong. Please spare me. Su Qingwan could hear the injury in Fu Kuei's voice. Go apologize to Miss Su. Yi Sun removed his foot from Fu Kuei's chest. Fu Kuei scrambled to Su Qingwan's feet, bowing reverently. Miss Su, I was wrong. I should not have harbored inappropriate thoughts about you, nor should I have struck you. Please forgive me. I will serve you like a horse, do anything you ask. I beg you to pardon me. He repeatedly knocked his head against the floor, the sound echoing. Before long, a large bump formed on his forehead. Su Qingwan coldly regarded him, counting silently in her mind. 50, 80. Just before reaching 100, Fu Kuei began to convulse and collapsed, unconscious. Li Li, concerned that Fu Kuei might truly be dead, approached Su Qingwan. Miss Su, he has apologized. Let us consider this matter settled. Fu Kuei was a skilled fraudster, capable of generating hundreds of thousands, if not millions, for Li Li each month. So he was determined to protect him. Su Qingwan understood her standing well. She had yet to prove herself, and thus, her position was inferior to that of Fu Kuei. Recognizing the need for moderation, Su Qingwan maintained her composure. Brother Li, it was my folly that caused this trouble. Please forgive me. Lili chuckled, Litosu. You're improving rapidly. I have high hopes for you. He commanded the kitchen to send a meal for Su Qingwan and ordered the others to carry Fu Kuei back to his room. As Fu Kuei was lifted away, he cast a resentful glance at Su Qingwan, clearly aware that she had not forgiven him, and he feigned unconsciousness to escape. Everyone was tacitly aware of the unspoken agreement surrounding these events. As lunch continued, Yuan quietly remarked, Mr. Ye's earlier move was executed with such fluidity and precision. He is undoubtedly a seasoned practitioner. Who exactly is he? Zhang Chang replied. He is Brother Li's savior. 2 years ago, Brother Li was nearly captured, and it was Yi Sun who rescued him. Since then, Brother Li has kept him close as a bodyguard. In the afternoon, Su Qingwan began her work, transforming the surveillance and electrical systems of the park. Yi Sun accompanied her, standing at the wall's edge with his arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently upon her. That look mirrored the piercing eyes that had watched her in the darkness. Mr. Yi, thank you for saving me, Su Qingwan expressed. Yi Sun remained silent, observing that he didn't even respond to Li. She naturally had no hope for a reply from him. I heard you work as Brother Li's bodyguard. Someone like you. Why would you willingly come to a place like this? Why would someone like Miss Su come to a place like this? Yi Sun's silence was suddenly broken with astonishing clarity. Su Qingwan found herself at a loss for words. After a long afternoon of labor, dusk was approaching, and she finally completed her tasks. Standing before Yi Sun, she gazed into his deep eyes. Do you really want me to move into your room? Yes. I'm dirty and smelly, she said, glancing down at her clothes, which still bore remnants of the soup she'd spilled earlier. I'll take you to buy some clothes, Yi Sun declared, turning to leave. Just as Su Qingwan intended to follow, Lili arrived, a cigarette in hand, accompanied by several subordinates. I came to see Miss Su's work this afternoon. Su Qingwan pointed to the camera above. I modified this into an infrared thermal camera. Any movement within its range will trigger an alarm. She then gestured to the barbed wire atop the wall. Before she could explain further, a mouse suddenly poked its head in from outside, only to be instantly fried upon contact with the wire. Su Qingwan needed no further explanation. I escaped through here last time. Now, not even a mouse can get out. Lili was so astonished that he dropped his cigarette. Damn, this is the legendary Godzilla electric fence. It's a Tesla coil, Su Qingwan corrected him. Lili draped an arm around Su Qingwan's shoulder. Miss Su, you truly are talented. The most dangerous part is our electrical room. If someone cuts the power, all our efforts will be in vain. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. So I plan to install one of these outside the electrical room as well. Su Qingwan knew precisely what Li desired and immediately provided it. Satisfied, Lili slung an arm around Yi Sun's shoulder and the other around Su Qingwan's. Brother Yi, your eye for talent is commendable. Although Miss Su may not be the prettiest, she is immensely capable. Tonight, in bed, you must ensure she is well taken care of. If we can achieve 1 billion in performance this year, I can move to District 2, and I'll take you along. This was the second time Su Qingwan had heard of District 2. Zhang Chang wished to go, Lili wished to go, and everyone aspired to reach that destination, the goal of their struggles in the Northern Myanmar park. Yet, Su Qingwan had no desire to go. She understood that the more glamorous a place appeared, the darker it truly was. Moreover, she yearned to escape. Her previous attempt had been impulsive and lacking in strategy. The next time she would succeed without fail. Yi Sun took Su Qingwan to buy clothes. The park, repurposed from a prison, had all necessary amenities despite its modest size. Behind the prison was a courtyard of several hundred square meters, featuring a barber shop, a small supermarket, and a clothing store. Su Qingwan was taken aback. How is there a store here? They're run by families sent from above. Yi Sun explained, pointing to one of the clothing stores. This one, the so-called clothing store, merely had a freshly painted white wall, with simple garments hanging inside, devoid of any price tags. Su Qingwan directly inquired of the owner, which clothes are the cheapest? She was aware that making a profit here was challenging. She could not afford to spend Yi Sun's money frivolously. The owner, a local, spoke in a dialect that Su Qingwan could not comprehend. In the end, Yi Sun selected a casual outfit for her and instructed her to try it on. As Su Qingwan entered the dark fitting room with the clothes, she was just about to change when the curtain at the back was suddenly pulled aside. revealing a shadowy figure. Ah! Su Qingwan gasped in shock, clutching her body. At that moment, Yi Sun entered, swiftly enveloping her in his arms, draping a warm coat over her shoulders. The female owner followed, chattering incessantly about something. "Get out!" Yi Sun commanded firmly. The female owner dragged the man out. Still trembling in Yi Sun's embrace, Su Qingwan, overwhelmed with tension, clutched his clothing tightly, her nails digging into his chest and drawing blood. The metallic scent of blood made her realize her grip, and she quickly released him, creating distance between them. In her flustered state, the coat slipped from her shoulders, leaving her exposed before Yi Sun. In a panic, she turned her back to him. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Yi Sun's gaze fell upon her slender back, hidden beneath her long hair, delicate, with a waist that could be encircled by a single hand. Her hips were perfectly rounded, her legs long and straight, her skin smooth and fair, tinged with a hint of blush, alluring yet not vulgar, enchanting yet pure. She resembled a celestial being, untouched by the filth of the world, even while struggling in the mire. Anyone harboring impure thoughts towards her would tarnish her sanctity. Yi Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing. Su Qingwan sensed his penetrating gaze and felt utterly flustered. "Mr. Yi, could you please step outside? I need a change." The figure behind her remained unmoved, causing her to swallow nervously. Her legs felt weak, nearly giving way beneath her. Su Qingwan dared not turn around, nor could she speak further, let alone bend down to retrieve the coat that had fallen to the ground. She merely trembled incessantly. It was only when she heard the sound of Yi Sun turning to leave that she exhaled in relief, hurriedly changing into the clothes. As she exited, she avoided looking at Yi Sun, the mirror, or even caring if the outfit fitted properly. For someone who had spent days exposed before others, simply having clothes to cover her was the greatest reward. "Mr. Yi, I'm ready," she announced upon reaching him. Let us go." Yi Sun walked ahead, and Su Qingwan followed. As they exited, she noticed the man who had previously emerged from the fitting room, now with a bloody nose. The female owner was dabbing at it with a tissue, leaving him with a face smeared in blood. A closer look revealed that his nose seemed crooked. Did he fall? Su Qingwan dared not dwell on it, merely trailing closely behind Yi Sun. "Mr. Yi, I will repay you for the clothes." Yi Sun paused, looking back at her. Last time, the medicine was 52,000. Today's clothing is 200. You owe me a total of 54,000. How you plan to repay that? "Mr. Yi, you've miscalculated. The escape fee was 50,000, the medicine 200, and the clothes 200, totaling 50,400, not 52. Was it possible that someone as handsome as Yi Sun struggled with arithmetic? Was his math taught by a language arts teacher? The price you mentioned is my cost price. I also need to make a profit." Considering that her life had been saved by him, Su Qingwan dared not express any resentment. "I will work hard to earn money. Then until you earn, you will make my bed and fold my blankets as interest," Yi Sun commanded. All right. The fact that he didn't demand her to accompany him to bed was already a great relief. "Are you afraid of me?" Yi Sun observed the woman who kept her head down, too shy to meet his gaze, his brows slightly furrowed. "And no. Su Qingwan stammered, had anxiety evident." Yi Sun grasped her hand, pushing her against the corner wall, gently brushing aside the hair from her forehead. A stunningly beautiful face was revealed. Su Qingwan's features were cool and refined, yet her eyes held an alluring charm, reminiscent of a fox with an enchanting allure. Under Yi Sun's sharp gaze, she felt an overwhelming nervousness, her throat tightening. "Mr. Yi, you've lost weight," Yi Sun remarked before releasing her, turning to leave. Su Qingwan stood frozen for a moment, utterly terrified, merely to ascertain whether she was plump or slender. Upon her return, her first course of action was to change rooms. Without any belongings, she merely collected the unfinished medication and bid farewell to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan grasped her hand, earnestly advising her to attend to Mr. Yi diligently, to heed his every command without resistance. For serving him was far preferable to serving Yuan Yuan's words trailed off, yet Su Qingwan understood all too well. To be in Mr. Ye's bed was infinitely better than being with those wretches. Su Qingwan nodded in agreement. When Zhang Chang returned and noticed Su Qingwan preparing to leave, a sense of reluctance washed over him. "You've slept in my room for so long, yet I've not touched you. How can you leave now?" Yuan Yuan's expression changed instantly. "Changgu." Zhang Chang struck Yuan Yuan across the face, silencing her. You dare speak? I'll toss you into the room of those perverts, where you'll wish for death. Su Qingwan stepped in front of Yuan, asserting, if you must strike someone, let it be me, but do not harm Yuan. Zhang Chong smirked wickedly. You are now Mr. Ye's possession. Who would dare strike you? Here's the deal. After all I've done to protect you, even during your dire moments, if you wish to leave, grant me one night, and I shall make no further demands. Shameless, Yuan seethed in anger. Zhang Chong paid her no mind, his gaze fixated on Su Qingwan. And what if I refuse? Su Qingwan challenged, doubting Zhang Chong would dare to force her. Refuse? Then you shall strip down and walk straight to Mr. Ye's room, and we shall consider it settled. Zhang Chong swung open the door, arms crossed, leaning against the frame, watching Su Qingwan with a predatory gaze. The other men in the room began to chant, strip, strip, strip. Chapter 17. No one can tempt me. Su Qingwan leaned against the wall, her complexion pale, her fists clenched beneath her sleeves. She knew she would never win in a fight, especially with Yuan needing to survive under Zhang Chong's thumb. She resolved to leave no escape route for herself, but she would ensure Yuan had one. Unable to bear it any longer, Yuan pleaded, Changgu, what do you want? I will serve you. Just please do not make things difficult for Wan. Zhang Chong scoffed, dare say another word, and I will throw you into that room. Those inside are monsters, and I shall make your life a living hell. Yuan immediately covered her mouth, silenced by fear. Zhang Chong's gaze fixated on Su Qingwan's figure, captivated upon first sight. I'll grant you 1 minute to contemplate your decision. His tone dripped with feigned benevolence. For any other woman, compliance might be the only option. But Su Qingwan was no ordinary woman. She was someone willing to flee, fully aware of the consequences, even if it meant risking broken bones and skinning. How could she easily yield? With her chin held high, she declared, I choose to strip and walk out. As she grasped the hem of her casual wear, poised to undress, Mr. Ye's voice pierced through the air. Haven't you finished packing? Su Qingwan swiftly gathered her belongings and dashed out. I'm done. Mr. Ye cast a cold glance at Zhang Chong at the door, his expression icy, and departed without uttering a word. Zhang Chong shivered involuntarily, sensing that Mr. Ye's gaze bore the weight of 1,000 threats, as though he had violated his wife. Trailing behind Mr. Yi, Su Qingwan whispered, Mr. Yi, may I request Yuan to move into our room? Mr. Yi offered no response. His room, furnished with 2 bunk beds, housed only 2 individuals. The beds were superior to those in other rooms, neat and pristine. A small round table hosted a flourishing pothose plant. Mr. Yi pointed to the upper bunk, instructing, you will sleep here. Su Qingwan placed her belongings on the bed, then gazed at him with pleading eyes. Yuan is suffering in that room. Please help her. Mr. Yi, hands in his pockets, leaned against the bed with a nonchalant, icy demeanor. No. Desperation welled within Su Qingwan, threatening tears. She understood Mr. Yi's nature. He wouldn't lend assistance without ulterior motives. Now, stripped of wealth, all she possessed was her body. Upon agreeing to move in, she recognized her role. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to take a bold step. Slowly wrapping her arms around Mr. Yi, she rose on tiptoe, attempting to plant a kiss on his lips. His lips, as cold as his demeanor, bore no warmth. After a prolonged kiss, still unyielding, she resorted to gently nibbling. Her tongue sought entrance, only to be met by his teeth. Anxiety and tension surged within her. Sweat trickling down her forehead, her eyes reddening. Mr. Yi, please help me. I beg you. Her breath was fragrant, her eyes alluring, her voice soft enough to drive any witness to madness. Yet Mr. Yi remained as indifferent as ever. Miss Su, unless I willingly succumb, no one can entice me. He pushed her away. You ought to contemplate how to fulfill your obligations and survive before discussing other matters. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Su Qingwan collapsed onto the bed, wiping away her sweat with her sleeve. Mr. Yi claimed she could not tempt him, yet during that moment in Li Li's office, he had clearly shown signs of affection. Or was it merely an act? Since that day, he had begun to take notice of her. What did he truly desire from her? As evening approached, Li Li summoned the 5 new recruits for a reprimand. Today marks the last day of the month. The target for newcomers is 50,000. Only you 2 remain unfulfilled. According to the rules, 1 finger must be severed. Choose which one. Su Qingwan had already lost 2 fingers, and without treatment, they had healed improperly, leaving them grotesque. The agony of severed digits was an experience she wished never to endure again. The man beside her declared, "I'll call my family for money." Lily handed him a phone, arms akimbo, awaiting his call. The man cried to his family, explaining he had been deceived into Northern Myanmar, threatening to sever a finger if they didn't send money. His family promptly transferred 50,000. Lily patted the man's shoulder, satisfied. "Well done." Then, he approached Su Qingwan. "In your performance? Here, no one cared whether you showed up for work or if you were ill. Results were all that mattered." Without hesitation, Su Qingwan replied, "I have my own funds. Can I transfer?" Having worked for many years, leading teams and managing projects, she had amassed some savings. This knowledge had emboldened her to promise $1 million in sales next month. If she couldn't achieve it, she would draw from her own account. In Su Qingwan's view, as long as she could survive and return, money could always be regained. Lily chuckled. "Who would have thought our Miss Su is quite the little heiress?" Transfer away. Su Qingwan received her phone and attempted to transfer funds via online banking, only to be alerted that her account had been frozen due to inactivity over the past month. She froze in shock. Damn it. She had nearly forgotten that the domestic crackdown on fraud was severe. Any lapse in banking activity could lead to restrictions or freezes. Having been stranded in Northern Myanmar for a month, a sudden transfer of 50,000 would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Lily observed her pale complexion, snatching the phone to inspect it. What will you do now, high achiever?" Su Qingwan gazed at her severed fingers, her heart racing with fear. Yuan advised 1-1. "Call your family. At this point, don't worry about pride." Su Qingwan managed a bitter smile. "But I have no family." Her father was a gambler and alcoholic, while her mother had succumbed to domestic abuse and taken her own life shortly after marrying him. From then on, she became a wild child, scavenging in the streets, competing with stray dogs and cats for scraps. Eventually, she was discovered by Madame Su, who, seeing her plight, took her in, providing her with a life of luxury, the best education, and growing up alongside Li Jintian as childhood friends. She had usurped Su Lin's position, enjoying everything that belonged to her. Su Qingwan had always been grateful to the Su family and vowed to repay them with her remaining years. Later, when Su Lin returned, she devoted herself wholeheartedly. Whenever were permitted, she would personally escort Su Lin to and from school, braving storms and winds. She complied with Su Lin's every whim, fulfilling her every request. Without the Su family, she would not be who she was today. She might have met the same tragic fate as her mother, who had been beaten to death by her father. Now, with Su Lin in her life, her bond with the Su family could never return to its former warmth. Moreover, when Li Jintian left, he mentioned leaving her in Northern Myanmar, which was also the Su family's intention. She knew that calling back would yield no benefit. A sense of anguish enveloped Su Qingwan, yet tears had long since dried up. Having been shed the night, she buried her heart alongside the serpent. Yuan noticed her distress and suggested, "Why not call a friend?" After years of striving in the industry, all of Su Qingwan's acquaintances were friends of Li Jintian. Their social circles intertwined. There were always those who would offer a helping hand in times of prosperity, but none would extend a lifeline in times of need. Once her project launched, Li Jintian's company stocks would soar. He was a titan in the field, and who would dare to defy his wishes to lend her money? Even a mere 50,000 was not enough to cover a single meal for those people. Ultimately, she could only think of Li Jintian. If she could borrow the money to save her fingers, what was a little humility in return? Chapter 18. Let us break up when Li Jintian picked up the phone. The sounds of passion echoed from the other end. "Tiange, I like you so much, you're amazing." Su Lin's sultry voice was alluring, more so than the leading ladies in Risku films. Su Qingwan's brow furrowed, her eyes stinging, on the verge of tears yet unable to cry. She pressed the receiver tightly against her ear, fearful that those around her would discover her embarrassing situation. "Mr. Li, this is Su Qingwan." "Sister." Solin exclaimed. "Tiange is my sister." Her breathy tone mingled with a hint of grievance, as if resenting Su Qingwan for interrupting their intimate moment. The commotion continued, the bed creaking violently as Su Lin's ecstatic sounds pierced through Su Qingwan's eardrums. With a hand pressed to her chest, Su Qingwan felt the scar beneath her skin, a remnant of the bullet she had taken for Li Jintian. At that moment, it felt as though the scar had been ripped open, a fresh bullet lodged within, exploding in her chest, fracturing her insides. After a long pause, Li Jintian's icy voice came through. What's the matter? Mr. Li, could you lend me 50,000? I will transfer it back to you. Su Qingwan struggled to maintain her composure. This man was not worth her hysteria, nor did he deserve to see her emotions unravel. Su Qingwan, how long do you intend to make a scene? Do you think your absence would bring my company to its knees? The world keeps turning, with or without anyone. Her eyes stung with tears, each breath a reminder of her pain. On the day Li Jintian confessed his feelings, he had held her close, saying, Wan, I would die without you. Please don't reject me, and don't look at any other man. I would be driven to madness with jealousy. Yet now, he spoke such words. It was not that he had changed. His love remained fervent, merely redirected. No, more accurately, Li Jintian had never truly redirected his affections. He had merely viewed her as a substitute for Su Lin. Li Jintian, our relationship ends here. A cold chuckle emanated from his side. Go ahead and act out. If you have the guts, never come back. With that, he hung up decisively. Su Qingwan managed a bitter smile. Never return. Did he not know where she was? Could she even return? She dialed her parents' number, determined to try regardless of the outcome. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before it was finally answered. Before she could speak, a barrage of reprimands fell upon her. Wan, you've gone too far. No matter how jealous you are of your sister, you cannot deceive her into going to Northern Myanmar. Growing up in the countryside, she had known little of the world, let alone traveled abroad. Northern Myanmar was a hellish place. How could she have committed such an act? Madam Su whipped. All these years, I treated you like my own daughter, held you in my palm, giving you only the best, and yet you repay me with such cruelty towards my daughter. How could you be so heartless? I would be better off raising a dog. At least a dog knows how to show gratitude, unlike you. The bitterness of betrayal tasted more painful than death. Mom, I didn't Wan. At this point, do you still wish to argue? You are simply resentful that Lin likes Jin Tian, and you have sought to harm her. Had we not adopted you, you would have perished long ago. What harm would have been to let Jin Tian go to Lin? Mom, I've broken up with Li Jintian. He has nothing to do with me now. Madam Su's anger only intensified. So you mean Lin picked up what you discarded? Su Qingwan, you should reflect on your actions. If you continue with this attitude, don't bother returning home. I want to let my affection for you, my adopted daughter, cause Lin distress or risk her life. With that, Madam Su hung up, offering Su Qingwan no chance for explanation. Those who are favored are always right. Perhaps it was a culmination of disappointments, or perhaps she had long been prepared for this moment. This time, the pain was not as excruciating as before. It was fate, it seemed. Su Qingwan glanced at her fingers. Perhaps another should be severed. She vowed to herself that this would be the last time she would lose a finger, and she would take better care of them in the future. She handed her phone to Li and raised her hand. Do it. Li we slept, picking up a hammer from the table. As Su Qingwan gazed at the rusted iron hammer, fear gripped her, and her face turned pale. Instinctively, she stepped back, only to be caught by Li, who pressed her hand down onto the table. Miss Su, don't blame Brother Li. It's the rule. If I let you off today, tomorrow others will come with requests. You still have several fingers left. Once we're done, it's over. The implication was clear. If her hands were ruined, she could no longer type or engage in fraudulent calls, rendering her worthless, and thus she could perish. Su Qingwan watched the hammer rise, turning her face away and biting her lip, bracing for the impending pain. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a voice like that of a celestial being rang out. I will cover her. Lili lowered the hammer and turned to smile at Yisun. Brother, this woman isn't worth the price. Su Qingwan promptly rushed behind Yisun, trembling in fear. Without further ado, Yisun transferred 50,000 to the park's account. Li, having received the money, beamed with delight as he fixed his gaze on Su Qingwan, hidden behind Yisun. Next month, if you fail to meet your targets, we'll settle old and new debts together. Lili grasped the hammer and brought it down hard on the table, creating a resounding crash. The stainless steel surface was dented with a massive hole, sending shivers through everyone present. Once again, Su Qingwan owed Yisun 50,000, along with the previous 54,000, totaling 104,000. She was now unable to transfer a single cent, nor did she have the courage to speak of repayment. Mr. Yi, I will work diligently to repay you. Let's see how it goes first. Yisun tossed out the words and departed. Su Qingwan knew she had survived this ordeal. Her body, which had been holding on, finally succumbed, and she collapsed to the floor. Yuan quickly caught her. Wan, your ex-boyfriend is truly despicable. He lured you to Northern Myanmar, and he rolling in bed with another woman. How could he not be cut off? You all heard that? Su Qingwan looked at Yuan in disbelief. Yeah, the phone was on speaker. Didn't he notice? Yuan, filled with sympathy, spoke through gritted teeth, as if she could devour Li Jintian whole. Su Qingwan had been so absorbed in the call that she hadn't realized it had been on speaker, likely having accidentally touched the button while dialing. No wonder Li's amusement had been so evident. Su Qingwan had been tortured by these people to the point of losing all dignity. In the depths of her heart, her most profound secrets lay bare for all to see, enveloped by shame and embarrassment. She closed her eyes, attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions within. It is all right. At least she is alive. To be alive is to possess hope, Su Qingwan reassured herself. By the time she finished work that evening, it was already 10:30. Everyone was weary, not merely from physical exhaustion, but from the weight of psychological fatigue. With fewer girls around, there was no need to queue for a shower like the men. She finished her bath and returned to her room. Yi-sun was already reclining on the bed, engrossed in a book. His shirt was loosely buttoned, revealing glimpses of his well-defined chest muscles. His inverted triangle physique, long legs, and elegant demeanor were a sight to behold. This man was extraordinarily handsome, his face sculpted with an aristocratic allure, akin to a fallen angel from the heavens. Wherever he was, even in the darkest abyss, there was an aura of light surrounding him. What are you looking at? Yi-sun inquired without lifting his gaze. You have abs, Su Qingwan blurted out. No, what book are you reading? Chapter 19. The desire to touch abs, Su Qingwan swore she merely wished to inquire about his reading material. Yi-sun placed the book against his chest and looked up at her. Without needing him to say a word, she promptly sat at the edge of the bed and began to massage his legs. Mr. Yi, I understand. No need for you to speak. Su Qingwan was not boasting. Her massage skills rivaled those of professionals. Li Jintian often worked late, suffering from headaches and poor neck and back health due to prolonged computer use. Su Qingwan had dedicated a year to studying acupressure techniques, never anticipating that it would serve her well in catering to her benefactor. Do you need me to massage your back? With sparkling eyes, she gazed expectantly at Yi-sun, though she was genuinely fearful of displeasing him. Once she left the sanctuary that was Yi-sun, she feared she might not survive. Are you hoping to give me a massage, or to touch my abs? Yi-sun asked lazily as he propped himself against the headboard, studying her. Su Qingwan felt mortified. I only want massage. Well then, go ahead. Slowly leaning closer, she placed her hands on his abdomen. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the defined muscles beneath, akin to small stones. The moment her fingers made contact, the muscles twitched slightly. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand. I've started. I'm lying down. You come to me, Yi-sun said, resting his hands behind his head, his gaze fixed on her. Su Qingwan pushed aside any scandalous thoughts his words might evoke and resumed her massage, her fingers skillfully applying the right amount of pressure, though the fabric hindered her effectiveness. Should I remove your shirt? Yi-sun chuckled. The choice is yours. Do as you please. She proceeded to unbutton his shirt, revealing his robust male physique before her eyes. His sun-kissed skin bore numerous faint scars scattered artlessly across his well-toned muscles, creating a dangerously alluring appearance. The definition of his chest and the 8-pack abs were breathtaking. Su Qingwan swallowed hard, unsure of how to proceed. Not willing? Yi-sun's voice remained cool and devoid of emotion. I am willing, she replied, placing her hands on his abs and expertly massaging him. How does that feel? Lighter or firmer? Su Qingwan's fingers glided along his V-line, the sensation exquisite. Massaging such a figure was a visual feast. This is sufficient. Yi-sun resumed reading his book. After half an hour, her hands grew tired, yet she dared not cease. Just as she contemplated a reason to stop, the door swung open. Lili entered, accompanied by a woman. Upon witnessing the intimate scene, he chuckled. Brother, is this it? You're quick on a draw. Su Qingwan immediately halted, standing to greet. Hello, boss. Lili approached her, scrutinizing the half of her face concealed by her bangs. Miss Su, with this demeanor, only my brother could appreciate you. Stay out of my sight, all right? Su Qingwan nadid fervently, retreating to sit at the edge of Yi-sun's bed, becoming a mere shadow. The woman beside Lili cast a glance at Yi-sun, her eyes sparkling. Brother Sun, your physique is remarkable. Lili pilaifuli semekut herbakside. He is not interested in you. The woman, twisting her slender waist, stood before Su Qingwan, extending her hand. Hello. Em Wang Xiangs. As they shook hands, Su Qingwan mused on the beauty of the name. Thousand Mountains, Evening Snow. In truth, Wang Qinxue was quite ordinary in appearance, lacking any striking features. If one were to be critical, they would find no flaws. It surprised Su Qingwan that someone as discerning as Li Li would choose someone so unremarkable. She had been so preoccupied with her own escape that she had overlooked this character. No wonder Yi Sun opposed Yuan moving in. There was barely any room left in this abode. Wang Qinxue beamed at the praise. Su Qingwan was entranced. Wang Qinshue's smile was seductive, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. If one were to choose a word to describe her, it would be vixen, a siren luring men to her charm. Wang Qinxue, noticing Su Qingwan's astonishment, smiled even more radiantly. A fortune teller once said my name foretells a life of sorrow. What do you think, Miss Su? Thousand Mountains, Evening Snow. Who do you seek in solitude? Speaks of the wild geese, symbols of loyalty. Those faithful will receive divine favor. Wang Qinxue turned to Li Li and remarked brotherly. Miss Su clearly is a gifted student. Her words are profound. Are you God? Do you favor me? Li Li pulled Wang Qinxue into his embrace, his hands beginning to wander inappropriately. Don't squeeze, it hurts, she protested. Li Li disregarded her pleas, roughly pressing his lips against hers. You desire my favor, and now you have it. Wang Qinxue emitted sounds of both pleasure and pain, a captivating mix. Su Qingwan stood frozen, her mind short-circuiting as she watched the two entwined. Like wild beasts, unashamed and oblivious to their surroundings. Suddenly, Li Li lifted his gaze to Su Qingwan, his expression predatory. It seemed he might leap upon her in the next instant, overtaken by primal instincts. Fearful, Su Qingwan trembled, wanting to flee but paralyzed by anxiety. In that moment, a hand covered her eyes, and she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Do you enjoy this? Yi Sun's chest pressed against her back, and she could distinctly feel the rhythm of his heartbeat. I didn't mean to. I thought you wanted I don't want to, she hastily replied. Really? Yi Sun's voice lowered, his breath warm against her ear, rendering her ears flushed. I don't want to, she affirmed resolutely. Yi Sun then released her. Tell me when you do. Confused, she mumbled in agreement. Go to sleep now. Yi Sun lightly tapped her waist. Startled, Su Qingwan sprang up too quickly, colliding with the upper bunk. In the ensuing pain, she fell onto Yi Sun, her hands pressing against his chest, their lips nearly touching. Their eyes locked, and she felt utterly mortified. Su Qingwan scrambled to rise, but he ensnared her waist again, pulling her back down to him. Embracing me, are we? Yi Sun's piercing gaze fell upon her chest. Su Qingwan, realizing her position, noticed her neckline had slipped, revealing more than intended. Quite lovely, Yi Sun remarked objectively. Her face flushed crimson. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry. Could you please let go of my waist? She attempted to wriggle free, yearning to escape his grasp. Don't move, Yi Sun chided, playfully swatting her backside. The sound was faint, yet Su Qingwan yelped in surprise. Having never experienced such a thing before, she was taken aback by how much it stung. Unbeknownst to her, the sound she inadvertently emitted was sweetly delicate, akin to a gentle blade, each note captivating the heart. From the adjacent bed, Li Li, engaged in a rather vigorous activity, let out a furious shout. Chapter 20. Yi Sun is a coveted gem instantly. Su Qingwan felt a rush of embarrassment, wishing to disappear. Please, don't hit, she stammered. Yi Sun released her slender waist, suggesting she should go to sleep. All right, she replied cautiously, extending her legs to the edge of the bed. Just as she was about to descend, her foot slipped upon a slippery object that had been carelessly discarded from the neighboring bed, causing her to tumble once more. However, this time, instead of a collision, her chest pressed against his, their heartbeats intertwining. Startled, Su Qingwan looked up at Yi Sun, whose gaze was profound, and his Adam's apple moved sensually. Not planning to leave? She hesitated. If you desire it, just say so. There is no need for this game of cat and mouse. Yi Sun wrapped his arms around her waist, abruptly flipping her onto the bed. His eyes glinted with a predatory intensity, as if he meant to engulf her. Su Qingwan swallowed nervously. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I merely slipped. But your body suggests otherwise, he asserted, his eyes burning into hers. Su Qingwan felt her senses dull, her breath in disarray. Mr. Yi, spare me. I am not prepared. Yi Sun chuckled softly. I merely wish to retrieve my button. Where did your thoughts wander? He reached to pluck a button from her chest, placing it in her palm. So back on for me by tomorrow. Her face flushed crimson, akin to a boiled shrimp, mortified to the core. All right, she managed, clutching the button, rigidly lying in his embrace, too timid to move. Yi-sun gazed into her sparkling eyes for what felt like an eternity before finally releasing her. Climbing to the upper bunk, Su Qingwan lay there, her heart racing. Did Yi-sun truly desire her? No, that was impossible. He was as frigid as ice, devoid of any earthly desires. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. The commotion from the adjacent bed intensified as the night wore on. The bed creaked under the strain until the early hours. Amidst the cacophony of labored breaths, Su Qingwan occasionally caught the sound of Yi-sun's steady breathing. How would he possibly sleep through this? It wasn't until the early hours, when the ruckus next door subsided, that she finally managed to drift off. However, it felt as though she had barely closed her eyes when the thunderous snoring jolted her awake. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered the source of the noise was from the neighboring bed. A glance at the lower bunk revealed Yi-sun, unchanged in his position. Su Qingwan was increasingly perplexed. He was truly an enigma. The following day, having endured a sleepless night, Su Qingwan rose early, reaching for Yi-sun's blanket before he had fully awakened. Just as her hand approached, her wrist was seized firmly by him. With eyes now sharp and fierce, he initially glared at her before recognizing her presence, his expression softening. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "Mr. Yi, I was making your bed. It is part of my duties." Only then did he release her, pulling her into his embrace to steal a few more moments of sleep. The single bed was cramped, with Su Qingwan pressed closely against him, her heart racing, making sleep impossible. Yi-sun, appearing genuinely asleep, lengthened his breaths until it was finally time to rise. "Good morning, Miss Su," he greeted, releasing her. "Good morning," she replied, sitting up to make the bed. Lily strolled over, stretching lazily before scrutinizing the two of them for several seconds before giving the bed a kick. "I said we were quite lively last night. How could you two sleep through it?" Lily, perplexed, and Su Qingwan, equally bewildered, could not fathom how Yi-sun managed to sleep. He ignored Lily's jibe and headed for the washroom. As a perfectionist, Su Qingwan insisted on making the bed without a single wrinkle. Wang Qinshue, arms crossed, leaned against the bed, observing her every move. "Your man is quite the specimen. Why not try to entice him?" Su Qingwan awkwardly laughed. "You mean Mr. Yi? He's not my man." Wang Qinshue raised her chin defiantly. "Yi-sun is a coveted treasure. Every woman in this place fancies him. If you don't seize the opportunity, someone else will claim your spot soon." Wang Qinshue linked her arm with Su Qingwan's as they walked outside. "Here, everyone is the same. We are all the lowest of the low. Don't think yourself so noble. Surviving is a feat, and sometimes you must bow your head." This sentiment had been echoed by Yuan and Su Qingwan countless times. "I have always acted this way," Su Qingwan replied, feeling as though her life was already as miserable as it could be. "Is that what you call bowing your head? You're practically announcing to the world that you refuse to comply, that you wish to flee, that you wish to fight. Do you understand what it means to truly bow your head?" Su Qingwan shook her head. Wang Qinshue leaned in closer, whispering, "Men, they think with their lower halves. If you cater to that, nothing else matters." Su Yinggan's cheeks flushed. "I lack experience. I'll teach you, Menador." Su Qingwan listened intently, not out of genuine interest, but because she understood that despite Yi-sun's apparent disinterest in women, he was still a man. It was impossible for him to be entirely devoid of desire. Learning this could be advantageous. Should the need arise, she would be prepared. If she were cast aside, it would be disastrous. As they approached the bathroom, they crossed paths with Yi-sun exiting. Wang Qinshue waved at him. "Brother Sun, I just taught one a thing or two. She is quite diligent. You can assess her progress tonight." Su Qingwan wished to cover Wang Qinshue's mouth, but it was too late. Meeting Yi-sun's probing gaze, her embarrassment peaked. "Mr. Yi, Yi-sun approached her slowly, a slight smile gracing his lips. "If you wish to learn, I shall teach you tonight." With that, he turned and walked away. Su Qingwan's face burned with humiliation. Wang Qinshue, covering her mouth, watched Yi-sun's retreating figure, exclaiming. Brother Sun smiled. She shook Su Qingwan's arm excitedly. "Did you see that?" He smiled, more handsome than even Panin. "My goodness, I feel weak in knees." Only then did Su Qingwan realize that he had indeed smiled. Exceedingly charming. After cleaning up, she waited for Wang Qinshue to finish her makeup. "Yi-sun is unlike anyone here. It seems he doesn't partake in the work." Where does his wealth come from? Wang Qinshue's eyes lit up at the mention of Yi Sun. I suspect he is a rich second-generation heir. When he first arrived, he wore limited edition high fashion. The entire outfit cost a fortune. Wang Qinshu elaborated animatedly. He also had a limited edition Rolex, reportedly worth over $1 million. Su Qingwan was increasingly perplexed. Why would such a wealthy young master come here? She had previously heard it was to rescue Li Li, a narrative she found hard to believe. Only a fool would abandon the beautiful world outside for this place. What happened to his watch? I'm not seeing him wear it. Perhaps he gifted it to the girl he fancied. Wang Qinshu speculated enviously. And where's that girl? Su Qingwan asked, skeptical. She has gone home, of course. Wang Qinshu replied dismissively. This place is a one-way street. Few can afford to redeem themselves like Li Jin with $1 billion to spare. If $1 billion isn't enough, then $10 billion will do. In this world, there is no problem that money can't solve. If there is, it simply means the funds are insufficient. Wang Qinshu finished her makeup, smiling at Su Qingwan. She is dead. That watch was buried with her. Su Qingwan was stunned. Had Yi Sun failed to protect her? What had led to her demise? She was an undercover agent, sent to get close to Brother Sun to steal Li Ji's documents, and was caught red-handed. Su Qingwan could hardly fathom the fate that awaited that girl. Wang Qinshu meticulously recounted the incident. After capturing her, they subjected her to various tortures, including the removal of her fingernails and toenails, electric shocks, water torture, and sexual assault. Ultimately, her limbs were severed, transforming her into a living corpse. Yet she remained silent about her accomplices. Her head was displayed at the entrance for a month, devoured by flies, until only bones remained. The image flooded Su Qingwan's mind, causing her stomach to churn painfully. She covered her mouth and rushed to the toilet to vomit. In the morning, her stomach was empty and nothing came out. Wang Qinshu handed her a tissue. So, don't run away or entertain any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, no matter who favors you, they won't be able to save you. Su Qingwan wept. Qinshu, you go ahead and eat. I need a moment. In her current state, she simply couldn't eat. Okay, hurry down. Wang Qinshu walked away in her high heels. Su Qingwan sat weakly on the floor, her mind consumed by that haunting image. And she leaned over the toilet to vomit again. By the time she descended, breakfast had already passed. Today was the first of the month, the day of the collective meeting. Everyone gathered in the open space to listen to Li Li commend those who had performed well last month. Those who excelled had the privilege to request a night of companionship. Women could choose their preferred men, and men could choose their favored women. In Li Li's words, God treats everyone equally. When it was Fu Kuei's turn, he squinted his small eyes, scanning the girls in the crowd. His gaze eventually landed on Su Qingwan. I want Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan's heart sank. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, she had still been singled out. She understood that Fu Kuei's choice was a personal vendetta. Tonight, she would have to go to his room, and even if she survived, she would surely suffer greatly. Su Qingwan hurriedly searched for Yi Sun's figure. Spotting him standing in the crowd, arms crossed, staring at the stage, his expression unchanged, as if everything happening had nothing to do with him. Instinctively, she wanted to approach him, but was held back by Wang Qinshu. This is the rule. No one can break it. Seeking him is futile. At that moment, Fu Kuei made a vulgar gesture towards Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan, my waist is said to be legendary. It will leave you wanting more. He licked his lips, sending chills down her spine. What should she do? Panic almost made her cry, her mind racing for a way to navigate this predicament. Ultimately, she could only place her hopes on Yi Sun. Once the meeting concluded, Su Qingwan rushed to Yi Sun. Mr. Yi, please help me. I don't want to go. Yi Sun leaned casually against a tree, one hand in his pocket, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Beg me? Yes, I beg you. Su Qingwan replied earnestly. Yi Sun seemed amused, his gaze lingering on her lips, filled with curiosity and playful ambiguity. Su Qingwan felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. I can serve you. I lack experience, so please guide me. Compared to being tormented by Fu Kuei, staying with Yi Sun felt like paradise. What was shame compared to survival? I only want a kiss, and yet you demand this. Yi Sun approached her, running his fingers through her dark hair, teasing. Have you learned to be naughty? Su Qingwan felt mortified. Once Yi Sun walked away, she suddenly remembered he hadn't agreed to help her yet. Yet, his demeanor did not suggest he would refuse. Men were as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Returning to her post, Yuan leaned in with concern. So, did Mr. Yi agree to help? I don't know. Su Qingwan was utterly perplexed. Yuan was on the verge of tears. What should we do? That scoundrel Fu Kuei made it clear on our first day that he wanted both of us. You've crossed him. If he gets his hands on you, it will be hell. Su Qingwan stared at her computer screen, recalling the moments spent locked up with the mad dogs. She had managed to kill so many of them. Surely, taking down Fu Kuei wouldn't be too difficult. Yuan shuddered at the coldness in Su Qingwan's eyes. Wan, please don't look at me like that. It's too frightening. Su Qingwan snapped back to reality. Don't worry, I have a plan. She logged into her previous QQ account, and the person named Wang Bai was online. Upon seeing her come online, he immediately bombarded her with messages. Baby, are you alright? Is your family pressuring you? You haven't been online for so long. I'm so worried about you. Su Qingwan taiped rapidly. My brother is forcing me to marry an old man. I ran away on my wedding night, and now can't go home. I sleep in a bridge hole and scavenge for food. I'm so hungry, brother. Dying. Wang Bai cursed Su Qingwan's family. She continued, brother, my phone is about to run out of money, and I'll be unreachable. Along with her message, she sent a crying emoji. Wang Bai, feeling pity for her, transferred 5,000 yuan. Used this to stay in a hotel and buy some food. This was Su Qingwan's first time deceiving someone for money. As she watched the fund arrive, she closed her eyes. She had engaged in this filthy act. She had committed the most despicable of deeds. She had exploited someone's kindness, deceiving their feelings and finances. Su Qingwan knew that by taking this step, she had become a criminal, a pest in this world. Her life was over. Covering her face, she wept silently for her lost integrity. Lily appeared from nowhere, standing behind her, gently patting her shoulder. Everyone must go through this. It's a good beginning. With the first 5,000, there will be 50,000, 500,000, 5 million. Lily grasped her hands and placed them on the keyboard. Continue. This god is a potential asset. Our goal is to drain every drop from him. A woman must know how to extract from a man. Su Qingwan's heart resisted, yet her hands could not stop. She continued to interact with Wang Bai, chatting with a dozen others who requested pictures. Su Qingwan searched online for some alluring, enticing photos to send. Before she knew it, it was lunchtime, and she followed Yuan to queue. Fu Kuei cut in line, standing behind Su Qingwan, and suddenly embraced her. Su Qingwan screamed in fright, desperately trying to pry his hands off her. His kiss landed on her neck, breath quickening. I can't hold back any longer. I want you now. Disgusted, Su Qingwan struggled fiercely, shouting, Let me go, you disgusting man. Yuan hurried to help, but was restrained by Zhang Chong. This is the rule. Break it, and you'll pay the price. Chapter 22. Entangled with Yi Sun in that moment of desperation, Fu Kuei's hand lunged toward Su Qingwan's chest. Acting instinctively, she bit down hard on Fu Kuei's hand. He yelped in pain, loosening his grip, and she bolted away, colliding into a sturdy embrace. I'm sorry, she exclaimed, attempting to flee, but her waist was caught by a powerful arm, pulling her back against a familiar male form. The clean scent of masculinity filled her senses. It was Yi Sun. Seeing her savior, Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around Yi Sun's waist. Mr. Yi, save me. Fu Kuei's voice followed like a specter, bitch. You think you can run after biting me? He lunged forward, grabbing Su Qingwan's hair, only to have Yi Sun seize his wrist. Fu Kuei, I can offer you compensation. Fu Kuei shrugged off Yi Sun's grip with a disdainful laugh. I want nothing but Su Qingwan. Are you suggesting you offer yourself as compensation? I have no interest in backdoor dealings. Initially, Fu Kuei had been infatuated with the stunning Yuan, but settled for Su Qingwan after being spurned. His resentment grew when Su Qingwan rejected him, and he was humiliated by Yi Sun in front of everyone. Now that he had achieved results, he had the opportunity to choose any woman in the entire area. Though he could have selected another, he insisted on picking Su Qingwan for the sake of revenge. Yi Sun had been in this area for some years. He was Li's brother. Moreover, due to his usual lack of interaction with others and his primary responsibility for procurement, he often found himself called upon to assist with purchases. Coupled with his formidable prowess in combat, few dared to provoke him. The current remarks made by Fu Kuei were an immense affront to any man's dignity, causing those around to feel a sense of trepidation on his behalf. Unfazed by the danger, Fu Kuei seized Su Qingwan's arm, declaring, This woman is my reward, and the rules of the district cannot be broken by anyone. Su Qingwan clung desperately to Yi Sun's waist, refusing to go with Fu Kuei. Mr. Yi, please don't hand me over to him. I will perish. Fu Kuei's face reddened with humiliation at her rejection, causing him to erupt in profanity. You should consider it a blessing that I, a man of stature, have taken notice of you, you hideous creature. I do not disdain you, yet you dare to disdain me. Today, I shall make you suffer beneath me. With that, he forcefully yanked Su Qingwan forward. No! Su Qingwan, frail in build, nearly lost her grip on Yi Sun's clothing. In that moment, Yi Sun sprang into action, delivering a harsh kick to Fu Kuei. Known for his ruthless strikes, Yi Sun sent Fu Kuei sprawling to the ground. He swiftly moved to pull Su Qingwan aside, then dashed back to Fu Kuei, not allowing him a moment to recover before stomping down on his groin. Fu Kuei's scream pierced the air. He instinctively covered his vulnerable area, but Yi Sun offered no mercy, swiftly dislocating his arms with a sharp twist. Another cry escaped Fu Kuei's lips, sending a shiver through Su Qingwan's heart. In full view of the onlookers, Yi Sun raised his foot and delivered another brutal kick to Fu Kuei's most sensitive region. Blood stained Fu Kuei's beige trousers, a clear sign of his ruin. It was evident to all that Fu Kuei was finished. He would never again know the touch of a woman. The men present instinctively crossed their legs, feeling an acute empathy for the pain Fu Kuei was enduring, despite it not being inflicted upon them. Fu Kuei's cries for mercy went unheard as Yi Sun pressed his foot firmly against his chest, his gaze sharp as a blade. Indeed, there are rules in this district. You were the top performer last month, and you had the privilege to choose any woman for the night. Now, you must make your selection. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. What manner of justice is it to lay waste to a man and then remind him of his options? Yi Sun was indeed a living embodiment of retribution. Fu Kuei, trembling at the fierce glint in Yi Sun's eyes, realized that unless he acknowledged his wrongdoing, he might well meet his demise at Yi Sun's hands. I was wrong. I shall no longer covet your woman. Please, spare me. Yi Sun not only maintained his grip, but increased the pressure, eliciting further cries of agony from Fu Kuei. It was then that Li Li emerged from the crowd, cautioning, Yi Sun, do not take it too far. He is the top performer. His implication was clear. While Fu Kuei could be crippled, he must not be killed, for his demise would mean a loss of income. Yi Sun withdrew his foot and produced a pristine handkerchief, offering it to Su Qingwan. Wipe off where he touched you. Su Qingwan accepted it, murmuring that she would go wash. After bathing twice, she emerged to find Yi Sun waiting at the door. You waited for me? She inquired, surprised. Yi Sun handed her a steamed bun and a piece of fruit, remarking, you hardly ate earlier. Holding the white bun and fruit, Su Qingwan felt a flicker of warmth in her heart, which had been frozen by her past experiences. Thank you. As Yi Sun turned to leave, he cast her a nonchalant glance. Why are you so kind to me? She pondered, sensing an ulterior motive behind his actions. Yi Sun glanced back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Did you not wish to demonstrate the skills you have learned? Su Qingwan's cheeks flashed crimson. Knight Sun's cold demeanor contrasted sharply with the seductive nature of his words, leaving her feeling inexplicably drawn to him. He was like a deity of the northern border, enigmatic and elusive, oscillating between icy and fervent, shrouded in mystery. Returning to work, she was met by Yuan, who eagerly engaged her in gossip. Mr. Yi is incredible. He has taken down Fu Kuei, completely shattering his ambitions. We're safe now. Yet, a smile did not grace Su Qingwan's lips. Her instincts warned her of Yi Sun's danger, urging her to keep her distance. However, she was left with no choice. Yi Sun was the only path available to her. Yuan, oblivious to Su Qingwan's unease, continued, so, did you and he, you know? Recalling the events of the previous night. Su Qingwan felt heat rise to her face. Yuan misinterpreted her silence, exclaiming, wow, was it intense? Your face is flushed. Su Qingwan coughed, denying it. No, we did not. Then when you first went to his room last night, he did not touch you. Is he truly that virtuous? Su Qingwan hastily covered Yuan's mouth, fearing the implications of her words. What are you worried about? He is not here. If he hears, so be it. Let me tell you, many robust men are lacking in that regard. I believe Mr. Yi is one of them. Before Su Qingwan could respond, Li Li's voice cut through from behind. Brother, even the women know you are inadequate. What will you do now? Su Qingwan whirled around to see Yi Sun and Li Li standing behind them, having arrived unbeknownst to her. Li Li's expression was one of malicious amusement as he regarded Su Qingwan. He held a grudge against her for the trouble she had caused Yi Sun, who had repeatedly clashed with Fu Kuei on her behalf. Fu Kuei was a lucrative asset. Should he perish, it would be a significant loss. Initially, Li had invested a considerable sum in Su Qingwan due to her academic prowess, but now, realizing her potential to bring calamity, he would not hesitate to cast her aside if she angered Yi Sun further. Yuan trembled, instinctively hiding behind Su Qingwan, who nervously met Yi Sun's gaze. "Forgive us. It was not our intention," they stammered, to which Yi Sun coolly replied, "Was it not deliberate?" With his hands in his pockets, he exuded an elegant demeanor, his expression icy and his eyes sharp as knives. Su Qingwan felt her legs weaken under his scrutinizing gaze. She could not shake the feeling that Yi Sun was capable of obliterating her existence with a mere flick of his wrist. "I did not," she protested, feeling the heat of embarrassment flush her cheeks. "Are you concerned for your future happiness?" Yi Sun's words cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Absolutely not," she retorted, wishing for a hole to hide in, feeling utterly humiliated. Yi Sun leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "If you desired something, why did you not voice it last night?" Su Qingwan felt mortified. She had no such desires. "Tonight, you may have another opportunity to express yourself," he said with a teasing smile before walking away. Yuan, nearly fainting, slumped into a chair. "What did Mr. Yi say to you?" "You are insatiably curious. Get back to work." That evening, after her shower, Su Qingwan returned to find Fu Kuei kneeling at their door. Startled, she instinctively recoiled. Fu Kuei, seeing her like a beacon of hope, grasped at her pant leg. Su Qingwan jumped back, alarmed. "What are you doing?" Fu Kuei wept. "Miss Su, I was wrong to harm you before. I am in so much pain. Please. I beg you for the medicine you did not finish. Otherwise, my wounds will become infected, and I will die." Previously, Yi Sun had purchased a plethora of expensive medications for Su Qingwan's injuries, much of which remained unused. The thought of giving those costly remedies to this wretch left her feeling conflicted. Seeing her hesitation, Fu Kuei hurriedly began to bow, his forehead striking the ground with a thud. After a few bows, he had bloodied himself, and Su Qingwan pressed her back against the wall, seeking an escape. But Fu Kuei blocked her path. "Fu Kuei, do you think I am a saint? Would I save one who wishes me harm?" He continued to plead. "Just help me this once, and I will serve you like a beast. I will give you my life. Your life holds no value to me. What I do with it?" Su Qingwan had never been a benevolent individual. In her past business battles alongside Li Jintian, countless had fallen into ruin. She had never felt compassion. It was a world of the strong prevailing over the weak, a survival of the fittest. With tears streaming down his face, Fu Kuei lamented. "Miss Su, I was wrong. I deserve to die. You possess a kind heart. You surely cannot bear to see me perish. I implore you, I will give you money. All my wealth is yours." Su Qingwan couldn't help but laugh at Fu Kuei's desperation. "Fu Kuei, if it weren't for Yi Sun's assistance, should I fall into your clutches? Would bowing before you secure my release?" Fu Kuei was momentarily taken aback by her question, but quickly replied, "I merely have feelings for you. I never intended to harm you." Su Qingwan scoffed, labeling him a hypocritical man. Unable to bear the situation any longer, she stood on tiptoe, opened the door, and stepped past Fu Kuei. Upon entering, she found Yi Sun leaning against the wall, dressed in black, with his hands tucked into his pockets and an enigmatic expression. Their eyes met, and Su Qingwan discerned a hint of amusement in Yi Sun's gaze. Rather than feeling relieved, she experienced a chilling sensation akin to encountering a smiling reaper. "Mr. Yi, why are you still awake?" she inquired, noting the late hour of 11 after their evening duties and bath. "I was waiting for you," he replied, striding purposefully to the edge of his bed, sitting down while crossing his legs and observing her with a bemused expression. Su Qingwan approached cautiously, asking, "Would you like a massage?" Yi Sun's gaze was teasing as he reminded her of her previous promise to serve him if he resolved her issues with Fu Kuei. Her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. I won't. Did you not learn from Wang Qinxue?" Yi Sun gazed at her with playful interest. "I did not master it. Such matters are too mortifying." Yet, she understood that her existence was now a mere trifle to Yi Sun. Failure to comply would result in her being cast aside. She recalled the look he had given her upon her entry, a clear indication of the fate awaiting unprotected women in this place. With a surge of determination, she sat beside Yi Sun, reaching to unfasten his belt. You are trembling, he commented, his voice laced with amusement. The silence in the room heightened her anxiety, and his deep, magnetic tone sent shivers through her. As she fumbled, her hand slipped, prompting an immediate tensing from Yi Sun. I apologize, it was unintentional. You are quite adept, he observed, amusement dancing in his eyes as he continued to watch her without taking further action. Su Qingwan felt her cheeks heat up, realizing they were already too far along to stop. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Mr. Yi, I wish to. Ye won't chocolate heartily, his shoulders shaking with laughter. This was the first time she had witnessed such genuine mirth from him, transforming his usually stern demeanor into that of a charming neighbor. Realizing she had been played, Su Qingwan stood. Mr. Yi, do you find amusement in toying with me? Indeed, he replied, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. It is quite entertaining. At a loss for words, she bent down to adjust his waistband, fastening his belt. Having been toyed with, she dared not express any dissatisfaction. When Li and Wang Qinxue returned, they were greeted by the sight of Su Qingwan adjusting Yi Sun's belt. Wan, how does the technique I taught you feel? Wang Qinxue asked. Su Qingwan, embarrassed, avoided eye contact with Yi Sun, replying, it feels fine. Li whistled. You two have progressed remarkably fast. I wanted to watch the show. Yi Sun pulled Su Qingwan onto his lap, kissing her softly on the corner of her mouth, whispering, You are delightful. Li interjecta. Brother, you have quite the taste. Look at your sister-in-law. She truly is a beauty, especially in bed, maintaining that exquisite expression. It's thrilling. Su Qingwan began to understand why Li engaged in late-night escapades. It was all for the sake of witnessing Wang Qinxue at her most beautiful. Clearly, there were no exceptions to the peculiarities of this place. Wang Qinxue observed Su Qingwan's demeanor, noting her uninjured lips and dry eyes. Yet her cheeks were flushed, as if she had been cherished. Yi Sun, with his blend of strength and tenderness, had a way of making her feel valued, and Su Qingwan found herself envious. Chapter 24. The kiss of a man. Su Qingwan felt a disquieting gaze from Wang Qinxue, but she dismissed it. In this realm, survival was paramount, and she sought only to protect herself. Yi Sun covered her eyes, questioning, Is this not enough? Who are you watching? Leaning against him, Su Qingwan replied, I'm not watching anyone. Then let us sleep. His hand shifted from her eyes to her chin, lifting her face as he descended for a fervent kiss. The kiss took her by surprise. She gasped as he invaded her mouth with ease. His expertise was disarming, as he tenderly explored every sensitive spot, leaving her utterly entranced. Su Qingwan had never fathomed that a man's kiss could possess such captivating power. It was intoxicating like a drug. Once tasted, she was ensnared, unable to escape. Soft, breathy sounds escaped her lips, enchanting and inviting, reverberating within the quiet room, stirring something primal within Yi Sun. Li, unable to contain himself, swore under his breath. That woman's voice is downright lethal. Grabbing Wang Qinxue, he seized her, taking her by surprise and claiming her fiercely. At that moment, Su Qingwan was oblivious to the world around her. Her mind was blank, her heart racing wildly. She felt as if she were drowning, deprived of breath, her strength sapped. When their kiss finally ended, Su Qingwan melted against Yi Sun, breathless. She thought she would be free, but he pulled her back, kissing her for a while longer before finally releasing her. All right, let us sleep. In a daze, she crawled back to her bed, her mind a chaotic swirl. The more she reflected on Yi Sun, the more she recognized the depth of his complexity. He was not governed by desire. Every action he took was deliberate and purposeful. That kiss, if not driven by lust, was undoubtedly a display meant for the benefit of their onlookers, an unspoken declaration of his protection over her. What exactly did he seek from her? Soon, she heard Yi Sun's steady breathing beside her, unfazed by the commotion in the adjacent room. It was only when the noise subsided that Su Qingwan finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Su Qingwan rose to tidy the bedding for Yi Sun. Wang Qinxue stood nearby, questioning, Wan, what did you do before? I worked with machinery. Su Qingwan replied succinctly. Machinery? Isn't that a boy's domain? Do you truly enjoy it? Wang Qinxue seemed perplexed by her interests. Passions know no gender, Su Qingwan remarked, struggling to smooth the sheets, realizing they were in need of washing. Did he touch you last night? Wang Qinxue suddenly redirected the conversation. What do you think? Su Qingwan stood, smiling at her. I believe not. Wang Qinxue took Su Qingwan by the hand, leading her to the door, pointing to the tallest tree beyond the courtyard wall. Do you see that? Yi Sun's beloved rests beneath that very tree, buried alongside his $1,000,000 watch, gazing at the flourishing tree, more robust than its surroundings. Su Qingwan felt a wave of realization wash over her. Qinxue, what exactly are you trying to convey? In the depths of the night, she sought the one he cherished, the pure and radiant Bai Yueguang, the empress of pure essence. She was merely a substitute, a mere shadow to his light. Do not let your heart sway, lest you find yourself gravely wounded, she was warned. Su Qingwan nodded in acknowledgement, grateful for the reminder. Do the inhabitants of this realm even possess the capacity for genuine emotion? Although she remained oblivious to Wang Qinshue's true motives, her words rang true. Love is not a game for the faint of heart, particularly in such a perilous environment. Yi Sun was akin to a venomous serpent, fraught with danger. She dared not entertain the notion of romance with him. Just so you know, Yi Sun will never fall for anyone, Wang Qinshuo reiterated, almost as if in soliloquy. Does his girlfriend resemble me in any way? Su Qingwan, ever concealing her face, neglected her appearance, her hair a disheveled mess, presenting herself in the least alluring manner. Wang Qinshuo scrutinized her for a moment before stating, I'm afraid I must speak candidly. Your appearance pales in comparison to hers. There is a chasm between you, akin to heaven and earth. Su Qingwan nodded, a sense of relief washing over her. Recently, she had formed a comfortable rapport with Wang Bai, managing to con Wang Bai out of 100,000 with the promise of compensating an older gentleman. She had assured him that once her current affairs were settled, she would meet him. Yet, half a month had passed, and her earnings amounted to a mere 100,005, a staggering shortfall from the million she had pledged in her letter of remorse. Sleepless nights plagued Su Qingwan, and when slumber did claim her, her dreams were haunted by feral dogs tearing at her flesh or serpents coiling around her. Each awakening was met with a rush of cold sweat and screams. Li Li, known for his foul temper, would awaken in fury, hurling objects at her. Are you trying to die by keeping me awake at this hour? He would bark. I'm sorry, brotherly, I was wrong. She would reply, her apology sincere. In the past, Li had merely scolded her out of consideration for Yi Sun. However, this night, Li Li's wrath was particularly fierce, unyielding. He commanded her to kneel beside his bed. If you refuse to sleep, then don't. But if you disturb my rest again, I'll throw you out for other men to deal with. Fear gripped Su Qingwan's heart, and she hastily complied, kneeling before Li Li's bed. In the darkness, Yi Sun's breathing remained steady, as if he had never awakened from his dreams. The following day, Wang Qinshuo rose to find Su Qingwan still kneeling. She hurried to assist her. Still kneeling? Your knees must be in pain. She turned to Li Li, her voice sultry. Brotherly, for my sake, spare Wan this once. Lili skufa, tasitli kun sading. Su Qingwan, having knelt all night, struggled to stand. Abruptly rising, her legs went numb, and she knelt once more. Wang Qinshuo propped her up. Are you all right? I'm fine, she assured, though compared to previous punishments, a night of kneeling felt trivial. When Yi Sun finally stirred, he did not spare a glance at Su Qingwan before exiting. Wang Qinshuo helped her to sit on Yi Sun's bed. See, he didn't even plead for you last night. You hold no place in his heart. Su Qingwan was acutely aware of her position in Yi Sun's world. In the eyes of the powerful, emotions were a luxury. Besides, she was no beloved figure, adored by all. If Yi Sun were to hold her in his thoughts, that would be a cause for concern. In this world, love without reason was a rarity, and when it did exist, it was often intertwined with ulterior motives. She and Yi Sun had nothing of the sort. The national day is upon us. We have 2 days off. I intend to venture out to shop, Wang Qinshuo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I last went out during the new year, merely purchasing cosmetics and clothing. This time, we shall stock up for the entire year. Do you have anything you desire? I'll bring it back for you. Su Qingwan, financially constrained, couldn't even afford a popsicle, let alone new clothes. May I join you? She seized the opportunity. After her previous escape attempt had failed, she had reflected deeply. The surrounding forest teemed with beasts. Escaping did not guarantee survival. If she wished to flee, she must first navigate beyond this forest. An opportunity was at hand. Sake ye wun se favor. You know I'm merely a plaything for brotherly, unworthy of deciding such monumental matters. Wang Qinshuo's word struck a chord. In this setting, venturing outside was an immense undertaking, one that necessitated Li Li's personal approval, and it was imperative to find someone he trusted implicitly, someone capable of returning safely. Li Li harbored disdain for Su Qingwan, ensuring she received no kindness from him. The only recourse was to beseech Yi Sun, but pleading was no simple task. It required more than just flattering words. What Su Qingwan could offer was nothing more than her body. If it meant gaining her freedom, what was the sacrifice of her modesty? That evening, Su Qingwan boldly approached Yi Sun's bed, offering him a massage. "Mr. Yi, tomorrow is a holiday. Would you take me out for some fun?" Her hands expertly applied pressure, her voice soft and inviting, laced with seduction. She changed the nature of her massage into something more intimate, whispering, "If you take me out, I'll give you everything." Yi Sun regarded her with indifference, unmoved by her advances. She understood that this man was emotionally frigid, difficult to sway. Leaning closer, she pressed her lips to his, pleading, "Please?" Yi Sun remained as unyielding as ice, his gaze devoid of warmth. Su Qingwan's lips grazed his jaw, then the vulnerable notch of his throat. Her trembling lips infused with the intoxicating scent of femininity. Yet, he remained a detached observer, coldly watching her efforts. In that moment, Su Qingwan felt like a jester, performing a one-woman show before a seasoned actor. But retreat was not an option. Failure to meet her monthly quota meant dire consequences. Her only path to survival lay in escaping. She pressed kisses along his collarbone, each one lingering on the buttons of his shirt. Anxiety dripped from her brow, and just as she prepared to go further, Yi Sun's voice cut through the tension. "You're too stiff. If you're unwilling, don't force it." Li Li and Wang Qinshue, observing from the adjacent bed, erupted in laughter. "Su Qingwan, are you on trial or making a sacrifice? You think such a remarkable man is unworthy of you?" What else with the reluctance? Su Qingwan wished she could strike herself in frustration. She had genuinely tried. She wanted to appease Yi Sun, but with two living witnesses watching her, how could she fully commit? Yi Sun swiftly pulled her onto his lap, and she fell against him. He grasped her chin, gazing into her doe-like eyes. "Didn't you learn anything from Miss Wang? Has your technique not improved?" Su Qingwan found herself unnerved under his intense scrutiny. "I'm sorry. Do you wish to escape?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, and she nodded eagerly. "Then show me some charm." Yi Sun's playful gaze seemed to convey that her charm needed to surpass her skills in pleasing men. Su Qingwan was not one to exhibit such softness in reality. Years spent with Li Jintian had molded her into a strong-willed woman. Yet, compared to the alternative of performing before her audience, this was far easier. She draped her arms around Yi Sun's neck, planting a kiss on his forehead. "Husband, husband." "Mua," she cooed, planting a kiss on his left cheek, then the right, and finally on his lips, each kiss resonating. "Husband, I want more. Can we do it again?" Her voice, soft and syrupy, dripped with allure. Before she could finish her serenade, Li Li's voice boomed from across the room. "You're quite the seductress. If you don't take her tonight, I'll lose all respect for you." Yi Sun's shoulders shook with suppressed laughter as he leaned down to press a kiss on Su Qingwan's rosy lips. "So you're this mischievous." Her cheeks burned crimson, and she asked, "Are you satisfied?" "Indeed. Will you take me out?" Su Qingwan's eyes widened in anticipation as she gazed at Yi Sun. "Yes." He nodded with certainty. Joy overwhelmed Su Qingwan, and she embraced Yi Sun, planting fervent kisses on his forehead, followed by his nose and lips, each kiss echoing with fervor. "Husband, you are truly wonderful," she exclaimed, radiating joy akin to that of a child, nearly bursting forth to dance. Night-Seek playfully smacked her backside, cautioning her to mind her head. Reminded of a previous incident where she had bumped her head, Su Qingwan instinctively cradled her head. "Well, I shall retire for the night," she declared, stepping out of bed and bidding good night to the two astonished individuals across from her. Wang Qinshue leaned against Li Li's shoulder, whispering, "Li Gu, don't you think they look like they're in love?" Li Li, still stirred by Su Qingwan's earlier playful antics, slid his hand into Wang Qinshue's clothing, suggesting, "Let us indulge in romance as well." The atmosphere soon became lively once more. That night, Su Qingwan miraculously fell into a deep slumber, blissfully unaware of the world outside. Much like Night-Seek. The following day, she awoke refreshed and accompanied Night-Seek and the others as they set out. This time, their party consisted of only 10 individuals, including the 4 from their room, along with Fu Kuei and Zhang Chong. After traversing the rugged mountain paths for quite some time, They finally spotted a bumpy dirt road where an old van was parked. As they boarded the vehicle, every passenger except Lily had their eyes covered. Su Qingwan and Knight Seek sat side by side, and from the moment the vehicle began to move, his fingers gently tapped the armrest, a soft rhythm that she instinctively mirrored to pass the time. 1, 2, 3, until they finally came to a halt after 2 hours and 5 minutes. Estimating the vehicle's speed, Su Qingwan deduced they were approximately 200 kilometers from mountains. The blindfolds can be removed. Lily's cheerful voice rang in Su Qingwan's ears. She lifted her blindfold and gazed out the window, discovering they had arrived at a large compound surrounded by high walls. Numerous armed bodyguards clad in camouflage stood watch, their muscular frames and dark skin suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Standing at the vehicle's door, Lily shouted, "Everyone get out. Once we enter, do not behave like naive country folk and embarrass yourselves. Maintain some decorum. Understand?" "Understood," Su Qingwan and the others replied in unison. Lily then pulled Wang Qinxue close, noticing her wearing a coat, and gallantly helped her remove it. Beneath, she wore a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her curves, causing a momentary jolt in Su Qingwan's heart as she feared they might escape their confines. Lily extended his elbow for Wang Qinxue to link her arm with his. As they disembarked, he cast a sidelong glance at Su Qingwan, remarking, "If you possessed her figure and charm, I might treat you better." Su Qingwan felt a shiver run down her spine. Wang Qinxue giggled, "Oh, stop it. My skills are merely average, Liga. I want the latest Chanel bag, along with dresses and clothes." "Of course, my dear. Whatever you desire, I shall procure for you." Su Qingwan noted a peculiar warmth in Li Li's demeanor that day. The group followed a guiding bodyguard through the grand entrance. The opulent DCOR rivaled that of a castle, with a spacious living room teeming with bodyguards in dark attire. A middle-aged foreign man sat on the sofa, his striking golden hair and piercing blue eyes reminiscent of twinkling stars. Chapter 26. The optimal moment for escape. The man was tall and athletic, with a well-defined physique suggesting he was accustomed to exercise. Lily approached him, bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Esteemed Mr. Klaus, greetings. I present to you our elite team to report on a year's worth of work." Klaus gestured for him to continue. "Lili Brumli produce a document. Here, you may review our team's annual performance. Each month's results are detailed." Klaus's icy gaze swept over the paper, his expression hardening. 300 million, below expectations. Lili's Lux Bukalat, and he felt his knees at Klaus's feet. "Sir, I have faithfully worshipped God daily. Surely he hears my pleas and will bless us with exceeding results this year. If we fail..." At that moment, Lili seemed at a loss for words, glancing back at Su Qingwan. "What do you think, Su Qingwan? What shall we do if we do not meet our targets?" In her eyes, Lili had transformed into a demon, and witnessing his subservience before Klaus, nearly kissing the ground in humility, filled her with dread. If even he feared Klaus, it signified that Klaus was far more formidable than any fiend. Su Qingwan maintained her composure, asserting, "Sir, should we fail to meet our performance targets this year, it would also reflect upon your oversight." Instantly, Lili appeared on the verge of fainting, and the others beside Su Qingwan were equally taken aback, nearly bowing in submission. Only Knight Seek remained steadfast. "Angwabrim bisaid Su Qingwan." Klaus cast a fleeting glance at Su Qingwan, dressed in loose athletic wear that seemed long overdue for a wash, bearing numerous stains. Her disheveled hair obscured half her face, with one eye peeking through, reminiscent of a ghost. He quickly diverted his gaze, as if to avoid tarnishing his esteemed blue eyes with her presence. "Speak," he commanded. Klaus embodied the calm authority of a superior, displaying a demeanor that was both inviting and intimidating. "Our failure to meet expectations is not solely due to our capabilities. Rather, it is the result of intermittent power and internet outages in the mountains. You are aware that often we are on the brink of achieving results, only to be thwarted by such interruptions. Our infrastructure is lacking. We are not omnipotent like the divine." Klaus chuckled softly. "You are the first to present demands to me." Indeed, if Klaus were to agree to provide them with a wired internet connection, Su Qingwan would not lose her way the next time she attempted to escape. Currently, the entire facility relied on wireless internet, which could falter in the mountains, though the situation was not as dire as she had described. "Lili, uikited, admonish Suingan." "Silence. Is lack of internet your excuse? We can overcome any obstacle, you know. You are akin to the pestilence described in the scrolls. How dare you speak to the sir in such a manner? Kneel and apologize. Klaus gestured. If the network is problematic, then rectify it. This year, I will approve 5 million for your internet expenses. Any excess is your responsibility. Lily hastily bowed. Yes, sir. Rest assured, we will fulfill our obligations. If we fail, I shall offer myself for your enjoyment. Klaus chuckled heartily. Begone. Lily promptly rolled on the ground twice, returning to the group. He then pulled Wang Qinxue forward, saying, Sir, it has been too long since I last saw Qinxue. I have missed you dearly. Wang Qinxue maintained a radiant smile, showcasing her best self. Sir, after a year apart, you remain as handsome and charming as ever. I have longed for you. Klaus remained indifferent to Wang Qinxue's flirtations, instructing, Go to your room and clean yourself up. Await me. Wang Qinxue feigned a sultry sigh. How vexing. She then ascended the stairs, her high heels clicking rhythmically. Once Lily had relayed their tasks, they departed, allowing the next group to take over. The villa, vast and reminiscent of a castle, bore a Western architectural style, echoing the elegance of a European palace. Lily possessed a spacious suite within, and upon entering, he collapsed onto the sofa, panting in exhaustion. He clasped his hands in prayer, thanking the divine for guiding him through this ordeal. Su Qingwan observed the scene with indifference. No matter how Lily endeavored to emulate the Western faith in God, he remained irrevocably marked by his roots. He was acutely aware that no one could be protected by God. Yi Sun led Su Qingwan into a room, closing and locking the door behind them. Su Qingwan watched as he undressed and entered the bathroom. She retrieved a nightgown from the wardrobe and moved to the door, listening to the sound of running water within. Mr. Yi, is that Mr. Klaus, our boss? Yes, came Yi Sun's voice, merging with the water sounds, creating an alluring haze. What place was this? It was so vast that Su Qingwan felt utterly disoriented, unable to discern if they were in the city or the outskirts. Nor could she hear any cars passing by outside. Suddenly, the door opened without warning, and Yi Sun stood before her, completely unclothed. This was the first time Su Qingwan had seen his body, long limbs and perfectly sculpted muscles, droplets of water tracing along his physique. This was the legendary sight of a handsome man emerging from a bath, a vision of sensuality. Su Qingwan's eyes widened, her hands trembling as she offered him the bathrobe. I want to know, will you tell me? No, Yi Sun replied, slipping into the robe, lying on the bed, and promptly falling asleep. Su Qingwan lingered at the bathroom door for a while before deciding to take a shower herself. The room was spacious, the thick carpet inviting her to lie down and sleep. Ever since she moved into Yi Sun's residence, the nightly disturbances caused by Li had deprived her of restful nights. Now, as she lay down, drowsiness overcame her. Turning to her side, she noticed a camera beneath the bed. Startled, she quickly scanned the room. Cameras were hidden under the wardrobe, on the walls, and even on the ceiling. In the underdeveloped region of Northern Myanmar, the presence of such advanced pinhole cameras revealed the terrifying level of security here. No wonder Yi Sun had been so reticent. Every action was under surveillance. Who would dare speak freely? She climbed up and lay beside Yi Sun, closing her eyes to sleep. Upon awakening, she found the room engulfed in darkness. Turning her head, she noticed moonlight filtering in through the window, but Yi Sun was nowhere to be found. Sitting up, she reached for the bedside switch, but the light did not illuminate. She tried repeatedly, confirming her fears. It was a power outage. Su Qingwan discreetly checked the camera, and indeed, it was in a state of shutdown. Suddenly alert, she slipped out of bed, quietly opened the door, and heard the sound of snoring emanating from other rooms. To avoid making noise, she padded barefoot across the living room, pulling open the door. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, the entire villa eerily silent, akin to a tomb. The most dangerous places are often the safest. Now was the perfect time to escape. As Su Qingwan crept down the corridor, she spotted the staircase and ascended without hesitation. She needed to reach the top floor to survey the escape route. If they were in the city, escaping this place would grant her freedom. Otherwise, she would have to wait a year for another opportunity. And in that year, survival was uncertain. Just as she made a few strides, she heard footsteps approaching. Sudden power outage in the middle of the night, and we have to fix the generator. I just fell asleep. I'm exhausted. Enough complaining, just get it fixed. If we delay anything, you know the consequences. The beam of a flashlight suddenly illuminated the corridor. Su Qingwan realized she had a long way to go up the stairs. and time was running out. In a panic, she darted to the opposite side of the corridor. Before she could run far, she overheard someone speaking in English. The backup power for the cameras has also stopped. Now the entire surveillance system is down. This must have been intentional. We need to inform Sir. She was surrounded. With no other option, Su Qingwan pushed open a door. Locking it behind her with a click, she quickly realized it was an electronic keypad lock. The presence of backup power meant the door hadn't been secured, implying someone was inside. Su Qingwan instinctively pressed against the door, holding her breath as she surveyed the surroundings. Bathed in moonlight, she discerned that this was a study. Endless rows of bookshelves stretched beyond her sight, and the floor-to-ceiling windows extended along the far wall, surpassing many libraries in size. A study is a place for secrets. Someone entering without closing the door was clearly intent on making a quick exit. It was obvious what was afoot. Realizing she had unwittingly stumbled into a trap, she turned to escape, only to find the door locked by a code. At that moment, the lights flickered on, illuminating the study in brilliance. In her moment of shock, a hand suddenly grasped her. Before she could scream, she was pulled into an embrace, a fervent kiss silencing her cries. The familiar scent of a man enveloped her, and she immediately recognized it was Yi-sun. Yi-sun lifted her effortlessly, positioning them beneath a camera, denying her any chance to speak as he kissed her fiercely. Just as Su Qingwan prepared to push him away, a voice shouted from the doorway. "Quick, someone has breached the study. Summon the Sir." In an instant, everything clicked into place. Yi-sun was attempting to exonerate himself in this manner. Yi-sun pulled back slightly, his breath ragged as he gazed into her eyes. "I like you." This declaration was aimed at the camera. His enchanting peach blossom eyes, filled with deep affection, were captivating. Su Qingwan gasped, her legs trembling with weakness, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck, her eyes conveying a message. "We can act." Yi-sun lowered his head, biting her lip gently, leaning close to her ear, ensuring their conversation remained unheard by the camera. "If the act doesn't pass muster, you can push me away now." Su Qingwan raised her chin, biting his earlobe. "You must take me away." Even in her naivety, she understood Yi-sun's purpose for being in the study. In the dead of night, with the power cut and all cameras disabled, he had come here with intentions far from casual. "Deal." Yi-sun swept her up, focusing solely on their objective. The door clicked open, and without thinking, Su Qingwan exclaimed, "No, I can't." Her back pressed against the towering shelves. They began to sway dangerously, at risk of toppling at any moment. Klaus's voice echoed from the entrance, "Finish up and come out." His cold words cut through the air like a poison blade, sending a shiver down Su Qingwan's spine. Yi-sun, fueled by the tension, became fervent, employing his strength with abandon. Initially, their actions were indeed performative, but as time passed, with countless eyes observing them, both lost control. Once it concluded, Yi-sun turned his back to the camera, adjusting her clothing. She dared not show any signs of distress, helping him with his attire. Once dressed, Yi-sun draped his coat over her shoulders, guiding her from behind the bookshelf. Klaus stood at the door, flanked by armed bodyguards, all aiming their weapons at them. A sea of red laser dots converged upon Su Qingwan and Yi-sun, ready to turn them into Swiss cheese at Klaus's command. Having grown up in a well-ordered homeland, Su Qingwan had never encountered such a scene, reminiscent of a film, and was rendered unsteady with fear. Yi-sun quickly steadied her. "This is not what you wanted. Now you're trembling." Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed, her head bowed as she obediently followed Yi-sun. Approaching Klaus, Yi-sun had yet to speak when a bodyguard suddenly struck, kicking him to the ground. Su Qingwan rushed forward to support Yi-sun, panic evident in her eyes as she looked to Klaus. "Sir, we didn't know what we did wrong. You're hurting my boyfriend." One of the bodyguards behind Klaus retorted. "You sneaked into the Sir's study. How did you know the code? Did you think you could perform a reality show in front of us and get away with it? Do you take us for fools?" "No, it just went dark suddenly, and I was scared of the dark. I pulled Yi-sun along to find someone to ask about the outage. I got lost in this huge place. It was my first time here, and the door was unlocked when we entered." Su Qingwan's high education was not without merit. In a world where truth is cloaked in lies, she knew precisely what to say. Klaus gestured for a search. Immediately, bodyguards stormed in to apprehend Su Qingwan and Yi-sun, meticulously searching them. Su Qingwan's heart raced. She dared not meet Yi-sun's gaze, fearing her eyes would betray her. Once the search concluded, the bodyguards reported to Klaus, "Sir, we found nothing." "Take them out," and execute them, Klaus commanded. As they were dragged out, they spotted Wang Qinshua, hurriedly approaching in a man's coat, barefoot and unadorned. Her swift movements unveiled her graceful form under the light. Su Qingwan glanced briefly before averting her gaze. Wang Qinshua reached Klaus, pleading, "Sir, this must be a misunderstanding. Please grant them a chance to prove their innocence." Klaus, with gallantry, adjusted Wang Qinshua's attire and replied, "Considering your commendable service to me, I shall grant them an opportunity. Prepare the lie detector." Su Qingwan and Yi Sun were led away for testing. Yi Sun was the first to sit before the array of intricate instruments. Connected to a professional polygraph expert, despite the tension, he exhibited an unsettling calmness, while Su Qingwan averted her eyes, anxious that her worry might be revealed. Who was Yi Sun? If he failed the test, would he face death? Surely, they both would. Chapter 28. To save her before the end, Su Qingwan's mind was a chaotic tangle as she helplessly watched the interrogator inject Yi Sun with an unknown substance. Likely a truth serum. Could Yi Sun endure it? There was no doubt she could not withstand such a drug. Yet, Yi Sun remained eerily composed, sitting there devoid of emotion. Moments later, he slumped forward onto the table as the questioning began. "What is your name?" "Yevun." "Where are you from?" "How old are you?" "Why did you come to the garden?" Yi Sun answered each query without hesitation. "You entered the master's study. What were you trying to steal?" "I did not know it was the master's study. My girlfriend is afraid of the dark. We merely stepped out to understand why the power went out and inadvertently wandered into the study." He echoed Su Qingwan's previous words to Klaus, verbatim. Klaus pointed at Su Qingwan, now interrogating her. Her heart quivered, but she concealed her fear. As she approached, she brushed past Yi Sun, their eyes locking, and in his gaze, she discerned a glimmer of amusement. For reasons unknown, her rapidly beating heart found calmness in that smile. She slowly took a seat, extending her hand for the lie detector. The interrogator produced a syringe. Unfamiliar with such devices, Su Qingwan flinched at the sight of the long needle. "Do not move," the interrogator barked. She nodded, biting her lip as the needle pierced her skin. The interrogator began administering the drug with little patience, quickly pushing a third of it into her. Initial pain gave way to numbness as the anesthetic took effect, rendering her arm devoid of sensation. Her mind went blank. Unable to think, her body unsteady. She could only wonder how Yi Sun managed to remain upright until the entire dosage was administered. Her eyelids grew heavy, and just as she felt herself slipping away, a voice outside shouted, "Sir, someone escaped through the dog hole in the backyard." Klaus glanced at Su Qingwan before continuing the interrogation, then turned to leave. Unable to hold on any longer, darkness enveloped her. When she awoke, she found herself cradled in Yi Sun's arms, who sat on the ground with eyes closed, breathing steadily. Aware he was not asleep, she grasped his shirt, asking, "Are you all right?" Recalling the earlier blow to his abdomen, she unfastened his shirt buttons, relieved to find no injuries. Weak and unable to sit upright, she leaned against him. "What did I just say?" "You said nothing at all." Yi Sun wrapped his arm around her waist, leaning down to kiss her earlobe. The warmth of his tongue against her skin sent a shiver through her. Su Qingwan clutched his shirt tightly, her cheeks flushed, involuntarily letting out a soft sound. "There is surveillance." Yi Sun's voice was barely a whisper, drowned out by her breaths. With eyes closed and lips parted, his kiss landed softly upon hers. He rolled over, pinning her to the floor, fingers entwining in her hair, his gaze burning with intensity. At that moment, the door swung open. It was Klaus's bodyguard, Mark, who stood aghast at the sight before him and uttered an expletive. "At this time, you two are still in the mood for this?" "Yevun liftet Su Qingwan, adjusting herkurutin." Seize the moment. Who knows what tomorrow holds? Mark paused, exclaiming, "Goodness, are people from your country always so optimistic?" Su Qingwan replied, "To die beneath the peony blossoms is to be a spirited ghost. If I am wrongfully accused to death, should I not enjoy myself before the end?" Mark was perplexed, questioning the connection between peonies and their current predicament. Yet he conceded her latter statement. "With your looks, how could he have chosen you?" Indeed, on the surface, Yi Sun was strikingly handsome, poised, and possessed all the qualities of a successful man, while she felt disheveled and plain, merely fortunate to be by his side. Mark pondered this, but could not comprehend the nuances of her words. He decided to cease his thoughts and commanded his men. "Follow me." Yi Sun held Su Qingwan close as they descended the stairs. In the grand hall, Hundreds had gathered. A filthy man lay in the center, trampled and sprawled on the ground. Perhaps aware of his impending demise, he screamed in despair, "You demons will meet your end." I almost escaped. I sought help. I even called the police. His cries echoed through the hall. Mark played a recording from the man's phone, capturing his frantic call for help. "Fool! Who told you to open the study door?" "I didn't tee. It wasn't me." The man pointed at Su Qingwan and Yi Sun, accusing them. "Your fingerprints are on the door. You can't deny it." Mark pressed the gun to the man's head, offering one last chance to speak. The man shook his head, insisting, "I don't know. I was just fleeing." Mark scoffed. "In that case, brothers, send him to meet his maker." A swarm of men surged forward, dragging the man away. In the courtyard stood a wooden cross. They produced long nails, pinning the man to the cross in a pose reminiscent of Jesus' suffering. As they hammered the nails into his flesh, his agonized screams pierced the air. Su Qingwan watched in horror as his body contorted in pain, unable to escape the torment. In a desperate bid to lessen his suffering, he bit off his tongue, blood spilling everywhere, yet he still clung to life. Under the weight of torture, he finally cried out, "I confess. I'm an undercover agent." Klaus gestured for Mark to halt. The man continued, "I secretly installed cameras on the study door several times. I memorized the Master S password when I saw him input it from the duty room. Tonight, with the power outage, I entered the Master S study and stole the addresses and lists from your entire garden." "Where's the list?" Mark brandished the nail, warning him to speak or face the consequences. "It's in my stomach." The man confessed, and Mark signaled for someone to don gloves and retrieve a knife for disembowelment. The man's shriek echoed once more in the night. Blood was drawn from the object and presented before Klaus. "Sir, it's a USB drive." Klaus recoiled in disgust, covering his mouth and nose with a pristine handkerchief, while his subordinates promptly removed the item. Mark pointed at Su Qingwan and Yi Sun, asking, "Are these two your accomplices?" "No," Su Qingwan replied. "When I entered the room, I overheard them whispering sweet nothings to each other. I intended to frame them to draw your attention, hoping to escape once I succeeded. Little did I know I would still be caught. Please, spare me this once. I promise I won't do it again." His face was streaked with tears and blood, a pitiful sight. Mark chuckled and holstered his gun. "You are free now." He gestured, and immediately someone brought gasoline, dousing the man with it. With a flick of a lighter, the flames roared to life, engulfing him in a fiery embrace. "Ah!" The man's screams pierced Su Qingwan's heart, causing her immense pain that rendered her unable to stand. Thankfully, Yi Sun held her waist tightly, providing her with much-needed support. The flames consumed him from the outside first, leaving his insides unharmed, prolonging his suffering. Gasoline was poured again, and it took several minutes before he finally succumbed. The stench of burning flesh mixed with gasoline created an unspeakable odor, causing many onlookers to retch violently. Su Qingwan remained motionless, her body rigid, her vision darkening as she fought the urge to faint. She feared that should she lose consciousness, she might awaken amidst the inferno, suffering unbearably. Mark turned to Klaus, pointing at Su Qingwan and Yi Sun. "What about these two? Kill them." A single word determined their fates. Lili rushed forward, exclaiming, "Sir, the dead informant just confessed to framing them. They are innocent." "Innocent? Who can say?" Mark raised his gun, aiming at Su Qingwan and Yi Sun. In an instant, they could become corpses. Su Qingwan inwardly sighed in relief, thinking at least it would be a swift death, sparing her prolonged agony. Wang Qinshu knelt by Klaus's feet. "Sir, they are truly not informants. They are in a romantic relationship. If they were informants, that man would never have betrayed his companions. Those people fear nothing, and even in death, they would protect their own. Please show them mercy." Lili joined in, "Yes, sir." This woman is a top scholar, and her partner ranks among the world's wealthiest. There's much to gain from her. Su Qingwan realized her opportunity had arrived. To be precise, he ranks 21st. Dongcheng's latest drone model is about to launch, and if I'm not mistaken, it should place Dongcheng in the top 20. Dongcheng's reputation was immense, primarily due to their intelligent products. In peaceful Asia, these products serve civilian purposes, but once exported to war-torn regions like the Middle East and Europe with slight modifications, they could be utilized for military applications. Their ability to carve a niche amidst numerous competitors was attributed to their reasonable pricing and guaranteed quality. This was Dongcheng's pride, and also Su Qingwan's trump card. Of course, this success was tied to their formidable CEO, yet the key figure remained herself. She was the chief engineer of intelligent research and development at Dongcheng. Upon hearing this, everyone stared at Su Qingwan in astonishment. A capable individual commands respect wherever they go. Thus, it was no wonder that Yi Sun found her appealing. In this world, beauty is fleeting. It is personal ability that solidifies one's standing and earns respect. Su Qingwan had always understood this principle, which is why she held herself to such high standards. She continued, I believe my value lies in my ability to persuade top talents. I could easily convince them to part with millions. Su Qingwan was exaggerating, perhaps even lying. Just recently, Li Jintian remarked that the world would continue to turn, regardless of anyone's absence. Yet, in her fight for survival, she had no other choice. A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Klaus's eyes. So, Chief Engineer, what brings you to Northern Myanmar? Su Qingwan mani David Teresmaid. I was set up by a rival. Klaus burst into laughter. When God created women, he often diminished their intellect. You've achieved such greatness, yet you still speak of love? Indeed, sir. For the first time, Su Qingwan found herself agreeing wholeheartedly with Klaus, a powerful figure in Northern Myanmar. Klaus stood and approached her. I admire those with true talent. If your team's performance ranks first across all parks next year, I will transfer you to the 2nd District. My son has a fondness for intelligent technology, and you should have much to discuss. Yes, sir, Su Qingwan nodded earnestly. Klaus departed with a cadre of bodyguards, while the onlookers began to disperse. Once back in their room, Lily raised his hand and struck her across the face. Having already suffered from the truth serum and shaken from the ordeal, she was utterly unprepared for the blow that sent her sprawling to the floor. Vile woman, you seduced my brother and nearly caused his death. Do you understand? Dazed and reeling, Su Qingwan struggled to rise, her vision swimming with stars and her ears ringing painfully. Li, still unsatisfied, lunged at her again. But this time, Yi Sun intervened. Brother, are you really defending this wretch? Don't you realize you nearly died because of her? It was not her fault. Yi Sun pushed Li aside and lifted Su Qingwan, striding into the room. The door slammed shut as Li continued to curse from outside. Bitch, ugly hag. Femme fatale, a harbinger of misfortune. Yi Sun laid Su Qingwan gently on the bed, but before he could settle beside her, he collapsed at the edge with a loud thud. Alarmed, Su Qingwan rushed to him, cradling his head. Yi Sun. She called his name repeatedly, but he did not respond. With many cameras around, she dared not utter a word or seek help. If Lily discovered that Yi Sun had collapsed, he would surely kill her. Desperate, she attempted to lift Yi Sun onto the bed, but found herself unable to, so she draped a blanket over him. After completing this task, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep beside him. She awoke to the sound of pounding on the door. Sitting up, she realized it was already bright outside. Yi Sun remained beside her, showing no signs of waking. Lily's voice called from outside, Brother, hurry up. We need to head out. Coming. Su Qingwan shouted to the buck. Shaking Ye Wun urgently. Ye Wun. After several attempts, he finally opened his eyes. What is it? Lily wants us to go out to buy something. Yi Sun sat up, his brow furrowing in discomfort. First, a shower. He stood and walked toward the bathroom. But after a few steps, he turned back and swept her into his arms, carrying her into the bathroom. The bathroom was devoid of cameras, though it was still under surveillance. Yi Sun placed her under the shower head, turning on the hot water, which cascaded down upon Su Qingwan, providing a long overdue cleansing. The warmth enveloped her, a soothing balm to her weary body. Yi Sun brushed aside the hair from her forehead, revealing her stunning visage. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with clarity, exuding an enchanting, classical Eastern beauty. With a perfectly sculpted nose and slightly parted lips, she exuded an alluring charm. Her fair skin glowed, and her gaze held a mixture of confusion and awakening, radiating an irresistible allure. Yi Sun's eyes reddened as he gazed at her, fixated, yet he refrained from advancing further. What is it? She asked, ready for his kiss. Yi Sun's body betrayed his feelings, and with their mutual openness, he had no secrets left to hide. Chapter 30. The will to live. Yi Sun embraced her tightly, lowering his head to caress her long hair. We hold the power now. No one can dictate our fate. Last night, thank you. Su Qingwan felt her cheeks flush. That incident in the study was merely a desperate act to preserve both their lives. She had not naively believed that Yi Sun had touched her out of affection. You promised me you would take me out. Yi Sun appeared like a beacon of hope in her despair. She realized that only by clinging to him could she survive. Yewon harbored countless secrets, Previously, after she had taken a truth serum and lost consciousness, what had she revealed? How had he managed to pass the lie detector test? The only explanation was that he had undergone professional training. Who exactly was he? The man before her seemed so close, yet felt as if they were separated by vast distances. For reasons unknown, Su Qingwan sensed that if she could only cling tightly to his leg, she could escape. Earlier, when Wang Qinxue had pleaded for them, her supplication had been so humble. Su Qingwan was entirely certain that Wang Qinxue was not pleading for her sake, but for Yi Sun. Did Wang Qinxue also understand that by clinging to Yi Sun, one could flee this den of despair? This thought instilled a sense of urgency within Su Qingwan. She felt that Yi Sun looked down upon her, and even her youthful beauty could not entice him. She was an exceptionally astute individual, aware of the principle of bartering. Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around Yi Sun's lean waist, resting her cheek against his chest, and planted a series of fervent kisses. "Mr. Yi, I am willing to do anything for you. Please do not abandon me." She lifted her head, gazing at Yi Sun with a pleading expression. Ye vun simidet genti, ruffled her hair, and exited, leaving her behind. Su Qingwan leaned against the cold tiles, tilting her head back and closing her eyes. She knew she must appear utterly unattractive, perhaps even laughable in Yi Sun's eyes. Yet she had no alternative. She had to survive. After bathing, Su Qingwan found that Yi Sun had already left the room. Her soiled clothes lay neatly on the bed, prepared by Yi Sun. After changing into her own attire, she emerged to find everyone gathered in the living room, all staring intently at her. Following last night's events, Lily harbored significant grievances against her and berated her upon sight. "You bring misfortune. If you cause me any more trouble, I will sever your limbs, gouge out your eyes, and cut out your tongue, turning you into a living corpse." Su Qingwan recognized that Li's threats were not mere bluster. Wang Qinxue had informed her that Yi Sun's former partner had met a similar fate. Sorry, brotherly, I promise I will not trouble you again." Lily shot her a look that communicated a sense of resignation. Meanwhile, Fu Kuei glared at her with an icy demeanor, resembling a specter in the shadows, exceptionally intimidating. After being rendered childless and not dying, he surely held Su Qingwan accountable for the debts he could not settle with Yi Sun. For now, she would evade him. If unable to do so, she would remain by Yi Sun's side, prioritizing her safety away from Fu Kuei. Their group consisted of Wang Qinxue and her. Today, Wang Qinxue donned a white dress that did not suit her. The color rendered her appearance somewhat lifeless. Moreover, her beauty was only evident when she smiled, making the white dress appear even more peculiar. Wang Qinxue approached Su Qingwan, taking her hand. "We are going shopping at the mall today. Accompany me." "All right." With everyone going, Su Qingwan felt she had no grounds to refuse. They boarded a private vehicle, accompanied by numerous armed bodyguards to prevent any attempts at escape. Upon arriving at the mall, Wang Qinxue was elated and began frantically trying on clothes. Su Qingwan sat on a nearby sofa, waiting. Wang Qinxue emerged in a new outfit. "Wan, what do you think of this?" The pale yellow dress exuded vitality, appearing playful and charming. "It looks lovely. Why aren't you trying on any clothes?" Wang Qinxue queried, only to realize, "Oh, you have no money, right? I'll buy you a dress. Choose whatever you like." "I don't need it, thank you." Accepting favors from others necessitates repaying kindness. Su Qingwan already owed Wang Qinxue a debt of gratitude for her previous plea. Accruing too many debts would only lead to repayment in kind, perhaps with her life. Wang Qinxue pouted, "But standing next to Brother Sun like this, you look too shabby." Su Qingwan glanced at herself. Her clothes were worn and unwashed for a long time, her hair resembling a bird's nest, akin to a vagabond. Had it not been for the armed guards, she would not have been permitted entry into the mall in such a state. "I'm not good at dressing up," Su Qingwan replied, her head bowed. Wang Qinxue leaned down, whispering in her ear, Wan, you wouldn't be so disheveled with your wealthy boyfriend, would you? It's no wonder you were dumped." Su Qingwan nodded. What did a few sarcastic remarks matter? The fact that she was still alive was the greatest blessing. Unable to provoke Su Qingwan, Wang Qinxue stood up, turning back to continue her search for outfits. Su Qingwan understood that Wang Qinxue likely had no personal achievements. Her shopping was entirely reliant on swiping the cards of wealthy patrons. This was her skill. Surviving in Northern Myanmar and living comfortably was no small feat. "Do you like beautiful clothes?" Ye wun sudendi ingwirit. Su Qingwan shook her head. The Su family had not deprived her over the years. Her needs were always met with the finest. After graduating, Li Jintian had also treated her well. She had always spent lavishly. Millions worth of gowns could have been used to carpet a room without exhausting her supply. Material possessions held no value in her eyes. Why not pick a few? Yi Sun suggested. Su Qingwan's eyes brightened. Will you buy them for me? MHM. With Yi Sun's affirmation, Su Qingwan became intrigued and decided to select a few items. Since her benefactor was willing to indulge her, she felt it essential to please him, ensuring her own happiness in return. Then I'll go choose a few. Su Qingwan stood up to browse. Northern Myanmar was no paradise in comparison to Beijing. Its economy lagged far behind. The top malls offered clothing styles that were outdated by several years. Accustomed to high fashion, Su Qingwan found little interest. Moreover, the crucial factor was that her attractiveness was merely a feast for others. It was wiser to remain low-key and less appealing for her safety. She casually selected 2 items. This will do. Isa nodded. I'll pick a few for you. He attentively selected several outfits for Su Qingwan without inquiring about her size, amassing over 10 pieces. Wang Qianxue emerged from the fitting room and was taken aback to see Yi Sun personally selecting clothes for Su Qingwan. She had known Yi Sun first, yet he had never bought her clothes. What charm did Su Qingwan possess? Brother Sun, I want some too, Wang Qianxue requested with a hint of grievance. Choose what you like. If you find something you fancy, I'll pay, Yi Sun replied. Wang Qianxue, elated, selected an expensive red dress and went to try it on for Yi Sun. How does it look? She had chosen a short red skirt that accentuated her figure, exuding charm with her smile. It looks wonderful, Yi Sun affirmed warmly. Wang Qianxue was ecstatic, then glanced at the conservative outfits Yi Sun had chosen for Su Qingwan. All knee-length and rather outdated. She felt a sense of balance within herself. Wan, it's the first time Brother Sun has bought me clothes. Don't be jealous. I mean no harm. Su Qingwan nodded in silence. She had long sensed Wang Qianxue's affection for Yi Sun. They were not rivals. There was no need to compete for a man. Furthermore, Su Qingwan simply wished to keep a low profile and avoid trouble, especially with Li. After Yi Sun settled the bill, he took Su Qingwan to buy skincare products. I don't really need this, do I? I'll get it for you, Yi Sun replied, requesting an array of skincare and makeup products sufficient for a year or 2. This revelation surprised Su Qingwan. She had thought Yi Sun was oblivious to women's needs, but he clearly understood them. Yi Sun then let her shop for jewelry. Do you see anything you like? Su Qingwan shook her head. I'm not interested in those. Then let us skip it. I need to use the restroom. Will you accompany me? Sure. Su Qingwan followed Yi Sun to the restroom entrance, flanked by 2 armed bodyguards. Yi Sun placed the bags of purchased items on the sink outside before pulling her inside. Once in a stall, they closed the door, their bodies naturally pressing together in the confined space. The slight friction elicited a soft moan from her. Night Sun emitted a low, seductive chuckle. Wait for me here. Su Qingwan gazed at him in bewilderment. Where are you going? Night Sun kissed her lips softly. You don't need to know. Su Qingwan grasped his hand, refusing to let him depart. I need to know. Just deliver the items, and I will return shortly. He reassured her, gently tousling her disheveled hair. Don't worry. He opened the compartment door and moved to the one by the window. As he swung it open, he climbed up effortlessly and leapt out through the window. Su Qingwan watched the figure vanish, lost in thought for a long while. Suddenly, a cool breeze swept in, sending a chill rising from her feet. It dawned on her that Night Sun would not be coming back. He had obtained what he desired. Why would he return? Leaning against the wall, her heart turned to ice. Her only source of support had left. After expending so much effort to cling to the powerful, all the influential figures were gone. What was she to do? Slowly, she sank to the ground, burying her face in her knees, feeling utterly hopeless. At that moment, a bodyguard outside barked. Are you done yet? Have you died in there? Su Qingwan jolted awake, realizing there were still people guarding outside. She steadied herself against the wall and was about to respond when she suddenly remembered what Night Sun said, to wait for him. He would return. He surely would. He was not the type to deceive her into providing cover. Su Qingwan could only comfort herself, numbing her thoughts. The situation had escalated to this point, and her only option was to stand firm and provide cover for Night Sun, hoping for a glimmer of survival upon his return. Just wait a little longer. Su Qingwan swiftly closed the compartment door Night Sun had opened, returning to her previous compartment and locking the door. She had to create the illusion that he was still there. A man and woman entered the restroom together. Aside from that, what else could they do? She leaned against the door, shut her eyes, and envisioned Knight Sun's presence. She recalled how he had effortlessly lifted her with one hand and the intimacy they shared in the study, remembering his warmth and breath. Ugh, no. Outside, the bodyguard cursed, expressing disdain for the couple indulging in their activities in such a foul-smelling place. Su Qingwan smirked inwardly at their ignorance. These lowly beings were unworthy of even being acknowledged. She entertained herself, acting out the scenario for several minutes. Initially, she found it engaging, but soon her imagination could no longer sustain her. She felt her performance slipping. Just then, a voice broke through from outside. Is Knight Sun still in there? Causing a ruckus inside, making quite a stir. Are these two so brazen in your establishment? No, there might be a misunderstanding. I'll go take a look. Footsteps and high heels approached. Wang Qinchu entered. Su Qingwan froze, her body stiffening. I'm here. Why are you taking so long? Wang Qinchu approached her door. Hurry up. Everyone is waiting to go elsewhere. Su Qingwan deliberately let out a suggestive sound, tapping on the door to create the illusion of a struggle. Qinchu will be out soon. Sun Ge, isnt with me. She feigned innocence. Peering down at the compartment door, she realized it was flush with the floor, concealing her feet. With a sigh of relief, she continued, Qinchu, please tell Gu I'll be out shortly. After speaking, she began to pound on the door more vigorously. Wang, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you. This is not a safe place. You might catch something. Wang Qinchu stood outside for several seconds before her heavy footsteps retreated, echoing in her high heels, creating a sound as if she might break the floor beneath her. Clearly, her mood was foul. Su Qingwan knew Wang Qinchu had feelings for Knight Sun. After this incident, it would only exacerbate her animosity, making her yet another rival. Alas, she had no other choice. Minutes dragged on, and Su Qingwan was uncertain how much longer she would have to maintain the charade. However, there was no retreat. Time slipped away, and the bodyguards outside grew impatient. Kicking the door. Are you done yet? If you're not finished, we're going in. You have 1 minute. If you're not out, brace yourselves. Su Qingwan knew they meant business, fear gripping her heart. Sun Ge, I like you. She called out loudly, throwing caution to the wind. Desperate to create a scene, she slammed her back against the door, creating the illusion of intensity, continuously praying for Knight Sun to return swiftly. If he did not, her efforts to provide cover would lead to her demise. She could already envision the fate of a previous undercover agent who had met a tragic end, sending shivers down her spine. Chapter 32. You are a monster. The bodyguards outside were becoming increasingly impatient, shouting into the compartment. Are you done yet? I can't wait any longer. Let us go in and drag them out. Su Qingwan froze in terror, forgetting her act. It was over. Her time had come. In despair, she struggled, clinging to life with a singular resolve, to survive. She did not want to die. Glancing at the window, through which Knight Sun had escaped, she realized she could do the same. She opened the compartment door, only to discover how high it was. She couldn't reach it even when jumping. Better to die than fall into the hands of these men. Biting her lip, she steeled herself, preparing to crash against the wall. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the window. She focused and realized it was Knight Sun returning. He climbed through the window, landing gracefully. Su Qingwan bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she watched him. Knight Sun enveloped her in his arms, swiftly taking her back to the previous compartment, locking the door with a click. He lifted her chin, gazing into her tear-stained eyes. You been crying? Su Qingwan clung to Knight Sun's waist, tears streaming down, soaking his clothes. I thought you would come back. Knight Sun lifted her effortlessly, and she instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, her arms around his neck. Su Qingwan pressed her body against his chest, feeling his warmth. Only in this closeness could she truly sense his return. Unbeknownst to her, her alluring figure provided him with exquisite pleasure. Knight Sun's apple bobbed as he held her slim waist. I told you I would come back. Su Qingwan's eyes glimmered with moisture, and Knight Sun's face appeared enigmatic and sensual through her blurred vision. You're back. She clung to him tightly, fearful of losing him again. Unaware of how intimate their actions appeared, she resembled a fragile creature desperately yearning for love, both enchanting and delectable. Knight Sun, naturally, understood the message she conveyed. Do you want it? His deep, magnetic voice was laced with seductive allure. Su Qingwan parted her red lips, her gaze dreamy, utterly overwhelmed with emotion. Unable to articulate a coherent response, At that moment, the bodyguards outside barged in, banging on the door once more. Damn it, do you two want to die? With a click, the gun was cocked. Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, her body stiffening against Night's Sun. He gently kissed her forehead, set her down, adjusted her clothing, and opened the door, pulling her along as they stepped out. The two bodyguards exchanged disapproving glances at Su Qingwan's disheveled appearance. Looking so unattractive, yet trying to entice a man, truly repulsive. The bodyguards cursed as they walked ahead. Night's Sun led Su Qingwan out, carrying the clothes he had bought for her, rejoining the group. Upon seeing Su Qingwan trailing behind Night Sun like a little wife, Wang Qinshui's expression turned cold. She hooked her arm around Li's elbow and said, "Brother Li, let's go eat. I want steak." "All right, let's indulge in some steak." The group headed to the finest Western restaurant in the area to savor their meal. They rarely earned money and had no place to spend it, so this annual outing was a time to enjoy themselves thoroughly. While ordering, Wang Qinshui turned to Su Qingwan and said, "Wan, your ex-boyfriend is a wealthy man. You know about Western cuisine, so you should order." Su Qingwan glanced at the menu presented to her and promptly pushed it back. "I have never eaten Western food. You take the lead." She felt unqualified to choose dishes when merely tagging along for the meal. Wang Qinshui chuckled. "You don't eat Western food? Didn't that rich ex-boyfriend ever treat you to it? He can't be a true tycoon, can he?" This statement nearly slipped out, as Su Qingwan had entirely fabricated the existence of a wealthy ex-boyfriend. He too did not indulge in Western cuisine. Su Qingwan responded honestly. Wang Qinshui expressed her surprise. "Neither of you eats it? You both should be more adventurous. After trying it once, you'll crave more. What good is Chinese food besides being cheap?" Su Qingwan smiled gently. Indeed, Chinese cuisine is economical. Many shrimp dishes are merely a few hundred each, while delicacies like bird's nest and ginseng can cost thousands for a single dish. A meal can easily amount to over 100,000. Chinese food is not cheap. Those who claim it simply cannot afford the best. Wang Qinshui found herself speechless. Her rebuttal stifled, and she bit her lip as she placed the order. Yi Sun perused the menu, ordering 2 well-done steaks and 2 milk puddings. He turned to Su Qingwan, stating, "This place is remote and economically backward, and the steak isn't fresh. Please endure it." "All right," Su Qingwan replied with a smile. "I will step out for a moment." Even to the restroom, a bodyguard followed her. Upon exiting the stall, she noticed Wang Qinshui touching up her makeup in front of the mirror. "Qinshui," Su Qingwan approached to wash her hands. Wang Qinshui looked at her with reddened eyes. "Are you laughing at me? Are you pleased?" "I don't comprehend what you're saying," Su Qingwan replied. "Must you speak to me this way?" Wang Qinshui's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her anger almost breaking into sobs. "I apologize. I simply enjoy Western cuisine. Is that so wrong?" Su Qingwan had not expected such a trivial matter could evoke tears. Wang Qinshui scoffed. "Yi Sun has never been so kind to any woman as he is to you. I am envious." Su Qingwan gently patted Wang Qinshui's shoulder. "Do not be envious. He does not love me. In the eyes of the strong, there is no such thing as love." Observing Su Qingwan's calm demeanor, Wang Qinshui felt like a mere clown. "Why are you not angry? I am intentionally targeting you. Previously, when you knelt before the master to plead for us, if it weren't for you, we would have perished. I am grateful to you. Why would I be angry?" Su Qingwan embraced Wang Qinshui. "We can be like sisters. Look at us, both struggling in this hell, trapped in a quagmire. We are not enemies." Yet, the man she devoted everything to protect, along with her sister, had thrust her into the abyss. Compared to Su Lin and Li Jintian, Wang Qinshui seemed quite endearing. After Wang Qinshui vented her feelings, she received a mere response. "You are truly a monster." She tossed this remark aside and left, her high heels clicking on the floor. Su Qingwan gazed at her reflection in the mirror and smiled. "Monster? Who here is not a monster?" As she returned, the steak had already been served. Yi Sun pulled out a chair for her. "Why did you take so long? Are you unwell?" "No." Su Qingwan picked up her knife and fork, cutting into the steak and savoring a bite, finding it delightful. Had this been months prior, she would have disregarded such a steak entirely. Back then, when Li Jintian had taken her abroad, they had sought out the freshest beef, freshly cut and still quivering, a taste of unparalleled freshness. Yet neither of them had left satisfied, and, subsequently, they had both sworn off steak. The crux of the matter was that Li Jintian was exceedingly particular about food and had allergies to many items. During the early days of his career, he had accompanied clients for drinks, damaging his stomach in the process. He could only consume fresh food and could not tolerate spicy dishes. If a meal took longer than 2 hours to prepare, it would lead to dire consequences. To nurture Li Jintian's stomach, she personally prepared all his meals 3 times a day. Now, as she tasted this frozen item whose freshness was uncertain, Su Qingwan surprisingly found it delectable. It was evident that people could change. Just as she was finishing, Li Li's phone rang. Upon answering, his expression turned grave as he glanced at Su Qingwan. The previous undercover's USB drive was fake. The master requests you return immediately for questioning. Chapter 33. Stay with me tonight. A jolt of anxiety raced through Su Qingwan's heart. Nonetheless, she maintained her composure, swallowing the last of her steak. If that USB drive was counterfeit, then the genuine one must be with Yi Sun. Yi Sun had previously carried the USB drive, intending to deliver it, but had ultimately brought it back. Had something gone awry? Had he been discovered? Was Yi Sun also an undercover agent? Let's go, Yi Sun urged as he stood. Su Qingwan pointed at the milk pudding beside her. I haven't finished. Take it with you, Yi Sun replied, carrying the bowl and spoon as they left. She consumed the pudding in the car, and upon arriving at the villa, they were ushered into Klaus's study. Inside, over a dozen armed bodyguards awaited them. Upon their entrance, they immediately raised their weapons, aiming at the pair. Lili Uria Furwarat, bowing and scraping. Master, wasn't it established that they were wrongfully accused? Why is there still an investigation? Mark scoffed. The previous undercover's USB was empty. Lili insista. It must be that the undercover has hidden it away. Wang Qinxue chimed in. Indeed, that undercover has escaped. Who knows if he has made contact with anyone or if he is hiding somewhere? What does that have to do with us? Wang Qinxue removed her coat, revealing the red, sultry dress that Yi Sun had purchased for her. She swayed her hips as she approached Klaus, trying to charm him. Ye wun savit brutally. You were present at that time, master. If you were an undercover agent, many lives would have been lost. As for Su Qingwan, as a daughter of a wealthy family, she would hardly be lured by the trifles that an undercover agent might offer. As she spoke, she placed her hand on Klaus's arm. Before she could make contact, Mark abruptly shoved her away. Wang Qinxue, in her high heels, stumbled and fell, her delicate skin scraping against the ground, but no one dared to assist her. Su Qingwan turned her face away, unable to bear the sight. They were all struggling souls in this hell, bartering their bodies for survival. Even if they had to appease Klaus with their flesh, surrendering their dignity and shame, in his eyes, they were still beneath contempt. Yi Sun spoke up. To employ without suspicion is wise. If the master doubts us, trust is lost. If you wish to kill us, do so. Wang Qinxue looked up at Yi Sun, tears brimming in her eyes. Su Qingwan stood beside Yi Sun in silence, for they were on the same side. If death awaited them, they would face it together. Death was not frightening. What was terrifying was a life of torment worse than death. Klaus's long fingers tapped lightly on the table, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Su Qingwan. His stare was sharp as a blade. When Su Qingwan met his gaze, a chill ran down her spine. You will accompany me tonight, Klaus commanded coolly. A wave of dread washed over Su Qingwan, her body tensing with apprehension. Very well, in the realm of the powerful, desiring a woman is never merely a matter of lust or physical need. There were countless women here, and beauty was abundant. Wang Qinxue could gain Klaus's favor due to something unique about her. Klaus's intent for Su Qingwan was singular, to test her. His gaze shifted to Yi Sun. What is your opinion? I disapprove. Wanwan is my woman. His words rang with conviction, resonating with authority. What if I insist on having her? Klaus inquired nonchalantly. Then you would have to kill me, for as long as I live, I will seek your life. Yi Sun's words were uttered lightly, devoid of any murderous intent. Su Qingwan, having grown up among powerful figures, understood that those of higher status tended to be more affable. The more assured a person was, the calmer they remained. Su Qingwan could not fathom why this was so. She truly believed that Yi Sun could kill Klaus. The study fell into a moment of silence before Mark and the others erupted into raucous laughter. You're full of it. You're nothing but trash. What could you possibly use to kill my master? Mark brandished an AK, stepping up to Yi Sun, the sound of a bullet being chambered echoing ominously. Show me if you dare. Just as the gun was pressed against Yi Sun's forehead, he swiftly seized the barrel, twisting it with a sharp crack that broke Mark's wrist. A swift kick sent him crashing against Klaus's desk, where he fell to the floor. As all eyes turned to Mark, Yi Sun seized a moment, leaping over the desk, the loaded gun now aimed at Klaus's head. His movements were so fluid, like water flowing, executed in the blink of an eye. By the time the bodyguards reacted, it was too late to aim their weapons at Yi Sun. Klaus remained composed, seated calmly, his gaze towards his bodyguards icy and terrifying. Anyone witnessing a man disarm a bodyguard in front of him would find it hard to accept. Ye wun similet. Sir, taking your life would be like plucking a flower from a garden. He holstered the gun, tossing it on to Mark. But I shall not do so. We are not traitors. There is no need for infighting when the real infiltrator remains free. Lily rushed forward, bowing and scraping. Sir, they are truly not infiltrators. The people I brought have been tested. Please trust me. We are your most loyal followers. He made a gesture of prayer. You are our revered deity. Klaus chuckled dismissively. Get lost. All you do is flatter me. Lily hastily gestured to Wang Qinshua, urging her to light a cigarette for Klaus. Wang Qinshua, limping on an injured knee, still managed to present her most charming self as she approached Klaus, bowing to offer him a light. Klaus glanced at her bloodied knee, then produced a card. Take this and buy something you like. Thank you, boss. Wang Qinshua leaned in to kiss the corner of Klaus's mouth, but he evaded her. The kiss ultimately landed on his forehead. As she turned to leave with the card, Su Qingwan caught a glimpse of the humiliation and resentment in Wang Qinshua's eyes. How could she not harbor hatred? No one is born a slave, seeking to please others. Nor can anyone shed their dignity to kneel at a man's feet in front of others. Everyone here wished to escape, yet none could. Su Qingwan was uncertain if their suspicions had been cleared, but she was certain of one thing. For the time being, they were safe. Upon returning to their suite, Su Qingwan did not go to her room, but knocked on Wang Qinshua's door. Who is it? Wang Qinshua's voice was laced with anger, clearly not wanting to be disturbed. It's me. May I come in? With permission granted, Su Qingwan entered to find Wang Qinshua standing before the mirror, unclothed. Her figure was enviable among women, curvaceous, with fair skin and numerous ambiguous bite marks adorning her body. One could only imagine the pain she endured when those marks were left. Wang Qinshua turned to Su Qingwan, asking, Am I beautiful? Indeed, Su Qingwan replied honestly. How much longer can I remain beautiful? I am 29 this year. Once a woman passes 35, her skin begins to sag. In 6 years, what will I do? Wang Qinshu addressed herself, lamenting, I lack the means to deceive for money. All I have is this exterior. Without it, what will become of me? She grasped Su Qingwan's hand. You are a top student. You are intelligent. Find me a way to survive in 6 years. Chapter 34. Want to see my abs? Su Qingwan felt a whirlwind of emotions. She did not know how to convey to Wang Qinshua that since the day they entered, there had been no future. Wang Qinshua evidently did not seek an answer. Perhaps she merely desired someone to vent to, someone to share her sorrows. I grew up in the countryside, working to support my brother's education after graduating from middle school. In the factory, I operated a sewing machine for 12 hours a day, earning $4,000 a month with only half a day off. One day, someone told me to come to Northern Myanmar, where I could earn over $10,000 a month just by working a front desk and making phone calls. Tears streamed down Wang Qinshua's face. When I first arrived, I naively believed that as long as I earned enough money, I could return home. After achieving a 2 million performance target, Lili Wun-Ti let me go back. Later, I realized that the more I earned, the more valuable I became to them. They wouldn't let me go, so I changed my course and climbed into Lili's bed. I had to endure disgusting acts with Lili every day. Do you know how tormenting that is? I had to pretend to be happy and make sweet sounds. Wang Qinshua collapsed onto the bed, covering her face with her hands. Eventually, I couldn't take it anymore. I ran away, pleading with a local family to help me escape, but they returned me. Do you know? In Northern Myanmar, a Chinese person is worth 30,000. Even if you escape the compound, you cannot escape their grasp. When I was caught and brought back, I was hung out in the yard, exposed to the sun for 3 days. It was Yi Sun who secretly gave me water to drink, allowing me to survive. He was like a ray of hope in hell, showing me a glimpse of beauty amidst the filth of the compound. Every time I was with Li, I thought of Yi Sun. I didn't want him. I would go insane. I couldn't bear it for a second without wanting to vomit. Yi Sun is a god in my heart. No one deserves him. But you appeared, and he declared you his woman. I am so envious. I can't control myself. I know I look terrible. I'm sorry. Su Qingwan leaned in, wrapping her arms around Wang Qinshua. It's all right. I understand. Ven Giano imbre Su Ingan's faced, crying uncontrollably. Su Qingwan looked up at the sky, forcing back her own tears. Here, tears were the most useless thing. Tears were the privilege of the weak. In truth, I am not much better off. My father is an alcoholic. My mother died when I was young. I scavenged for food, was taken in by a foster mother, who later reclaimed her biological daughter, who then stole my boyfriend and deceived me into coming to Northern Myanmar, a fate worse than death. We're both the same, living in the darkest hell. Wang Qinshue cried for a long time before regaining her composure. Her emotions were fleeting. She washed her face and emerged, pulling out the clothes she had bought that day, carefully counting and dividing them in half for Su Qingwan. This is for you. Her eyes were swollen from crying, barely able to open, yet they sparkled with the hope of life. Su Qingwan accepted them, saying, "Then I shall give you half of mine." "All right." Wang Qinshue divided her clothes generously. She could barely hold them all, so she helped carry them back to the room. Upon reaching the room, Yisun was in the bathroom showering. Su Qingwan refrained from interrupting and shared her own purchases with Wang Qinshue. Wang Qinshue glanced at the bathroom door, whispering, "Wan, is he muscular?" "Very." Su Qingwan replied without hesitation. Wang Qinshue chuckled. "How does his abs feel?" Su Qingwan blushed, recalling how it felt to massage him. "Good. Then next time, you should touch him more and share your experiences with me. If you can't taste or touch, listening is fine, right?" "Absolutely." Su Qingwan responded with a smile. Wang Qinshue, holding the clothes Su Qingwan had given her, hummed a tune happily as she left. As Su Qingwan approached the bathroom door, just about to knock, the door swung open. A hand reached out, pulling her inside and pinning her against the door. He was showering, completely unclothed. His muscular physique was perfect, with droplets of water cascading down from his chin, pooling on his strong chest. Su Qingwan swallowed hard. "Mr. Yi, looks like I'm quite well endowed," in Miss Su's eyes. Su Qingwan did not expect that her friend's whispers would be audible to him. Is he endowed with extraordinary hearing? This was merely playful banter among the girls. She hoped he wouldn't take it to heart. Yisun squeezed his legs between hers, gazing intently into her glistening eyes. "So, you don't wish to feel my abs?" Su Qingwan swallowed hard, contemplating her response. Do I want to?" Yisun wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her body against his chest. Su Qingwan, blushing, found herself at a loss for words. Yisun pressed his lips against her rosy mouth, his hand sliding up her waist. "Do you like it?" Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around his neck, lifting her chin to offer a kiss. Yet, he did not kiss her in return. Instead, his lips found her neck, sending shivers down her spine. With a sudden motion, Yisun lifted her and laid her down on the bed. Mr. Yi. Su Qingwan sensed the change in his demeanor and called out nervously. Yisun silenced her with a fervent kiss, muffling all her words. "We can't wait any longer. If we don't act now, they will grow suspicious." Before Su Qingwan could relax, she found herself overwhelmed by his advances. Yisun's strength was astonishing, and by the time they ventured out, it was already deep into the night. Everyone was awake, watching them with amused expressions in the living room. Lily exclaimed, "Su Qingwan, you could be a bit louder. The roof hasn't been blown off yet." Su Qingwan was aware of Li's disdain for her and dared not retort, obediently following Yisun. Wang Qinshue had changed into another outfit, seated on Li's lap. "Ligu, Mr. Klaus wants us to attend a meeting." Only then did Li rise, pointing at Su Qingwan. "Troublemaker, if you dare to entice my brother again and cause me trouble, I'll make you pay." In Li's eyes, Su Qingwan was merely a woman incapable of enduring solitude, perpetually seducing Yisun. Yisun took her hand and kissed it lightly. "It's not you enticing me. It's I who am drawn to you." Su Qingwan felt her cheeks flush. Li cursed under his breath. "Brother, can't you have higher standards? What do you see in such a girl?" Yisun chuckled. "Her merits are known only to me." He offered her a reassuring smile, urging her not to mind Li's words. Su Qingwan nodded, aware that her feelings were inconsequential against the backdrop of power. Li kicked the door open, grumbling as he left. Chapter 35. He understands women. They made their way to the courtyard, where an array of Western delicacies was laid out on the lawn. Klaus stood at the front, addressing them. "This year, our performance totals 15 billion. Let the fireworks and applause commence." Su Qingwan joined the applause, watching the fireworks light up the sky, momentarily transported back home. The display lasted half an hour before Klaus commended several individuals, ultimately calling Li forward, who was berated for not meeting his targets. The arrogant Li bowed and nodded like a dog in front of Klaus. After reprimanding him, Klaus patted Li's shoulder and addressed everyone. "Let us give him our encouragement." Applause erupted. As Lily returned to the group, Klaus's speech continued. Our district's success is due to divine blessings. We must express our gratitude to God and cultivate a heart of thankfulness. Let's sing a song of gratitude together. Everyone began to sing. A grateful heart, I thank you for being with me, giving me the courage to be myself. That day, under a sky filled with fireworks, they, a group of Chinese, expressed gratitude to an unknown deity. A group of demons committing heinous acts still sought divine favor. How ironic. That night, everyone drank to excess. Yi Sun, whether truly inebriated or feigning sleep, leaned back in his chair, seemingly asleep. Su Qingwan, aware of his charade, knew one could hardly sleep in such a setting. She too had drunk quite a bit, her head tilted, teetering on the edge of slumber. The banquet was not yet over, and none dared to leave. As dawn approached, Klaus suddenly approached Su Qingwan. Miss Su, where's the USB drive? What USB drive? Instinctively, Su Qingwan attempted to rise, but stumbled back down due to her inebriation. Klaus smiled. Nothing, continue your festivities. Once he departed, Su Qingwan, feeling drowsy, closed her eyes and drifted off. Attacking when one is most fatigued and intoxicated is an excellent strategy. Yet Klaus remained wary, this being his final test. With dawn's arrival, they would return to their respective domains. Had Su Qingwan truly been exhausted and answered incorrectly, she might have faced dire consequences. The bodyguards handed each of them an eye mask, leaving no opportunity for conversation as they ushered them into vehicles. Su Qingwan detected that the scent of the man beside her was not Yi Sun's. To avoid drawing attention, she pretended to be intoxicated, closing her eyes to sleep. She indeed fell asleep, only awakening when someone called for them to disembark. Removing her eye mask, she realized they had returned to the mountains. Everyone was weary from the night, spirits low. Su Qingwan gathered her belongings and followed the crowd, spotting Yi Sun waiting by the car door. Let me carry that. He took the clothes from her hands. Can't I manage on my own? Su Qingwan was momentarily taken aback. Why can't I? Fu Kuei, walking ahead, quipped. After such a long night of indulgence, your legs can hardly hold up. Naturally, you can't walk. Yi Sun merely shot Fu Kuei a glance, causing him to retreat in fear. I'm quite capable. Su Qingwan insisted on carrying some shopping bags. Yi Sun handed her the lighter items while he bore the heavier cosmetics. After a long trek, they returned to the estate. Upon entering, Yuan rushed over, embracing Su Qingwan. Wan, you're back. Su Yinggan nodded, thanking to Yi Sun. Mr. Yi, may I share some of my things with Yuan? All the items were gifts from Yi Sun, and she hesitated to give them away. Since they are yours, you have the right to decide their fate. Yi Sun remarked before heading upstairs. Su Qingwan divided her new clothes and skincare products, giving half to Yuan. Yuan gazed at the high-end brands, salivating. Oh my, these are all handpicked by Mr. Yi. How does he understand women so well? It was rumored that he had a girlfriend before, which would explain his understanding. Su Qingwan observed Yi Sun's retreating figure, his back as cold as ice. Yuan waved a few items in front of Su Qingwan. Stop staring. He has already gone. Your lovesick gaze. Are you falling for Yi Sun? Su Qingwan hesitated before laughing. No, better that way. Relationships are not something everyone can handle. Let us steer clear of that. Yuan linked arms with Su Qingwan, and they headed to the restroom to try on lipsticks. Wan, why are you so quiet? I'm unsure what to say. Su Qingwan leaned against the tiles, her mind drifting back to Yi Sun's earlier figure. The intimacy and sweet nothings they had shared vanished in an instant. The warmth of his embrace and the fervor of their connection faded, returning their relationship to square one. Yi Sun had never truly been attracted to her. Their previous closeness was merely a performance for the cameras. Evidently, he was a skilled actor, having deceived Klaus and, in the process, left her utterly bewitched. Upon returning to her room, Su Qingwan found Yi Sun lying alone on the bed, his breathing steady, clearly asleep. They had hardly rested before this, their nerves taut. But now that they had relaxed, exhaustion engulfed them. Climbing to the top bunk, Su Qingwan felt her legs ache painfully. She lay on the bed, massaging her thighs, recalling how Yi Sun had held her legs up for too long, leaving her in discomfort. Despite her fatigue, sleep eluded her. Su Qingwan realized she must seize the opportunity to learn Yi Sun's secrets and negotiate with him, aspiring to become like him. Perhaps in the future, she might even absolve herself of guilt. On this day, Lily did not engage in his usual activities with Wang Qianxue, allowing Su Qingwan to sleep soundly. The following day, Lili gathered everyone in the courtyard, brandishing a megaphone to deliver his reprimands. He vented all the grievances he had suffered at Klaus's hands, kicking anyone who displeased him. Naturally, Su Qingwan was his prime target. Approaching her, he demanded, "Su Qingwan, did you hear what I said?" "I did," Su Qingwan replied loudly. "Repeat after me. Our performance this year must reach at least 200 million. Failure to do so will result in consequences." Su Qingwan echoed his words without missing a beat, and Lili found no fault in her repetition, resorting instead to shouting at everyone. From now on, everyone must work, including Wang Qinxue. With hard work, small efforts accumulate into significant results. Everyone, charge forward. The collective shout of "charge forward" reverberated as if the louder the voice, the greater the performance. Lili was pleased with their morale. "I announce a half-day break. We will commence work again in the afternoon. We have 2 days off for National Day. Now we can enjoy a half-day break." The crowd cheered. "Liga is incredible." Amidst the celebration, Su Qingwan observed Yi Sun retreating to a secluded spot beneath a tree. She approached him slowly. "Mr. Yi, may I sit beside you?" He responded, leaning against the tree, his gaze frosty, as if he were not the same man who had once lit up at the sight of her eyes. "Mr. Yi, I wish to join you." Su Qingwan had contemplated this decision overnight. She could not linger here, awaiting her demise. "Did we not discuss this before?" Yi Sun referred to their initial agreement. "I desire more than that. I want to be with you to complete the unfinished business together." Su Qingwan understood that only mutual interests could sustain a stable relationship in this world. "What is it?" Yi Sun lifted his gaze, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his stare on her. Su Qingwan hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. However, the conversation had commenced. She had already undertaken actions more humiliating than this, nearly begging at his feet. Why should she care about his current disdain? "I know you are." "I am not," Yi Sun interjected, standing up, hands in his pockets, coldly regarding Su Qingwan. "I merely stumbled upon you in the study. You misunderstood, Miss Su." With that, he turned and walked away. Su Qingwan sat in place, momentarily stunned. Yi Sun did not trust her. Indeed, they had known each other for only a few days. She was merely a dependent. What right did she have to make such demands? Expecting to reap rewards without contributing anything. Such a notion was absurd. "Wang Wan, what are you thinking? Daydreaming here?" Yuan, sitting beside her, offered an apple. "I had sausages all night." These apples were a reward from Zhang Chong. In the past, Su Qingwan might have retched at the mention. Now, however, she bit into the apple with vigor. "This is the most expensive apple I've ever eaten." Yuan laughed heartily. "Indeed, the most expensive apple." Su Qingwan's thoughts were not solely on Yi Sun. She had a monthly performance target of 1 million that she must meet. Being here meant either running away or being confined, with insufficient work hours and no clients. She felt troubled, to the point that she could hardly eat. In the afternoon, she managed to contact the gullible Wang Bo astonishingly. Wang Bo was entirely oblivious to the deception, inquiring when she would finish her current tasks to come to him. Su Qingwan fabricated an excuse, claiming her work was going well and that she would repay the borrowed money before visiting him. Li, noticing her message, patted her shoulder. "Bring him here." Su Qingwan's fingers froze over the keyboard. Scamming was already her moral limit. Luring someone to Myanmar was beyond her capacity. If she brought him here, how could she face him? Li, seeing her hesitation, continued to dangle bait. "Bring him in. I can sell him to another zone for 300,000 and give you a 50,000 commission." Normally, a 300,000 performance would yield only 15,000 in commission. This was several times more. Yet, it was not enough to sway Su Qingwan. However, Lili's next words stirred her interest. 300,000 will count towards your performance." With that, he stood and left with a smirk. For Su Qingwan, 300,000 was a significant sum. If she could bring him in, she would still have over 600,000 this month. The thought of failing to meet her targets sent a chill down her spine. She hastily typed a message. "I work here quite well. Are you interested in coming? We can cultivate our relationship together." Just as she was about to send it, a sudden realization struck her. "Su Qingwan, you cannot do this. If you drag a good person into hell, you are committing a grave sin that would condemn you to the deepest pits of torment." With that thought, she deleted the message and rephrased it. "I will repay you the money I borrowed within this week." Wang Bo, the fool, replied, "No need to rush. Keep the money for now and resolve your family's issues to prevent them from selling you again." Reading those words on her screen, Su Qingwan lost the courage to type another word. She was a fraud. How could she deceive such a kind-hearted person? After a prolonged silence, Wang Bo inundated her with messages. Why aren't you replying? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned your painful matters. Apologies. Su Qingwan logged off, leaning back in her chair, wishing she could slap herself. Yuan, sitting next to her, patted her hand. Everyone must go through this stage. Just take the leap. Our conscience will push us into the abyss. At noon, during lunch, Lily approached Su Qingwan. Is that Wang Bo willing to come? Su Qingwan quickly stood. I haven't discussed the job with him. Lily's expression darkened instantly. So, you treat my words as mere wind? I believe he is a potential asset, Su Qingwan replied. He can easily produce over 100,000. The benefits we can gain from him far exceed the 30,000 we could scam from bringing him here. Her response was flawless. Lily could find no fault in it. He could only snort derisively. Su Qingwan, from now on, pray to God for your performance this month. With those words, he left in a huff. Yuan tugged at Su Qingwan. Wan, why do I feel like Ligu is targeting you specifically? Su Qingwan forced a smile, recounting the events at Klaus's house. Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You and Yi Sun? Oh my, you are amazing. Having slept with a male god here, I admire you. Surprisingly, Su Qingwan felt a flicker of relief. Compared to Wang Qianxue and Yuan, her situation was infinitely better. Even if she had been with someone, it was the most handsome man, and he was not a pervert. What more could she complain about? Seeing her silent, Yuan assumed she was upset and quickly offered comfort. Don't dwell on chastity. Nothing is more important than life. Men can date 10 or 8 girlfriends. That's charm and capability. Why should women be criticized for the same? Su Qingwan chuckled. That's not why I'm upset. Then what is it? Yuan propped her chin on her hand. Darling, guard your heart, and you won't be hurt. Isn't it liberating? Su Qingwan nodded. Indeed. The two women exchanged glances, bursting into hearty laughter, drawing the attention of others. Yuan was indeed beautiful, her smile delightful. But Su Qingwan, in her disheveled state, turned stomachs. Their laughter, however, was infectious, prompting a disgruntled figure to curse. One day, I will make you wish you were never born. He shot a menacing glare at Su Qingwan before storming off. Later that evening, after showering, Su Qingwan returned to her room. Yi Sun had just finished his bath, reclining against the headboard while engrossed in a book. Su Qingwan stood by the bed. Mr. Yi, could you lend me 200,000? Yi Sun set down his book and regarded her leisurely. Of course. From the adjacent bed, Lily interjected with disdain. Brother, she is merely an unattractive woman. Not worth it. Yi Sun chose to ignore Lily's remark. Instead, watching Su Qingwan with a bemused expression. You need not return it. Simply give me a 30-minute massage each day as repayment. Su Qingwan, taken aback by such generous terms, eagerly rolled up her sleeves and took action. She swung one leg over the single bed, settling onto Yi Sun's waist. However, due to her inexperience and a surge of excitement, she miscalculated her position. Realizing her error, Su Qingwan instinctively knelt to adjust herself. Yet, the blanket beneath her could not withstand the weight and slid away, causing her to tumble once more. Chapter 37. The man who runs 10,000 meters. Su Qingwan was exceedingly anxious, gasping for breath. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Yi Sun firmly grasped her slender waist, preventing her from moving. I am well, but it seems Miss Su is not. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Su Qingwan's exquisite features were partially obscured by her dark hair. I apologize, it was not my intention. She hastily attempted to reposition herself. Do not move. Yi Sun playfully smacked her rear. Just continue the massage. Very well. Su Qingwan dared not protest. Thus, she began to massage him. Although this was not her first time giving Yi Sun a massage, it was her first time feeling so nervous that her palms were slick with sweat. Her touch was inconsistent, fluctuating between too light and too firm. Yi Sun's gaze was intense, and several times she thought he might act upon his desires. However, he merely observed her flustered state, clearly enjoying her disarray. As long as he did not call it off, she felt compelled to continue. Gradually, her hands grew weary, and her touch became more ambiguous. Mr. Yi, is this pressure acceptable? As she spoke, she raised her eyes to meet his. Her vision was partially obstructed by her hair, prompting her to tilt her head back. Yi Sun seized her hand, flipping her over and pinning her beneath him. Su Qingwan's heart raced as their eyes locked, noses nearly touching, their breaths intertwining, the air thick with tension. His body was taut, and the predatory glint in his eyes sent shivers down her spine. Do you desire this? Su Qingwan's breath quickened, her heart pounding, yet her mind was alert. Nearby, two pairs of eyes were fixed on them, and she had no intention of performing for an audience. No, she replied instinctively. Are you truly certain? Yi Sun's voice carried a hint of disappointment. No, she reiterated. Yi Sun then lay beside her, wrapping her in his embrace, then let us sleep. The two spectators nearby were utterly astonished. After all the build-up, they were shocked to see the pair merely succumb to slumber. Lily could no longer contain himself and rushed to their bedside, kicking the bed. Brother, when a woman says she doesn't want you, it means she does. You lack the romantic sensibility to realize this. Are you both truly capable of sleeping? Fearful of Li, Su Qingwan instinctively burrowed deeper into Yi Sun's hold. Yi Sun pulled the covers over them, ignoring Li's antics. Lily kicked the bed several more times, grumbling, Chinchua, did you see? Yi Sun is stunning, yet he falters in that regard. Afraid to lose face in front of you. Forget about him. He is not worth your time. I have no interest in him. My friends and I share everything. Except men. I've long since moved on, Chinchua replied, as Lily pushed her onto the bed. If Yi Sun won play, then we shall. Let us infuriate them. Without any preamble or affection, they dove straight into their antics. Chinchua glanced at the entwined couple next door, squeezing her eyes shut in despair. Li was a man of peculiar tastes, and his whims could torment her to the brink of despair. Yet, she feigned delight, clinging to his waist. Ligu, you are the most formidable man I have ever encountered. I adore you. Lily erupted in boisterous laughter. Do tell, who do you yearn for more? Me or Yi Sun? I only desire you, Ligu. What is there to yearn for in Yi Sun? He cannot satisfy, Chinchua replied ambiguously. Pleased. Lily closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. Hearing Lily's snoring, Chinchua quietly slipped out of bed. Su Qingwan, unable to sleep, stealthily followed her outside, only to hear her retching in the bathroom. Afterward, the sound of despairing sobs filled the air, deep, helpless cries that persisted for what felt like an eternity. Once her sobbing ceased, Su Qingwan quietly departed, respecting Chinchua's need for privacy during this vulnerable moment. Returning to her room, Su Qingwan cautiously approached Yi Sun's bedside. Noticing he was deeply asleep, showing no signs of awakening. Yet, she somehow sensed that he was alert, as if he had been watching her in the shadows during her attempts to escape in the past. Everyone in this prison was under his watchful gaze. Su Qingwan glanced at her upper bunk, hesitated, then slipped into Yi Sun's warm covers. The single bed was cramped. At over 1.80 meters, Yi Sun was tall, while she herself stood at 1.67 meters. Their bodies pressed closely together, leaving little room to move without risking a tumble. Assuming this proximity would hinder her from sleeping, she was surprised to find herself quickly drifting off. In her half-conscious state, she felt Yi Sun stir beside her. Upon opening her eyes, she saw him rising from the bed. Without a second thought, Su Qingwan followed him outside. He crossed the dining hall, entered a code, and exited the prison. Su Qingwan trailed behind, watching as he jogged around the prison perimeter. Without hesitation, she joined him. Good morning, Mr. Yi. Up early for some exercise? I'd like to join. Yi Sun did not respond, continuing his run. Initially, Su Qingwan believed he was merely exercising, but after several minutes, she struggled to keep pace and had to quicken her steps. The prison grounds were extensive, and a complete lap measured 5,000 meters. Before she had even completed half a lap, she was gasping for breath, her legs trembling, unable to maintain his speed. Understanding that she must keep up, she pressed on. Falling behind was not an option. Gritting her teeth, she completed one lap, while Yi Sun was already on his second. Without thinking, she kept running. Relying on her intellect, rather than her physicality, 5,000 meters was her limit, and continuing felt like dragging weights with each step. Breathing became labored. Her brain starved of oxygen, and her lungs ached, the consequence of prolonged inactivity. It was unbearable. As she began her second lap, Yi Sun had already completed 2.5 laps, covering over 10,000 meters in half an hour. Su Qingwan, a woman of tenacity, stifled her breath and pushed herself to the brink. Her vision blurred, tears streamed down her face, obscuring her path as she stumbled over a stone. Oh! Su Qingwan quickly braced herself with her hands to avoid falling face first. Her knees and elbows throbbed painfully. Sitting up, she examined her scraped elbows and knees, blood trickling from the wounds. She glanced over to see Yi Sun standing at a distance, arms crossed, observing her with a cold gaze. He appeared like a spectator, effortlessly poised, completely unfazed by having run over 10,000 meters. Was he not exhausted? Chapter 38. Living without hope determined. Su Qingwan gritted her teeth and rose to continue running. Eventually, when she could no longer run, she resorted to walking. If walking became too arduous, she crawled. As long as she was alive, she would keep pace with Yi Sun. He was her only beacon of hope, her sole savior, with salvation within reach. If she failed to grasp it, she would be utterly lost. Everyone had awakened, gathering outside to witness Su Qingwan's desperate attempts to crawl around the prison. What had this ugly woman done to offend Yi Sun last night? In the early morning, she found herself wallowing in the muddy pit. A sight so filthy it resembled a rat scurrying through the sewers, utterly repulsive. What could Sun possibly see in her? Did he fancy her lack of beauty, her disheveled appearance, or her refusal to bathe? Enough said, it was simply nauseating. Yet, amidst a chorus of disdain, Su Qingwan, fueled by an indomitable spirit, managed to complete 4 laps. She collapsed at Yi Sun's feet, clutching his leg and laughing hysterically, as if possessed. She had accomplished her task, leaving him with no reason to shake her off. Yi Sun crouched down, brushing aside her excessively long bangs. Her face, flushed from exertion, radiated an unparalleled beauty in the morning light. Her eyes, often referred to as the windows to the soul, sparkled with pure anticipation of receiving his praise. However, Yi Sun offered no commendation, only coldly querying, "Do you think I am cruel?" "No, you are kind. In my heart, you are my idol," she replied, her words genuine rather than servile. Yi Sun smiled, a rare sight for someone so aloof and regal. His smile was like a flame breaking through ice, capable of igniting warmth in others. Su Qingwan felt her body heat up, her eyes ablaze with a fierce determination. "You cannot dismiss me," she declared resolutely. As Yi Sun stood and withdrew his leg from her embrace, the softness of her touch rendered him momentarily paralyzed. He quickly strode away, while Su Qingwan remained on the ground, peering through her disheveled hair at the azure sky, erupting into manic laughter. Yuan Yuan and Wang Qinshui rushed over, alarmed by her unsettling laughter, and helped her to her feet. Su Qingwan's clothes were drenched, resembling someone caught in a downpour. Her body slick with sweat and caked in dirt, far more disheveled than a beggar on the street. Yuan Yuan, believing Su Qingwan had been tormented by Yi Sun, spat in disgust. Who would have thought Yi Sun, with his handsome facade, could be so cruel? What kind of monster torments a girl like that? Wang Qinshui frowned. "Wan Wan, what did you do to anger Sun Ji?" With a mischievous grin, Su Qingwan replied, "It's not as you think. I am currently pursuing Yi Sun." Yuan Yuan gasped in disbelief. "Oh my gosh, you haven't been bound by some system, have you? If you fail, will you be erased?" Su Qingwan's expression darkened. "Yuan Yuan, darling, you should read fewer novels." She attempted to rise, but, having overexerted herself, felt faint and collapsed again. Ultimately, it was Yuan Yuan and Wang Qinshui who helped her to the bathroom. After washing up and changing into a clean, loose-fitting sports outfit, Su Qingwan stood before the mirror, her hair cascading down her shoulders, resembling a character from a horror film, though her attire was too pristine to mask her true state. She rubbed her previously worn, grimy clothes against her new outfit, ensuring the fresh attire bore signs of wear, which satisfied her. As she washed her clothes, she mindlessly stomped on them, unaware of how long she could hide her true self. In a world where she could not protect herself, she resolved to hide for as long as possible. That night, Su Qingwan crawled back to her room, struggling to climb to the upper bunk before collapsing and falling into a deep slumber. Miraculously, she had no nightmares. Nor did she hear the sounds of the bed shaking nearby. Nor did she dream of Li Jintian. Awakening to the dawn breaking outside, she quietly slipped out of bed. She began to emulate Yi Sun from the previous day, running laps around the prison grounds. After only a few steps, she collapsed from leg cramps, but did not cry out in pain. Instead, she bit her lip and continued running. By the time Yi Sun emerged, the horizon was already brightening. He effortlessly completed 4 laps and sat beneath a tree, observing her squirming on the ground like a slippery eel. This time, Su Qingwan took even longer than on the first day, her struggle more pronounced. Spectators continued to mock her, calling her foolish. On the third day, she astonishingly managed to stand before Yi Sun, smiling at him. I have made progress. She eagerly awaited his praise. Yi Sun chuckled, ruffling her already messy hair. Still not enough. By the fourth day, Su Qingwan had transitioned to a light jog. On the fifth day, she began timing herself, improving her speed compared to the previous day. 2 weeks later, having completed her run while others remained asleep, Yi Sun took her to the top floor of the prison, where the view was expansive. He pointed to the densest tree in the distance, saying, "Do you know? This path is fraught with difficulty." Su Qingwan understood that beneath that tree lay the grave of his former girlfriend, or rather, his companion. "I fear not death. I fear living without hope." Yi Sun remained silent, gazing into the distance. Following his gaze, Su Qingwan observed the east, the direction of home. The sun emerged as a tiny crescent, painting half the sky a brilliant crimson. It was the first time Su Qingwan witnessed a sunrise in the mountains, realizing the sun was truly a deep red, lacking blinding radiance. So beautiful, she marveled. At breakfast, Wang Qinshua squeezed beside Su Qingwan, asking Wan, "Where were you and Sun Ji this morning? I woke up and didn't see you too." Su Qingwan sipped her porridge, nibbling on pickles while watching the sunrise. Yuan, overhearing, exclaimed, "Hey, that's unfair. You didn't take me to see the sunrise. Where did you go?" "To the rooftop." Su Qingwan reminisced, the sunrise truly captivating. Akin to Yi Sun himself, possessing an extraordinary appearance yet devoid of harshness. Wang Qinshua waved her hand in exasperation. Wan, stop smiling. You're drooling." Su Qingwan burst into laughter. "I merely meant the sunrise is beautiful." "Indeed, the sunrise is beautiful. Without it, nothing can be." Wang Qinshua leaned closer, whispering in Su Qingwan's ear, "Is Yi Sun as impressive as they say?" Su Qingwan blushed, catching the undertone of Wang Qinshua's words. "We genuinely just watched the sunrise. Tomorrow, I will take you both." The three women eagerly agreed. Yet, that evening, both Yuan and Wang Qinshua were exhausted from their encounters with the men, unable to rise the next day. 2 weeks later, Su Qingwan completed her run in half an hour, using the extra time to practice hurdling over a small tree in the courtyard. Yi Sun effortlessly leaped over it, the leaves undisturbed, requiring no running start, his grace reminiscent of flowing clouds, a sight to behold. Su Qingwan, in her determination, took a running start, risking everything to leap over the barrier. However, she failed, snapping a branch that lodged itself against her inner thigh. She tugged at it, but could not dislodge it, bending down to inspect the situation, though visibility was limited. Yi Sun suggested, "I recommend you remove your pants to retrieve it." Su Qingwan felt her cheeks flush. She sat on the ground, suddenly feeling a sharp sting beneath her, involuntarily emitting a sound of discomfort. "What's wrong? I think I might have been pricked. Let me see." Yi Sun moved closer, parted her legs to examine the branch swaying from her pants. Chapter 39. Unable to restrain emotions, Yi Sun slowly removed the branch caught on her pants. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her skin, sending electric shocks coursing through her body. Though only a fleeting moment, it felt like she had lost half her life. Her mind flooded with inappropriate thoughts from her time at Klaus's house. Su Qingwan gazed at Yi Sun with dazed eyes, her mind a blank slate, resembling a porcelain doll that had lost its soul, utterly transfixed by him. Yi Sun smiled. "What's the matter? Don't you want to get up?" Su Qingwan jolted back to reality, shame washing over her as she turned, burying her face in her hands, as if that would render her invisible to him. She had never realized the joy that could come from a man's touch. Suddenly, she recalled Li Jintian's words. When he touched her, he was no longer himself. He would go mad. He spoke of being unable to restrain his feelings, claiming that any rational love was not love at all. He said she was an addiction he could not shake his Achilles heel. Su Qingwan had never understood that sensation Li Jintian described, always dismissing it as exaggeration. Now, she experienced it firsthand. It was merely a touch, yet it stirred something deep within her. Ha, this is truly exhilarating. Li Jintian, I no longer love you. You're nothing at all. How delightful. Miss Su, do not indulge yourself too much. The training is not yet complete. Yi Sun's deep voice resonated through the wind, akin to a gentle stream flowing by, and she responded with a comfortable hum. We'll get up to train now." She rose and continued her hurdles. Having just been pricked by a branch, she was plagued by a psychological shadow, afraid to leap over whenever she reached the small tree. After several attempts, none were successful. Su Qingwan glanced at Yi Sun with concern, only to find no impatience or disdain in his demeanor, which eased her worries. Yi Sun stood like a patient teacher, arms crossed, leaning against the tree, waiting for her to overcome her obstacles. Eventually, Su Qingwan did conquer her fear, giving it her all to leap over. Ye wun simidit. See, it's not as difficult as you thought. How long must I practice? Su Qingwan questioned, uncertain of the purpose of this training. Yi Sun pointed to the electric fence above the courtyard wall, stating that if she could easily jump over it without injuring her thigh, she would be deemed qualified. Su Qingwan recalled her earlier embarrassment and blushed. How could I possibly injure my thigh every time? If you don't injure your thigh, what do you plan to get hurt? Yi Sun observed her with amusement. Realizing his gaze, Su Qingwan turned her face away, asserting, I can jump over unscathed. Once was sufficient. If she had to attempt it several times, she would truly have no face left to live. If Yuan and Wang Qianxue found out, they would surely laugh at her for years. Then I look forward to your performance. Yi Sun allowed her to rest only after she completed her training. Su Qingwan discovered she no longer loved Li Jintian, and she felt elated. Such wonderful news deserved to be shared with Li Jintian. At noon, after her meal, she sought out Li. Brother Li, could you please give me my phone? I wish to make a call. Li, smoking in his office, cast her a disdainful glance. $1 million in sales, and you can have your phone. Do you have it? I don't. But I have something very joyful to share with my ex-boyfriend. If I miss this moment, the feeling will dissipate. Your wealthy ex-boyfriend? Liliesa interest pica. This place was too dull. A bit of gossip was a welcome distraction. Dis, Su Qingwan nadith. Lili opened the safe, retrieved her phone, and tossed it to her. Su Qingwan powered it on and dialed Li Jintian. The phone rang for quite a while before being answered. The other end was silent, and Su Qingwan did not wish to hear his voice. Whether he spoke or not was insignificant. What mattered was her sharing of joy. Li Jintian, I have experienced the joy you used to describe. I always thought you exaggerated, that it was just a matter of course. Only now do I realize it wasn't exaggeration. Rather, you are not the one who can bring me happiness. As she spoke, she chuckled. Perhaps it's your lack of skill. Instantly, a chilling voice came through. Su Qingwan, do you even know what you're saying? Very well, Mr. Li. You might want to ask my dear sister whether the joy during your escapades was genuine or feigned, especially since you were quite lacking. With that, Su Qingwan decisively hung up, denying Li Jintian the chance to respond in anger. The moment the call ended, her phone rang again. She promptly turned it off and handed it to Li. Thank you, Brother Li. Li did not take the phone. Instead, he leaned back, observing her with a knowing gaze. Your former fling wasn't too bad. My brother is even better. Curious. What means did you employ to ensnare both of them so thoroughly? Su Qingwan humbly replied, ensnared is too strong a term. Perhaps handsome individuals are simply peculiar and prefer the unattractive. Li stood, approaching her, and brushed aside the hair covering half of her face. Su Qingwan instinctively stepped back. Brotherly, I must get back to work. She was acutely aware of the aggression emanating from him. Before he could speak, she turned to flee. Li caught her wrist, pinning her against the wall. Who permitted you to leave? Su Qingwan winced from his grip, unable to struggle. Brotherly, I have an appointment with Yi's son. If I'm late, he will come looking for me. Li held her fast. Once, I opened a back door for you to make that call. Don't you think you should repay Brotherly? I have nothing to offer. How about this? Once I achieve my sales target next year, I'll treat you to a meal. Su Qingwan feigned misunderstanding of Li's intent. Who cares about your meal? Just take off your clothes. Let me have a look at your body, and I'll let you go. Today, Li was determined to uncover what made Su Qingwan so appealing. Yi Sun, with his lofty standards, must have seen something in her. Surely, he couldn't be attracted to her unattractiveness and disheveled appearance, right? Brotherly, I'm not pretty. Su Qingwan glanced at the closed door, the lock a password one, uncertain if it could be opened from the inside. Would pushing past Li to escape provoke him into harming her? Beauty is subjective. It will be evident. Li released her, taking a step back, drawing a Browning from his waist, and pointing it at her. I will count to 3. If you do not undress, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 40. His lack of skill, Su Qingwan stared at the dark barrel of the gun, her spine chilled, her legs trembling to the point of instability. I will undress. Without hesitation, she grasped the hem of her casual attire, ready to remove it in one fluid motion. A knock echoed at the door. Brotherly. It was Yi Sun's voice. Just as Su Qingwan was about to call out, Li Li made a shushing gesture. What is it? I'm looking for Wan. Yi Sun's speech was straightforward as always, not inquiring if she was present or if Li Li had seen her. He simply demanded her. Li Li, lacking a reason to dismiss him, tucked the gun behind his back and leaned closer to Su Qingwan, lowering his voice. Bitch, we shall see. He then opened the door, smiling at Yi Sun. Miss Su has just arrived, and you come seeking her. It appears you've fallen into a honey pot, unable to bear a moment's separation. Indeed, Yi Sun replied succinctly. Li Li glanced at the disheveled Su Qingwan, then at his handsome friend whose voice was seductively deep. The combination was quite revolting. Disdainfully, he pushed Su Qingwan out. Scram, and remember the million in sales. If you fail, even if you are Yi Sun's woman, I will still deal with you. Su Qingwan stumbled, falling into Yi Sun's embrace. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, inhaling the fragrant scent of her shampoo in her hair. Are you all right? Mifine. Su Qingwan clutched his shirt, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yi Sun took her hand, and they returned to the dormitory, him sitting on the bed while she stood before him. What were you doing in his office? I made a call, Su Qingwan admitted honestly. To whom? To my former fling. This term was borrowed from Wang Qinxue, who had said that the choice of words didn't always have to be precise. As long as it sounded good, it was valid. Su Qingwan now felt that these words aptly described Li Jintian. What did you say? I mentioned that being with you was quite pleasant and that he lacked skill. Upon uttering this, Su Qingwan shyly lowered her head, too embarrassed to meet Yi Sun's gaze. So, you've been thinking about it? Yi Sun's voice deepened, reverberating enticingly in the quiet dormitory. No, I wasn't thinking. Su Qingwan shook her head fervently. Really not? Ye won't sit. Not all. Her response was resolute. Yi Sun stood, brushing aside her long hair, gazing into her stunning eyes. Su Qingwan's anxious lips parted, resembling petals of a flower. Inviting Gokish. I was prepared to satisfy you, yet you do not wish to. He blew a gentle breath towards her lips, causing her face to flush visibly, turning a deep crimson. The warmth spread from her cheeks to her neck and chest. Yi Sun's firm Adam's apple glided up and down, his eyes flickering with a wild flame. He lowered his head, pressing his lips against Su Qingwan's. Su Qingwan blushed and rose on her toes, trying to align her lips with his, yet she did not meet the anticipated embrace. When she opened her eyes, Yi Sun had already pulled away. His dark eyes had returned to a tranquil state, as if the man who had just threatened to consume her was a stranger. Mr. Yi. Su Qingwan's body trembled slightly. She felt weak in the knees, enchanted by the hormones emanating from Yi Sun, and collapsed directly into his arms. He grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Miss Su, a strong person must not be governed by desire. You are too weak. He pushed her away and walked off without a backward glance. With her legs giving way, Su Qingwan fell onto Yi Sun's bed, the sheets infused with his alluring scent. She buried her face in the blanket, overwhelmed with embarrassment. How humiliating. Su Qingwan waited until it was time to work before she finally ventured out. In the afternoon, she found herself chatting with Wang Bai again. Brother, I have transferred the 200,000 you lent me, principal and interest included. Their conversation had grown increasingly intimate, even venturing into suggestive humor. Sister, I have no need for money. You should keep it for yourself and return it when you are able. I am currently trading stocks and making considerable profits daily. Su Qingwan sent him a screenshot of her stock account with Dongcheng, having edited it with graphic software. She owned 5% of Dongcheng's shares, amounting to billions by market value. Ironically, a woman worth billions was resorting to deception. The saddest part was that her bank account had been frozen, leaving her with no access to even the funds for sanitary products. Su Qingwan fabricated a false account showing a balance of 50,000 and sent it over. Wang Bai's excitement was palpable as he messaged back. Sister, I didn't realize you were such a skilled trader. Keep the 200,000 here and help me invest it. We can use it as a dowry when we marry. Su Qingwan replied, Brother, the stock market is unpredictable. No one is a perpetual victor. I merely seized the opportunity with Dongcheng's new drone launch to earn this money. It would be best if you refrained from investing. If you lose, I wouldn't know how to face you. Wang Bai insisted on investing, but Su Qingwan firmly declined, leaving him frustrated and logging off. Li Li was satisfied, believing Wang Bai's appetite had been sufficiently whetted. When the time was right, he would extract more from him. In truth, Lily held little faith in Su Qingwan, intending to eliminate her for Yi Sun's sake. If she proved profitable, all the better. If not, he would sell her to someone else. Rest assured, I will ensure he pays, Su Qingwan promised. Logging into Dong Chung Group's internal stock account, Li Jintian immediately received a report from his secretary, Li Zi. President Li, Su has logged in for 3 minutes and then exited, not to return. The IP address is from Northern Myanmar. Li Jintian waved his hand, indicating he understood. Li Zi continued, many are inquiring about when Su will return. Is she seriously ill? It's been a month without improvement. Should we send someone to bring her back? Everyone in the company was aware that President Li was now with Su Lin. The two were inseparable, merely lacking a marriage certificate. Executives speculated that Su must have gone abroad to heal her heartbreak. Su had devoted over a decade to Li. The thought of it ending in vain was tragic. 10 years. A woman's entire youth. How could anyone withstand such loss? They felt sympathy for Su, worrying she might spiral into despair. Meanwhile, Li Jintian remained unfazed by news of Su. His indifference was chillingly cruel. Who dared to speak behind his back? Li Jintian was a tyrant, never allowing matters to slip from his grasp. Li Zi shook her head. No, I merely inquired about Su out of concern. Leave. If she wants to return, let her. If not, no one will plead with her. Li Jintian's expression darkened, as if Su Qingwan were a source of profound disdain. Li Zi dared not say more and hurriedly exited. Chapter 41. Water Prison in Northern Myanmar. Su Qingwan rose early, completing her run before resuming her hurdle practice. Having been caught off guard by a branch previously, she was prepared this time. She borrowed a sanitary pad from Wang Qianxue to cushion herself, ensuring she would not be harmed again. While she diligently practiced, Yi Sun leaned against a tree, observing her with a cold gaze. Only when she collapsed on the ground, her fingers numb from exhaustion, did Yi Sun approach, towering over her. Backlit by the morning sun, he appeared almost divine. Mr. Yi, Su Qingwan smiled at him. You mentioned yesterday that one must learn to control their desires. I struggle with that. Could you teach me? Yi Sun crouched down, placing his hand on her chest. Su Qingwan gasped, instinctively grasping his hand. Mr. Yi, he withdrew his hand, advising her, this approach is misguided. Consider that the body is merely a vessel. Do not place excessive importance on it. If a reaction is unavoidable, let it be one you wish others to see. Su Qingwan sat up, gazing into his profound eyes. Were those 2 instances we shared merely for show? Do you truly feel nothing for me? The question hung unasked in the air. What do you think? Yi Sun ruffled her hair. This path is both a road to survival and a dead end. It is fraught with difficulty. Best to abandon it. I can manage. Su Qingwan insisted, seizing his hand and guiding it beneath her clothing. Mr. Yi, continue. I am capable. She tilted her head back, her elegant jawline exposed to his gaze, as if inviting a kiss. When his fingertips brushed against her warm, delicate skin, he swallowed hard. Practice tonight. Su Qingwan blushed and nodded. Mr. Yi, did you undergo rigorous training in the past to withstand truth serums and control your desires? These are feats I cannot achieve. When you become strong enough to stand by my side, I will reveal everything to you. Su Qingwan vowed silently, determined to grow stronger. After a week of dedicated effort, Su Qingwan could easily clear the small tree. She was also able to keep pace with Yi Sun during their runs. As training intensified, the end of the month approached rapidly. One morning, she leaped down from the upper bunk effortlessly, a testament to her month-long training. Her speed had increased. Had she been this fast during her escape, she would have surely succeeded. Seated on the edge of her bed, she folded Yi Sun's blanket when Lily kicked their bed. Su Qingwan, today is the last day of the month. Where's your 1 million performance target? Brother Li, the day isn't over yet. Su Qingwan had been laying the groundwork for days. Today was the final opportunity, and she felt ready to reel in the catch. As soon as she logged in, Wang Bai, the unwitting fool, bombarded her with messages. Darling, today is the last day. Can you help me buy some stocks? The new year is approaching, and I want to make some money. Su Qingwan replied, engaging in this can lead to financial ruin. I trust you. Help me out. My family just received a 1 million compensation from the demolition, and they told me to save it for my future wife, so I'm giving it to you, effectively entrusting it to her. Su Qingwan stared at the computer screen for a long while before sending a bank account number. Soon after, the finance department announced, 1 million has been credited and distributed across 50 accounts. Lily pulled out his phone and made a call. We have finalized the deal. You must withdraw the funds within 2 minutes. If not, you are responsible for the consequences. Those who failed to withdraw would have to cover the losses themselves. That was the rule. Lily hung up and pulled Su Qingwan close. Talented individual, I apologize for underestimating you before. Lily raised his head and announced to the crowd, everyone, give Su Qingwan a round of enthusiastic applause. The entire assembly erupted in fervent clapping. On the last day of each month, they gathered for a summary meeting, free from overtime. The accountant handed over the month's performance figures to Li, who began reading the names. Su Qingwan achieved 1 million. Fu Kuei 500,000, Yuan 200,000, Wang Qinxue 30,000, Zhang Chong 300,000. Those who had completed their targets stood to one side, while those who had not stood on the other. With a command from Li, everyone divided into 2 groups. Holding an electric baton, he reprimanded those who had failed to meet their targets. You have half an hour to raise money. If you cannot, you will either lose a leg or be thrown into the water prison. The minimum performance was 50,000, yet Wang Qinxue had only managed 30,000. Previously, she had been able to avoid performance targets by staying with Li, but after receiving a scolding from Klaus due to poor results in the prison district, Li decreed that everyone must meet their quotas. The only exception was Yi Sun, who had saved Li's life. Li was a man of loyalty and never made things difficult for Yi Sun. Everyone began calling their families, pleading for funds. Failure to do so would result in a broken leg. Half of the families sent money, while the other half did not. Li approached Wang Qinxue and pulled her aside. You did not complete your task. Will it be a broken leg or the water prison? The water prison. Wang Qinxue answered without hesitation. Very well. Li immediately ordered his subordinates to drag Wang Qinxue away to the water prison. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qingwan felt a chill in her heart. It was said that even raising a dog could foster feelings, yet despite sharing a bed with Li daily, he showed no compassion. In his eyes, they were worth less than a dog. That night, there was no overtime. Su Qingwan returned to her dormitory early. Glancing at Wang Qinxue's empty bed, her heart heavy with unspoken sorrow. When Li returned, he was grumbling about the meager performance of just over 3 million this month, blaming others for dragging him down. After drinking a bit, he noticed Su Qingwan and collapsed onto his bed, neglecting to acknowledge the absence of his upper bunkmate. Su Qingwan, worried for Wang Qinxue, found it impossible to sleep. She stepped out to find Yuan. Yuan, will you accompany me to check on Qinxue? Yuan emerged, with Zhang Chong following closely, his gaze lingering on Su Qingwan's figure. Beautiful girl, you best not go. If you do, you'll regret it. Su Qingwan pulled Yuan away, fearing being caught by Zhang Chong. The water prison was located in the basement of the jail, guarded by security personnel wielding AKs. With a bonus of 10,000 this month, Su Qingwan managed to bribe the guard with 1,000 to gain entry. The iron door creaked open, and the stench of decaying corpses assaulted them, nearly causing Su Qingwan and Yuan to faint. The so-called water prison was indeed a true prison cell. The cells were deep underground, leaving only a small opening for the prisoners to breathe. The inmates were submerged in murky water, their heads above the surface. The water had not been changed in years, turning black, with dead rats and human skeletal remains floating atop. Yuan took one look and retched violently. Su Qingwan was somewhat steadier, recalling Yi Sun's words that any expression she wore would be seen by others. She needed to learn to control her facial expressions and emotions. Dozens of people were confined here, crammed into several cells. Su Qingwan walked to the innermost cell, where she finally spotted Wang Qinxue. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Wang Qinxue cried out as if she had found a savior. Wan, there's something in the water. You must help me. Su Qingwan grasped Wang Qinxue's hand. What is it? I don't know. It swims around me. Just then, a man in the adjacent cell screamed, Something is biting me. Wang Qinxue shrieked in fear as well. Chapter 42. Women are emotional. Su Qingwan regretted coming here. She suddenly felt that Zhang Chong was right. Witnessing this suffering would haunt her forever. She watched helplessly as Wang Qinxue endured torment, a pain more profound than her own suffering. Clenching Wang Qinxue's hand, she repeated, I'm sorry. I'm powerless to help. Here, no one could assist anyone else. Only self-rescue was possible. The guard at the entrance entered, declaring that time was up, and they had to leave immediately. They pointed their AKs at Su Qingwan. She stood up and said to Wang Qinxue, I will wait for you to come out. I will treat you to a meal. Wang Qinshue nodded, turning her face away. As Su Qingwan and Yuan Yuan exited, they heard the cacophony of insults and screams from within. The sounds were reminiscent of an inferno, filled with terror, despair, and helplessness. Su Qingwan escorted Yuan Yuan to her door, where Zhang Chang's intense gaze fixated on her. So how is it? Am I appealing? Yuan Yuan interjected. Stop talking. Can't handle it? Wait a few days, your skin will rot. Last time, one person had a leech burrow into her body and died within days. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingwan rushed into the bathroom to vomit. Upon returning to the dormitory, Li Li's snoring was as loud as a trumpet. Completely indifferent to Wang Qinshue's plight in the water prison, as if she did not exist. In that moment, Su Qingwan understood the desolation reflected in Wang Qinshue's eyes every time Li Li overpowered her. Sleep. Yi Sun's voice suddenly broke the silence. Su Qingwan turned to see him setting down his book and smiling at her. Did you not say you would learn to control your emotions with me? You have been staring at a man for too long. Su Qingwan approached Yi Sun's bed, climbed up obediently, and embraced him, burying her face in his chest. Mr. Yi, thank you. Without you, I would be worse off than any woman here. Yi Sun wrapped his arms around her slender waist, his fingers gliding over her delicate skin. You are tense, he whispered near her ear. Yet, she relaxed her body immediately. Very good. Mr. Yi, this is quite difficult. Su Qingwan found it hard to tolerate even this innocent teasing. No worries, we can start with something simple. Yi Sun pressed his lips against hers, asking, Can you kiss? Yes, Su Qingwan answered without hesitation. Then I will kiss you for 30 seconds. If you can remain calm, we will proceed to the next exercise. Su Qingwan nodded. But her mind couldn't help but wander, wondering what the next exercise would entail. Miss Su, you seem distracted in my embrace. Whom are you thinking about? Yi Sun grasped her chin, his gaze intense. Su Qingwan blushed in embarrassment. She couldn't admit she was imagining what he would do next. I was not thinking of anything. I'm ready, go ahead. Closing her eyes, she steeled herself, resolving not to react regardless of the outcome. Observing her determined expression, Yi Sun's lips curved into a slight smile as he gently pressed his lips against hers. The kiss was skillful, the moment their lips met. Su Qingwan felt a tingling sensation course through her. Instinctively, she recoiled, but Yi Sun halted, saying, Miss Su, you have failed. His lips glistened, his eyes gleaming with a charming yet predatory allure. But you taste delightful. I quite like it. Su Qingwan felt both shy and regretful. She had barely lasted a few seconds. How embarrassing. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Her eyes were dreamy, her lips flushed from the kiss, exuding a seductive allure. Miss Su, you must be cautious when you go out looking like this. I'm sorry. I will strive to resist in the future. She wiped the sweat from her forehead. Feeling utterly useless, their bodies were close together, and Su Qingwan could distinctly feel that aside from his warmth, Yi Sun remained largely unchanged. Mr. Yi, how long did you manage to resist during your first training? I lasted only once, Yi Sun replied, his voice low as he leaned close to her ear. The organization sent a voluptuous woman my way, but I felt no spark. So, his first success came from being uninterested in the woman. What kind of woman does Mr. Yi prefer? Su Qingwan felt that he did not have any feelings for her. Otherwise, after her emotional outburst just moments ago, he would not have been able to maintain his composure. Yi Sun lay beside her, turning his back without uttering a word. As Su Qingwan gazed at his silhouette, her mind suddenly cleared. They were merely forced to meet in this circumstance. Their collaboration was dictated by necessity, devoid of any romantic entanglement. She almost forgot this truth. She nearly surrendered herself completely. In that moment, she realized the significance of the restraint training that Yi Sun had spoken of. A moment's lapse in awareness could lead to an uncontrollable heart. Women are inherently emotional, easily swayed by feelings, commonly referred to as being love-struck. When couples divorce, 8 out of 10 women weep, lamenting that their partner no longer loves them. Conversely, 9 out of 10 men focus on how to transfer assets to ensure the woman leaves empty-handed. This illustrates the distinction between rationality and emotion. Su Qingwan was determined to master her emotions. She could be a rational woman. After some time, she composed herself, climbed to her upper bunk, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. The next day, before Su Qingwan had even risen, she heard someone approaching. The footsteps were unsteady, accompanied by labored breaths. It was Wang Qinshue, who appeared at the door, drenched and emitting a foul odor. Wan Wan, Wang Qinshua managed to smile. "I'm back," before collapsing into Su Qingwan's arms. Su Qingwan quickly lifted her and placed her on the upper bunk. Lily shouted from the side, "Damn, Su Qingwan, when did you become so strong?" It was then that Su Qingwan realized she had once struggled to carry a bucket of water, yet now effortlessly hoisted a hefty person to the top bunk. This transformation was thanks to Yi Sun, who had tailored a physical training regimen for her. Ignoring Li, Su Qingwan hurried to the bathroom with a basin, only to discover that there was no hot water left. She filled a basin with cold water, and by the time she returned, the two men had already departed. As Su Qingwan removed Wang Qinshua's clothes, she noticed her skin below the neck was waterlogged, covered in wrinkles. The unclean water had caused red rashes to appear all over her body. Yuan Yuan arrived to assist in wiping down Wang Qinshua. When they reached her toes, Yuan Yuan screamed, "Wan Wan, one of Qinshua's toes is missing." Chapter 43. Su Qingwan is an undercover agent. Su Qingwan leaned closer to examine Wang Qinshua's foot, realizing that one of her little toes had been bitten off by an unknown creature. The wound was jagged, suggesting it had been severed after multiple bites. One could only imagine the agony she had endured. Su Qingwan retrieved some and used external injury ointment to disinfect and bandage the wound. After forcibly waking Wang Qinshuo, she made her take some medicine before carrying her to her own clean bed and changing the soiled sheets to wash. Yuan Yuan helped her, and as they washed clothes in the bathroom, she sobbed, "Wan Wan, I'm so scared. I feel like I'll be next." "It won't happen. We can achieve our goals. You've always done well," Su Qingwan reassured, patting Yuan Yuan's shoulder. Yuan Yuan, shaken by Wang Qinshua's ordeal, despaired, "We've been here for 2 months with no signs of leaving. I feel like we'll never escape. If we fail to meet our targets, we'll die here. That won't happen. Trust me, we can get out. As long as we live, there is hope." Su Qingwan embraced Yuan Yuan, offering encouragement. She herself was not devoid of despair, but despair was merely a futile emotion. It was better to transform sorrow into strength, empowering oneself for self-preservation. After cleaning the sheets, she hung them on a tree outside. Returning to her post, she spotted Fu Kuei waiting for her alongside several armed bodyguards, and Li Go, she called out, carefully scanning her surroundings for Yi Sun, who was nowhere to be seen. Fu Kuei pointed at Su Qingwan, saying, "Li Go, this is Su Qingwan. I saw her hide the USB drive." "What USB drive?" Su Qingwan's heart sank. She had thought this matter was settled, yet Fu Kuei had brought it up again. "What was this scoundrel up to?" "Fu Kui's need. You think I'm unaware of your little schemes? We were in this together. If one falls, we all fall. I refrained from speaking out to protect Li Ge, but now you dare to argue." "I don't know what you're talking about," Su Qingwan replied, her mind racing, though she maintained her composure. Yi Sun had told her that a strong person's reactions are what they wish others to see. She could manage that. Fu Kuei insulted her, "You undercover rat. The evidence is clear. Let us see how you deny it." He leaned toward Li Ge, "Take her to the office. A body search will reveal everything." Li held a strong bias against Su Qingwan, believing she was unworthy of Yi Sun. Given that she had nearly jeopardized Yi Sun's life due to the undercover incident, his disdain for her only deepened. "Su Qingwan, you're coming with me to the office for a search." Su Qingwan understood that she had no choice. Whether she went or not would lead to her demise. Hesitating for just a moment, Fu Kuei taunted, "What's the matter? Looking for Yi Sun? He is out bringing in newcomers. Don't count on him." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Qingwan felt a chill. Fu Kuei had clearly prepared for this moment, waiting for Yi Sun to leave before targeting her. "Li Yi, I didn't do anything. I don't know what Fu Kuei is talking about. Please believe me." "Lili Raplia, whether you did or not will be determined by evidence. Come with me to the office for a search. If you haven't hidden anything, I'll believe you." With that, Lili led several bodyguards and Fu Kuei away. Su Qingwan steeled herself and followed them into Li's office. Sitting at his desk, Lili lit a cigarette and exhaled smoke towards Su Qingwan. "Top student, strip. Li Ge, there is no need to undress for a body search. Besides, if I were truly an undercover agent, I wouldn't carry anything on me. In such a vast prison, I could hide it anywhere more safely." Su Qingwan was acutely aware that the so-called search was merely a guise to eliminate her. She recalled the gruesome fate of someone who had previously been burned alive at Klaus's hands. The thought of the bodyguard's hands piercing her skin in a bloody spectacle sent shivers down her spine. Fu Kuei noticed her fear and approached her with a sinister smile. "If you cooperate, my friends 1T need to search with their hands. That way, U1Ts suffer, and they can enjoy themselves, right? Fu Kuei's chilling laughter echoed in the room. Indeed, Lily added, top student, I don't have high demands. Just kneel at my feet and give me a kiss, and I'll let you go. Su Qingwan understood that if she complied, it would only serve to gratify them momentarily. After they were satisfied, they would cruelly dispose of her, burying her in some unmarked grave. By the time Yi Sun returned, she would be beyond saving, forgotten by the world. She had to protect herself. Liga, I can call my fiancé. Whatever amount you want, I can arrange it. Lily chuckled. Still trying that trick? When have you ever succeeded in getting money? I have my own funds. I can sell my shares to him and have him transfer money to you. Our target for this year is 200 million. I can have him send you 500 million. Fu Kuei shook with laughter. Ligu, the top student, is painting a grand picture for you again. Lily drew his gun and slammed it onto the desk. Su Qingwan, I'll give you one last chance to avoid being labeled as unreasonable. I want to ask for 500 million. Just bring me 100 million, and I'll let you go. Su Qingwan was acutely aware that selling stocks was not as simple as it sounded, and Li Jintian was not someone to be easily commanded. Her proposal was merely a stalling tactic, hoping to wait for Yi Sun. With their $1 million target achieved, they would finally be able to access their phones. Just 2 days prior, Su Qingwan had received her phone. On her way to the office, she kept her hand in her pocket and contacted Yi Sun through her emergency contact, sending out a distress signal. Su Qingwan was uncertain whether Yi Sun would return to rescue her, but she had to take a gamble to buy herself some time. Thank you, brotherly. Su Qingwan retrieved her phone, unlocked it, and deliberately took her time searching for Li Jintian's number in her contacts. After a while, she dialed it. The phone rang for an eternity, almost disconnecting before it was answered. Su Qingwan, if you are not prepared to return, do not call me. Li Jintian's voice was weary and exceedingly impatient. Mr. Li, I am willing to sell you 5% of my shares. There was a prolonged silence on the other end, followed by a derisive laugh. Su Qingwan, this game has lost its charm. Has your intelligence waned? Or do you believe I am so idle that I have time to play with you? Indeed, both were members of the intellectual elite. Li Jintian was a paragon among paragons, a bona fide business prodigy. He was neither a fool nor incompetent. He was not oblivious to the tricks Su Lin was playing. He simply chose not to see them. Out of profound affection, he believed that even if his beloved committed wrongs, they were justified. If you are with Su Lin, then our relationship is over. I will withdraw from the company and support your union. If you think I find this game uninteresting, I, too, find you somewhat lacking. Chapter 44. The pinnacle of beauty. Li Jintian sneered. If you wish to sell your shares, come back and discuss it with me in person. Su Qingwan was infuriated. At this point, Li Jintian still believed that everything was a scheme she had orchestrated, as if Myanmar's north was a place she could simply leave at will. Incredible. She couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. For a moment, Su Qingwan found herself at a loss for words on how to communicate with Li Jintian. After a prolonged silence, he spoke first. Lin Lin has been lost since childhood, suffering in the countryside for years. Can't you show her a little compassion? Must you be so calculating? Am I responsible for losing her? Why should I accommodate her? Damn it, what kind of man are you? You received the best education and life from the Su family. Without them, you would be nothing. Shouldn't you show her some consideration? Li Jintian questioned Su Qingwan with a sense of entitlement. What does the Su family's adoption of me and Su Lin have to do with this? If I owe anyone, it is the Su elders. Besides, I did not live her life in the Su family for so many years. And had I known they adopted me to make me bear these baseless accusations, I would rather beg on the streets. Compared to life in Northern Myanmar, begging in the streets was akin to paradise. Do not casually invoke the Su family support for me. My achievements in university and research are the fruits of my own labor. If I were not cut out for this, no amount of effort would suffice. Su Qingwan, I never expected you to be so cold-blooded, so ungrateful, Li Jintian mocked. Indeed, I am cold-blooded. I will give you 30 minutes to draft a contract for the sale of the shares and send me the electronic version. We shall settle our accounts and have no further entanglements. I said, let us discuss this in person. Li Jintian abruptly hung up the phone. At that moment, he was in a conference room with company executives present, and he did not shy away from the conversation. Although no one knew what was said on the other end, they speculated it was Su Qingwan. Someone voiced their concern. Li, has Su's illness not improved? Yes, she has been abroad for 2 months recuperating. When will she return? Li Jintian rubbed his aching temples, his expression growing increasingly dark. Let be. Before making the call, Su Qingwan had anticipated this outcome. After hanging up, regret washed over her. She had forgotten Yi Sun's admonition. She needed to control her emotions. She should have been charming and persuasive, prolonging the conversation until Yi Sun returned. Hurriedly, she turned to Li Li and said, "I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away just now. Please give me another chance." Li Li was in stitches, laughing to the point of tears. "So this is how you intellectuals communicate? What does that even mean?" Fu Kuei chimed in with mockery. "Miss Su wants another chance? How about we buy her a plane ticket and send her back to handle her affairs, then send us the money?" Laughter erupted in the room. Su Qingwan clenched her fists, wanting to punch the faces of those who mocked her. However, she lacked the strength. She could not even take on any one man. Su Qingwan's early life had been smooth sailing. Regardless of the status of those she encountered, they would not directly confront her. Even in disputes, they would sit at the negotiation table and discuss matters amicably. If negotiations failed, they could resort to legal proceedings, dragging things out for years with ample time to prepare. Here, there were no such constraints, no hidden agendas. Only overt malice existed. If someone threatened to kill you, they would do it. If they wanted to stab you, they would. If they commanded you to undress, you had no choice but to comply. Pure evil, devoid of any pretense. Su Qingwan could absolutely not undress. Once she did, the outcome would be unspeakably tragic. As she gazed at the Browning on Li Li's table, she calculated the odds of rushing over, seizing the gun, and taking them all down in a mutual demise. But she had never handled a gun and had no idea how to use one. As Su Qingwan's mind raced, Fu Kuei had already approached her. His beady eyes narrowed into slits. "You are deliberately stalling for time until Yi Sun returns, treating him as your savior. But what he possesses is merely the power bestowed by Brother Li. If Brother Li wants him dead, he will die. If Brother Li sends him out on a mission, he wouldn't dare return halfway." Fu Kuei seized Su Qingwan's collar, lifting her upper body. "You wretch, you've caused me to lose my humanity. I couldn't get to you myself. So I brought a few friends to let you experience the might of a man and ensure you find joy even in your demise." With that, he threw Su Qingwan to the ground. Her back hit the floor painfully, leaving her unable to cry out. Fu Kuei, impatient, began to rip at her clothes, the fabric tearing with a sound. A patch of pristine skin was exposed, radiating a faint fragrance that mesmerized Fu Kuei. "Damn, so tender. No wonder Yi Sun can't get enough." Fu Kuei eagerly pulled down Su Qingwan's clothing. Su Qingwan desperately shielded her chest, but ultimately failed, her modesty exposed. Fu Kuei's eyes nearly bulged out as he pressed against her. "Damn, come quickly and see. There truly is a woman so stunning in this world. Get away." Su Qingwan screamed, clawing at Fu Kuei's face. In an instant, she left a bloody mark on his cheek, causing him to wince and loosen his grip. Seizing the moment, Su Qingwan turned and crawled toward the door. But just as she reached it, someone grasped her ankle, dragging her back like a lifeless dog. "Don't touch me." She kicked desperately, but the hand gripping her ankle was like a vice, refusing to let go. Seeing that he was about to lose her, Fu Kuei shouted to those nearby, "Everyone, get her." Several armed bodyguards rushed forward, pinning Su Qingwan's limbs down. Despite her utmost efforts, she was utterly immobilized, akin to a fish on a chopping block, awaiting slaughter. Li Li stood aside, observing from a position of superiority, his mind in turmoil. "I knew that anyone Yi Sun could sleep with must possess extraordinary qualities. She is truly a gem." The impact of her exquisite beauty was akin to that of a nuclear bomb. The sight of Su Qingwan, disheveled and desperately writhing in protest, created a lethal allure that shattered all sensibility. Witnesses were consumed by a singular thought: to break her, to make her even more enchanting, to tarnish her body and leave their mark upon her. A few seconds of silence hung in the air, akin to the tolling of a despairing bell in Su Qingwan's mind. The bloodthirsty gazes of the men confirmed her inescapable fate. She could even hear the sound of the men swallowing hard. "No!" she screamed helplessly. Fu Kuei was so entranced by the scene before him that he was practically drooling. Without a second thought, he lunged at her. "Get away!" Su Qingwan felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, goosebumps breaking out across her skin as she sensed Fu Kuei's breath against her. Disgusting, filthy, ugly. Chapter 45. He is uninterested in women. At a critical moment, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the building, causing it to tremble violently. In that moment of stunned silence, Su Qingwan kicked Fu Kuei aside, broke free from the grip of the bodyguard, and huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. Li seized his gun and addressed those inside. What is happening outside? Let's go and take a look. Su Qingwan, terrified of being trapped in the room, hurriedly stood up and followed them out. Outside, chaos reigned as many rushed to flee the building. With only one exit and over 1,000 people pushing against each other, they trampled on one another in a desperate attempt to escape. Li raised his gun and fired a shot into the ceiling. Everyone shut up. His gunfire only exacerbated the panic. The crowd, mistaking it for a second explosion, fled in even greater hysteria. The security guards, confused by the commotion, assumed there was a disturbance and began shooting indiscriminately. Screams of despair and agony echoed all around. Su Qingwan found a quiet corner to crouch in, clutching her body in terror as she witnessed individuals falling, struck down by bullets. Finally, Li raised a megaphone and shouted to the crowd, "I will count to 3. Everyone better get down, or you'll be shot. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, many complied, but a few slow-reacting individuals were shot through the chest. Su Qingwan covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. The bloodshed, violence, and the darkest aspects of human nature unfolded before her, more visceral than any horror film. Wan. Yuan's voice suddenly rang in Su Qingwan's ears. Seeing her like a savior, Su Qingwan rushed to embrace Yuan. Noticing her disheveled state, Yuan immediately shed her outer coat and draped it over her. That scoundrel Li only knows how to bully women. Still shaken, Su Qingwan asked what happened. Yuan explained, "Mr. Yi told me before he left that you might run into trouble and instructed me to keep an eye on you. If anything happened, I was to set the kitchen on fire. I did just that, but I didn't expect it to explode." Su Qingwan was astonished by Yi Sun's meticulous planning. He had saved her once again. He was truly a remarkable man. She should hold on to him tightly. Sitting on the ground, shoulder to shoulder with Yuan, a bitter smile crept onto her lips. "He is a man I cannot grasp. You can use your beauty. You sleep with him every day. I refuse to believe he doesn't want to touch you." Yuan, having bathed with Su Qingwan daily, was well aware of the secret she harbored. With such unparalleled beauty, what man wouldn't fall for you? He is uninterested in women. Su Qingwan replied with a hint of despair. Yuan nudged her. "Is he perhaps incapable?" "He is capable, but he chooses not to be." Su Qingwan recalled the restraint training each night. While she was constantly aroused, he remained composed and in control. "How can you know if you don't try?" Wan, "I believe you are different to Yi Sun." Su Qingwan pondered. Had she discovered Yi Sun in the study that day, he would have acted differently to protect his secret. In her heart, she believed love was uncontrollable. Any emotion that could be managed and addressed calmly could not be called love. Yuan fell silent. After a long pause, Su Qingwan added, "And I am currently losing control." Yuan's eyes widened in shock. You have fallen for Yi Sun?" "I don't know." Su Qingwan was only aware of how every night, as they lay together, his kisses sent shivers down her spine, leaving her breathless. She longed for more from Yi Sun, unable to distinguish between love and mere physical desire, between dreams and reality. Yuan grasped Su Qingwan's hand earnestly. Wan, do not develop feelings. Here, everything is permissible, except for emotions. You can make Yi Sun love you, but do not allow yourself to love him. Su Qingwan nodded. "I understand. I want to let myself fall for Yi Sun." This promise was as much for herself as it was for Yuan. Li and his team discovered that it was a gas explosion. The building, once a prison, had a well-sealed kitchen to prevent inmates from causing harm. Someone had opened a gas canister early, and it ignited, leading to the explosion. Had it not been for the sturdy metal structure of the prison, it might have collapsed entirely. Everyone was summoned to the main hall, where a group of bodyguards with guns gathered them together. The entrance was piled high with bodies, the stench of blood filling the air, making it nauseating. In such a precarious moment, those who stepped forward would find themselves in dire straits. Su Qingwan and Yuan, being among the few women, were thrust to the forefront, seen as the weaker ones. Li, wielding an electric baton, paced before them, his gaze cold and menacing, akin to an enraged beast. "Now, I will give the person responsible for the kitchen explosion a chance to step forward and confess. I will be lenient and allow you to leave intact." After several seconds of silence, Li continued, "Very well, no one has stepped forward. Next, witnesses may report, and those who do will be rewarded with 50,000 yuan and the chance to sleep with their desired handsome men or women." This incentive was a tremendous temptation for anyone. After a few more seconds, no one came forward. Lily scoffed. It seems my usual teachings have taken root. Everyone has grand aspirations. Let me change the reward. Those who provide evidence will receive a plane ticket home. This temptation was irresistible. Some began to fidget, contemplating the offer, while others hesitated, only to withdraw. Finally, the last man who had come with Su Qingwan stepped forward. Ligo, I report that Su Qingwan caused the kitchen explosion. Su Qingwan looked at the man in disbelief. His name was Wang Gang. He had lost a leg last month due to incomplete performance and had been bedridden for half a month. Now he leaned on a crutch, struggling to walk on one leg. Lily approached Wang Gang, a sinister smile curling his lips. Let us hear it. I was thirsty and went to get water when I saw Su Qingwan sneaking towards the kitchen. I was surprised because Li Ge had commanded that no one was to go there, yet she dared to. I was curious and took a closer look. Li Li's smile turned even more sinister. It feels good to falsely accuse a woman, doesn't it? Wang Gang was taken aback and hurriedly denied it. Li Ye, please believe me. It was truly Su Qingwan. Before he could finish, Lily struck him on the head with the electric baton. Wang Gang, already off balance with a broken leg, fell to the ground. Su Qingwan narrowly avoided being struck. Lily turned to Fu Kuei and said, I dislike those who casually frame others for their own gain. Give him a nail. Several bodyguards rushed forward to restrain Wang Gang. Fu Kuei brandished a long iron nail. Holding the hammer Li Li had previously used to crush Su Qingwan's finger. He aimed a nail at Wang Gang's forehead and swung the hammer down with full force. Having done this before, Fu Kuei struck with precision, driving the nail deep into Wang Gang's skull before he could even scream. Wang Gang was not dead yet. His eyes rolled back as he fixed his gaze on Su Qingwan. It was her. Then his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Lily placed his hands on his hips, glaring at the crowd. Next, immediately, more voices arose. The girl I also saw was Su Qingwan. Zhang Chong also stepped forward. I too saw it was Su Qingwan. Chapter 46, Clean and Fragrant. One person can claim you are slandering them, but when many witness it, there is no way to refute it. However, they were unaware that Su Qingwan was with Li Li and his group. She was not afraid of the accusations, but she worried about Yuan, her palms growing clammy with anxiety. Li no longer acted impulsively, but rather fixated on the group of women standing before him. It became apparent that the individual who had ventured into the kitchen was a woman, clad in clothing belonging to Su Qingwan, with her hair cascading freely, an appearance crafted for her. The evidence you provided holds some merit. A reward of 5,000 yuan will be granted to each. Zhang Chong inquired. Why isn't it Su Qingwan? So many people believe it is her. What about the return tickets? Li Li scoffed. Dare you question the decree of the divine? He commanded the bodyguards, take these women to my office. Su Qingwan and her companions were promptly dragged away by the guards. Fu Kuei stepped before Zhang Chong, exclaiming, Zhang Chong, Su Qingwan has been with us all along. Having spoken, he turned to leave, oblivious to the change in Zhang Chong's gaze. If it is not Su Qingwan, then it must be Yuan. However, Zhang Chong would not divulge this information. He realized that even if they did identify the murderer, Lily would not let them go. It was likely that he would feign their release only to sell them to others. Moreover, he found Yuan to be quite convenient, and his nights were rather satisfying. If she were to perish, his evenings would become unbearably dull. Su Qingwan and several girls were unceremoniously thrown into Li Li's office, collapsing under the brutal force of the bodyguards. Li Li espolished shoes based before Suingan, reflecting her disheveled state. Among the strands of her hair, one terrified eye peeked out, akin to a wild spirit. Su Qingwan trembled in fear, her heart racing. She was not afraid of what Lily might do to her. Rather, she feared for Yuan's safety. Lily glared at the women, each step on the floor resonating with a thunderous sound. The enormity of the incident in the park, with so many lives lost, had pushed his anger to its zenith. Damn it, you worthless scum, daring to play tricks beneath the watchful eye of the divine. Do you take me for a fool? The girls huddled together on the ground, shivering in terror. Lily brandished a stun baton at them, demanding, who went to the kitchen? The girls shook their heads, too frightened to respond. Lily snitted. So you refuse to speak? Very well, let the punishment commence. Fu Kuei, administer the electric shock. Yes, brotherly. Fu Kuei was a sadist. Particularly after being beaten into submission by Yi Sun, he had developed a penchant for tormenting women for his gratification. The so-called electric torture was far from the scientific depictions in films. It was merely a means of inflicting suffering. Fu Kuei approached the girls, holding a wire, his gaze roving over them before settling on Su Qingwan. He crouched down, seizing her chin and dragging her forth, planting a foot on the ground. I want to see you tremble and scream under my touch. I assure you, it will be far more pleasurable than being with Yi-sun. Go to hell. Su Qingwan spat through clenched teeth. Fu Kuei raised his hand and struck her across the face. How dare you insult me? He glared at her, his eyes bulging, choking her throat. He lifted the wire, lewdly aiming it at her chest. In an instant, Su Qingwan's body went numb, convulsing. Before 2 seconds had elapsed, the bastard Fu Kuei collapsed on her, having forgotten the principle of electrical conduction. He had electrocuted himself while choking her. Yuan, quick on her feet, kick the wire away. Su Qingwan regained her mobility, shoving Fu Kuei off her and pressing the wire against his neck. Fu Kuei had no time to scream, his body convulsing as he stared wide-eyed at Su Qingwan, issuing garbled cries for help. Brotherly, save me. Lili Skufa, usa las tres. He approached Su Qingwan and kicked her. She fell, gasping for breath, her chest aching. The other girls screamed in terror, in extreme distress. Humans can resort to anything for self-preservation. Someone began to bite wildly. It was Yuan, who shouted, I saw Yuan go. Yuan, quick-witted, retorted, You're spitting blood. I clearly saw you go. Thus, the girls began to bicker amongst themselves. Lili detested women arguing, and he ordered the bodyguard nearby. Silence this rabble. The bodyguard advanced with the stun baton, and the girls screamed in agony as they were beaten, crawling across the floor like animals. Su Qingwan endured several blows, clutching her vital areas and curling up. Each strike from the thick baton felt as though it were shattering her bones. Who did this? Speak now, or I'll toss you into the snake pit. Lili's voice was like the grasp of a demon from hell, ready to drag them into the abyss. Su Qingwan recalled her last encounter in the snake pit, sending chills down her spine, making her scream in disgust. Amid the cacophony of cries, a sudden knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lili's voice was cold and menacing. Brotherly, it's me, came the weak voice of Wang Qinxue. Lili paused briefly before striding to the door. Wang Qinxue, adorned in exquisite makeup, stood at the threshold in a beautiful red dress and high heels, though her face was pale and frail. Aren't you sick? Why are you up? Lili reached out to steady her swaying form. Wang Qinxue leaned into his embrace. I just got up to do my makeup and saw a woman go in. Oh, darling, come see who it is, Lili said, pulling Wang Qinxue closer to the group of women. Wang Qinxue surveyed them, shaking her head. It's not them, darling. All the women are here. Lili narrowed his eyes dangerously, tightening his grip around Wang Qinxue's slender waist. She winced in pain. There is still one missing. Lili then counted carefully. Indeed, one was absent. Damn it, Fu Kuei, you idiot. Didn't your language teacher teach you math? You didn't even notice someone was missing. Enraged, he kicked Fu Kuei. Get someone to find her. If she escapes, you're finished. Fu Kuei, finally recovering from a shock, scrambled to his feet and rushed out to search for her. Su Qingwan felt no relief from narrowly escaping danger. Instead, her anxiety intensified. If that woman were found, she would still be implicated. Lili's demeanor towards Wang Qinxue softened again, seeing her struggle to stand. He lifted her and placed her on the sofa. Darling, when you emerged from the water prison, you were quite foul. I thought you were beyond redemption. Yet you cleaned up nicely and smelled delightful. Wang Qinxue submissively allowed him to do as he pleased. As long as Brotherly did not disdain her, she would be his forever. Lili laughed heartily, planting a resounding kiss on her cheek. You're so understanding. Half an hour later, Fu Kuei knocked on the door. Brotherly, we found the person. Chapter 47. In Northern Myanmar, humans are inferior to dogs. Su Qingwan nervously glanced at Yuan, who also appeared pale and trembling. Come in. Lili's hand continued to toy with Wang Qinxue. Perhaps he found her pleasing to the touch as he leaned down to kiss her face. I'll take good care of you tonight. Wang Qinxue obediently nodded, her cheeks flushed, an utterly revolting sight. Fu Kuei entered, bowing subserviently to Lili. Brotherly, the person is dead, near the kitchen. The explosion killed her, and the body is charred. Lili, still holding Wang Qinxue, stood up. Let's go take a look. Wang Qinxue's frail body struggled to stand, yet she was forcibly escorted downstairs. She stumbled along the way, nearly falling several times. Su Qingwan watched the scene, her eyes reddening. In Northern Myanmar, humans are inferior to dogs. Upon arriving near the kitchen, they beheld a charred corpse sprawled at the entrance, half inside and half outside. Its legs still frozen in a pose of frantic escape, as if it had perished in the throes of an explosion while fleeing. Lily kicked the body with force. Damn it. If you wish to die, do so, but don't endanger the entire park. Drag her out and feed her to dogs. Immediately, bodyguards were dispatched to remove the charred corpse. With the prison having exploded, Lily needed to report to his superiors regarding the many lives lost. He had no time to trouble himself with Su Qingwan. The task of cleaning the kitchen fell to Su Qingwan and her companions. The group of girls spent the entire afternoon scrubbing in silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Some were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they worked. The kitchen disaster rendered them unable to eat, and that evening, they went hungry while their tasks remained uncompleted. Su Qingwan logid online. And Wang Bai sent her a message. My dear, I noticed that Dongqing Group stock has reached its limit today. I'll send you another $1 million. Please invest it for me. Su Qingwan's hand trembled slightly as she glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then quickly typed back. I'm a scammer from Northern Myanmar. Wang Bai responded with a laughing emoji. My dear, I am the leader of the Northern Myanmar scam gang. Call me husband, and I'll take care of you from now on. Su Qingwan had never encountered someone so foolish in her life. She promptly logged off. If it weren't for her circumstances, she would never have considered deceiving Wang Bai again. If she could escape, she would find him and clear the air, returning his money with interest. That evening, Su Qingwan and Yuan went to take a shower. Once the door closed, they embraced tightly. Yuan exclaimed, You scare me to death. If it weren't for Wang Qinxue, I would have been finished. Su Qingwan, still shaken, asked, How did you manage to escape during the explosion? I opened the door, just a crack, tossed in a metallic object, then ran. Just a tiny spark from the metal could trigger an explosion. The kitchen was filled with metal items, and I succeeded on the first try. Yuan's eyes reddened. I didn't know there was someone inside. I caused her harm. Su Qingwan looked up at the ceiling, fighting back tears. It's all right. Leaving might be a relief for her. But Yuan sobbed. I've killed someone. I've broken the law. Do you think she will come looking for me at night? No. In the future, we will find her family and inform them of what happened. If they refuse to forgive us, we will accept our punishment. As long as we can leave Northern Myanmar, prison will be a paradise. After some time, Yuan calmed down, having cried in Su Qingwan's embrace. Upon returning to her room, after washing up, Su Qingwan heard Li's maniacal laughter and crude language emanating from outside. Leaning against the door, she emptied her mind, striving not to listen or think. Overthinking would drive her to madness. To survive in this place, one must remain heartless. Li Jintian, you better pray every day that I perish in Northern Myanmar. If I can return, even if I cannot defeat you, I will make you suffer. While Su Lin was certainly detestable, the most loathsome was Li Jintian, who had left her stranded in Northern Myanmar. She was not the kind of woman who would merely strike a mistress when a man strayed. It was absurd that the woman was made to bear all the blame when the man was at fault. Of course, Su Lin also needed to be dealt with. He bore secondary responsibility. After the chaos subsided, Su Qingwan pushed the door open. She found Li had already finished his misdeeds. He turned to see Su Qingwan standing at the door, her hair disheveled, resembling a ghost in the dim light of the moon filtering through the small, poorly lit window. Su Qingwan stood at the threshold, and Li, startled, cursed, What are you doing standing there in the middle of the night? Do you want to die? I'm sorry, I'm going to sleep now. Su Qingwan hurriedly climbed in her bed, lying down with her eyes closed, barely breathing, fearing to provoke Li further. After cursing a few more times, he tossed Wang Qinxue back onto the upper bunk. Li lay below, unsatisfied, feeling restless, his gaze drifting towards Su Qingwan. He suddenly recalled the alluring sight he had witnessed in the office, one that outshone any other woman. Despite Su Qingwan's unkempt appearance, fate had bestowed upon her a figure that was captivating. The mere thought stirred something within him. Su Qingwan, he called, startling her. I'm here. This was her first night sharing a room with Li without Yi Sun by her side. She dared not sleep. Did Yi Sun ever sleep with you? Of course. We are together every day. Su Qingwan was puzzled by Li's question, but she knew she had to remain bound to Yi Sun. Did your former fiancé ever touch you? Yes, I slept with him for 10 years. I've been with many men. I've supported a whole bunch of young boys. Su Qingwan wished to portray herself as a promiscuous woman, hoping to deter Li's gaze. Indeed, upon hearing her words, Li Li felt disgusted. A filthy body? I wouldn't touch it even if you offered. Relieved, Su Qingwan thought that would be the end of it, but then he asked, "You're not lying to me, are you?" "How could I?" "Li Gu, I'm wealthy outside, a big star. You must know them, right? I was the one who made them famous. Their first movie was because I took care of them. I'm a VIP member of the White Horse Club." Upon hearing this, Li Li felt nauseated. Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Li Li had a cleanliness obsession. Once certain that he wouldn't harbor any inappropriate thoughts towards her, she finally fell asleep. In a hazy slumber, she felt a pair of eyes upon her. Startled awake, she found Li Li standing at her bedside, his sharp gaze coldly fixated on her chest. "Li Gu," a cold sweat broke out as she attempted to sit up, only to be restrained by him. "You're too dirty. I disdain touching you. However, you may touch me." With that, he climbed onto her bed. Though he found Su Qingwan unappealing, his mind betrayed him, conjuring images of her undressed in the office, desperately yearning for her. Chapter 48. The beauty brought back by Yi Sun. Su Qingwan felt utterly repulsed, bracing herself to kick Li Li off, when suddenly she heard Wang Qinshue's voice. "Li Yi." Turning around, Li Li saw Wang Qinsue had risen, her hair in disarray, standing by the bed with a ghostly smile. In the dead of night, that smile was haunting. Furious, Li Li jumped down from the upper bunk. "Wang Qinsue, are you trying to get yourself killed? You scare me to death." Wang Qinsue hurriedly bowed in apology. "I'm sorry, I had a nightmare. I woke up and saw you in another woman's bed. Do you not love me anymore?" She threw herself at Li Li, weeping. "Li Gu, I love you. Please don't abandon me. I cannot live without you." Men often take pride in being adored by women, seeing it as a testament to their allure. In that moment, Li Li felt like the most handsome man in the world. He embraced Wang Qinsue, reassuring her, "I won't leave you. Don't cry. I love to see you smile." Wang Qinsue beamed, pulling him down with her. The bed began to shake violently once more. Su Qingwan slept through the night. Not a single dream gracing her mind. Without Yi Sun, she had developed the habit of rising early. She woke to run laps around the prison, completing her hurdles before sitting beneath the large tree where Yi Sun used to sit, gazing into the distance. That direction was east, the direction of home. With the kitchen burned and no food available, everyone in the compound had to dig into their pockets to buy from the small store at the back. Those who failed to produce results and had no money could only suffer hunger. Every penny mattered here. No one would pity your hunger or offer to buy you food. This small store typically supplied the necessities of life, including food, with enough stock for the residents to last 2 days. Su Qingwan purchased some items to bring back to Wang Qinsue. After a night of turmoil, Wang Qinsue fell ill again, her fever high and relentless, drifting in and out of consciousness. Su Qingwan spent a small fortune on a bottle of 8 treasure porridge from home, forcing Wang Qinsue to eat. Wang Qinsue, unable to keep it down, vomited after each attempt, yet Su Qingwan persisted, treating it like poison. After consuming it, she lay down, ready to sleep. Su Qingwan remanded, questioning why the medicine was ineffective. Wang Qinsue reassured her, "I won't die, so don't worry. Thank you for yesterday." She referred to the events from the office and the encounter with Li Li that night. If it were not for Wang Qinshue's timely intervention, Su Qingwan would have been utterly unable to cope. It pains the heart to utter such words, considering they are sisters by blood. After Wang Qinsue spoke, she promptly fell asleep once more. Yuan approached Su Qingwan, saying, "Wan, Li Gu has asked us to descend the mountain to transport supplies. Yi Sun has returned. Let's go." Su Qingwan grasped Yuan's hand, and they exited together. After traversing the mountain path for half an hour, they encountered several trucks on the road, laden with daily necessities and foodstuffs. Li Li, accompanied by others, distributed 1 portion to each individual. Su Qingwan and Yuan were tasked with transporting 3 portions, one of which belonged to Wang Qinsue. The 2 of them were responsible for carrying it up. Meanwhile, Yi Sun had yet to make an appearance. Yuan took stock of the items they needed to transport, assessing how many trips would be necessary. Just as Su Qingwan was about to withdraw her gaze in search of Yi Sun, she spotted him disembarking from a vehicle, a timid young girl trailing behind him. The girl appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old, exuding a youthful charm, a delightful blend of innocence and playfulness, resembling a pure maiden. Her physique had yet to fully mature, characterized by a flat chest, a slender waist, and long legs, an embodiment of the ethereal beauty that men often find alluring. "What are you looking at?" Yuan called out to Su Qingwan several times, but she remained unresponsive. Following Su Qingwan's gaze, Yuan beheld a young girl behind Yi Sun. She seemed like an angel who had inadvertently descended to earth, feeling apprehensive about everything around her. Her eyes occasionally reflecting curiosity about the unknown. With each step Yi Sun took, she mirrored him. When he halted, she too would stop, akin to a fledgling bird reliant on its parent. Yuan, intrigued, inquired, "Who is she?" Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, uncertain. Is she new? Is she all alone? Should we go over and greet her? Just as Yuan finished speaking, Yi Sun approached with the girl. She nudged Su Qingwan with her elbow, announcing, "She's here." Initially focused on counting the supplies, Su Qingwan straightened her back and raised her gaze, only to collide with Yi Sun's profound eyes, an instant connection. Yi Sun introduced the girl. "Miss Su, this is our newcomer, named Yumarin." Stepping forward shyly, Yumarin offered a bow, greeting, "Hello, sister." Su Qingwan nodded in return. "Hello. Your name is quite beautiful, Yumarin. The flower of the same name is also lovely. Legend has it that they bloomed from the blood of Yu after her tragic demise, hence the name." Yumarin's eyes widened in surprise, blinking innocently. "I always thought my parents were too lazy to name me properly, but it turns out my name has such a grand connection to the tale of Farewell, my concubine. Oh my, such a passionate love story. How I yearn for something like that." The girl's naive romanticism was fully on display. She stole glances at Yi Sun, her cheeks flushing. Yuan teased, "In my opinion, a love story that doesn't cost a few lives isn't truly passionate. How many lives are you prepared to sacrifice for your romance?" Yumarin, frightened, hid behind Yi Sun, exclaiming, "Brother Yi Sun, she is so intimidating." Yi Sun, ignoring her comment, pointed to the supplies on the ground, instructing, "Give her a portion. The three of you can carry it." Yuan responded loudly, "All right." After giving her orders, Yi Sun turned to report to Li. Su Qingwan divided the items into 3 portions. 1 box of apples, a basket of cabbage, and a basket of potatoes and onions, all long-lasting food items. The baskets were substantial, weighing dozens of pounds, allowing only 1 box to be carried at a time. They would need to make 4 trips, knowing that initial vigor would wane during strenuous labor. Su Qingwan first lifted the heaviest basket of potatoes. Yuan, recognizing Su Qingwan's wisdom, mirrored her actions. Yumarin took on the lightest task, carrying a box of apples, which weighed only 7 or 8 pounds. After several trips, they were all breathless from exhaustion. Su Qingwan, though fatigued, had trained rigorously over the past days and was able to sustain herself as the loads grew lighter. On the final trip, Su Qingwan and Yuan were left with a box of apples weighing 7 to 8 pounds, while Yumarin still had a basket of potatoes weighing several dozen pounds. After traversing the mountain path multiple times, those lacking stamina could hardly endure. Yumarin, worn out, grasped Su Qingwan's arm, tearfully pleading, "Sister, could you help me carry this? I can't manage it. I'm sorry, but there's no one here to assist you. You must persevere," Su Qingwan replied, lifting her own box of apples and continuing on. Yumarin pouted, feeling wronged. "Then I'll go find Brother Yi Sun for help." With that, she cheerfully dashed towards Yi Sun. Yuan scoffed. "This little girl is quite something." Su Qingwan remained silent, watching Yumarin approach Yi Sun, her behavior resembling that of a child seeking affection. From a distance, she could not discern their conversation, only observing Yumarin stamping her foot and blushing. Yuan exclaimed, "Wan, your man is about to be snatched away." "He is not my man," Su Qingwan insisted. Yuan, undeterred, suggested, "Wan, let us make a wager. Do you think Yi Sun will help Yumarin carry her items?" "Sure, I'll bet an apple that he will assist," Su Qingwan replied with certainty. "An apple is too trivial. Let us make it interesting. I wager that Yi Sun wants help. If I win, you must kiss Yi Sun in public." Yuan winked mischievously. Su Qingwan was momentarily at a loss for words. Moments later, Yumarin returned, her eyes red, exclaiming, "Sister, Brother Yi Sun wants help me. Su Qingwan nadith. Let us go." Yuan chuckled, her shoulders shaking. "Little beauty, you can do it." Yumarin lifted a basket of potatoes, struggling immensely. Using all her strength, she could only manage a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, unable to rise. "Sister, please help me. I really can't lift it. It's too heavy." Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she cried beautifully, even more so than television stars. Su Qingwan reached into Yumarin's basket and removed the largest potato. alleviating half a pound of her burden. Let us go. Umarin shook her head. I still can't manage. Is there no one to help me? The people here were not inclined to assist, nor did they exhibit the behavior of sycophants in pursuit of women. They had no need for such antics. When they desired someone, they would simply take them away. The men offered Umarin not even a glance. Perhaps accustomed to being adored for her looks outside, she struggled to handle the rejection. She began to exert her charms on the men nearby. Good brothers, please help me. I'll treat you to a meal. Yuan watched in astonishment. Wan, how did this girl even get here? Umarin explained, my friend said there's big money to be made here. I didn't want to continue my studies, so I ran away to earn money. Once I've made enough, I'll return to throw it in my parents' faces and see if they dare to say that studying is futile. Iwan, mimicking the sprayar gestura, Blaifuyi wisha. May God bless you. Su Qingwan nodded at Umarin and continued on with her apples. After taking a few steps, she suddenly felt the weight on her shoulder lighten. Turning around, she saw Yi Sun taking her box of apples. I can manage on my own. Su Qingwan smiled, not attempting to reclaim it. You're injured. Yi Sun observed, his gaze fixed on her back. Su Qingwan recalled the electric shocks she had endured in Li's office, all concentrated on her back. To her surprise, Yi Sun had noticed instantly. What kind of eyes did he possess? It's nothing serious, Su Qingwan assured, clutching the potatoes in her hands and following Yuan, lending a hand with her box. Umarin was left behind, alone with a group of armed bodyguards. She stood up and called out to Yi Sun's retreating figure. Brother Yi Sun, Su Qingwan can manage with that light box. She doesn't need your help. Please assist me. Yi Sun did not turn around, nor did anyone else. Umarin, on the verge of tears, declared, if no one is moving, then neither will I. In a fit of temper, she attempted to chase after Yi Sun. One of the security guards kicked her down, and she screamed as she scrambled to her feet. A dart gun barrel pressed against her forehead. Move. A single word, laced with lethal intent, failed to comply, and she would face dire consequences. The place where Umarin was kicked still throbbed with pain, and upon locking eyes with the bloodthirsty gaze of the bodyguard, she was momentarily paralyzed with fear. I beg you, don't shoot. I'm terrified. Su Qingwan and her companions had traversed half the mountain path when they heard Umarin's wails echoing behind them. From their vantage point on the hillside, they could see Umarin, having toppled a basket of potatoes, being mercilessly beaten by several bodyguards. Her nose and mouth were smeared with blood as she continued to plead helplessly. Su Qingwan turned to Yuan, and together they hoisted a crate and continued onward. In this place, no one could assist another. Once here, one ceased to be oneself. There was no kindness, no mercy, no law, only malice and endless humiliation. Each day began with the grim hope of witnessing the dawn of another. On their final trip, Su Qingwan and Yuan easily carried a box of apples. The bodyguards stood nearby, meticulously recording their tasks, only permitting them entry once their work was deemed complete. Due to the lack of meals, Li commanded a half-day holiday, instructing the kitchen to prepare food for later in the evening. Following Night Sun back to their room, Su Qingwan was halted by his grip. Where are you hurt? Show me. There were others in the room, and Su Qingwan cast a glance at the ailing Wang Qinxue. What are you afraid of? We're not putting on a reality show in front of her. Night Sun pressed her against the wall, his towering frame shielding her from Wang Qinxue's sight. He reached for the hem of her garment, effortlessly stripping it away. Don't look. Su Qingwan instinctively clutched her chest. Despite their previous encounters, she still felt bashful and at a loss in Night Sun's presence. He enveloped her in his arms, whispering with a warm breath grazing her ear, Can't you tolerate this? I merely wish to inspect your injury. Night Sun rested his chin on her shoulder, his gaze falling upon the marks on her back. The delicate beauty of her back bore several crimson welts, stark against her tender skin. Night Sun draped the garment over her and commanded, Lie down. Su Qingwan tugged at her clothing, wide-eyed at Night Sun. What? He retrieved a bottle of medicinal oil from the cabinet. I will tend to your wounds. What were you thinking? Her cheeks flushed as she hurriedly buried her face in the pillow, as if that would shield her from his scrutiny. Night Sun settled beside her, pouring the oil into his hands. It may sting a bit. Bear with it. Su Qingwan mumbled into the pillow. Night Sun's hands gently traced her back, skillfully applying the oil. The areas that need healing must be needed to be effective. I will apply more pressure. He concluded, suddenly intensifying his grip. Su Qingwan gasped. It hurts. Endure it. Night Sun showed no mercy, tending to every mark on her back. Su Qingwan sitiflit had cooties, the oil warming and producing a burning sensation on her skin. As Knight Sun's pressure waned, he transformed into a skilled masseur, easing her discomfort. Initially painful, the massage soon brought her relief, awakening a different sensation within her. Is it better? Almost. Su Qingwan bit the pillow, eyes closed, striving to ignore the hands that attended to her. Li, having returned for Knight Sun, lingered at the door, captivated by Su Qingwan's suppressed sounds. His entire being electrified. It was no wonder they said when God closes one door, he opens another. Su Qingwan, though not conventionally beautiful, possessed a certain allure in her own right. Her voice alone could ensnare any man. Li leaned against the wall, cursing under his breath. Damn it. How'd I never notice how seductive Su Qingwan could be? Inside the room, Knight Sun had soothed the injuries on Su Qingwan's back, transforming her once pale skin into a radiant crimson hue. Her figure was exquisite, her back elegantly contoured, the curve of her waist captivating. Just the sight of her back was enough to enthrall any man. Knight Sun observed her for a prolonged moment before covering her with clothing. You are too fragile. Having transitioned from pain to a state of relaxation, Su Qingwan felt drowsy. Upon hearing his remark, she abruptly awoke, propping herself up to face Knight Sun. Are you disappointed in me? Knight Sun's hand lingered on her waist. No, your waist is remarkable. It just requires training for endurance. Endurance training? Su Qingwan questioned, passive. Yes. Knight Sun leaned closer, whispering in her ear, starting tonight, we will train for 2 hours each evening. All right. Su Qingwan considered 2 hours to be reasonable. As she dressed, Li entered the room, sauntering to the bedside with a wicked grin. Training for what? Knight Sun chuckled, her waist. How do you train that? Li inquired with interest. Knight Sun merely smiled, taking Su Qingwan's hand. Come, let us eat. As they reached the doorway, Li suddenly realized. Damn it. Knight Sun, you're incorrigible. How'd I not realize you were this lewd, bro? Don't leave. I haven't finished. Su Qingwan followed Knight Sun out, whispering, did you send the items? Not yet. Knight Sun paused in the hallway, adjusting his attire. The contact wasn't right. Was it like this last time? Su Qingwan recalled the previous instance when things should have been dispatched. Yes. Knight Sun acknowledged, striding down the stairs. Su Qingwan trailed behind, finding a corner to sit as the food was not yet ready. Contemplating Knight Sun's proposed waist training, she wondered what exactly he had in mind. Would it involve? A blush crept upon her cheeks at the thought. Yet, she quickly reassured herself that Knight Sun was not that kind of man. He would touch her unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, Yumarin's voice pierced through Su Qingwan's thoughts. Sister. Su Qingwan turned to see her, face bruised and battered, lacking the playful charm she once had. Are you happy to see me like this? Su Qingwan hesitative. Not particularly. Then why didn't you help me? How am I supposed to carry all those potatoes? Tears brimmed in Yumarin's eyes. Su Qingwan, witnessing her weep, felt at a loss for words. Only after enduring hardship can one grasp the treachery of the human heart. Here, no one could aid you. Yumarin's sobs intensified. You want to help me? And you want to let Knight Sun help me either. You're so cruel. To accuse me without justification is unjust. Su Qingwan rose to leave. But Yumarin grasped her wrist. I want to stay with Knight Sun. You should move out. Why should I move out? Su Qingwan retorted, sitting back down. I asked others, and they all said you were once with Brother Chong, but after getting close to Knight Sun, you moved in with him. Whoever is Knight Sun's girlfriend occupies that room. Su Qingwan nodded. And? I will soon be Knight Sun's girlfriend. You're both ugly and old. He wouldn't be interested in you. Yumarin eyed Su Qingwan's disheveled attire with disdain. Then you go tell him. If you want me to leave, I will. With that, Su Qingwan stood and moved to sit beside Yuan. Leaning on her hand, Yuan gazed at Yumarin from afar. What did she say to you? Why is she crying like that? Did you bully her? Not at all. She is just naive and romantic. Quite a decent person, Su Qingwan replied honestly. Yuan chuckled. Such naivety is merely a sign of having yet to face the harshness of reality. She nudged Su Qingwan. You intellectuals call it naivety. What do you call it when you say someone is blind? Su Qingwan smiled but remained silent, catching sight of Yumarin approaching Knight Sun. The two appeared to be engrossed in conversation. Li approached Su Qingwan, a mischievous grin on his face. Su Qingwan, you may soon lose favor. It is not too late to cling to my support now. Su Qingwan gazed at her severed fingers, wishing she could tear this scoundrel before her into shreds. Very well. I shall wait until I have lost favor before seeking out Brother Li. After all, I have not yet fallen from grace. You must prepare for the worst. I do not mind your lack of beauty. Give it a try with me, for I am undoubtedly superior to Yi Sun, and my experience surpasses his. Li Li declared with pride, having coveted Su Qingwan's form since he laid eyes upon it. He would not rest until he had tasted her once. Brother Li, I am too unattractive to be worthy of you. Besides, I would never encroach upon a friend's man. Her resolve was unwavering. Lili Skufa. This year we have 2 slots for the 2nd district. If you are interested, come find me for a more in-depth conversation. He patted Su Qingwan's shoulder. The 2nd district being the wealthiest part of the city, where everything one desires is within reach, including handsome men. Something to ponder carefully. Su Qingwan felt a shiver at his touch, as if a serpent had slithered across her. Yumarin had been assigned to Zhang Chang's room, personally escorted by Yi Sun. That night, Su Qingwan and Wang Qinxue stood on the 5th floor, watching as Yumarin clung to Yi Sun's arm, weeping. Lili appeared behind them, teasing. Men adore women who are coy and obedient. Su Qingwan, I think you are in peril. Without a word, Su Qingwan continued to observe the 2 entangled souls. That very night, Lili proclaimed that no one was to lay a hand on Yumarin. Su Qingwan recognized this as Li Li's cunning plan to lure Yi Sun away from her by using Yumarin as bait, intending to cast her aside. Though Li Li was no saint, he still valued brotherhood. As long as Yi Sun did not forsake her, he could not make a move. Should Yi Sun take interest in another woman, Li Li would then be free to act as he pleased. Su Qingwan understood that the world harbors ill will not solely against men and women, but against the weak. Only by becoming stronger can one ensure their own safety. Relying on others is never a sustainable solution, much like Wang Qinxue, whose dependence bore an exorbitant price. When Yi Sun returned that night, having bathed and changed, he found Su Qingwan waiting on his bed. You're still awake? He asked, sitting at the edge of the bed. Did you not say you would help me with waist training? I am ready, Su Qingwan replied, her cheeks flushing. She wished to avoid any inappropriate thoughts, yet her mind betrayed her. Chapter 51. There is no cat that doesn't tease stray. Li Li, in the adjacent bed, remained awake, his wide eyes fixated on every movement they made. Yi Sun lay back, pulling Su Qingwan close by her slender waist. You may perform push-ups on me. Li Li erupted with expletives. Brother, ISNT at you who is doing push-ups on her? Are you sure you Haven team mistaken your position? Yi Sun typically disregarded Li Li's vulgar remarks, urging Su Qingwan with a light pat on her waist. Just push-ups? Their gazes locked, and Su Qingwan perceived mischief in his eyes. What else does Miss Su wish to do with me? I wish to do nothing. Not even push-ups? Ye wun ti sit. Su Qingwan's face reddened at the thought. Ultimately, she began to perform push-ups. After days of training, her endurance had improved significantly. She gritted her teeth and managed 30. Unable to sustain herself any longer, she collapsed, landing atop Yi Sun, both gasping for breath. I'm so sorry, she stammered. Only 30? Next time, strive for 50. If you cannot manage, then no need to continue. I can do it, Su Qingwan asserted, aware of Yi Sun's unwavering demeanor as a strict instructor. The 2nd round commenced, and despite her waist protesting in agony, she persevered and completed the set. Initially, Lili had thought they would engage in unsavory activities. However, as the time passed and they merely performed push-ups, he found it dull and fell asleep. Once Lili was asleep, Yi Sun instructed Su Qingwan to return to her bed and continue with 50 sit-ups. Su Qingwan felt tears welling, having exhausted all her strength on the earlier push-ups. She refrained from complaints and complied. A week later, Su Qingwan could accomplish 200 sit-ups and 200 push-ups in one go. Upon completing her first set, she joyfully embraced Yi Sun and planted a kiss on his cheek. I did it. 1 hour for 200 sit-ups and push-ups. Too slow. Is it truly slow? Su Qingwan thought completing them was quite an achievement. Indeed, Yi Sun's hand caressed her narrow waist, the flesh firm and slimmer, fitting perfectly in his grasp. How fast must one be to meet the standard? By her measure, 1 per second. Su Qingwan was taken aback. 1 per second meant 60 in a minute, and in just over 3 minutes, she would need to complete 200. Such a feat seemed impossible. Only by meeting this standard will you qualify for close combat training. I give you 1 week. A week? Su Qingwan stared at him in disbelief. Indeed, Yi Sun offered no further explanation, yet Su Qingwan understood that failure would result in abandonment. following an explosion at the park that claimed many lives. The boss had scolded Li for an hour. Naturally, Li, feeling the heat, redirected his frustration toward those beneath him. Gathering everyone together, he declared, "Half the month has passed, and our performance is dismal. We must meet our monthly quotas. If we fail in the latter half, I shall ensure you regret it. Moreover, our park is short-staffed. Everyone must call friends and family to join us for charity. Each new recruit counts as 300,000 in performance." Su Qingwan was assigned this task, staring at her contact list filled with either clients or colleagues. These individuals were untouchable. Any breach could destroy her reputation and career. Lily stood before her, fuming. She dialed Su Lin's number. The phone rang once before being answered. "Sis, it's been ages since you called. I thought you were mad at me." Su Lin's voice chimed through the receiver. "Su Qingwan Smaiv. Lin, how could I hold a grudge? I miss you dearly." "Desperately? Then can I have my brother-in-law? I really like him." "Of course. Trash belongs with the trash can." "Sis, you are so good to me. I recorded this. I'll play it for Tiango later. He'll surely be happy to know you're willing to support us." Su Lin's tone was genuinely joyful as she began to hum a tune. Lin, I've given you my husband. Now help me out. Come to Myanmar for some thrilling adventures. I'll show you a good time." Silence fell on the other end, followed by a shriek. "Sis, you want to take me to Myanmar again?" "No, I'm scared. Spare me." "Tian Yi." "It's Sis on the phone. Pass the phone to me," a cold voice demanded. Su Qingwan hung up immediately, feeling nauseous at the thought of that scoundrel's voice. She turned to Li, "Brother Li, I've tried." Lily scoffed, moving on to the next. "Jam Tung Sat Bisotwingan, brotherly. I have no one left to call. All my relatives know I'm doing charity in Myanmar. No calls left? Then you shall receive a beating." Lily's stick landed on Zhang Chong's back, twisting his expression in pain. In this place, no matter how hard one fought, it could never compare to the power of a gun. Amidst the wails of despair, Su Qingwan began her work. Their tasks involved chatting with friends and family to recruit them, as well as adding numerous strangers as friends, engaging in various scams. If not that, they resorted to telemarketing. Nowadays, people are highly vigilant. The moment money is mentioned, they flee. She had scammed Wang by out $1 million, and several nights she dreamt of him meeting with misfortune. Su Qingwan made a phone call to one of her subordinates, requesting assistance in purchasing Dongqing stocks, precisely for $1 million, using Wang Bo's identification to open the account. It was a means to replenish her finances. "Thank you. I will return the money to you," she assured. Her colleague, with a flamboyant demeanor, replied, "I am not in need of money at the moment, Su. When will you be back? I advise you to keep a close watch on men. After all, there are no cats in this world that won't stray." Su Qingwan smiled lightly. "Thank you, I understand." That evening, rather than following her usual routine of bathing after work, Su Qingwan ascended to the rooftop. The moonlight was splendid tonight, casting a serene glow over the forest, which was enveloped in silence, occasionally interrupted by the gentle chirping of birds. Although the sounds were melodious, they resonated with a sense of melancholy in her ears. She had yet to meet her performance targets for the month, having earned not a single cent. To achieve them would require deception. Su Qingwan was reluctant to deceive daily, as her conscience would not allow it. She was aware that Yi Sun might offer her an escape, yet she found her patience wearing thin. The layout of this prison was etched in her mind, and she had modified the security measures. If she were to flee, the chances were significantly higher than before. "Are we not training today?" Yi Sun's voice suddenly resonated behind her. Turning to face him, she beheld Yi Sun illuminated by the moonlight, tall and strikingly handsome, resembling a figure from a painting. Leaning against the railing, Su Qingwan said, "Mr. Yi, I find myself at a loss." "What do you mean?" Yi Sun stepped closer, halting a meter away from her. "I wish to leave. Could you assist me?" Su Qingwan gazed at him with hopeful eyes, convinced that with his help, she could escape. "I cannot aid you," he rejected without hesitation. Su Qingwan swept her long hair from her forehead, revealing her extraordinary beauty. She unfastened the buttons of her garment, showcasing her alluring figure, smiling seductively. "I can offer myself to you. Would you help me just this once?" Chapter 52. Above bliss, the gentle breeze tousled Su Qingwan's long hair, flowing like a stream in the wind. Her well-proportioned figure gleamed like jade under the moonlight, captivating and unparalleled. With bright eyes and a radiant smile, her lips appeared as though kissed by passion, vibrant and intoxicating. Such exquisite beauty was a double-edged sword. as perilous as a crashing wave that one could hardly withstand. The only recourse was to succumb and be enchanted. Before encountering Yi Sun, Su Qingwan had been confident in her allure. Since her adolescence, suitors had never ceased to pursue her, and they were all exceptional individuals. Yi Sun was the sole exception. At this moment, she perceived an unprecedented coldness in his gaze, a chilling indifference towards her. Yi Sun approached her, adjusting her garment with gentlemanly care, fastening her buttons. His fingers inadvertently brushed against her chest, sending an electric shock through her, leaving her momentarily dazed. He was disinterested in her. Her physical allure failed to captivate him. Su Qingwan felt an overwhelming embarrassment, wishing to vanish. Yet, in her current state, dignity and decorum had long since abandoned her. She cared little for the concept of self-respect. Grasping Yi Sun's hand, she placed it on her chest. "You truly won't help me? I refuse to believe you don't desire this." Yevun histatit momentarily, prying her hand away as he continued fastening her buttons. "You are too weak. Even if you manage to escape the compound, you cannot flee the forest. And should you escape the forest, you will still remain in the grip of the Northern Myanmar men. I know you can lead me out of Myanmar. You could take me away." Su Qingwan grasped his hand again, lowering her head to kiss the back of his hand like a servant. "Please help me. I am on the brink of madness here." Yi Sun released her hand and turned to leave. His back was cold and resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Su Qingwan, unwilling to accept defeat, began to resent Yi Sun's cruelty, cursing his lack of compassion. She dashed forward and kicked at his back. Yi Sun did not turn, sidestepping her attempt. Su Qingwan stumbled, losing her balance, only to be forcefully pushed down by Yi Sun, crashing onto the cement floor. Her knees, elbows, and chin were scraped, pain coursing through her body. Yi Sun's body followed suit, his knee pressing into her back, rendering her immobile. Su Qingwan squirmed like a fish out of water, desperately attempting to retaliate, but unable even to grasp his clothing. She stifled a cry, fearing discovery, allowing only muffled protests to escape her lips. It was only when she could struggle no more that Yi Sun pulled her up and tossed her into a corner. With tears in her eyes, Su Qingwan declared, "Go. I never want to see you again." She gazed at him in despair. Just as she thought he would leave without a second glance, he squatted down, producing a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe her tears. Su Qingwan stared at him, captivated. In the moonlight, his sculpted features were sharp and defined, his ink-like eyes more precious than obsidian, deep and chilling. She was momentarily entranced, forgetting her sorrow. "Yewun lifted her," pointing to the tallest and densest tree in the distance. Beneath that tree lies a skeleton. On that day, at Klaus's residence, someone was burned alive, along with countless comrades buried in Northern Myanmar, nameless and forever awaited by families who would never see them return. We have sacrificed so many, not to escape, but to obtain the geographical locations of all the Northern Myanmar compounds, capturing the ultimate boss and eliminating them entirely. Our sacrifice is to prevent our compatriots from being deceived, to ensure that no talented individuals like you are lured to Northern Myanmar, and that no hundreds of thousands of compatriots are misled here, forced into deceit and illegal activities. Yi Sun pointed in the direction of home. The country you so desperately yearn for is the only pure land in the world, a place of peace and prosperity where the people live in comfort. This land is protected by generations of unnamed heroes. And I, as long as I live, will continue the mission. If I perish, my comrades will carry on. That is the duty of every soldier. Su Qingwan was taken aback by Yi Sun's words. She had never encountered a soldier before, and now she realized how narrow her perspective had been. The security and happiness she enjoyed in her homeland were due to the sacrifices of others. Had she not come to Northern Myanmar, she would never have felt this way, nor would she have comprehended the essence of military spirit, selfless dedication, fearless of death, providing shelter for all. Are you not afraid of death? In the face of countless compatriots whose lives and properties were under threat, personal mortality seemed trivial. Yi Sun left her with these words, not looking back as he walked away. Su Qingwan slid down against the wall, gazing at the bright moon, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She lacked Yi Sun's expansive heart and sense of patriotism. She felt unworthy of being a qualified daughter of China. In this moment, regret washed over her. She should not have asked so much. Had she remained ignorant, she could have run away without hesitation. Now, she oscillated between fleeing and staying. Her anguish intensified beyond her previous despair. That night, Su Qingwan did not return. The following day, She faced the world with dark circles under her eyes as she went to breakfast. In the dining hall, she encountered Yi Sun, their gazes locking momentarily. As she proceeded to fetch milk, just as before, the dispenser glared at her, stating, "There's none for you." Previously, Yi Sun had covered her expenses for milk and fruit, but now that support had been withdrawn. Everyone observed Su Qingwan, aware she had lost Yi Sun's protection. Despite earning over 10,000 last month, she hesitated to spend recklessly. Money was a lifeline in critical times. Moreover, resources were scarce in the mountains, and milk and fruit were expensive. She could hardly afford them. Reluctantly, Su Qingwan withdrew her hand, opting for a bowl of plain porridge and some bok choy. Joining Yuan Yuan at her side, Yuan Yuan inquired in surprise, "What happened between you and Yi Sun?" "Nothing," Su Qingwan replied, sipping her porridge, which resembled rice soup, and nibbling on a steamed bun, her appetite untouched. Here, filling her stomach took precedence over all else. Yuan Yuan was about to press further when Yu Mei Ren sat across from them. "Sister Wan Wan, your panda eyes are quite severe. Have you been dumped and unable to sleep?" Yu Mei Ren rested her chin on one hand, her large, sparkling eyes blinking playfully, her face marred with bruises. Yet it did not detract from her charm. Su Qingwan remained silent, merely consuming her food voraciously. Yu Mei Ren continued, "You and brother Yi Sun have broken up. Hurry and move out so I can move in." Yuan Yuan could no longer tolerate it. "Sister Mei Ren, haste makes waste. You haven't even caught the wild goose, so don't rush into steaming or braising it." Yu Mei Ren pouted playfully. "How mean. Even if I haven't caught the wild goose, once I'm no longer unwelcome, I can certainly catch it." Su Qingwan finally finished her meal, stood up with her plate, and turned to leave, but was halted by Yu Mei Ren. "Sister, are you moving out or not?" Chapter 53. Completing the task with Yi Sun. Su Qingwan smiled at Yu Mei Ren. "Go fetch Yi Sun and have him tell me himself." With that, she turned and left without looking back. She heard Yu Mei Ren exclaim behind her, "Is it true that older sisters have such thick skins? Brother Yi Sun doesn't even acknowledge her, yet she clings to him stubbornly." Initially, Su Qingwan planned to let it go and not stoop to the level of the young girl. However, upon hearing those words, she suddenly felt compelled to turn back. She glanced at Yuan Yuan and said, "Do you remember the bet we made yesterday?" "Of course, but I was joking. You needn't take it seriously." Yuan Yuan now dared not insist that Wan Wan uphold her end of the deal, especially since her relationship with Yi Sun appeared precarious. "Su Qingwan declared, then I shall accept my punishment now." She discarded her plate, approached Yi Sun, who was still eating, and called out, "Mr. Yi." Yi Sun looked up at Su Qingwan. Her hair obscured her face, rendering her expression unreadable, though he could see her slightly upturned red lips. Su Qingwan bent down. "I lost a bet with Yuan Yuan, and the stake was a kiss." She leaned in and pecked the corner of Yi Sun's lips. Just as she was about to pull away, he ensnared the back of her head, drawing her into his embrace, placing her on his lap. Before she could gasp, her lips were sealed by his fervent kiss. Breath was stolen, every ounce of oxygen consumed by him. Su Qingwan felt lightheaded, her body growing weak. Yi Sun kissed her as if claiming her entirely, drawing her very soul away. As the kiss concluded, applause erupted around them. "Brother Sun, shall we stream a live performance? Come on." Yi Sun possessively held Su Qingwan close, addressing the crowd. "Dream on." Disappointed, everyone returned to their meals. Yi Sun handed his milk to Su Qingwan. "Here, take this." Su Qingwan inserted the straw and took a sip, finding the milk particularly sweet today. Lily sat nearby, his eyes fixed on Su Qingwan's swollen lips, which seemed to drip blood from the kiss. Thirsty and restless, he loosened his collar, gulping down his congee to alleviate his discomfort. He was curious to glimpse the face hidden behind her unkempt hair. Su Qingwan finished the milk while perched on Yi Sun's lap, concerned that she hadn't eaten enough. He fed her a couple of bites of steamed bun and pickles before letting her go. While at work, Yuan Yuan approached Su Qingwan, collapsing into her chair with laughter. "You should have seen Yu Mei Ren's expression. It was as if she had fallen into a cesspool. Your comeback was utterly satisfying, more impactful than any sharp retort." Su Qingwan chuckled softly, remaining silent. In truth, she hadn't anticipated such an outcome. She merely wished to show weakness to Yi Sun, to convey her decision subtly. Yuan Yuan, brimming with excitement, urged, "Next time Yu Mei Ren speaks in riddles, do it again. It would infuriate her." Su Qingwan laughed. "Let us not be too harsh. The young girl is still learning. Initially, both Su Qingwan and Yuan underestimated Yume Ren. Later that evening, after work, Lily gathered everyone in the hall, brandishing a megaphone. Listen up, everyone. By the grace of God, our newcomer Yume Ren achieved 2,000 in sales on her first day. Let us give her a round of applause. Lily led the applause. Once it subsided, he draped an arm over Yume Ren's shoulder, his eyes narrowing with a smile. Darling, share your thoughts on your first day. Yume Ren took the megaphone, looking at Su Qingwan, and loudly proclaimed, I find charity quite simple. As long as one is beautiful and kind-hearted, shedding a few tears in front of those brothers will have them showering money upon you. After all, I'm young and pretty. Many admire me. If I were ugly, it would be a different story. Lily supported her. Well said. Applause. Yume Ren continued. Also, I heard that if one achieves 1 million in sales, they can choose someone they fancy to share a bed with. Right, brotherly? Indeed, here we practice gender equality. As long as you achieve results, anything is possible, even if your wish is for the stars in the sky or the moon in the water. Yume Ren giggled. Can I request Brother Yi Sun to share a bed with me? Of course. Not only can you have Brother Yi Sun, but even the boss if you desire. Lily directed this remark at Su Qingwan, who, with her long, unkempt hair, obscured her face and rendered her expression unreadable. In that moment, Lily entertained the bizarre thought of shaving her head. Then came Lily's lengthy address. Listen up. Tomorrow morning, all those who are attractive, regardless of gender, must gather around you, may run to learn how to do charity. After the meeting, Su Qingwan and Yuan headed for the showers. Yuan began to vent her frustrations. Is Yume Ren insane? Why does she keep eyeing Yi Sun? If she really completes her task, does she expect Yi Sun to share a bed with her? According to the rules, yes. Su Qingwan felt a pang of realization. She was not as clever as the younger girl. When she achieved 1 million in sales, why hadn't she thought to request Yi Sun to share a bed? Wan, why aren't you worried? Yi Sun is about to be sent to Yume Ren's bed. Yuan shook Su Qingwan vigorously. Su Qingwan chuckled. It's a good show. We're merely spectators. Besides, it's her first day. She has a long way to go before reaching 1 million. Yuan realized she was being overly anxious and decided to let it go. After Su Qingwan finished her shower, Yume Ren entered, spotting Su Qingwan donning dirty clothes again as she walked past. Immediately, she distanced herself, disdainfully exclaiming, Sister Wan, how can you still smell so bad after washing? You didn't even change your clothes. After kissing Brother Yi Sun, I can only imagine how many times he'd need to brush his teeth to feel clean again. Su Qingwan leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, regarding Yume Ren. If I've sullied Brother Yi Sun, you too must prove that you're not so clean. This marked Su Qingwan's first direct confrontation with Yume Ren, leaving her momentarily speechless. Sister, you're losing your facade of grace. Resorting to insults reveals your true colors. Su Qingwan smiled, but did not respond. Yume Ren, disrobing before Su Qingwan, showcased her youthful, delicate figure. Sister Wan, I just turned 18. I'm young and beautiful. They say men are forever enamored with the 18-year-old. Do you think after a night together, Brother Yi Sun will be unable to resist loving me? With that, she swayed her hips before Su Qingwan. Observing her, Su Qingwan discerned that Yume Ren was a trained dancer, having practiced for many years, exuding a professional grace in her movements. I'm not him. How would I know? Su Qingwan recalled Yi Sun's previous indifference, believing such a noble man would harbor no romantic inclinations. As Yume Ren smiled mischievously, I sensed that he might fall for me. After all, my sister is older, her skin has lost its firmness, and there is hardly any thrill left in our playful encounters. If my sister truly desires it, I could consider yielding Knight Sun to you, provided you plead with me. Chapter 54. Hold me and kiss me. Su Qingwan had never encountered such a youthful girl. Miss you, to be honest, I am not desperately in need of a man. If Knight Sun takes a liking to you, I shall gracefully withdraw. Should you wed, I will even present you with a generous red envelope, unlike your current demeanor. Su Qingwan pondered how to articulate her thoughts, unsure of how to express it. Yume Ren began to wash herself, her slim waist twisting gracefully. Perhaps you perceive me as daring and vivacious, fervently pursuing love? If you choose to interpret it that way, so be it. Su Qingwan felt the weight of her age, realizing she no longer connected with the younger generation. No wonder she failed to understand Su Lin's little tricks. Yu Marin and Su Lin would undoubtedly become bosom friends. Yu Marin chuckled. It was my sister who enlightened me. She said I am the seed left by Yu Ji, who boldly pursued love. I too am courageous. What is wrong with my pursuit of Night Sun, when both my sister and he are unmarried? Indeed, Su Qingwan dared not declare to anyone that Night Sun was hers. Yu Marin had every right to chase after him. Yet, why did my sister consistently seek to disrupt my budding relationship with Night Sun? Each time I share a moment with him, my sister intervenes. Does she not realize she embodies the proverbial green tea? Su Qingwan shook her head. Child, your actions are rather pointless. If you fancy Night Sun, pursue him. If you manage to win his heart, that is your skill. What does attacking me signify? Yuan, unable to bear it any longer, interjected. So, you're saying you're easy to bully? Yu Marin replied. It is not that you are easy to bully, but rather, you are unworthy to stand beside Night Sun. I cherish him and will not allow him to compromise himself for you. Su Qingwan laughed, pulling out her phone and dialing Night Sun's number in front of Yu Marin. Wan. He rarely called her that, and this tender tone was enough to make anyone swoon. Su Qingwan giggled softly. Sun Ge, I believe Yu Marin is quite admirable. She truly likes you. If she were to offer me 10,000 yuan, I might consider letting you go for a night. Night Sun chuckled on the other end. What nonsense! I will deal with you when I return tonight. Do you like her? Su Qingwan inquired, gazing into Yu Marin's eyes. Not at all, he stated decisively, without elaboration. Return early. Today's training will last longer. With that, he hung up. Su Qingwan noticed Yu Marin's ashen face, her spirits elevated. Little sister, take your time in the shower. I'll be with your Night Sun for a few days. Once you earn your money, as long as you pay generously, I won't even need you to plead. I might consider giving him to you. After speaking, Su Qingwan tucked her phone into her pocket and adjusted her disheveled clothing. It's quite unfortunate. I'm in such a state, yet Night Sun still adores me, demanding kisses every night. Yet you fail to ignite any spark with him. Does that not make you feel inferior to me, this so-called ugly duckling? Yu Marin's complexion fluctuated from pale to red, her back teeth grinding audibly. Sister, that is too unfair. Tears welled up in her eyes. You're taking advantage of my youth and naivety. Her tear-stained beauty was indeed heart-wrenching. Su Qingwan rummaged through her pockets, but found no tissues. You look lovely when you cry. Next time, use this tactic to win Night Sun's heart. I have faith in you. Su Qingwan linked arms with Yuan, who was laughing through her tears. Sister, you're too much. You've bullied her to tears. Ha ha. What a delightful character she is. Do not mock her. She is sincere in her affections. Yuan scoffed, hypocritical, naive white lotus. Wan, you must keep a close eye on Night Sun, lest he be truly stolen away. Su Qingwan chuckled. That won't happen. How can you be so sure? Men are creatures driven by physical desires. Who knows, perhaps she possesses an extraordinary talent in bed that could captivate Night Sun. If he slips away, you'll regret it. Yuan was genuinely concerned about Su Qingwan. If a man has enough self-control, no one can entice him away. Yet Night Sun was like a block of ice, impervious to even the fiercest flames. I've warned you, do not be so naive as to let an 18-year-old girl overpower you. Yuan sensed that Su Qingwan's current situation was precarious. Yuan, Night Sun does not love women, Su Qingwan asserted firmly. Doesn't he love women? Isn't he a man? All men love women. Yuan could not fathom the existence of a man like Lu Xiaohui, unless he was incapable in that regard. Su Qingwan could not express to Yuan that Night Sun was preoccupied with the safety of countless lives and had no room for romantic entanglements. He resembled the sun, pure and perfect, existing at a height unreachable by Su Qingwan. Upon learning of Night Sun's status, Su Qingwan refrained from developing feelings for him. She felt unworthy. Yuan could not persuade her otherwise, so she decided to keep watch over Yu Marin, hoping no significant issues would arise. Upon returning to her dormitory, Su Qingwan found Night Sun absent. On her bed lay a book, one he often read. The book lacked a cover, and upon opening it, she discovered it was about human anatomy and acupuncture points. It was filled with handwritten annotations, detailing actions such as strike the carotid artery, and the brain will suffer from oxygen deprivation, leading to fainting, among other specifics. The handwriting was meticulously neat, akin to printed text. Had it not been for the differing ink colors, Su Qingwan might have believed it was printed. The writing reflected the person, as the ancients had rightly said. Su Qingwan's fingers glided over the words, tracing the faint impressions. The memory of touching Night Sun's abdominal muscles flashed in her mind, the sensation equally pleasant. Suddenly, her waist was ensnared by a pair of hands, startling her into instinctively elbowing backward. Her elbow met resistance as a tremendous force overwhelmed her, sending her tumbling off the bed. Su Qingwan kicked instinctively, but her ankle was caught. As she attempted to kick again, her other leg was seized as well. Night Sun pinned her legs to the bed, leaning down to gaze intently at her, breathless. Your vigilance is alarmingly low. Had I been an enemy, you would have perished countless times. Su Qingwan instinctively wrapped her legs around his waist, her hands clutching his neck, using her body weight to hang onto him. She leaned in suddenly, biting his neck. Night Sun did not evade. However, as she applied pressure, his grip tightened around her neck, pain and suffocation overwhelming her, prompting her to release him. Su Qingwan's lips brushed against Night Sun's neck as she pouted. I've tempted you like this, and you remain unmoved? He replied that he only passed the test because the other party was a woman he did not fancy. Night Sun clearly showed no interest in Su Qingwan. Yuan advised her to secure Night Sun's affections, yet Su Qingwan was at a loss for how to do so. Night Sun held her waist tightly, collapsing onto the bed. Are you troubled? Yu Meiren likes you so much. I fear you may be taken from me, Su Qingwan confessed, her lips parting as her delicate tongue moistened them, her mouth resembling a flower petal kissed by morning dew, vibrant and alluring. Night Sun's muscles tensed, his gaze reddening. Chapter 55. The desire for possession. Night Sun held Su Qingwan's slender waist firmly, forbidding her from squirming. A wild glint danced in his eyes. You can do it. What can I do? Su Qingwan queried, perplexed. You can venture into District 2. The prince resides there. If you can connect with him, you may encounter the boss. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, Night Sun bent down and pressed a kiss to her lips. From this moment on, you shall begin training in close combat. Su Qingwan was lost in a haze, her mind swirling with thoughts of love and romance at the tender age of 18, resembling a delicate flower. However, a single statement from Yi Sun jolted her back to reality. His heart was solely occupied with his mission, leaving no room for anything else. She grasped Yi Sun's collar, her fingers tracing circles on his chest with an ambiguous force. Yi Sun, we're discussing the matter of the delicate flower. What does the delicate flower have to do with us? Yi Sun appeared to struggle with the concept. Su Qingwan fell silent. Conversing about love with a man devoid of such sentiments was clearly a form of self-inflicted torment. Then why did you summon me to the 2nd District? Aren't you going? Naturally, I must go. Yet the demands are exceedingly high. One must achieve 200 million in performance annually, a sum that is the total of our entire park. Su Qingwan frowned, realizing that this was an astronomical figure. Is there truly no other way? She refused to believe they had no alternative plans. There is, but it cannot be utilized, Yi Sun replied, lying beside her. I cannot send out the USB drive, and all my contacts have been replaced by theirs. Our situation is growing increasingly perilous. This was the first time Yi Sun confided in Su Qingwan about his mission, indicating that he regarded her as one of his own. Furthermore, the doctor who conducted the lie detector test for us has been silenced. He never revealed our identities until his death. Su Qingwan froze momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. She realized that the doctor was indeed an ally. Yi Sun closed his eyes and fell silent once more. Lying beside him, Su Qingwan felt relieved. She finally understood why she could not provoke Yi Sun. Every day brought news of fallen comrades, and they had the address of the park but could not deliver it. Faced with insurmountable difficulties, anyone would be disheartened. Now, Yi Sun could still converse with her, sharing in their shared sorrow, but previously, he had borne all the weight alone. Suddenly, Yi Sun embraced her, burying his face in her chest. Everyone who came with me is gone. Su Qingwan held his furry head, acutely aware of his sorrow. He mourned for his lost companions. You still have me. As long as I am alive, I will accompany you in fulfilling our mission. Yi Sun did not respond, keeping his face hidden in her bosom for an extended period. Her clothing became dampened with his tears. Whoever said men do not shed tears simply has not felt the weight of sorrow. Lili entered with Wang Qinxue, only to find Yi Sun nestled against Su Qingwan's chest. He recalled glimpsing Su Qingwan's figure beneath her clothing, delicate and soft, and his mind exploded with thoughts. Brother, are you having fun? How delightful. Lili leaned closer, fixated on Su Qingwan's chest. Yi Sun lifted his head from Su Qingwan's bosom, pulled the blanket over her, and said earnestly, "It's fragrant." "What scent?" "Share it with me, brother." Lily feigned an intention to sit beside Su Qingwan. Yi-sun swiftly pushed him away, declaring, "Wans cannot be shared." Lily expressed disappointment. "Brother, you are mistaken. I am willing to share mine with you." He pulled Wang Qinxue in front of Yi-sun, suggesting, "How about a night of exchange?" Yi-sun shook his head while holding Su Qingwan close. "Ligo, when my sister-in-law calls next time, I'll tell her you have a woman." Lily laughed in exasperation. "You brat, prioritizing romance over friendship. I'm afraid of you." Su Qingwan obediently nestled into Yi-sun's embrace, resembling a dutiful wife. Lily glanced at them before turning away, feeling an inexplicable yearning for Su Qingwan. The inability to attain her left him restless, constantly dwelling on her. The following day, during work, Lily gathered all the girls and handsome young men to learn from the delicate flower. He patted her shoulder. "Darling, show them how you earn money." "Sure, go," she replied, picking up her phone to start playing a game, matching with men. Seductive provocations, casual flirtations, adding friends, sending alluring photos, and receiving money, all executed seamlessly. In half an hour, she earned 5,000. Lily applauded. 10,000 in an hour, 150,000 a day, for 150,000 a month. Now that's elite. "Trash, have you learned?" He called Su Qingwan forward. "Can you imitate this model?" Failure to do so means broken limbs. Su Qingwan dared not refuse. Of course. She downloaded the game and began a match. As soon as she opened her mic, the man on the other end remarked, "Did you turn on a voice changer? Your voice sounds strange. There's no way it's that lovely." Su Qingwan replied, "I haven't turned anything off, brother. This is my real voice." The man, unable to withstand her calling him brother, was utterly flustered. Su Qingwan put down her phone to see the delicate flower crossing her arms, looking smug. "Ligu, Sister Wan is aging. She insists on pretending to have a youthful voice. If others knew she was both ugly and dirty, they would surely be nauseated." The delicate flower raised her chin, looking down at Su Qingwan. "Although there aren't many people here, we still must maintain hygiene. Dress neatly." Sister Wan wouldn't have grown up in the countryside, would she? I misspoke. Even those from the countryside know about hygiene, unlike Sister Wan. After saying this, she disdainfully waved her hand, as if to brush away any foulness clinging to Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan smiled fondly, remaining silent. Yuan, unable to contain her anger, urged, "Sister Wan, why don't you retort? We are older and should exhibit grace. Bickering does not suit our status." Su Qingwan was genuinely not adept at such banter. "Are you a ninja turtle? How can you endure this?" Yuan was ready to slap the delicate flower. Su Qingwan gently patted Yuan's shoulder. "Ligu, I'm very sorry. I tried my best." Lily gazed at Su Qingwan for a long moment, noting how she transformed into a captivating enchantress around Yi-sun, yet became serious when with other men. How hypocritical. The delicate flower noticed Lily's discontent towards Su Qingwan and hastily added fuel to the fire. "Li, Sister Wan stays in your room every day. Don't you find it unpleasant? She has quite an eyesore. Why not kick her out and let me move in? I promise to achieve a monthly performance of 10 million. Lily's eyes sparkled at this proposition. "What method do you have to earn 10 million? New chatting. The delicate flower swayed her alluring figure, showcasing her curves. Not only the men, but even Su Qingwan could not help but glance more than once. "I can chat and dance simultaneously. I can earn this much just playing a game. Don't doubt me, Ligu. I can even perform striptease right now." Chapter 56. The provocation of the delicate flower Li, already lecherous, was intrigued. "Then show us a demonstration to teach these people how to achieve their performance in the future." Everyone gathered around to watch the show. The delicate flower had previously trained in jazz and truly knew how to move. She danced with the perfect blend of strength and softness, embodying the graceful lines of femininity. Even before shedding any clothing, the men could hardly contain themselves, shouting in excitement. "Remove one piece, and I'll give you $100. In this place, $100 held real value, especially for Su Qingwan, who had only been able to afford sanitary pads after working for a month or two. Some began tossing money at the delicate flower. As she danced, she flirted with the men, slowly removing her clothing. Wearing a sports bra beneath, her form was still obscured. Yet her youthful skin and well-toned waist made the men as blood boil. "Beautiful lady, I like you. Come to my room tonight, and I'll give you everything." Yuan remarked, "This delicate flower truly has skills." Wang Qinshue added, "It appears the park will be lively from now on." After finishing her dance, the delicate flower bent down to collect the money at her feet, handing it to Li Li. "Li, go look. I don't need to engage in charity. Just by dancing here in our park, I can earn a tidy sum." Li Li hooked his arm around Yu Marin's shoulder, clearly enamored. "Well done," he declared to Su Qingwan and the others. "Listen up, all of you. From now on, everyone should follow the beauty's lead, especially you handsome gentlemen. The money from wealthy women is far easier to earn than that from men. If you can twist your waist a little more alluringly, the money will come rolling in." He patted Yu Marin's slender waist. "You're truly remarkable. I like you. When your shift ends, come to my office, and I'll make an exception and return your phone." Yu Marin beamed with delight. "Thank you, Li Go." Li raised a megaphone and addressed the crowd. "Listen closely. The beauty is my cash cow. If anyone dares to harm even a single hair on her head, I will make them pay dearly. If she loses even a morsel of flesh, I shall ensure they face dire consequences." Li's authority was indisputable. Even the lecherous men, despite their desires, dared not provoke Yu Marin. This was a place where strength reigned supreme. Regardless of gender, one either dominated through power or excelled in business acumen. Yu Marin undeniably belonged to the latter. Many girls admired her and sought her advice on how to attract wealth. "Yu Maiden approached Su Qingwan, has simile radiant." "Sister, do you think my dancing is good?" "Indeed," Su Qingwan replied with a gentle smile. "Sister, while you praise me on the surface, deep down you must think I should be more reserved and not flaunt my talents so boldly, lest I incur divine wrath." Yu Marin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, evoking sympathy. Several men nearby shot hostile glances at Su Qingwan, but she remained calm and composed. "Your ability to articulate such thoughts reveals your complexity. At your age, you should shine brightly. Youth is fleeting, and if you do not embrace it, you may regret it for a lifetime." Yu Marin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Sister, are you complimenting me?" "Yes," Su Qingwan said, bending down to retrieve her clothing and draping it over her. "Just perform well. I have faith in you." "Sister, why not take the initiative to move out? That way, we won't clash, and we can remain good friends." Yu Marin feigned a pout, tugging at Su Qingwan's sleeve. "Sister, I maintain my stance. If you can persuade Yi Sun to ask me to leave, I will do so without hesitation." "Sister, you are quite unreasonable and shameless," Yu Marin protested, stamping her foot. Wang Qinshue could no longer hold her tongue. She seized Yu Marin's collar and pulled her forward. "Are you out of your mind? Who has the audacity to steal Wan's boyfriend and then shift the blame? Did your mother not teach you to keep your hands off others' possessions?" Yi Sun had no interest in Wang Qinshue, which she accepted, yet she could not tolerate some newcomer daring to usurp him. Naturally, Wang Qinshue was determined not to let Yu Marin succeed easily. Yu Marin raised her hands in fear, calling out, "Li Gu, save me." Li cast a cold glance at Wang Qinshue, causing her to immediately release her grip. Yu Marin smiled sweetly. "Sister Qinshue, my mother did teach me not to be a mistress, but Li Gu also taught me that one should strive for what they desire. By achieving results, one can obtain everything. As I am now part of the park, I must heed Li Ji's words." This statement not only elevated Li, but also ensnared Wang Qinshue. If she were to continue calling Yu Marin a mistress for taking someone else's boyfriend, it would be a direct affront to Li. She gritted her teeth in anger, but remained unable to act. Su Qingwan pulled Wang Qinshue aside. "We are several years older than her. Let's not dwell on this too much. It's time to get back to work." Returning to their seats, they resumed their phone conversations and online chats. After a while, Yuan exclaimed that Yu Marin is far too audacious. Unlike other duplicitous white lotuses, she is an unabashed one, showing no restraint whatsoever. "What kind of flower is that?" Wang Qinshue retorted, "A black-hearted lotus." Yuan scoffed. "Wan, how can you tolerate her?" Su Qingwan smiled sincerely. "She is passionate and adaptable. If guided properly, she could become a remarkable talent." Wang Qinshue stared, astonished. "Wan, have you been possessed?" Yuan's mouth dropped open, speechless. Su Qingwan chuckled at their reactions, choosing not to elaborate. In truth, she saw a reflection of her younger self in Yu Marin. Her own love for Li Jintian had been pure and unrestrained. She yearned for the world to recognize him as hers. When other girls confessed him, she would pull him in front of them for a kiss, nearly getting expelled for her boldness. At 18, love was indeed innocent, devoid of ulterior motives, and reckless in its pursuit. Su Qingwan believed that the current romantic endeavors of young women were too beautiful to disrupt. As long as Yumerin did not cause her tangible harm, she would not begrudge her. Otherwise, she would have wasted a decade of her life. However, Su Qingwan's tolerance lasted only until noon. When she left the cafeteria with a prized orange in hand, she was abruptly shoved. Instinctively, she steadied her tray, but the orange slipped from her grasp and rolled away. Chasing after it, she found it rolling to a stop at Yumerin's feet. With a smile, Su Qingwan bent to retrieve the orange. Just as her fingers brushed against it, Yumerin suddenly stepped on it, squashing it beneath her foot. Juice splattered on Su Qingwan's hands, reducing the orange to a pulpy mess. Chapter 57. Slapping Yumerin, Su Qingwan withdrew her hand and stood to meet Yumerin's gaze. With a sweet, charming smile, Yumerin said, "Sister, I truly apologize. It was unintentional." In response, Su Qingwan swiftly slapped Yumerin across the face. Yumerin stumbled backward, colliding with a passerby and causing their tray to topple, spilling food all over her. She covered her face, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Disbelief written across her features. "You dare to hit me?" Su Qingwan was equally shocked. When had she possessed the strength to knock an adult to the ground? The impact had left a mark on Yumerin's head, unmistakably real. Pain radiated through her palm, serving as a reminder that she had indeed struck someone down. Suddenly, Su Qingwan realized this was the result of her 2 months of relentless training with Yisun, even before she had begun learning close combat. Her strength had increased without her noticing. It felt as though a balloon had suddenly been filled with air. Exhilarating. Looking down at the disheveled Yumerin, Su Qingwan stated, "Little sister, I implore you to spare me the trouble and refrain from provoking me." Yumerin, recovering from her astonishment, sat up and reached for Su Qingwan's leg. Su Qingwan kicked her down, pressing her face into the mess of food on the ground. Yumerin cried out in pain, "Help! Li Ge, save me!" Li Li, seated with Yi Sun on the second floor, remained unmoved. Here, fights were commonplace. As long as no lives were lost, he typically did not intervene. "Yi Sun, have you noticed that Su Qingwan has changed?" Yi Sun regarded the seemingly harmless Su Qingwan with a slight smile. "I haven't noticed. Lili Skufa. She's becoming more and more like you, increasingly captivating. Is that so?" Ye wun repeat, Jesuali. Desperate, Yumerin called out, "Which kind-hearted brother will save me? I promise to give you my commission for this month." Fan Qiang stepped forward, approaching Su Qingwan. "Su Qingwan, let her go." Su Qingwan, aware that she could not match a professional boxer, released Yumerin, smiling. Alricht, Qiang Yi. In this context, the first lesson learned was that those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. If one cannot win, they must join forces. Zhang Chang helped Yumerin to her feet. "Little beauty, are you all right?" The poppy flower glared resentfully at Su Qingwan's retreating figure, tears cascading down her cheeks in a straight line. She could not comprehend why, despite her formidable professional abilities, she was subjected to humiliation by Su Qingwan. Furthermore, she could not fathom what Knight Sun found appealing in Su Qingwan, who was insincere and pretentious with no redeeming qualities. As Su Qingwan turned, carrying a tray, she encountered Knight Sun and Li Li descending from the stairs. Approaching Knight Sun, she rose on her toes and planted a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. Seeing this, the poppy flower rushed over, exclaiming, "Brother Knight Sun, Sister Wanwan hit me," and promptly burst into tears. Knight Sun wrapped his arm around Su Qingwan's slender waist, accepting the tray from her hands. Bullying the newcomers, he remarked. Su Qingwan nodded in agreement, affirming, "Is it fun?" "Quite enjoyable," he replied. "Then bully her more often," she encouraged. Knight Sun leaned down to kiss her forehead, guiding her to the dining table, setting the tray down, and only then did he go to serve himself. This infuriated the poppy flower, who wailed, "Sister Wanwan, you are bullying me," before stomping her foot and running off. Yuan and Wang Qinshua laughed until tears streamed down their faces. "It seems Zhang Chang has taken an interest in the poppy flower," Wang Qinshua commented. Yuan, be careful." Yuan shrugged. "If she wants Zhang Chang, she need not seek my approval. I would willingly offer him to her. Just a nuisance, if not for necessity, who would willingly submit." After her meal, Su Qingwan returned to her room, only to be seized by a hand upon entering. Before she could discern the identity of her assailant, she found herself pinned against the wall. Lifting her gaze through the strands of dark hair, she recognized Li Li. He was smoking, an unpleasant odor emanating from him, which disgusted her to the point of nausea. In that moment, She finally understood Wang Qianxue's sentiment. Being in the presence of such a person was repulsive every passing second. Lily grasped her chin, staring intently at her rosy lips, which appeared so delicate, as if perpetually inviting a kiss. His fingers brushed against her chin skin, smooth and refined. How could someone like him possibly be unattractive? It dawned upon Li for the first time that beneath Su Qingwan's disheveled appearance lay a beauty. He reached to tousle her bangs. Su Qingwan swiftly caught his hand. "Li, what advice do you have?" Lily attempted to shake off her grasp, but failed, instead gripping her hand in return. "Wan, I heard you can read palms. Why not give Li a glimpse?" His voice was soft, intimate, his gaze fixated on Su Qingwan's chest. Despite the thick fabric separating them, it felt as if he could discern the shape beneath. The sight of her fair, rosy complexion ignited a fervent heat within him. Wan, he breathed, laden with desire, yearning to uncover if he could possess the woman of his dreams. He opened his palm for her to see. "Li, I cannot read palms." Lily leaned in too close, their bodies nearly touching. Su Qingwan was overwhelmed by the stench of smoke clinging to him, making her reluctant to breathe. Sensing her tension, Lily misinterpreted her discomfort as attraction, his gaze growing more suggestive. "I can read," he insisted, forcefully prying open her fingers. Lily had easily broken 2 of her fingers in the past, and now he effortlessly pried her small fist open, gazing at her tender palm. He could not help but swallow hard. Wan, if it weren't for Wang Qianxue's sudden arrival that night, I would have borrowed your hand. Would you lend it to me once more? If I am satisfied, I shall not make you move out. Li, one must not covet a friend's wife. I am Knight Sun's woman. Please spare me." Though her words were assertive, her eyes were fixated on Li's neck. Recalling Knight Sun's teachings, if she could find the right spot, a precise strike could render him unconscious. She had learned it, but had yet to test it on anyone. Li was the perfect candidate. If you don't speak of it, how would Knight Sun know? Li caught a whiff of Su Qingwan's alluring scent, and he found himself losing control. What if Knight Sun returned? Su Qingwan glanced toward the door, hoping Knight Sun would return swiftly. "That won't happen. I have kept the poppy flower occupied. You know, an 18-year-old girl, no man can resist. Besides, have you seen how slender her waist is? She must surely be more skilled than you." That night, Lily would not have the opportunity to approach Su Qingwan, for Knight Sun was vigilant, and even during lunch, there was little chance. However, the poppy flower's arrival had granted him an opening. Unable to convince Su Qingwan, he resorted to coaxing her. "I promise to be quick, Wan. Please agree to me just once." He encircled her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, leaning down to nibble at her exposed neck. Chapter 58. Do you like it? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwan struck at Li's neck with a decisive blow. He winced in pain, glaring at her. "What are you doing?" Su Qingwan's palm throbbed. Despite her force, he did not collapse. In that moment, she realized that no amount of theoretical knowledge could compare to practical experience. "Lily, belatedly understanding Swinger's intent, was amused. You think you can knock me out with that? Who gave you the audacity?" He laughed loudly, showing no mercy. Su Qingwan clenched her fists, longing to shatter his face. In the past, she had regarded physical confrontation as barbaric, but in the face of overwhelming force, the weak had no chance of resistance. Her long bangs concealed her expression and eyes, leaving Lily dissatisfied. He had long wished to see her face, if it were too unattractive. He would no longer feel tempted. Lily reached to sweep aside her hair, but she was prepared, bending her knee to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, the door swung open. Su Qingwan turned to find Knight Sun standing at the entrance, his piercing gaze fixed upon them. Lily, who had intended to tuck aside her hair, found his hand resting on her luscious lips. "What are you doing?" Knight Sun's expression darkened instantly, an air of hostility emanating from his deep-set eyes, sending a shiver down Su Qingwan's spine. Lily took a step back, distancing himself from Su Qingwan, and reached out to clasp Knight Sun's shoulder. "Brother, it was Su Qingwan who seduced me. She claimed her waist was well-trained by you, saying she has a beautiful peach blossom tattoo on her chest, insisting I see it. Just as I was about to refuse, she lifted her leg to entice me." Lily shot a sharp glance at Su Qingwan. This kind of woman is not worth keeping. The poppy flower is far better. Find someone else to like. She's 18, fresh enough to squeeze out water, genuinely likes you. I'm almost swayed. This despicable woman, leave her to me. I will help you deal with her. For a brief moment, Su Qingwan was taken aback. A male green tea, She had never encountered one before. Instinctively, she looked toward Night Sun, who had his hands shoved in his pockets, his icy gaze fixed upon her. Ligu, I wish to speak with her privately. Please step outside. Night Sun's tone was serious, leaving no room for argument. Even while addressing Li Li, his eyes remained locked on Su Qingwan. Sure, brother. This woman is nothing but a flirt. Don't get too attached. Listen to me and let her go. Lily strolled out, hands in pockets, whistling. The heavy iron door swung open and shut with a loud bang, yet it failed to muffle the sound of his footsteps as he lingered just outside, clearly eavesdropping on their conversation. Su Qingwan leaned against the wall, nervously licking her lips, uncertain of what to say to Night Sun. Unbeknownst to her, this gesture was incredibly alluring in the eyes of a man. Night Sun, feeling parched, pulled her into his embrace, one hand gripping her chin as he leaned down to capture her slightly parted lips in a kiss. Su Qingwan's lips were punished with a gentle bite, the slight pain evoking an unexpected thrill. She wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to reciprocate his kiss. Initially, Night Sun's kisses were tinged with a sense of retribution. When their kiss concluded, Su Qingwan felt utterly weak, reduced to mere gasps for breath. Night Sun reached out to brush aside the hair from her forehead, his back turned to me. Seducing other men? I did not, Su Qingwan explained, feeling wronged. Is it because I Haven Tea touched you that you feel lonely? Night Sun lifted her body with one arm. He is framing me. Su Qingwan clung to Night Sun's neck, her lips teasingly close to his, a kiss just out of reach. Night Sun's muscles tensed, his body radiating heat. Even through the thick fabric, Su Qingwan could feel the warmth. I told you, if you desire, you can seek me out. It hurts. Su Qingwan did not resist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I did not seek him, believe me. I like you. I only want you. I just returned, and you are not here. Before Su Qingwan could finish her sentence, her lips were once again captured by Night Sun. He held her with one arm while his other hand cradled the back of her head, kissing her all the way to the bed. Su Qingwan lay back against the pillow, her beautiful face flushed with color, her neck arching sensuously. Does he know you have a peach blossom tattoo on your chest? That is not a tattoo. No, I never showed it to him. It was when you went out last time. He called me to his office and had someone bully me. Su Qingwan was unsure why she instinctively did not want Night Sun to know about her foolish act of shielding a man from a bullet. I want to see. Night Sun commanded. Su Qingwan's cheeks went. All right. She shyly closed her eyes and reached to remove her sportswear, tossing it onto the floor. In their previous encounters, they had been hasty, and Night Sun had barely had the chance to appreciate her beauty. This time, it was broad daylight in a secure place, allowing Night Sun to truly see her. It was not until the eavesdropping Li Li had walked away that Night Sun paused, gazing into her glistening eyes. Do you wish to continue? Su Qingwan felt as though she had been doused in cold water from head to toe. Just moments ago, she had been wholly invested, believing Night Sun shared her desires. Now, she realized he was merely performing for Li Li, demonstrating his regard for her, enveloping her in a protective aura. Such protection left Su Qingwan in a quandary, unsure whether to feel sorrow or gratitude. The sorrow stemmed from their unity, yet he could still halt and inquire if she wished to carry on. Apart from his lack of attraction to her, she could not fathom any other reason. The fortunate aspect was that Night Sun was not a lecherous man, unwilling to exploit her for ulterior motives. Yet now, at this crucial juncture, she could not utter a refusal. Su Qingwan decisively wrapped her arms around his waist. Yes, I want you. I desire everything you offer. Before her words could fully escape her lips, a forceful surge altered the tone. Su Qingwan clung tightly to Night Sun, akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood. He was her sole hope for survival, her everything. Even if it meant shattering into pieces, she would not let go. After a long while, Night Sun held her close. Do you like it? Su Qingwan's chaili nadith. Yes. Night Sun kissed her lips. In the near future, you may not. Su Qingwan stared blankly at Night Sun. Why? Chapter 59. You have finally captured Night Sun. Night Sun traced her beautiful outline with his fingers, his gaze inscrutable. Because you will no longer need it. He stepped off the bed, fetching her clean clothes. Do you still have the strength to dress? Su Qingwan hurriedly sat up, accepting the clothes, speaking as she dressed. I don't understand. Why one tea I need it? You will understand in time. Night Sun observed her as she finished dressing, tousling her hair. Shall I carry you downstairs? Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed. No. Being carried downstairs by night, Sun would reveal to everyone that they had just been entangled in each other's embrace. I will go down first. I will speak with Li Li. You can rest a while longer. Su Qingwan stood and instinctively followed. As they descended, the work hours had long passed, and Su Qingwan was penalized for tardiness. Li Li stood at a distance, his gaze icy as he fixed his eyes on Su Qingwan. She did not raise her head, yet she felt the predatory intensity of his stare. For reasons unknown, she sensed that Li Li had set his sights on her, his determination unyielding until he possessed her. During dinner, Yumarin sat across from Su Qingwan. Previously, after being struck over an orange, she now refrained from overt provocation, merely casting resentful glances at Su Qingwan. Sister, what happened to your mouth? Su Qingwan touched her lips, a slight smile playing at the corners. Night Sun bit me. Yuan beside her burst into laughter. Yumarin's face flushed with anger. Those who flaunt their affection perish swiftly. I shall wait and see. You will both meet your end. She huffed, taking her tray and storming off to dine elsewhere. Wang Qinshua chimed in eagerly. Wan, you and Night Sun were in that room for so long at noon. Did you too? Su Qingwan maintained her composure while eating. Yes. Wow, you have finally captured Night Sun. You let him declare your relationship publicly. Wan, you are incredible. You are my idol. Wang Qinshua was more excited than if she had slept with Night Sun herself. Yuan nodded in agreement. I told you, you two are always kissing and sleeping together. Even if Night Sun were a stone, he would develop feelings for you. How could he not like you? Su Qingwan forced might. If only Night Sun truly liked her. Unfortunately, he harbored no feelings for her. She had not even inquired if he had someone special in the country or if he was single. She knew nothing about him. Wang Qinshua leaned closer, whispering in Su Qingwan's ear, is it an unforgettable experience? Is it really that wonderful? Su Qingwan was at a loss for words. It was indeed good, yet regrettably, he was a man she could never possess. Let me share a secret with you. Today, I overheard Li Li calling Klaus, asking him to take a few people out to sea for fun, and he requested 2 beauties. Who do you think Li Li will bring? Wang Qinshua was thrilled. She disliked staying in one place. As long as she could go out, she could buy many things. Though unnecessary, spending money brought her joy. Yuan quietly added, it must be Yumarin and Qinshua. Su Qingwan felt an ominous premonition, sensing that Li Li would seize the opportunity to plot against her. Wang Qinshua said, think about what you want. I will bring it for you. After all, it's someone else's card. Why not take advantage? Yuan began listing her desires. Su Qingwan, however, was lost in thought. That evening, Li Li summoned Su Qingwan and Yumarin to the office. The accumulation of dollars in Li Li's office continued to grow, as did his insatiable greed. His small eyes gleamed with nothing but avarice. Li Li scrutinized Su Qingwan's disheveled appearance with disdain. He pulled a knife from the drawer and tossed it in front of Su Qingwan. Cut your hair. Su Qingwan refrained from touching the scissors. Brother Li, I am not good looking. If I cut my hair, you will all be frightened by my appearance. It will be quite unsightly. Li Li recalled how provocative Su Qingwan had been beneath Night Sun earlier, and his anger surged. In a few days, I will take you and Yumarin out to sea. Mr. Klaus and another boss are playing a gambling game, and we need 2 of the strongest performers from each park. The boss will also be there. You cannot appear like this. Su Qingwan recognized that it was her and Yumarin who would go, not Night Sun. Brother Li, my performance is not that great. Performance? You don't qualify. He retorted. Fuka's performance is the highest here. Lili skufa guldli. Fuka isn t good looking. Our big boss is a face value enthusiast. Those who are unattractive cannot be brought along. Night Sun is quite handsome. Why not send him with Yumarin? As long as Su Qingwan does not go. Upon hearing she could go out with Night Sun, Yumarin brightened. Great. Brother Li, let me go with Night Sun. Our look will outshine everyone in the park. I will not embarrass you. Impossible. I will take both of you. There will be many foreigners. Su Qingwan is a top student with excellent English. You must go. Night Sun agrees as well. Li Li commanded imperiously. Alright, Su Qingwan replied reluctantly. Lili's expression suftanat. Cut your hair. Do not make me say it a second time. Okay, Brother Li. Night Sun allowed Su Qingwan to go, leaving her with nothing to say. As Su Qingwan exited Li Li's office, Yumarin called out to her. Sister Wan, how ugly must you be to need to hide behind your hair? If you cut it, will Brother Yeshuan still like you? Su Qingwan glanced back, leaning against the wall, and replied earnestly, Yumarin, Never judge a woman's worth or her place in a man's heart based on her appearance. Beauty is a woman's asset. Everyone loves it. Why shouldn't one utilize beauty to conquer men? Yu Marin proudly lifted her beautiful face, convinced she was leagues ahead of Su Qingwan. A man may be attracted to beauty, but what keeps that beauty? No one can remain 18 forever. Look at that big star. She's beautiful. Yet her husband still strayed for someone less attractive. A woman's allure lies not in her looks, but in the value she offers. The so-called love is merely the emotional value you provide to a man. If you possess only beauty and nothing else, a man will not be enamored. Night Sun is not someone you can entice away. Stop pestering me like a foolish clown. My silence is not out of fear, but because I do not regard you. After Su Qingwan finished speaking, she turned to leave. Yu Marin stood frozen for a few seconds before bursting into tears. Su Qingwan was utterly outrageous. Such humiliation was clearly born of jealousy over her beauty. How infuriating! Li Li emerged, handing Yu Marin a tissue, advising her not to let her eyes swell, as they would be going out in a few days. While wiping her tears, Yu Marin sobbed, Li Ge. Is it really possible for a woman to win a man's affection without relying on her beauty? Lidi contemplated Su Qingwan, her diligente form, her enchanting voice. Just recalling the sounds she and Night Sun made together in bed brought forth extraordinary memories of his own performance. An educated man with immense capability and outstanding charisma. If Su Qingwan had not fallen into misfortune in Northern Myanmar, she would undoubtedly shine as a queen at the pinnacle of a golden pyramid. A man like Li Li, who struggles at the very bottom, could only dream of her. Inda, Li Li afirmat confidently. Chapter 60. Embracing her waist upon returning to her room, Su Qingwan found Night Sun reclining on the bed with a book. Wang Qinxue was nowhere to be seen. Night Sun looked up at her, setting the book aside. Did Li Li speak to you? Yes. Did you expect me to go alone? Su Qingwan felt uncertain and fearful of the unknown. A few days remained. She would wait and see. Night Sun reached out, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, which seemed to have grown even thinner. He caressed her as if measuring her size. Su Qingwan felt as if she had been burned, her body tingling. Li Li told me to cut my hair. Yes, it is time. Night Sun pulled her closer. In a couple of days, I'll cut it for you. You can cut hair? Su Qingwan asked, surprised. Yes. I used to give my teammates buzz cuts, Night Sun teased. Su Qingwan touched her hair. Are you going to shave my head? I will make sure to leave you a little hair, he said with a gentle pat on her waist. Today, we continue training. 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups. Once completed, we will practice close combat tomorrow morning. Su Qingwan's eyes brightened. All right. She obediently positioned herself atop Night Sun and began her push-ups. Initially, performing just 20 was a struggle, but now she managed 500 at a rate of 2 per second. Night Sun remarked that her waist had slimmed down, or rather, the flesh upon it had become firmer. Holding her breath, Su Qingwan reached halfway when suddenly, Night Sun touched her chest. She released her breath and collapsed onto him. Mister, Yi, I'm in training. She propped herself up, sweat dripping from her chin onto his neck. Her lips, flushed from exertion, glistened alluringly. Beads of sweat cascading down in a tantalizing display. Night Sun grasped her waist and delivered a sharp slap to her backside. Your willpower is too weak. Focus on one task. No matter what happens to you, you must not stop. For instance, if you were to kill someone, even if a knife pierced your chest, you must not falter. Your knife must pierce their throat. The moment you hesitate, your heart will be pierced, and you shall be the one to perish. To survive, you must act faster and more ruthlessly than your enemy. Do not stop, continue. From now on, I will persistently distract you until you can complete your training without being affected. Su Qingwan had heard that snipers must remain utterly still, even if insects crawled on their faces or in their ears. Night Sun's training adhered to this standard. I can qualify. She gritted her teeth, pushing herself up from Night Sun to continue her push-ups. Night Sun's hand moved seductively beneath her shirt, slowly creeping upward. Su Qingwan felt a wave of sensation wash over her body growing weak as she fell onto Night Sun. Clad in thin fabric, her softness pressed against his chest, causing his body to tense instantly. Noticing his reaction, a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes. Mr. Yi, if you are so strict with me, can you pass your own test? She raised her head, playfully challenging him. Dare you switch places? I'll distract you while you train. Night Sun embraced Su Qingwan, shifting their positions so that he was atop her, a charming smile gracing his handsome features. Then you must give it your all. He braced himself on either side of her and began his push-ups. As a teacher, Knight Sun executed each movement with precision, adhering strictly to the requirements he had taught her. Recalling how flustered she had been moments ago, Su Qingwan was determined not to let Knight Sun off easily. Her slender fingers traced his shoulder, gradually gliding down to draw circles on his chest. Mimicking Knight Sun's teasing pace, she proceeded slowly, step by step, yet he remained unaffected. Su Qingwan unfastened his shirt buttons, her soft fingers gliding along his muscular contours. Knight Sun's physique was impressive, particularly during push-ups when his muscles tightened, creating deep, alluring lines reminiscent of a beautiful masterpiece. Frustrated after her efforts failed to deter him, she slowly leaned in and planted a kiss on his Adam's apple, trailing kisses downward. Knight Sun showed no sign of stopping, maintaining his rhythm without faltering. Su Qingwan felt disheartened. This man was truly unaffected by her charms. Unless necessary, he would not respond to her advances. As time drew near, Su Qingwan decided to take a leap of faith. With a decisive grasp, she seized his belt. Ding! The timer stopped. Knight Sun had exceeded his training goals, gazing at her with a smile. Are you convinced? Su Qingwan's eyes welled with tears of grievance. Despite her fervent attempts to allure him, he offered no response. She looked up and bit down hard on his shoulder. Knight Sun frowned slightly, but did not stop her. He allowed her to bite. The mark she left was fierce, and when she released him, she noticed blood seeping from the bite. His chest rose and fell with exertion, exuding a captivating and noble aura that seemed almost unreal. Feeling despondent, Su Qingwan turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Knight Sun grasped her chin, brushing her hair aside to force her to meet his eyes. You bite, yet you're angry? Can't you respond at all? Are you even a man? Su Qingwan often thought of him not as a human, but as a flawless ice sculpture, devoid of emotion or sensation. Miss Su, this is training. Do not let emotions cloud your judgment. Emotions can be fatal. Knight Sun lay beside her, the surge of male hormones released from their recent workout enveloping Su Qingwan, causing her heart to race. When Knight Sun was serious, he exuded a chilling allure, a deadly temptation. He was so strikingly handsome that even knowing he was aflame, countless moths would still flutter toward him. In that moment, Su Qingwan felt like one of those moths, irresistibly drawn to this man. I'm sorry, I cannot control myself. You can do it. As Yi Sun turned to gaze at Su Qingwan, his expression shifted to one of intense focus. From the very beginning, he had known she possessed the capability. Su Qingwan recalled the time when she first arrived, the way his eyes would linger in the shadows, observing her every move. It dawned on her that Yi Sun had been watching her all along, assessing her resilience and suitability as his companion. Why me? She questioned. Because I believe you can become stronger than I am, Yi Sun asserted confidently. Su Qingwan, lacking such self-assurance, felt that his words were merely a distant dream. I will disappoint you. In such a short span, I cannot possibly reach your heights, and besides, women are inherently weaker than men. Yi Sun then shifted, pinning her beneath him, his fingers tracing her lips with meticulous care. Strength and power do not define a true warrior. Women often achieve their goals more effectively than men. If you are willing, no man can survive your grasp. Su Qingwan stared at him with wide, bewildered eyes. You're lying. You are immune to me. Then let us see. Yi Sun challenged, taking her hand and placing it beneath the covers. Chapter 61. Su Qingwan cuts her hair. A blush crept across Su Qingwan's cheeks. Why didn't you do this earlier? Just as she was about to tease him, the heavy door swung open. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand. Acutely aware of Yi Sun's tense body, his breath ragged against her face. Their gazes locked, and in Yi Sun's eyes, she saw a fervent desire and possessiveness, as if he would consume her whole. Su Qingwan felt a rush of heat, her heart racing. As the newcomer approached, Yi Sun swiftly pulled the covers over them. He leaned in and kissed her softly. This kiss was unlike any she had experienced before. Yi Sun was gentle, as if he were cherishing a rare treasure. His kiss both tender and intoxicating. He explored every facet of her sweetness, their tongues dancing together until she could only gasp for breath. As the kiss concluded, his lips brushed her ear, whispering sweet nothings. Su Qingwan felt a tantalizing tickle in her ear. Her body shivered. Stop. I can't take it anymore. Do you want me? Yi Sun teased, wrapping his arm around her slender waist. Where would you like me to kiss you? Instinctively, Su Qingwan clung to his waist, her lips brushing against his chin. Suddenly, Li Li's voice cut through the moment. Hey, you two are having fun behind my back. Panicked, Su Qingwan quickly retreated into Yi Sun's embrace. Li Li plopped down on the edge of the bed, unapologetically pulling back the covers to reveal the entwined couple. Su Qingwan buried her face into Yi Sun's chest, unable to see anything. The air was thick with a suggestive tension, and it was evident what had transpired. Yi Sun draped the blanket over Su Qingwan, asserting, "Li Ge, it's time to rest." Li Li chuckled, "Count me in." He unceremoniously nestled beside Yi Sun, declaring, "We can all fit together." The single bed was already cramped with Yi Sun and Su Qingwan, and with another person added, sleep seemed impossible. Su Qingwan lifted her head from Yi Sun's embrace. "I'll sleep on the upper bunk." With a swift motion, Yi Sun kicked Li Li off the bed. "Li Yi, the bed is too small. It won't accommodate us all." Rubbing his sore waist, Li Li leaned over the upper bunk, looking down at Su Qingwan. "We're going out to sea in a few days for a high-stakes gambling banquet. Mr. Klaus said everyone should know how to dance. I'm not that skilled. Can you teach me, Miss Su?" Sitting up, Su Qingwan replied, "I don't teach others." "That's all right. I'll learn whatever you show me," Li Li insisted, his gaze lingering on Su Qingwan's lips, still flushed from the kiss. He felt a surge of jealousy towards Yi Sun and yearned to claim her for himself. "Why not ask Qian Shui to teach you?" Su Qingwan suggested, rising to her upper bunk. As a girl for the countryside, she was hardly versed in social dances. Before she could elaborate, Wang Qian Shui entered. "I can teach you Li Ge if you'd like." This development made it awkward for Li Li to continue pursuing Su Qingwan in front of Yi Sun. Fine, Li Li reluctantly agreed. Wang Qian Shui played some music and began instructing Li Li. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan lay back down, closing her eyes to sleep. She had been trained by Yi Sun to rest whenever possible, ensuring she was well rested for unforeseen circumstances. The following day, Su Qingwan awoke to find Li Li blocking her path. "Weren't you supposed to cut your hair? Why haven't you done it?" Yi Sun embraced her from behind, saying, "I'll cut it for her." Li Li Shotie un atea cinq gulants. So clingy. "Miss Su is about to set sail with me. Won't you be lovesick? Then I'll leave it to you, Li Ge, to take care of her. She's delicate. If anything happens, I'll be heartbroken," Yi Sun replied, kissing the corner of Su Qingwan's mouth. "You must take care of yourself, too. If I find out you've been hurt or bullied, I will make those responsible pay." His words were delivered lightly, yet no one dared dismiss their weight, especially Li Li, who had witnessed Yi Sun's ruthless nature firsthand. A single bullet from him was always true. Yi Sun, a wealthy heir, had come to Northern Myanmar only after encountering trouble. He lacked for nothing, and if provoked, he would fight without hesitation. Li Li respected Yi Sun for saving his life years ago. He knew better than to disregard his feelings. He patted Yi Sun's shoulder, assuring him, "Don't worry, I'll bring her back safe." Turning to Su Qingwan, he insisted, "You need to cut your hair now." With that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Wang Qian Shui remarked, "What has gotten into Li Li?" Su Qingwan shrugged. "Who knows?" As they headed downstairs, they found Umaran boasting to a group of people. "Li Ge is taking me out to sea. You don't need to envy me. I'll bring you back some delicious treats." Wang Qian Shui paused, glancing back at Su Qingwan. "Is Li Li really taking you and Umaran with him?" Su Qingwan, having forgotten to mention this to Wang Qian Shui, felt guilty. "I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you." Wang Qian Shui laughed, linking her arm with Su Qingwan's. "What is there to be sorry about? If he is not looking for me, I can enjoy some peace. By the way, I have a feeling Li Li is interested in Umaran. He hasn't approached me in 2 days." Though Wang Qian Shui spoke lightly, Su Qingwan could see the concern in her eyes. Indeed, while reluctant to be forced into affection, Li Li had provided a form of protection. Just as one must eat even unpleasant food to survive, so too was this arrangement necessary. Pulling Wang Qian Shui to a secluded corner, Su Qingwan whispered, "I think Li Li might have his sights set on me." Wang Qian Shui, sincere in her friendship, replied directly, "Let us be clear about everything." After a brief pause, she spat, "He is not worthy. It's disgusting." Relieved by Wang Qian Shui's reaction, Su Qingwan clarified, "I have no feelings for Li Li. Please don't misunderstand. We should always communicate openly as sisters. Misunderstandings only complicate matters. Of course, if not for our dire circumstances, I would have dealt with Li Li myself." "Just the sight of him disgusts me," Wang Qian Shui replied, her teeth clenched. "If he dares to lay a hand on you, he is truly despicable." Su Qingwan joined in the condemnation. Yi Sun stood nearby, observing them. Once they finished their tirade, He inquired, "Are you cutting your hair or not?" Dis, Su Qingwan replied, following Yi Sun to the barber shop located behind the garden. The barber, a local man, chattered away in the local dialect with Yi Sun, leaving Su Qingwan utterly bewildered. Watching the barber's animated gestures with the scissors made her uneasy, and she hesitated to entrust her hair to him. "Mr. Yi, you promised to cut my hair yourself." She thought, if your cut turns out to be a bit ugly, then so be it. It would still be preferable to this local barber. Ye wun chocolate, his voice resonating like a melody kissed by angels, exuding an alluring charm that made Su Qingwan's ears tingle. "If I don't cut it well, don't cry," he cautioned. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "I wouldn't cry." "I thought you were fond of shedding tears," he teased, picking up the scissors and positioning himself behind her. His long, elegant fingers gently sifted through her soft hair, sending electric shivers down her spine. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "You're quite sensitive. I find that delightful." Su Qingwan felt her cheeks flush. "Mr. Yi, you seem quite experienced with flirting," she mused to herself, feeling a twinge of jealousy. "Do you have a girlfriend or a wife back home?" she inquired. "If you proclaim your love for me in front of everyone after I cut your hair, I might just tell you," he retorted, brushing her bangs aside to lock eyes with her reflection in the mirror. "Do you dare?" "I dare," she replied, an inexplicable urge driving her to know about his romantic status. As Yi Sun began to cut her hair, Su Qingwan closed her eyes to shield them from falling strands, harboring no expectations for the outcome. "All right, open your eyes and take a look," he said, leaning in close, his warm breath enveloping her ear, leaving her in a daze. Slowly, she opened her eyes to behold a stunning yet unfamiliar visage in the mirror. It had been ages since she had seen herself. Her thick, elongated eyebrows framed classical, ink-like eyes, complemented by a high nose and full red lips. Su Qingwan's beauty was striking, fierce, and utterly captivating, akin to a colossal wave crashing powerfully against one's heart, leaving onlookers utterly mesmerized. Yi Sun had witnessed her beauty countless times, yet it still astonished him. He found himself transfixed by the enchanting figure reflected in the glass. "I told you, even a shaved head would suit you." She touched her bangs, thanking him. "Mr. Yi, this cut is splendid. Let us buy an outfit and then return," he suggested, meticulously brushing away the stray hairs from her shoulders. "No need for new clothes. I bought so many recently that I haven't had the chance to wear them. Now I can showcase them daily." The primary issue was her lack of funds. She still owed Yi Sun a substantial amount. Moreover, the clothing stores in the park offered little in terms of quality. As they returned, Su Qingwan followed closely behind Yi Sun, the heavy metal doors creaking open and shut, drawing the attention of many. "Wow, where did this beauty come from?" she asked, stunning. "Another newcomer. Her eyes are mesmerizing, and her lips are so red. I wonder what shade of lipstick she uses." Fu Kuei also stood to gaze up the stairs, initially struck dumb by Su Qingwan's ethereal beauty before recognizing her attire, his eyes nearly popping out in shock. Anger welled up within him, fueled by the humiliation of being toyed with by Yi Sun. He stepped in front of Yi Sun, grabbing his collar. "Damn it, Yi Sun, you lecherous scoundrel. You've known she was a beauty all along, keeping her all to yourself. How dare you?" Fu Kuei was furious. He had long desired Su Qingwan, yet she had eluded him despite his efforts. He had assumed she was unattractive and thought he could move on, only to discover she was a breathtaking beauty. Now, consumed with jealousy, he swung a fist toward Yi Sun's face. Yi Sun effortlessly caught his hand, employing a skilled maneuver to subdue him. Seizing the moment, Su Qingwan kicked Fu Kuei behind the knee, forcing him to kneel. With rage-filled eyes, Fu Kuei glared at Yi Sun. "Either you kill me, or, as long as I live, I will take revenge on Su Qingwan." Enraged, Su Qingwan shot back. "Fu Kuei, don't waste your breath, if you have the guts. Come at me." Her fierce demeanor only heightened her allure, drawing whistles from the onlookers. Lily observed from the 5th floor, squinting at the scene below. Su Qingwan truly is a beauty, he mused. How could Yi Sun settle for someone less than stunning? Watching her kick Fu Kuei, he found her irresistibly charming. He breathed heavily, struggling to quell his rising desire. Yumarin stood frozen, only just realizing the breathtaking woman before her was Su Qingwan. Even in her unkempt sportswear, devoid of makeup, her beauty shone through like an angelic figure, purifying the air around her. Yumarin approached, on the verge of tears. "Sister Wanwan, how hypocritical you are. You claim that beauty doesn't win a man's love, that appearance isn't important, Yet you possess such exquisite beauty and clearly don't care about looks. Yumarin felt like a fool for mocking Su Qingwan's appearance before. The truth was, Su Qingwan was a noble princess, while she was merely a modest beauty. Is Yi-sun really deceived by your feigned innocence? She lamented, casting a pleading look at Yi-sun, tears brimming in her eyes, seeking his sympathy. Yi-sun glanced at Su Qingwan, a smirk playing on his lips, his gaze filled with affection. It wasn't I who was deceived. Rather, I was the one who ensnared her. Yumarin's face paled, and she staggered back. I like you, and I won't give up unless I die. Su Qingwan shrugged. Then go ahead and die. It's quite easy to do so here. Yumarin's foolishness in moralizing was evident. When survival was at stake, who would bother with ethics? She stamped her foot in frustration and ran away in tears. Su Qingwan turned to the staircase, looking down at Yi-sun. Yi-sun, I like you. I love you. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd, soon followed by a cacophony of curses. Damn it, Yi-sun the cunning fox. He keeps the best for himself. I truly thought he was a gentleman, but he's just a rogue. Wanwan beauty, look at me. I'm particularly enduring and impressive. Let me serve you tonight. Wanwan beauty, I want to get close. I want to touch your delicate waist. Surrounded by a chorus of vulgarities and insults, Su Qingwan remained unfazed, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yi-sun. Mr. Yi, do you have someone back home? They had agreed that if she confessed her feelings publicly, he would divulge his relationship status. No, Yi-sun replied with resolute certainty. Su Qingwan beamed, her smile radiating like that of a fool. I see. That day, her work was filled with joy and excitement. Her fingers danced over the keyboard, chatting animatedly with others. In the evening, it was her turn to clean the kitchen. Originally, she was supposed to do it with Wang Qinxue, but Wang Qinxue had sustained an injury from a previous incident and was unable to stand for long. Su Qingwan insisted Wang Qinxue rest while she took on the task alone. The kitchen was heavily soiled with grease and dirt. Half of it had been cleaned when someone pushed the door open. Su Qingwan turned to see it was Fu Kuei. He immediately turned around and locked the door, striding confidently toward her with a fiery gaze. Wanwan, I'm here. Damn it. Had I known you were this beautiful, I would have pursued you long ago. With that, he attempted to wrap his arms around her waist. Su Qingwan deftly evaded him, retorting, Fu Kuei, you're not even capable anymore, and yet you still think about that? Can you handle me standing before you, completely undressed? Men despise being told they are inadequate, and Fu Kuei was genuinely unfit. Moreover, it was Su Qingwan who had indirectly caused his condition. His gentlemanly demeanor lasted only a few seconds before it was replaced by a menacing glare. You little vixen, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. You dare mock me? I may not be able to do anything to you, but I can do this. He reached for the rolling pin in the kitchen, its metallic surface gleaming. He also picked up a bucket of oil. With these, I guarantee you will be driven to ecstasy. I cannot wait to see your tearful expression. Just the thought of that scene made Fu Kuei's blood boil. Unable to truly act against Su Qingwan, he unleashed his fury upon her. Without a second thought, he grabbed her arm. Swiftly, Su Qingwan countered with a precise strike to his artery, leaving him unconscious before he could react. She looked at her hand, a smile curling her lips. It seemed practice was indeed necessary to master her skills. Su Qingwan splashed a basin of cold water onto Fu Kuei's face, waking him, only to strike him down again with a swift motion. This back and forth continued several times, allowing her to hone her technique until she felt proficient enough to resume cleaning the kitchen. After tidying up, she stripped Fu Kuei of his clothing, binding him with rope and discarding him in the hall for passers-by to gawk at his exposed lower half. That night, she had arranged to learn close combat with Yi-sun. Before she could reach the rooftop, the sound of Fu Kuei's mortified cries echoed in the air. It was no wonder everyone enjoyed bullying the weak. The feeling of exerting dominance was indeed exhilarating. As Su Qingwan pushed open the door to the top floor, she sensed someone approaching. Instinctively, she kicked at the newcomer, only for them to dodge effortlessly. A gust of wind swept behind her, and her reflex was to drop down to avoid an attack from behind. Rolling forward, she sprang to her feet, only to find Yi-sun's foot aimed at her face. She quickly raised her hand in defense, but the force of his kick sent her staggering back, colliding with the wall of the courtyard. Pain shot through her back and wrists. It felt as though they were splitting apart. Su Qingwan stood there in agony, unable to utter a word for what felt like an eternity. Yet, Yi-sun's assault did not cease. He suddenly raised his leg and kicked at her head. She was sent flying, crashing to the ground, and rolling several times before coming to a stop, her body in disarray, her head buzzing, lying still like a lifeless corpse. Yi Sun approached slowly, crouching to scrutinize her disheveled form. The moonlight cast its glow upon him, his gaze fierce as that of a ravenous wolf, radiating an air of lethal intent. Your reflexes are too slow. If I had intended to kill you, you would have perished many times over. It took Su Qingwan a while to recover. Is this how you train? She asked. In dramas, fighting often involves numerous techniques and skills, but you just come in swinging. To learn combat, one must first learn to endure pain while minimizing injury. Yi Sun replied, his tone harsh and unyielding. We have no time to waste. You have 3 days before you set sail. When the time comes, you must be prepared to meet the contact. Su Qingwan sat up, gazing into Yi Sun's profound eyes. What if I die out there? Will you remember me forever? You had best return alive. Otherwise, no one will remember you. He helped her to her feet, continuing their practice. Su Qingwan found herself outmatched, only able to absorb the blows while striving to mitigate the damage. Of course, Yi Sun's precision ensured that she would not suffer any real harm. If I were to trade your identity for my freedom, would you hate me? She asked. Yi Sun pressed her against the wall, locking eyes with her. A dead person harbors no feelings. Indeed, once Yi Sun's identity was exposed, death would follow, and with death, all would be lost. Whether one felt hatred or not became irrelevant. Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around his neck, her long legs encircling his waist. Then let us indulge in pleasure while we are still alive. You cannot refuse me. Tilting her chin, she presented her crimson lips to him. Yi Sun's lips were cold, his demeanor as frigid as the moonlight, devoid of warmth. Su Qingwan loathed this aspect of him, his indifference and his talk of self-control. Each time their bodies intertwined, she felt an overwhelming sense of distance, as if they were separated by vast mountains and rivers. Su Qingwan, with her fiery spirit, bit his lip, refusing to let go even after breaking the skin. With defiant, sparkling eyes, she conveyed a silent threat. Kiss me or face my wrath. Her body continued to tease him, exuding irresistible allure. Eventually, Yi Sun succumbed to her enticement, leaning down to kiss her fiercely, holding her tightly against the wall as he ravaged her from behind. Under the moonlight, their breaths intertwined, their heartbeats synchronized in a shared rhythm. It was as if they were savoring a final supper, each moment a battle of life and death. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Lily rose early, impeccably dressed in a suit, struggling for ages to tie a tie. He handed it to Su Qingwan, saying, Miss Su, could you help me with this? I'm sorry, but I can't, she replied apologetically, her beauty overwhelming him. He swallowed hard. You are part of high society. How can you not know how to tie a tie? I'm a girl. I generally don't need one. Brotherly, perhaps you should ask someone else for help. Su Qingwan was dressed in a fitted white dress that accentuated her graceful curves. The fullness of her figure, previously unseen, was now fully revealed, a sight so alluring it could make one gasp. Lily's eyes nearly glued to her chest. Especially when she moved, her form swayed slightly, evoking an intoxicating scent. Damn it, this is too much. I can't take it. Lily discarded the tie, covering himself as he hurried to the restroom. This time, as he took Su Qingwan out, he was determined to possess her at any cost. Chapter 64. I'll hold you at 8 in the morning. The car to pick up Su Qingwan arrived. Lily forbade them from bringing phones or any luggage. Yi Sun escorted Su Qingwan to the door, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Stay safe. Su Qingwan hugged his waist, concealing her inner turmoil. Unlike Yi Sun's seasoned composure, she was frightened, afraid of being inept and exposing her identity, thus endangering him. Lily observed their affectionate exchange and turned to Yi Sun, saying, Brother, rest assured, I will take good care of Miss Su. Then I will leave it to you, brotherly. Yi Sun patted Su Qingwan's shoulder. Go on. Although Su Qingwan's heart was heavy with fear, she steeled herself. The night before, she had not even dared to express her anxiety to Yi Sun, fearing he would look down on her and deem her worthless. Su Qingwan understood that love does not arise without reason. If an exceptional person loves you, it is because you are worthy of such affection. Thus, she aimed to become someone deserving of Yi Sun, an equal, to continue their journey together. Following Li down the mountain, Su Qingwan remained silent throughout the descent. Yumarin chattered away, brotherly. I heard that high society is filled with elite and handsome men. Are they as good-looking as Brother Yi Sun? I don't know, Lily replied absent-mindedly, his thoughts fully consumed by Su Qingwan. In a dark contemplation of how to ensnare a victim, thoughts of nefarious methods, such as drugging, binding, and assault flitted through his mind. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, an old, peeling van awaited, with the driver and 2 armed bodyguards already inside. After boarding, each was handed a mask, tainted with an odd odor, likely used by countless others before. As the vehicle set off, the driver and bodyguards conversed in the local dialect, laughter hinting at mockery that Su Qingwan could not comprehend. Leaning against her seat, she began counting the hours, noting the passage of time, even as the destination remained a mystery. Barely 10 minutes into the journey, Li Li's phone rang. He answered with a curt acknowledgement and instructed the driver to turn back. "Brother Li, why are we going back?" Yu Marin inquired, her curiosity piqued. "To pick up Yi Sun," came Li Li's displeased response. Su Qingwan momentarily paused, a subtle smile gracing her lips, but she said nothing. Yu Marin, delighted, exclaimed, "Oh, are we picking up Brother Yi Sun too? The boss mentioned potential safety concerns on the ship, and we need a reliable bodyguard," Lily explained. Yi Sun, being Li Li's personal bodyguard, earned a hefty monthly salary. Upon returning to the foot of the mountain, Yu Marin eagerly awaited Yi Sun's arrival. Su Qingwan remained in the van, gazing out at the vast mountains, her eyes catching a glimpse of white atop the distant peaks. Had it snowed? In northern Myanmar, snow was a rarity, only gracing the highest mountains. Thus, they must be in the far north. "Miss Su, what captivates you so?" Li Li's voice intruded, his breath unwelcome in her ear. She instinctively created distance, pointing toward the distant snow. "It has snowed." Lily glanced briefly. "Do you like snow?" "Yes," she replied, though she detested the biting cold of Beijing winters. She had a fondness for snow. "People," she mused, "are indeed paradoxical. Where can I procure snow for you?" He jested. "A scholar is quite demanding. Don't women prefer luxury items and wealth instead?" "I possess all that you mentioned," Su Qingwan retorted with a smile. "I even own a private jet and 3 golden luxury cars, not to mention a villa in Xiangshan." Li Li's eyes widened in disbelief. "Why are you in northern Myanmar then?" Su Qingwan chuckled. "Love can cloud one's judgment." She recalled Klaus's words. "With your prowess, why concern yourself with romance?" Indeed, women could pursue careers, indulge in affections, yet why fixate on love? Half an hour later, Yi Sun arrived. Su Qingwan observed as Yu Marin hurried to greet him, while Yi Sun merely nodded politely before boarding the van. Upon seeing Li Li beside Su Qingwan, a flicker of coldness crossed his gaze. "Brother Li, thank you for looking after Wan Wan for over an hour," Yi Sun acknowledged. Lily feigned laughter, asserting, "Wan Wan is part of our team. As the boss, it is my duty to care for her." He neither admitted to watching over her for Yi Sun nor vacated a seat. Yi Sun gestured to Su Qingwan, "Come, sit with me." The van's cramped space prevented her from moving, and as Yi Sun approached the front seat, he extended his hand. "I'll carry you." Su Qingwan leaped into his embrace, and he effortlessly placed her in the front seat. With an armed guard seated beside Yi Sun, Su Qingwan settled against the window. Yu Marin, who intended to sit beside Yi Sun, had to take a seat in the back instead. Lily glared at the two in the front, seething. They donned their masks and set off, with Su Qingwan resting her head on Yi Sun's shoulder, drifting into slumber. Time passed, and she was gently awakened by Yi Sun's voice. "We have arrived." Sitting up and removing her mask, she surveyed her surroundings, obscured by numerous shipping containers, with the sound of boats honking signaling their arrival at the dock. Lily received a call and led them off the van. Exiting the maze of containers, they beheld a magnificent cruise ship docked at the harbor, manned by numerous soldiers clad in the Northern Myanmar military uniform, all armed and standing guard at every exit. Once aboard, no one could escape unnoticed. Yu Marin marveled at the opulence of the ship. "Our boss must be incredibly wealthy. Such a vessel must cost a fortune." Su Qingwan replied, "This type of ship is not exorbitant. The maintenance costs are what truly add up. Generally, it's bought for rental purposes, enhancing its commercial value." "So, do you think our boss owns it or rents it?" Lily asked with curiosity. "It's rented at a staggering $66,000 a day. This ship boasts a massive swimming pool, a nightclub, banquet hall, conference rooms, everything you could desire. If all facilities are included, the daily rental skyrockets to $1 million. By the way, this ship is called Blue Sky." Yu Marin gazed at Su Qingwan in astonishment. "Sister Wan Wan, how do you know all this?" Su Qingwan smiled, refraining from answering. She had named the ship herself, accompanying Li Jingtian on the purchase. The reason for acquiring the cruise was simple. She had expressed a desire to see the ocean while immersed in her studies. Hence, Li Jingtian purchased the vessel, complete with a research room for her convenience. Whenever she felt weary, she could swim in the top-deck pool, the upkeep of which alone cost a fortune monthly. Ultimately, she seldom used the ship and persuaded Li Jingtian to rent it out, maximizing its utility. As they boarded the cruise, Klaus sent his men to escort them through the lavish hall toward the second floor. Walking down an interminable corridor, Su Qingwan's emotions were tumultuous. Suddenly, someone grasped her hand. It was Yi Sun. He leaned down to kiss her softly on the ear. This cruise is yours, isn't it? Su Qingwan froze. How do you know? The name Su Qingwan was inscribed outside the vessel in pinyin. Yi Sun was astute in observation. Su Qingwan checked lightly, merely material persistence. I never imagined Miss Su to be so affluent. I may have to rely on you in the future, he teased, his hand lingering on her waist. As he playfully squeezed her, a delightful shiver coursed through her. If I can survive this, I'll support you, she responded. Support? You mean I'll be tasked with childcare and housework? That's hardly support. Even a full-time maid costs a fortune. Besides, I'll still need to contribute at night. He replied, his tone serious, as if genuinely contemplating their future together. I want to have you doing housework. I'll hire dozens of beauties like you Marin to cater to your needs. Su Qingwan shot back without hesitation. Have you learned to be wicked? Yi Sun's fingers danced along her waist, eliciting an electrifying sensation. They entered a room where Klaus and a dozen individuals were engaged in conversation. Lilia Bruaka Klaus. Bowing respectfully, Sir, we apologize for our tardiness. He offered Klaus a cigarette, which was declined. Klaus's gaze shifted past Li To Suingan, who radiated like a beacon in the darkness, instantly drawing attention. He scrutinized her from head to toe. Her beauty resembled a stunning, cold white flower, captivating and pure. Her figure was alluring, with a graceful silhouette and elegant curves. The harmonious blend of classic Eastern and modern aesthetics made it impossible to look away. Who is she? Klaus inquired, pointing at Su Qingwan. Lily responded, This is Su Qingwan, the mistress of one of the world's top 20 billionaires. Klaus's memory was jogged as he stepped closer to Su Qingwan, fixated on her breathtaking visage. Can you dance? A little. Can you speak English? A little. Su Qingwan answered honestly. Tonight, you will accompany me to participate in a betting agreement. If we win, our boss will be pleased, and there will be a reward. If we lose, the consequences of losing remained unspoken, yet Klaus's ambiguous smile sent shivers down Su Qingwan's spine. Lily hurriedly approached, eager to ingratiate himself, saying, Sir, she is not our top performer. This Miss Umarin is our best. Lily sensed the danger of the situation and instinctively attempted to push Umarin forward. Klaus glanced at Umarin beside Su Qingwan and quickly averted his gaze. She simply lacked the allure. Umarin's bright eyes dimmed in an instant. Her pride in her appearance crushed by such a slight, leaving her on the verge of tears. All of this was Su Qingwan's fault. She harbored a deep-seated resentment towards her. Lily also turned to glance back. Without comparison, there was no pain, but in this contrast, it was evident that Umarin appeared too modest, akin to a small wildflower nestled beside a peony, hardly fit for the spotlight. In that moment, Lily thought it would be better to bring Wang Qinshu along. At least she shared a close relationship with Klaus and could provide some benefits in bed. Umarin, unwilling to be cast aside, stepped forward. Sir, please take me along. Grant me a chance. I swear I won't bring you shame. I possess talent. I can perform pole dancing, and my business acumen is commendable. She understood that the rewards were hers to seize, and she needed to advocate for herself. Lily encouraged her. Yes, sir, consider taking Umarin. She is only 18, full of vitality, and many people appreciate that. Klaus reluctantly nodded. Tonight, you both will accompany me, but your attire will not suffice. I will have someone deliver suitable clothing to your room shortly. Be ready at 6 o'clock on the 3rd floor. The young master will be present. Anyone who dares to embarrass me shall be thrown to the sea to feed the fish. Understood, sir, Lily replied, ever the sycophant. Su Qingwan and her companions were assigned to a large bedroom with 3 rooms for their party of 4. Naturally, Su Qingwan shared a room with Yi Sun. Once the door was closed, Yi Sun began inspecting the room for hidden cameras and listening devices, including the bathroom, conducting a meticulous search. Su Qingwan followed his lead, and after the thorough check, They settled on the sofa to sip tea. Observing Yi Sun's calm demeanor, she curiously inquired, "Aren't you nervous?" "If one is not afraid of death, there is no reason to feel anxious," Yi Sun replied while preparing her tea. "Tonight, you will go upstairs to room 345 to meet the contact and hand over the USB drive. Is the contact male or female? What do they look like? Is there a code for the meeting?" Su Qingwan felt uncertain, as this was her first undertaking of such a nature. "There is no code," Yi Sun assured her. Su Qingwan was taken aback. In spy dramas, agents always had codes. They had nothing, relying solely on instinct. In that moment, she comprehended the perilous reality of undercover work. One misstep, one wrong decision could lead to death. "Mr. Yi, this is too difficult. I cannot do it." She retrieved the USB drive from her bosom and pushed it towards Yi Sun. "You can do it. I believe in you." Yi Sun picked up the USB drive, inhaling its warmth and the faint scent of milk lingering on it. He glanced at Su Qingwan's chest, his mind conjuring images of her elasticity, before leaning down to kiss the USB drive softly. Su Qingwan turned her face away, feeling shy. "I don't even believe in myself. I am afraid." She feared dragging him down with her, afraid of exposure, capture, and the unbearable torture that could lead her to betray Yi Sun. These words remained unspoken. She feared his contempt, as he had always deemed her weak. "Do not fear. Just know that I will always wait for your return." Upon hearing this, Su Qingwan felt an inexplicable sense of security. If they were to proceed, they must do so wisely. She took paper and pen to sketch the structure of the cruise ship, discussing escape routes with Yi Sun in case of failure. On the third floor, inside a luxurious suite, a man in a sharply tailored suit sat on the sofa. He had a refined countenance and a tall, perfect physique. In his lap sat a provocatively dressed woman with a curvaceous figure. Her strapless dress plunged low, accentuating her ample bosom, while the fabric barely covered her hips, revealing her long, fair legs. Her beautiful fingers playfully traced circles on the man's chest. "Brother Zhao, all suspected undercover agents have boarded the ship. When the contact enters room 345, we shall capture them and dispose of them." Zhao Yao, the young master of Northern Myanmar, devised this plan after his father tasked him with investigating undercover agents, having seen no progress thus far. The woman in his arms was his fiancée, Yi Danyun, the daughter of a general from Northern Myanmar. Zhao Yao playfully smacked Danyun's rear. "Why should we make it easy for him? If it's a woman, let the brothers have some fun. If it's a man, leave him to you. Aren't you the best at making men suffer?" They exchanged knowing smiles as Danyun wrapped her arms around Zhao Yao's neck, planting a tender kiss on his lips. "Before that, I shall indulge you, you enchanting creature." Chapter 66. The fragrance of a woman. That evening, Klaus sent elegant evening gowns. Su Qingwan received a black deep V backless gown. After changing, she stood before Yi Sun, asking, "How does it look?" Yi Sun poked her chest with his finger, leaving an imprint. Su Qingwan looked down to find several fingerprints from before they arrived. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Even without the imprints, the dress was too revealing. What if it swayed while walking? The fabric was scant, exposing too much. Though not conservative by nature, Su Qingwan felt that appearing so exposed before others stripped her of basic dignity. "I cannot wear this." "Then let's sew it a bit." Yi Sun produced a needle from somewhere and began to mend the dress. Su Qingwan stood still as he carefully stitched, his technique impeccable, despite being sewn from the outside. No stitches were visible, leaving her in awe. "Mr. Yi, is there anything you cannot do?" "Indeed, there are many," he replied with a smile, his breath warm against her lips, sending shivers down her spine. "What are those?" "For instance, how to make you happy." Once he finished sewing, lacking scissors, he bit the thread to sever it. His tongue inadvertently brushed against Su Qingwan's, sending an electric jolt through her. She involuntarily gasped, "Mr. Yi, stop." What did he mean by making her happy? Wasn't it always her who brought him joy? Yi Sun lifted his head from her chest, his eyes reflecting restrained desire. "Do you remember what I said?" "I remember. If discovered, we jump into the sea. Drowning is far better than falling into their hands." Yi Sun grasped her chin, gazing into her sparkling eyes. "You can still regret it now." "I have no regrets," Su Qingwan replied decisively. Yi Sun leaned down to capture her lips in a fierce kiss, one that felt as though he intended to consume her entirely, leaving her lips numb. A rhythmic knocking echoed at the door, prompting Yi Sun to release Su Qingwan. The door swung open, revealing Li Li, who was greeted by the sight of the two entwined in a passionate embrace. Damn it, enough already. You two are at it all the time. Brother, I know you've been holding back for too long, but you must consider the occasion. Yi Sun pulled Su Qingwan toward the door. Li Ge, let us go. Li Li caught sight of Su Qingwan's lips, glistening and tempting, akin to petals kissed by morning dew. He felt like a man who had wandered in a desert for days without water, desperately yearning to sip those dewdrops. Only in that way could his thirst be quenched. Then he took in the form-fitting design of Su Qingwan's gown, which accentuated her curves exquisitely. This was not merely a woman. She was a siren. A captivating vixen drawing in vitality. Damn it, Li Li's frustration ignited within him, his lower belly aflame, as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it, damn it. No one knew the source of his ire. Yu Marin emerged from her quarters, adorned in a stunning crimson, strapless sheath gown. The lace ruffles at her neckline artfully concealed her imperfections, while the vivid red complemented her porcelain skin and elongated legs. Coupled with an exquisite makeup application, her previously understated features were now defined, elevating her elegance to an extraordinary degree. Indeed, one's attire can transform their appearance, much like how gold adorns a statue of Buddha. Turning to Yi Sun, she spun playfully. Brother Yi Sun, do I look beautiful? He nodded in approval, delighted. Yu Marin attempted to link arms with him, but he deftly sidestepped her. Miss you, I am a married man. It would be wise to refrain from actions that might mislead Wan Wan. It would be difficult for me to explain. Her expression shifted instantly, the hurt evident as she bit her lip, casting a teary glance at Su Qingwan. Standing beside Yi Sun, Su Qingwan smiled quietly, exuding grace and beauty, rendering the contrast stark. Li Li watched Yu Marin with longing yet frustration, feeling a twinge of envy. He loosened and retied his tie, urging, enough chatter. Let us leave now. Su Qingwan followed closely behind Li Li, not daring to glance back at Yi Sun, fearing that a mere look would sap her courage to proceed. Klaus had been waiting in the hall, and upon seeing Su Qingwan approach gracefully, he was captivated. Her figure flowed like water, the long dress swaying with her movements. As she reached Klaus, she greeted him with a radiant smile. Good day, sir. The moment she drew near, Klaus was enveloped by a fragrance that was not merely perfume, but the alluring scent of femininity, akin to a woman's natural essence. Any man would find such a scent irresistible, leaving him somewhat dazed. Miss Su, you are as beautiful as a celestial garment. Celestial garment? Su Qingwan replied with a smile. Sir, that term typically describes the attire of fairies. Thank you for the compliment. No, it's a line from a poem, something about clouds that describes you beautifully. Klaus furrowed his brow, pondering the poem's essence. Lili interjecta, see. Its clouds yearn for garments, flowers long for beauty. If not seen atop the mountain of jade, one would meet under the moonlight of the Yao platform. Klaus's crystalline blue eyes sparkled. Yes, that's the one. You flatter me. Su Qingwan replied gracefully, maintaining her composure. Klaus extended his arm, inviting her to take it. Miss Su, shall we? Certainly, sir. Su Qingwan, in her high heels, walked slowly, prompting Klaus to match her pace. Behind them, Yu Marin seethed with resentment, gnashing her teeth. She perceived Su Qingwan as hypocritical, decrying the worthlessness of beauty while simultaneously seducing men with her looks. What did Yi Sun see in her? She seemed so fickle, eager to cling to any man. Klaus escorted Su Qingwan to the entrance of the banquet hall, where several armed guards and mercenaries awaited, who opened the door for them. Upon entering, Su Qingwan witnessed the vast hall lined with armed mercenaries. The guests attending the banquet appeared anxious, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. The atmosphere was thick with tension. One could hear a pin drop, as the door closed with a definitive click, signaling it had been locked from the outside. All eyes turned nervously toward it, sensing an ominous air. As everyone gathered, a synchronized cadence of heavy footsteps echoed from the upper corridors, suggesting a significant presence. No fewer than 20 individuals, fully armed. Moments later, a group of imposing mercenaries escorted several men and a striking Southeast Asian woman. The leading young man radiated brilliance, tall and regal. He resembled a prince from a castle, yet the malice in his gaze was chilling. He descended the stairs and took to the stage, his hawk-like eyes surveying the crowd. Greetings, everyone. I am Zhao Yao, your boss. I've gathered you here today for some fun, so please don't hold back. Enjoy yourselves and indulge in excitement. A collective sigh of relief swept through the attendees, the tension dissipating. Zhao Yao abruptly added, "Tonight, each of you must achieve a performance target of 1 million. Failure to do so will result in a talent showcase." He pointed to a 3-meter-long table draped in white cloth, vaguely revealing an assortment of peculiar items. "We just launched a website aimed at liberating women's nature, and we expect your bodies to translate into performance. Should you fail." His deep, dark eyes narrowed dangerously, a sinister smile curling his lips. "Then the consequences will be dire." Chapter 67. The game begins. The 3 words sent chills down everyone's spines as they watched the unfolding scene with trepidation. Zhao Yao snapped his fingers. "Now, let us welcome our competitor, Mr. Jiala," with a round of applause. Su Qingwan joined in the applause, observing as the door to the adjacent hall swung open, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by a group of impeccably dressed men and women. She surmised that this was likely the second district Yi Sun had mentioned. The con artists presented themselves as strikingly attractive, each a sight to behold. Zhao Yao approached Jiala. "Mr. Jiala, my father has always praised your impressive performance, urging me to learn from you. I hope you'll guide me during our wager today." Jiala, the embodiment of a cunning fox, his experienced eyes gleaming, replied, "No need for pleasantries. We all work for the boss. Our achievements are but a reflection of his." Zhao Yao laughed heartily. "Then let us skip the formalities and commence the game. Equip yourselves." Computers, phones, and scamming tools appeared instantaneously. Zhao Yao scanned his team, finally fixing his gaze on the most striking Su Qingwan. "You, step forward." With poised grace, Su Qingwan approached Zhao Yao, nodding, "Good day, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Yao was captivated by her unyielding confidence. "Aren't you afraid of me?" "Fear? Not at all. Mr. Zhao, you are charming, wealthy, and quite the prince. We admire and adore you. How can we possibly fear you?" Everyone appreciates flattery, especially when bestowed by a beauty as enchanting as Su Qingwan. Zhao Yao chuckled heartily. "You're lovely as well. What is your name?" "Su Qingwan." Zhao Yao paused, then leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "I must tell you, the owner of this cruise ship shares your name. Should I marvel at how small the world is?" Su Qingwan laughed, her elegance undeniable. "Indeed, what a coincidence." Zhao Yao leaned in closer, lingering near her ear. "What fragrance are you wearing? It's intoxicating." "Mr. Zhao, aren't we engaged in a wager? I believe we should focus on the task at hand." Stepping back discreetly, Su Qingwan distanced herself from the scent of smoke that lingered on him, a scent she found unappealing. Even Li Jintian would not dare smoke in her presence. The dangers of secondhand smoke were far too great, and she wished to prolong her life. Zhao Yao's rejection of her advances was apparent to all, and the onlookers held their breath, anticipating his next move. Surprisingly, he merely laughed. "How intriguing. A thorny rose. I find it delightful." He then pushed Su Qingwan forward, addressing Jiala. "We'll put forth Miss Su for the first round, aiming for 1 million in performance. What do you say?" Jiala pointed at a dapper young man, slender with blonde hair, clad in designer attire, suggesting he typically performed well. "Miss Su, I look forward to your guidance." Su Qingwan nodded in silence and made her way to the computer, logging into her previous QQ account to contact Wang Bo. Wang Bo's family was relocated, and he found himself with a substantial sum of money, eager to invest but lacking direction. He sought out Su Qingwan multiple times, but she, unable to bear his persistence, chose to ignore him. Now, as soon as Su Qingwan came online, Wang Bo excitedly messaged her. "The stocks you bought for me have gained over several tens of thousands in just over a month. Incredible." Before he could finish, Su Qingwan interrupted him, anxious to prevent this fool from potentially losing her millions, as she currently lacked the funds to cover such a deficit. 1 million is the limit, she asserted. Without hesitation, Wang Bo transferred 1 million to Su Qingwan. "Darling, when will you come to meet me? I miss you so much. I've already told my parents that I'll introduce you to them when you arrive. Is your brother still causing you trouble?" Su Qingwan casually replied with a couple of words before logging off. Zhao Yao applauded, prompting everyone to join in. Miss Su, with her beauty and exceptional skills, remained impervious to the charms of handsome men. Truly remarkable. Klaus, with a long face, hurried over, saying, "Young master, you should know that our Miss Su is an exceptional talent. She graduated from Tsinghua University." Zhao Yao's eyes lit up. "Excellent. Who would dare to say we lack education when we could devise stock fraud schemes with such finesse?" Su Qingwan mused that while she could play such a game, she was not engaging in fraud. The money Wang Bo provided was genuinely invested in stocks. However, The funds she had her subordinates advance were limited, and with the additional million, it totaled 2 million, which they could not produce. It appeared she needed to devise a plan for her subordinates to retrieve some jade ornaments from her home to sell in an emergency. Unfortunately, her properties could not be sold without her presence, and her bank accounts were frozen, making it impossible to access any funds. The young man from Jala was also quite skilled, managing to exploit a loophole in sports betting and securing 1 million in mere minutes. Zhao Yao, in high spirits, suggested, "Let us celebrate with drinks and revelry before continuing." Fireworks erupted, and waiters brought in delectable food and fine wines. Music played as Zhao Yao approached Su Qingwan, extending a gentlemanly invitation to dance. "Beautiful miss, would you honor me with a dance?" He bowed and offered his hand. Su Qingwan placed her hand in his, replying, "It is my honor." The stunning couple danced gracefully, captivating the attention of all present. Yu Marin watched this unfold with indifference, thinking it a pity that no phones were allowed. Otherwise, she would have captured this moment to show Yi Sun the true nature of his beloved. As the dance concluded, Su Qingwan feigned exhaustion. "I can't continue. I'm too tired." Zhao Yao, captivated by her breathless allure, felt a surge of desire, coupled with her flushed cheeks post-dance. She appeared breathtakingly enchanting. His voice softened. "Your breath sounds so delightful. Miss Su, I suspect you're trying to entice me." "Mr. Zhao, I am not," she replied innocently. "I need to use the restroom." "I'll show you the way," Zhao Yao said, reaching to take her hand. Su Qingwan deftly evaded him. "That wouldn't be appropriate. Look, the lady who came with you has a fierce gaze." Zhao Yao glanced in the direction of her hand to see Dan Yun standing at a distance, holding a glass of red wine, glaring at Su Qingwan. "Ignore her. Mr. Zhao, just tell me where the restroom is," Su Qingwan insisted, fully aware of its location but unwilling to reveal her knowledge. "Third floor, turn left at the end of the corridor," Zhao Yao accurately directed. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao," she said, turning to ascend the stairs. Her figure was graceful, the backless gown showcasing her exquisite silhouette under the lighting, her skin a flawless alabaster. She embodied not merely a slender beauty, but a luscious one, appearing so tender that one might wish to take a bite. Only when Su Qingwan's figure vanished from Zhao Yao's view did he retract his gaze. At that moment, admiration morphed into cold fury. Ascending to the third floor, she traversed the corridor lined with numbered doors until she found room 345. The surroundings were eerily quiet, and such private gatherings strictly prohibited any listening devices or cameras. Leaving evidence would spell trouble. All she needed to do was push open this door to locate her contact and deliver the USB drive. This would enable the local police to coordinate with the government to apprehend the suspects based on the address provided. Chapter 68. The tragic demise of Yu Marin. Su Qingwan's heart raced. She was uncertain of what lay beyond the door, but knew she had to proceed. Stepping forward, her hand reached for the doorknob, only to retract at the last moment. She quickly made her way to the restroom, leaning against the door upon entering a stall, gasping for breath. This was her first encounter with such high stakes, and it felt overwhelmingly daunting. She feared that if Yi Sun learned of her trepidation, he would surely look down upon her. She could not allow that. Emerging, she splashed water on her face from the tap, relishing the advantage of not wearing makeup. No matter how disheveled she became, her appearance remained untouched. After drying her face, she stepped out with renewed confidence, approaching room 345, only to hear a woman's anguished screams from within. The voice was unsettlingly familiar. Was it Yu Marin? Su Qingwan did not hesitate, but maintained a steady pace as she departed. Upon reaching the banquet hall, festivities continued with music and an array of exquisite dishes and expensive wines served by attentive waitstaff. Moments later, a security guard approached Zhao Yao, whispering something in his ear. Immediately, Zhao Yao's gaze shifted towards Su Qingwan. Her heart sank, a wave of dread washing over her. Zhao Yao, with his wine glass in hand, walked towards her, his presence commanding attention as others parted to make way. Su Qingwan caught sight of the lazily swirling wine in his glass, and, in that fleeting moment, envisioned it filled with blood, her own and Yi Sun's. Yet, she could not panic. Fear was not an option. Yi Sun had once told her that every expression she conveyed was a reflection of what she wished others to perceive. As Zhao Yao reached her, towering above with a smile that belied his icy demeanor, he said, "Miss Su, please accompany me." "Very well," she replied, politely nodding. Zhao Yao handed his wine glass to a bodyguard and led the way upstairs. The quiet corridor echoed with the sound of armed guards' footsteps, a relentless reminder of impending doom. Finally, Zhao Yao stopped at the door of room 345. "You may enter," he instructed. Upon entering, Su Qingwan was met with a gruesome sight. A bloodied woman lay sprawled on the floor, surrounded by guards brandishing weapons, all aimed at the figure. Yumarin, the very woman who had always looked down on her, dressed in a vibrant red gown, now stained deep crimson with blood. Yumarin's hair had been viciously pulled out, scattered across the floor. Her exposed flesh bore the marks of unspeakable violence, blood pooling beneath her. Her face was grotesquely swollen, lips torn. Had she not been so familiar, Su Qingwan might not have recognized her. Yumarin, spotting Su Qingwan, pointed an accusing finger. "She is the undercover agent, not me." Zhao Yao entered, settling into a chair with a casual posture, watching Su Qingwan with keen interest. "Miss Su, you have 1 minute to explain yourself." Su Qingwan was bewildered by Yumarin's presence in this room, aware that the intended contact was either dead or had been deterred from entering. Regardless, neither party knew the other's appearance, offering a semblance of protection. She regarded Yumarin from her elevated position. "We have no grievances. Why do you seek to frame me?" Furious, Yumarin retorted, "You were the one who wanted to enter this room. I was merely curious after watching you linger at the door." It turned out that Yumarin had been watching her all along. Su Qingwan turned to Zhao Yao and stated, "I shall not admit to baseless accusations. I merely went to the restroom and have been wrongfully accused." She remained composed, devoid of any panic. "You claim to have witnessed something. Is that not a fallacy?" Yumarin raised her voice in protest. "What did you witness?" "The restroom is at the end of the corridor, and I had to pass through this doorway." "By your reasoning, anyone who has visited the restroom would be a suspect. Shall we summon them all for interrogation?" Turning again to Zhao Yao, Su Qingwan continued, "Mr. Zhao, this Yumarin harbors an affection for my boyfriend. Everyone in the vicinity is aware. She has openly and subtly provoked me multiple times in her attempt to steal my man, and now she seeks to frame me. I'm truly aggrieved." Yumarin, infuriated, managed to sit up and exclaimed, "Mr. Zhao, I did not frame her. She intended to enter, and I was merely curious." Su Qingwan retorted, "Why did you see me intending to enter with? Are you a parasite within me? Or have you engaged in some unseemly act that, upon discovery, you lash out at me? Do you believe Mr. Zhao would rather err on the side of caution than let a suspect go free, dragging me down with you in your final moments?" Indeed, Yumarin had no evidence, and her feelings for Yi Sun were genuine. Yet, she was unwilling to face defeat without a fight, crying out, "Mr. Zhao, Su Qingwan must be hiding what you seek. Search her, and you shall surely find it." Zhao Yao's piercing gaze swept over Su Qingwan inch by inch, taking in her alluring figure, which was as enchanting as a siren. Such a woman, one could only imagine, will be most captivating in disrobement. Su Qingwan sensed Zhao Yao's gaze and felt a surge of anxiety, yet maintained her calm demeanor. "Mr. Zhao, there is no need to search. I shall reveal myself to you now." She reached for the straps of her dress, pulling them down, exposing her delicate shoulder, the snow-white softness beneath waiting to be unveiled, when suddenly, the door was forcefully thrust open. Dan Yun stormed in, glaring at the prostrate Yumarin, and turned to Su Qingwan. "If a search is to be conducted, I shall handle it. There is no need for disrobing, as that is uncouth." This was the first time Su Qingwan had been reprimanded, yet she felt a rush of satisfaction. "Then I shall leave it to you." Mississippi Dan Yun approached Su Qingwan, her expression cold as she conducted the search. Given the fitted attire, there was little to conceal. She also employed electronic scanning technology. Any metallic item would trigger an alert. The result revealed nothing on Su Qingwan save for her jewelry. Dan Yun glanced at the crumpled Yumarin on the floor, a smirk of triumph gracing her lips. "Woman, devoid of evidence, how dare you continue to fabricate lies?" Yumarin shook her head, tears mingling with blood upon the floor. "I do not lie. Su Qingwan is undoubtedly an undercover agent. I saw it with my own eyes." She repeated this phrase ad nauseum. Dan Yun scoffed. "You dare to speak without evidence? I've encountered many like you, desperate in their final moments to drag others down with them. To be so devoted while receiving a mere few thousand in wages is rather admirable." She stood, addressing Zhao Yao. "Brother Zhao, let us leave this woman to them. We shall take our leave." Zhao Yao rose, adjusting his impeccably tailored suit, and wrapped his arm around Dan Yun's slender waist as they exited. Su Qingwan hiddily followed. Hearing Yu Marin's anguished cries, "Do not leave. Su Qingwan, you shameless wretch, this is all you're doing. I am but 18 in my prime. Why does Yi Sun not love me?" As the door closed, Yu Marin's enraged voice turned to frantic pleas. "Mr. Yi, do not touch me. Get away. It hurts. Remove your filthy hands." "No. Yi Sun, save me." Moments later, her cries became muffled, as if silenced by some unseen force. Su Qingwan, with her back to room 345, felt a tangle of emotions. In this harsh realm, there was no sympathy, no compassion, nor justice. Only the instinct to survive. After an indeterminate time, a man's scream pierced the air from within. Footsteps approached, and the door swung open to reveal Yu Marin, disheveled and bruised, rushing out. Her mouth still clenched around a severed piece of the man. Yet before she could escape, another figure seized her by the hair, dragging her back inside. A man emerged, blood dripping from his severed limb. "Young master, save me." Zhao Yao swiftly dialed for a doctor as the man sobbed, "Do not let that woman die. I will flay her alive. I want her to suffer beyond death." The doctor arrived to take the man away. Zhao Yao pressed a handkerchief to his mouth. The scene far too gruesome. "Let us depart." Dan Yun looped her arm through Zhao Yao's, casting a glance at Su Qingwan. "Brother Zhao, if I had not arrived, would you truly have let this little enchantress disrobe?" "Of course not. I was merely searching for a USB drive," Zhao Yao replied, affectionately kissing Dan Yun's hair. "She has a boyfriend. Do not be jealous." Dan Yun's eyes brightened as she turned to Su Qingwan. "Do you truly have a boyfriend?" Su Qingwan nodded, "Yes. He is here, but he did not come up as he was not on the guest list. Let him come up to join us." "I wish to see if your boyfriend is handsome," Dan Yun declared, with little regard for the men in the area, believing them to be unworthy. If they were truly remarkable, they would not have fallen victim to this place. "Very well, I shall bring him tomorrow." Su Qingwan felt a wave of relief. With Yi Sun by her side, she felt emboldened. He would undoubtedly recognize his contact. Dan Yun nestled against Zhao Yao's shoulder, teasingly remarking, "Brother Zhao, Miss Su's boyfriend must surely be a great beauty." Zhao Yao chuckled nonchalantly. "Is that so? Have you seen a man more handsome than I?" "Never," Dan Yun laughed. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Su Qingwan found the guests still engaged in hushed conversations, speculating on how to achieve their performance goals and the consequences of failure. Klaus approached her, anxious. "Where is Yu Marin?" "I dare not say. Best to ask Mr. Zhao," she replied. Klaus hastily sought out Zhao Yao, who returned with a somber expression, uttering not a single word. Su Qingwan found a corner to sit, scanning the room for her contact. She felt as if everyone around her could be a contact, yet none truly fit the role. Today, she had indeed left the USB behind, initially intending to bring it, but reconsidered after Yi Sun mended her dress. She thought it best to assess the situation first, a decision that had ultimately spared her life. As the subsequent gambling game unfolded, Su Qingwan found herself removed from the fray, merely observing from her corner, indulging in food while the unproductive faced dire consequences. Zhao Yao's gaze occasionally drifted in her direction. In the midst of the commotion, she felt like an exquisite rose, blooming in isolation, starkly contrasting with the chaos surrounding her. Finally, when the banquet concluded, a bodyguard approached her, presenting a gift. "Miss Su, this is a present from our young master." It was a wooden box, appearing quite heavy. Su Qingwan accepted it with both hands. "Thank you." The guard bowed respectfully and departed. Clutching the box, Su Qingwan surveyed the area for the young master, but found no sign of him, so she followed Klaus away. Upon returning to their quarters, Klaus erupted, dragging Lili into view. "You imbecile, what sort of person did you find?" That Yu Marin was an undercover agent. Had it not been for the young master's keen insight, I might have perished because of you. Lily paused in shock, then retorted, "No wonder that wretched woman performed so well. It seems it was all prearranged." He seethed with rage, gritting his teeth. "Where is she? I shall make her pay dearly for this. Young master has dealt with it." "Lili, you have disappointed me greatly. Your recent affairs in the park have been overwhelming. If it weren't for Su Qingwan saving face for us today, we would have been humiliated before so many parks. You may not fear, but I do." Klaus, who is usually a gentleman, lost his temper this time. After scolding, he stormed off. Upon returning to their room, Li, filled with fury, began to smash the furniture. "Damn it, that wretched Yu Marin. I should have made her feel the weight of 1,000 burdens on her first day here." After a tirade of curses, Remember Su Qingwan. Miss Su, you have worked hard today. Make sure to rest well. Tomorrow promises more excitement. What kind of excitement? Su Qingwan sensed trouble just by the look on Li Li's face. Many big bosses will be here for some card games and gambling at sea. Have you heard? The owner of this ship will also be in attendance. The gift box Su Qingwan was holding slipped from her grasp, but she quickly stepped back to avoid disaster. Li Li laughed heartily. Don't get too excited. There's even better news. If any of the big bosses take a liking to you tomorrow, our young master will grant them the courtesy of taking you away. Li Li knew Su Qingwan had long yearned for escape. She wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. He approached Yi Sun, patting him on the shoulder. Brother, if Miss Su is taken away by someone tomorrow, don't be too heartbroken. I'll be here for you. And if need be, I'll even share my sister-in-law with you. I don't mind playing with a handsome guy like you. Li Li ignited a spark between Su Qingwan and Yi Sun, then strolled away with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune. Yi Sun bent down to pick up the heavy gift box that had fallen before Su Qingwan. What is this? I don't know. Let's check in the room, Su Qingwan replied, turning to go inside. Yi Sun entered after her, placing the gift box on a coffee table and sitting opposite her. Your fiancé is coming. Why are you so tense? I'm just a bit surprised, that's all, Su Qingwan said. She had never imagined encountering Li Jingtian in Northern Myanmar. What does he want? Missing him? Yi Sun asked, casually observing her distracted expression. I'm not, she replied without hesitation. If you want to leave tomorrow, then do so, Yi Sun said after a moment of silence, standing up and exiting. Su Qingwan adjusted her clothing before leisurely following him outside, finding him on the deck. Now that they were at sea, the security was less stringent, with only one guard on duty. Even if she wanted to escape, jumping into the vast ocean would lead to certain death. Yi Sun stood on the deck, his back to her. In the moonlight, he appeared tall and elegant, his silhouette breathtakingly beautiful. Mr. Yi, are you jealous? Do you have feelings for me? Chapter 70. The Allure of Manhood. Su Qingwan approached Yi Sun, who wore an unbuttoned black shirt, revealing glimpses of his strong muscles beneath, a sight both enticing and captivating. Her heart raced as she gazed into his ink-like eyes, waiting for a definitive answer. Do you dare to admit you like me? If you do, I will be yours for a lifetime. She had always been a woman of resolve, bold in love and life. Yi Sun tightened his grip on the railing, his gaze deeper than the ocean. Miss Su, I am not jealous. I genuinely wish for your departure. Tomorrow, when you see him, let him take you away and bring the USB drive with you. I don't trust others. Yi Sun took her hand, placing the USB drive in her palm. The light weight of the drive felt paradoxically heavy, as if it threatened to pull her down. She steadied herself against the railing, feigning nonchalance. Actually, I was just joking. Su Qingwan felt foolish, desperately trying to excuse herself. Yi Sun, perceptive as he was, must have seen through her facade, understanding her impure intentions. He held her hand firmly, his expression cold as he looked at her. Miss Su, you do not truly like me. She froze for a moment. How do you know I don't like you? You are simply afraid of loneliness. This is not love. I've said it before. It won't be long before you no longer care for me. He lowered his head, kissing her clenched fist. His lips were soft and cool, igniting a shiver through her. As he withdrew his hand, he instinctively began to unbutton his collar, only to find it already undone. His fingers glided down his neck, brushing against his sculpted muscles in a tantalizing manner. Witnessing such temptation made Su Qingwan yearn to press her lips against every inch of his physique. Her heart raced inexplicably. She felt as if Yi Sun were deliberately seducing her. I don't understand. I'm quite foolish, Mr. Yi. Just tell me plainly why I wouldn't like you. For the first time, Su Qingwan felt her composure slipping. Her mother had told her before passing that a woman must be able to handle love to truly grow up. She had never managed to do so, and now she remained uncertain of when she would be ready. Miss Su, true strength does not require love, Yi Sun said, stepping closer, his gaze locked onto her exquisite features. It won't take long. You will become strong. Su Qingwan gazed at him, half comprehending, her mouth opening but no words escaping. A chill breeze swept in, causing her to shiver. Yi Sun removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. This gesture brought them closer, their chests colliding. He slowly wrapped her in the fabric. We can choose not to discuss feelings, but rather indulge in the pleasures of the night. Yi Sun lifted her chin, his lips almost brushing against hers, pausing just before contact. He hovered like a bee over a flower, conveying an unspoken desire to taste her nectar. His sensual lips' longing gaze, and the movement of his throat were intoxicating to her senses. Su Qingwan felt overwhelmed. She had never realized a man could possess such allure. Just a glance or a gesture could render a woman weak at the knees. She remembered hearing that women would willingly die to spend a night with Li Jintian, and while she had once dismissed their madness, she now understood. In the presence of such masculine allure, no woman could resist. Su Qingwan began to breathe heavily. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. I shouldn't want to claim you for myself." Yi Sun chuckled softly, his voice low and enticing like a poppy flower. "Then let me offer you an opportunity to indulge." Standing on tiptoe, Su Qingwan kissed him. Yi Sun wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her fervently. When the kiss ended, both were breathless. On the deck, the guard remained, preventing them from engaging too openly. Yi Sun held her facing the sea, extending his hand to create gestures in the moonlight that resembled a dance. Initially swift, the movements gradually slowed, akin to washing hands, yet igniting a warmth in her heart and tears in her eyes. This man was incredibly skilled. Yi Sun continued to breathe softly in her ear, the sea around them silent. "If possible, we could play in the water any way you desire." Su Qingwan wished to feign ignorance, yet she understood immediately. Leaning softly against him, "Mr. Yi, shall we return?" "Can't handle it," Yi Sun whispered in her ear, his breath warm and slightly labored. Su Qingwan felt a shiver run down her spine, a thin layer of sweat forming on her forehead. She clung to his neck. "I can't keep my balance." In an instant, Yi Sun lifted her effortlessly, his strength and physique far surpassing mere aesthetic fitness. He tossed her into the air, catching her securely. Su Qingwan burst into laughter. "Mr. Yi, your stamina is impressive. Just make sure you can keep up." "All right, when you beg for mercy later, I want to let you off easily." Knight Sun carried her back to the room, and as soon as they entered, he began kissing her fervently. They tore each other's clothes apart, caught up in an impassioned embrace right at the doorway. Ultimately, it was Su Qingwan who surrendered first. After taking a shower, when she donned her nightgown, Knight Sun embraced her from behind and kissed her again. "Don't. Not even for free ride?" he teased. Su Qingwan blushed, her gaze drawn to his exposed chest and sculpted muscles, swallowing hard. "It's enticing. A free ride is simply irresistible." Knight Sun swept her off her feet and pressed her onto the bed. The following day, Su Qingwan stood before the mirror, observing the kiss marks on her neck, which her clothing could not conceal. Knight Sun stood beside her, suggesting perhaps a touch of foundation would help. "No need," she replied. If it weren't for her knowledge of Knight Sun's lack of affection for her, she might have suspected he did this intentionally. "Yesterday, Umarin entered that room for me, and now I'm afraid she may be in danger with the Crown Prince's men." Knight Sun washed his hands and dried them with a towel, each movement exuding excessive elegance, as if he were a beautiful painting, pleasing to the eye and captivating. "Don't you feel any remorse?" She called your name until her last breath. Su Qingwan pondered that Umarin must have adored Knight Sun's appearance. Having barely interacted with him, how could she suddenly fall so deeply in love? Indeed, a handsome man can be a source of calamity. "Shall we see what gift the Crown Prince bestowed upon you?" Knight Sun changed the subject, taking her hand and leading her out. Su Qingwan recalled the wooden box she had brought back last night, still unopened on the coffee table. Knight Sun picked it up, untied the bow, and opened the gift box. Upon seeing its contents, both fell silent. The luxurious sandalwood box, adorned with exquisite blue gemstones, was easily recognizable to Su Qingwan, whose adoptive father had a penchant for such items. She could tell at a glance that this box was of considerable value. Naturally, anything contained within such an opulent box would be precious. However, at this moment it was empty. The Crown Prince would never send an empty box as a gift. "Knight Sun, do you think the gift was taken? Or is the Crown Prince deliberately testing our identities? Or is there a third possibility?" Knight Sun replied, "All are possibilities." He scrutinized the box, noting it now exhibited only 3 colors: the sapphire, the black velvet lining, and the natural wood color of the box itself. Su Qingwan was puzzled. "And then? This may be a hint from our contact." Knight Sun pulled out all the velvet lining, revealing nothing inside. If it was a hint, why take the necklace? "This box is large enough to hold 10 necklaces. Could it truly have contained necklaces?" Su Qingwan remained apprehensive, fearing the Crown Prince had issued a warning. Zhao Yao might expose us at any moment, perhaps to public humiliation. Who knows? Knight Sun casually tossed the box out the window. "You don't mind if I discard it, do you?" Su Qingwan thought of the box's worth, and how it could easily fetch a hefty sum. "Mind? Not all. She smiled, believing that keeping it would only lead to trouble. Knight Sun extended his arm for her to link hers. If the crown prince regrets it and wants it back, we might have to dive into the sea to retrieve it for him. Su Qingwan laughed. If anyone jumps, it will be you. I'll be on the shore cheering you on. We should jump together. It would allow us more time to play in the water. Knight Sun leaned down and whispered in her ear, weren't you eager for it last night? Su Qingwan felt a tickle in her ear, turning her head slightly away. Next time. Well, I can't afford a cruise, but I could take you too. Su Qingwan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? She had only seen vague images of such things in the news. Just joking. Knight Sun ruffled her hair. That's classified information. How could I possibly go? Yet Su Qingwan took him seriously, knowing he could indeed go. It was merely a question of his willingness. Can you fly a plane? She inquired, believing he could. I've learned. Knight Sun replied casually. Su Qingwan realized the man she was with was a versatile undercover agent, an exceptional soldier. Does your family know you're here? She was curious about every aspect of Knight Sun's life. Miss Su, are you conducting a background check on me? Knight Sun halted, smiling at her bright eyes. Apologies. I simply can't help but want to know more about you. Kiss me, and I'll forgive you. Knight Sun nodded toward his lips. Without hesitation, Su Qingwan kissed him, seizing the moment for pleasure. After the kiss, as she attempted to pull away, Knight Sun held her slender waist and deepened the kiss by gripping the back of her head. Su Qingwan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, tilting her head to respond. The kiss was intoxicating, and she felt as though Knight Sun was attempting to draw her very soul away. Hey, damn it. You two are kissing right at the door in the morning. Who are you trying to tempt? Lily emerged from the room, witnessing the couple lost in their passionate embrace, with Su Qingwan still breathless from the encounter. The sight stirred something within him, igniting jealousy. Enough, you two. Kissing in the daytime as well? Knight Sun, are you made of iron? Aren't you afraid of exhausting yourself? Knight Sun pressed Su Qingwan against the door. Continuing to kiss her, their lips entwined. His sudden possessiveness left Su Qingwan bewildered and questioning her own perceptions. It wasn't until her lips turned a seductive shade that he finally stopped, taking her hand and casting a sidelong glance at the observing Li Li. Brother Li, forgive us for the spectacle. Li Li stared at Su Qingwan, her eyes glazed and lips reddened, making him want to pin her against the wall and kiss her fiercely. Listening to the sweet sounds escaping her lips was intoxicating. His gaze turned predatory, yet Su Qingwan no longer feared him. She met his gaze boldly, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. It's all your fault, Mr. Knight. Knight Sun turned to her, smiling gently. It's my fault. Lily glanced at their intimate exchange before turning back to his room, rushing to the bathroom while muttering curses. Damn it, a seductress. Su Qingwan demarked. Aren't you worried that Brotherly might have designs on me? Of course, that's why I kissed you in front of him. But in half a year, I won't have to worry. Why? Su Qingwan was still puzzled about Knight Sun's intentions. He smiled cryptically, his expression inscrutable, leaving her in the dark. A bit frustrated, Su Qingwan wished he would speak plainly instead of making her guess. Lily quickly returned from the bathroom, his hands still wet and eyes red as he fixed his gaze on Su Qingwan. The boss wants you to dress up and greet the other guests on the deck. Su Qingwan had changed into casual attire, intending to blend in as an inconspicuous presence. Upon reaching the deck, she realized everyone was dressed to the nines, and she stood out like a sore thumb. Zhao Yao spotted her immediately, pointing her out. Come here. Su Qingwan approached him, standing before Zhao Yao. Mr. Zhao, you're dressed like this for our esteemed guests? He asked, displeased, raising an eyebrow. Su Qingwan replied with poise. I thought I could stand behind a crowd, so no one would see me. Zhao Yao's expression darkened. Why didn't you wear the necklace and dress I gave you last night? Only then did Su Qingwan realize there had been a dress and necklace inside the large box. If she admitted she hadn't worn them, Zhao Yao would surely demand she return a change. If Zhao Yao had presented her with an empty box merely to test her identity and discern her intentions, her misstep in answering could have jeopardized both her and Yi Sun's lives. In that fleeting moment, Su Qingwan's mind whirled with myriad thoughts. Being an undercover agent is exceedingly arduous. Every utterance and glance must be contemplated with utmost care. Dan Yun, standing beside Zhao Yao, interjected, That outfit was originally a gift from Zhao Ge to me. He deemed your temperament more suited to it, and thus relinquished it to Miss Su. Are you truly so dismissive of it? That seems rather disrespectful to Zhao Ge. Chapter 72. There is a man in the room. Su Qingwan contemplated the various repercussions in her mind and resolved to speak candidly. Mr. Zhao, if my memory serves me correctly, you presented me with an empty box yesterday. Zhao Yao's gaze darkened. Are you implying that the gift I bestowed upon you was merely an empty box? Su Qingwan nodded. Upon my return, I opened it and found it to be empty. Dan Yun chuckled beside her. Miss Su, no one in this world dares to claim that Zhao Ge cannot afford gifts. Su Qingwan maintained had composure. I did not assert that Mr. Zhao is unable to give gifts. That was Ms. Dan Yun's remark, was it not? Your silence suggests otherwise, Dan Yun retorted sharply. Zhao Yao patted her hand. Enough of this jesting. You're frightening her. Su Qingwan's pallor was not from fear, but rather from the sight of a man standing on the deck of an opulent luxury yacht approaching them. Clad in a tailored white suit and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, his refined features exuded elegance. Li Jintian had indeed arrived, flanked by a cadre of mercenaries and several security captains, all familiar to her. It was evident that he had meticulously prepared for this trip to Northern Myanmar. As the ship still had some distance to cover, their conversation remained unfinished. Dan Dun Steifeldalaf, Misu. That wooden box is indeed the gift Zhao Ge intended for you. Snapping back to reality, Su Qingwan feigned surprise. So the box was the gift. Mr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. I mistook it for an inconsequential packaging box, which I casually discarded into the sea. She stamped her foot in regret, her expression radiating remorse. Her eyes gleamed with innocence. Dan Yun chimed in. Zhao Ge, I told you that ordinary people have yet to behold true treasures. To discard a priceless antique worth hundreds of thousands, as if it were rubbish, is a waste of your goodwill. Su Qingwan hastily apologized. I am deeply sorry, Mr. Zhao. I cannot afford to compensate you for your box. The merchant ship had finally docked, and Zhao Yao hurried to receive guests, dismissively waving his hand. As it was a gift to you, how you choose to handle it is your affair. Find a secluded spot to change. Do not embarrass me. Understood, Mr. Zhao. Su Qingwan promptly turned to leave, positioning herself behind Yi Sun. Is he not striking? Ye Dun inwided softly. Su Qingwan glanced at him, perplexed. What? The man across the way, Yi Sun replied, his gaze traversing the crowd towards Li Jintian, who descended from the opposite yacht, accompanied by a throng of elites. His attire was meticulously chosen. His collar, cufflinks, and gold-rimmed glasses all exuded sophistication. Tall and slender, he walked with an elegant grace. The kind of man who could soften a woman's heart with a mere glance. He possessed the beauty of a moonlit night, and his charming smile left the women present utterly captivated. Su Qingwan could hear the sounds of envy and admiration from those around her. She knew their infatuation all too well, having once been among them. Now, witnessing the man who once stood on a pedestal, her mind was flooded with memories of how she had once groveled before him, struggling in the mire to grasp his leg. The sting from his slap still lingered. Though Li Jintian appeared genteel, his greatest passion outside of business was boxing. His fists were akin to those of a professional boxer, and the slap he delivered had nearly knocked her teeth out, a testament to her mother-esque protection from above. Kite Hansim, Su Qingwan remarked, a slight smile gracing her lips, but he pales in comparison to you. Yi Sun chuckled softly. I share your sentiments. Su Qingwan Steifeldalaf, wary of drawing attention to herself. Yet, as Li Jintian approached their vicinity, he suddenly halted, his piercing black eyes scanning the crowd until they landed on Su Qingwan. Hiding behind Yi Sun, her head was obscured, leaving her uncertain if her body was shielded as well. Zhao Yao followed Li Jintian's gaze, but saw nothing. Mr. Li, have you taken a liking to one of our young ladies? He jested. I can arrange for her to join you tonight. Li Jintian redirected his gaze, a smile gracing his lips. His countenance, too refined, carried an alluring blend of innocence and mischief, enchanting yet dangerously captivating. No, let us proceed. A group of middle-aged men, engaged in jovial conversation, followed him, accompanied by an armed contingent of bodyguards numbering in the hundreds. Everyone entered, while Su Qingwan and Yi Sun lingered behind, exchanging occasional glances. Zhao Yao had gathered everyone at the entrance to greet the guests, but for the actual reception, Su Qingwan and her companions were unnecessary. They waited outside the banquet hall, where an array of refreshments was laid out. She sat, indulging in bite after bite. Klaus, unable to tolerate the sight any longer, approached her. Go change into a proper gown, will you? Su Qingwan shrugged. I am not selling myself. Why must I dress to impress? Klaus's face turned an ashen hue with frustration. He wanted to reprimand her, but Su Qingwan merely grabbed another delicacy and walked away, leaving him to vent his ire on Li Li. Look at the kind of people you're teaching. Li Li, caught in the crossfire, shot back. What kind of person are you teaching her to be? Yi Sun adjusted his black shirt, feigning ignorance. Li Li continued, Brother, did you see that, Mr. Li? I have never encountered such a distinguished man. His aura is simply extraordinary. Yi Sun merely smiled, remaining silent. Li Li pressed on. What sort of woman could possibly be worthy of such a perfect man? Come on, brother, don't be silent. You're not far behind. Had you not gotten into trouble, you would likely be among them. Li Go, enough already. Wan hasn't returned. I'll go check on her. Yi Sun turned to leave, but was halted by Li Li. Don't go. If the young master seeks someone and you are absent, it could spell trouble. Su Qingwan, however, had not lost her way. She had simply stepped outside, only to be intercepted by Zhao Yao's bodyguards. Miss Su, the young master has prepared a gown for you. Please follow us. After a moment's hesitation, she acquiesced. Regardless of her capabilities, facing such a multitude was daunting, especially with firearms in play. They took the elevator to a lavish suite. Miss Su, the gown awaits you inside. Please change. Very well. Su Qingwan pushed open the door. Entering a lavish parlor she recognized well. Passing through, she entered the bedroom where a pristine white dress and an exquisite diamond necklace lay upon the bed. Judging by the size and shape of the necklace, it likely belonged to the box Yi Sun had lost. As she began to undress, she suddenly felt a searing gaze upon her back, an invasive warmth that scorched her skin. There was someone in the room. Chapter 73. It is not too late to declare your love. Su Qingwan stiffened and turned to find Zhao Yao, clad in a tailored black suit, lounging on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, his intense gaze fixed upon her. Following his line of sight, she glanced down at her own attire. Her clothes half slipped, revealing her beautiful shoulders, with her alluring curves accentuated. A slender waist could be grasped with a single hand, and her hips were gracefully rounded. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, obscuring the beauty of her back. Zhao Yao regretted not being able to admire her back, finding her silky hair an unwelcome distraction. Su Qingwan quickly adjusted her attire. The sudden presence of a man in the room did not fluster her. She calmly approached Zhao Yao. Mr. Zhao, do you enjoy playing hide-and-seek? Upon entering, Su Qingwan surveyed the room, realizing it was impossible not to notice a living person seated on the sofa. Zhao Yao pointed toward the curtains by the sofa, stating, I was over there, not hiding. But if you prefer, I could join you in your game. I do not wish to. Su Qingwan replied without hesitation. Was this man calling her to his room to change clothes because he had discovered the USB drive she possessed and intended to search her? Zhao Yao stood up, walked towards her, and gazed intently at her astonishingly beautiful face. I never imagined that beneath your clothing lay such a magnificent body. It has left me quite captivated. His eyes lingered on her chest, where the curvature was exquisite, the skin fair and unblemished, resembling that of an ethereal being. In comparison to Dan Yun, there was no contest. Dan Yun, hailing from Northern Myanmar, lacked the delicate beauty of an Eastern woman and did not possess Su Qingwan's porcelain-like complexion. Her waist was not as slender, her legs not as elongated. Without comparison, there is no harm. Once compared, the disparity is glaring. Zhao Yao once believed that even if he did not love Dan Yun, marrying her for a lifetime would pose no issue. To him, marrying anyone was inconsequential. However, after encountering Su Qingwan, his perspective shifted. Previously, he had scorned men who thought with their lower halves, believing they could never achieve greatness. Now, he understood that it was merely because he had yet to encounter unparalleled beauty. Su Qingwan was indeed the epitome of beauty, capable of eclipsing all others. Most captivating were her eyes, shimmering with the light of a formidable spirit, imbued with the unique mystique of an Eastern woman, inciting a fervent desire to uncover the secrets hidden beneath her stunning exterior. Every man relishes the game of conquest, particularly the thrill of pursuing their quarry. Zhao Yao was entranced by this notion, feeling that his time aboard the ship would no longer be dull with such a treasure in his presence. Alas, he lamented that this realization had come too late. Su Qingwan maintained had composite demianov. Mr. Zhao, if your girlfriend were to find out, I would be in grave danger. Please, spare me. A faint smile tugged at Zhao Yao's lips as he leaned closer, inhaling her scent. The aroma of milk evoked the purest essence of a newborn. prompting Zhao Yao to think of innocence. Why would I need to spare you? I wish for you to spare me, for I find myself irresistibly drawn to you. His own words ignited a fire within him, causing his body to heat up and quicken his breath. Su Qingwan lured hergaze, fixating on the tie clip adorning his tie, calculating how long it would take to remove it and drive it into his eye. She also contemplated how many teeth she would have to sacrifice to sink her teeth into his carotid artery. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. "Young master, Miss Danyin is on her way here." Instantly, the aggressive demeanor of Zhao Yao dissipated, and he playfully winked at Su Qingwan. "You change your clothes. We shall meet shortly." He straightened his tie and stepped outside. As the door closed, Dan Yun's voice echoed. "Zhao, why have you taken so long to change? Do you require makeup like a girl? Enough of this. Let's go." Their footsteps faded away, and Su Qingwan let out a sigh of relief. She quickly shed her clothing, donning a white dress complemented by high heels. Entering the bathroom, she adorned herself with a delicate necklace and casually styled her hair into an appealing arrangement. Gazing at her refined visage in the mirror, she realized she required no cosmetics. Her features were defined, her lips a striking red against her fair skin. Adorned in her expensive attire, she undeniably possessed a certain allure. Su Qingwan had once thought her father's sole contribution was the gift of her striking looks. Yet now, gazing into the mirror, she felt even that benefit had diminished. In Northern Myanmar, beauty could be a curse. Had it not been for Yi Sun's guidance to conceal herself, she might have been torn apart by the hungry wolves that lurked upon her arrival. Even now, in the presence of the powerful, she felt utterly defenseless. Yi Sun was right. She was too weak. She needed to grow stronger to become unafraid of any man. After dressing, Su Qingwan returned to the previous location, where Yi Sun awaited her at the door. He extended his elbow for her to latch onto, leaning down intimately as he inquired, "What took you so long?" "Encountered a wild dog," Su Qingwan replied nonchalantly. "Were you harmed?" Yi Sun scrutinized her exposed skin, noting the absence of any marks. "No, Su Qingwan adustet heroutfit. I am leaving shortly. It is not too late for you to profess your love." Yi Sun chuckled softly, focus on living well. This statement marked a definitive conclusion to their relationship. Surrounded by others, although they stood at a distance, Su Qingwan dared not speak freely. If overheard, it could cost her life. She lowered her gaze to her toes, feeling a twinge of emotion. "I can wait for you." "No need," Yi Sun replied firmly. Su Qingwan turned her face away, falling silent. It is indeed unnecessary. From the outset, their circumstances had dictated their paths. Yi Sun's mission overshadowed any romantic entanglements. She had lived in Navet. In those nights, when he held her tightly in his arms, she lost all sense of day and night, reality and illusion. After a prolonged silence, the main door swung open, and a security guard emerged, announcing, "You may enter now." As Su Qingwan and her companions stepped inside, the banquet had already concluded, leaving behind an array of exquisite food and drinks. A few bosses remained at the poker table, and at Zhao Yao's table sat Li Jintian and himself. Upon spotting Su Qingwan's arrival, Zhao Yao waved her over. "You come here." Su Qingwan, in her high heels, straightened her back, striding past Li Jintian. "Mr. Zhao, what do you require?" Su Qingwan's captivating gaze locked onto Zhao Yao's. Zhao Yao's lips curled into a mischievous smirk, feigning distress. "I've lost 9 rounds. He gestured towards the chips on the table. "I was so close to winning it all. You have good fortune. Help me win back a perfect score." "I am not particularly skilled at games," Su Qingwan admitted, as her knowledge in this area was limited. Having devoted her childhood to studying and her adulthood to research, or perhaps to loving Li Jintian, she had never engaged with games of chance. No matter. Sometimes a blind punch can defeat a master. Who knows? Perhaps General Li across the table will be so enchanted by your beauty that he will allow you to win. If beauty cannot be put to use, it would indeed be a waste. Zhao Yao's words were laced with innuendo, his gaze fixed hungrily on Su Qingwan's bosom. So soft. With such pronounced curves, most women could not achieve this form. Merely observing ignited a longing within him. He was curious to see what her boyfriend looked like and whether he was worthy of her. "Then I shall give it a try." Su Qingwan found herself with no option to refuse, understanding that her lengthy explanations merely served to inform Zhao Yao not to blame her in the event of a loss. Zhao Yao laughed heartily, a gentlemanly gesture as he pulled out a chair for her. Leaning close to her ear, he whispered, "General Li is here to discuss cooperation." They wish to lease our dock for 50 years. I've made a deal with him. If I win this round, the rent increases by 30%. If I lose, you shall be sent to his bed. Su Qingwan stiffened, her expression turning cold. She understood Zhao Yao's words were not mere jest. Mr. Zhao, it seems that in both winning and losing, we hold the advantage. To sleep with a boss like General Li is a dream for every woman. Her gaze shifted towards Li Jintian, seated across from her. This was their first eye contact since parting. His expression was icy, devoid of emotion, more distant than that of a stranger. Su Qingwan's lips curled into a slight smile. What if General Li ends up losing? Perhaps it would be better to concede. An additional 30% in rent is hardly a burden for Mr. Li. As for sharing a bed, that would be rather forced, Zhao Yao chuckled, giving Su Qingwan a gentle pat on the shoulder. Miss Su, you're already trying to win him over before the game has even begun. We must uphold the principles of fair play and not take advantage of Mr. Li's long journey. Besides, if we were to lose, a beauty of your caliber is a rarity. Mr. Li would surely not feel too aggrieved. This remark was clearly directed at Su Qingwan, implying that to win, conceding an extra 30% in rent would entail a significant sum. Su Qingwan maintained a subtle smile, her gaze piercing as she fixated on the formidable Mr. Li Jintian. Mr. Zhao has misunderstood. It is not you who should feel wronged, but rather I. Instantly, the vast banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. Even the executives engaged in games elsewhere sensed the frigid atmosphere emanating from Li Jintian and flocked to observe. Li Jintian commanded an imposing presence, a man of singular authority. To Su Qingwan, he appeared a terrifyingly calm figure. Words alone could not provoke his ire, especially not those from an inconsequential ex-girlfriend. Such comments were merely for Su Qingwan's own satisfaction. Li Jintian remained unperturbed, his prolonged silence thickening the tension. Finally, Zhao Yao broke the ice with a hearty laugh. Please don't take offense, Mr. Li. Miss Su has always been quite bold with her words. I hope you can forgive her candor. Only then did Li Jintian seem to acknowledge Su Qingwan, a slight lift at the corner of his mouth, suggesting a measure of amusement. Didn't he expect you to thrive in Northern Myanmar as well? Su Qingwan understood his thoughts all too well. He had abandoned her in Northern Myanmar as punishment, coming only to mock her, hoping to see her grovel at his feet like in the past. Alas, she would not fulfill his expectations. If anyone in the room was still oblivious to their acquaintance, they would be foolish. Zhao Yao's gaze traversed between them, intrigued. Isn't Miss Su in a relationship? Why does it seem your connection with Mr. Li is rather ambiguous? Mr. Zhao has misunderstood. My relationship with Mr. Li is merely one of acquaintance. Nothing more, she clarified. The phrase nothing more elicited a subtle twitch of Li Jintian's brow. Zhao Yao nodded in agreement. Of course, if you were Mr. Li's significant other, a mere word from him, and I would gladly hand you over. Marali acquaintances, Li Jintian interjecta. Su Qingwan scoffed. This was classic Li Jintian. He could retaliate just as effectively as he was provoked, never one to be outdone. Let us focus on the game. We haven't even brought down the big goose yet, so let us not discuss outcomes just yet. With poised fingers, Su Qingwan drummed lightly on the table, her demeanor calm as she regarded the elegant gentleman across from her. Yet, the two broken fingers hidden beneath the table suddenly throbbed, an ache surpassing the moment of injury. The pain surged to her heart, rendering her momentarily unsteady, though her exterior remained unfazed. With a professional dealer at hand, the game was simple. Su Qingwan fixed her gaze on the cards laid out before her. She had won. Mr. Li, thank you for your graciousness, she nodded slightly. Li Jintian sat there, expressionless, his gaze unwavering. In defeat, you may impose one additional condition upon me. Su Qingwan lowered her eyes, contemplating the broken fingers concealed beneath the table. Recalling Yi Sun's words, to take the USB drive outside and hand it to the police as he trusted no one but her. She lifted her head, resolutely meeting Li Jintian's gaze. Then I request Mr. Li to take me home. In that instant, the hall was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Envious and jealous eyes fell upon Su Qingwan from all directions. Just by playing a hand of card for Zhao Yao, she could escape Northern Myanmar. Who wouldn't he envy that? Just as everyone believed her return home was a foregone conclusion, Li Jintian suddenly remarked, strip naked and walk out of here, and I shall take you with me. Su Qingwan froze momentarily, her ever-present smile fading. All the previous insults from Li Jintian came rushing back. She could almost feel her knees hitting the ground. envisioning the disdainful look he had cast upon her when he held Su Lin, as if she were trash. Memories of her former self, disheveled and desperate, pleading for him to take her away, flooded her mind. Grasping her coffee cup, she approached Li Jintian, pouring its contents over his head. She desired to slap him, but found his face too soiled with coffee to do so. Instead, she smashed the cup against him. Not yet satisfied, she raised her leg to kick him. But before she could connect, a strong arm encircled her waist, lifting her off the ground. Calm down, Yi Sun's voice echoed in her ears. Instantly, she regained her composure. Ceasing her struggles, leaning into Yi Sun's embrace, she felt a surge of indignation. Meanwhile, Li Jintian, drenched in coffee and struck by the cup, remained eerily composed. He accepted a handkerchief from his bodyguard, elegantly wiping his face clean, removing his soiled glasses, and placing them in his suit pocket. He gazed at Su Qingwan, who was now cradled in another man's arms. Chapter 75. A scathing rebuke of Li Jintian. The man holding her exuded an impressive aura, his eyes glinting with an undeniable intensity. His strikingly handsome face, sharp features, and well-built physique spoke volumes. The way he effortlessly lifted Su Qingwan showcased his strength. He was the kind of man who could captivate any woman, regardless of age or background. Yet, he was not Su Qingwan's type. Li Jintian rose, addressing Su Qingwan once more. You have one last chance to make a request of me. Any request. Su Qingwan longed to remain calm, but the sight of Li Jintian's insincere face shattered her composure. To hell with your requests, she cursed, feeling that such filth deserved to be insulted in kind. What do you think you are? You demand I make a request, and then you order me to strip and leave? Li Jintian, this is Northern Myanmar, not your personal domain where you can dictate terms. Who do you think you are? If anyone was perplexed as to why no bodyguards intervened when Su Qingwan poured coffee on him, they were now utterly baffled by her outburst. For Li Jintian to remain unfazed by such harsh words was the epitome of gentlemanly restraint, prompting whispers among the onlookers. This is the legendary grace under pressure. Being insulted like this without losing his temper. What do you know? A dignified person never resorts to public brawls. They strike from the shadows, and you be none the wiser when they bring you down. One observer shuddered at the implication. Li Jintian simply regarded Su Qingwan with cold indifference. Taking his time before uttering, I will leave tomorrow morning. Think carefully and come find me. With that, he departed, leaving Su Qingwan to observe his tall, athletic form with a smirk of disdain. He had no reason to believe she would follow him. If he dared to appear before her again, she would ensure he regretted it. As soon as Li Jintian left, Zhao Yao erupted into applause. Miss Su, you are quite the thorny rose. So entertaining. Your luck at cards is impressive. Should I fail next time, I'll call upon you for assistance. Zhao Yao's gaze shifted to Yi Sun, recognizing the brilliance in his eyes. A mere glance revealed he was no ordinary man. Is this your boyfriend? Finally extricating herself from Yi Sun's embrace, Su Qingwan replied, Yes. This is my boyfriend, Yi Sun. Yi Sun, this is Mr. Zhao, our esteemed heir, she introduced them. Zhao Yao placed his hands in his pockets, showing no inclination to shake hands. Yi Sun, with one arm still around Su Qingwan's waist, mirrored the sentiment. Zhao Yao scrutinized Yi Sun from top to bottom, assessing him thoroughly. Yi Sun, let us share a drink tonight. You and Miss Su should join me on the rooftop. Yi Sun nodded in agreement. On their way back, Lili Chataratin Sasanli. Su Qingwan, that CEO Li must be your lover, right? How infuriating. Such a refined scoundrel is most appealing to women. No wonder your sister is fixated on him. Do not be fooled by his sweet words. He merely seeks to entice you back into his bed. He is nothing but a hollow shell, nowhere near as formidable as my brother. Lily patted Yi Sun's shoulder, signaling him to keep her close. You agree, don't you, brother? Ye wun similet silently. Lily mused internally. This taciturn fellow had never even touched Su Qingwan. How could he allow her to slip away? Furthermore, Su Qingwan was indeed Li Jintian's woman. A single night together would bind her for a lifetime, and the thought alone was exhilarating. Lily's gauze toward Su Qingwan grew increasingly unabashed. However, Yi Sun was always at her side, leaving him no opportunity to act. Yi Sun led Su Qingwan back to the room, with Lily trailing to the doorway. As Yi Sun reached for the door to close it, he said, Li Gu, please stay. He shut Lily outside. The two settled by the window, and Su Qingwan apologetically handed Yi Sun a USB drive. I am sorry for my impulsiveness. Yet, As Su Qingwan engaged in self-reflection, she heard Yi Sun's soft laughter. "What are you laughing at? You are wonderful. You owe me nothing." Yi Sun pocketed the USB drive, adding, "In the future, if anyone dares to insult you, retaliate. If you cannot win, I shall assist you." This was the most touching statement Su Qingwan had heard since arriving in Myanmar. She had always been a solitary figure, devoid of support. Even though her foster parents treated her kindly, she understood that they were not her true foundation. Someone once promised to be her shoulder to lean on for eternity. But such vows faded like the wind. "I will remember this, but you must remember as well. If I am bullied and cannot fight back, I hope I can still find you." Su Qingwan feared that Yi Sun might perish before her. The thought terrified her. Yi Sun merely smiled, offering no promises. That evening, they were to attend a banquet. "It is unsafe for you to have the USB drive. Please keep it with you." Yi Sun refrained from urging her to leave. "Do not force yourself. Just do your best." Suddenly, a knock echoed through the room. Li Li's voice resounded from outside. "Su Qingwan, your ex-boyfriend has sent someone to find you." "Coming," Su Qingwan replied, surprised by the swiftness of Li Jintian's arrival. "I will check it out. Do you want to join?" "Of course. I am your protector," Yi Sun said, straightening her attire. His fingers brushed against the skin of her neck, sending shivers coursing through her body. She trembled slightly. Yi Sun chuckled, leaning down to kiss her lips, leaving them flushed and alluring. As they stepped outside, they spotted Li Jintian's bodyguard, Zhang Haoxiong, who was the head of security and familiar with Su Qingwan. Upon seeing her, his eyes clouded with surprise, and his lips, red as if kissed, betrayed his astonishment. "Su Zong, Li Zong sent me to deliver this to you." He offered a beautifully wrapped gift box. Su Qingwan recognized it as her favorite pastry from Qinji, a time-honored establishment known for its limited daily offerings. "I do not wish to accept it. Please inform Li Zong that I have lost my taste for it," she replied, not reaching out for the gift. Zhang Haoxiong hesitated before smiling. "You know Li Zong's temperament. If you refuse, only we will face the consequences. Moral Corfion, do they not realize where I am? The Myanmar Industrial Park is not a place for idleness. Then let them punish you. I have matters to attend to and cannot entertain you," Su Qingwan said, pulling Yi Sun away. Zhang Haoxiong observed their intertwined hands and remarked, "Su Zong, you struck Li Zong before. He still cannot believe it. He has not been well since you left. You should return. He cannot do without you." Zhang Haoxiong, "After all these years, you know very well that Li Jintian is with Su Lin, yet you come to shield him before me. Now you say he cannot do without me? You truly have a knack for deception," Su Qingwan retorted coldly. Previously, she would never have struck Li Jintian. Even the slightest frown from him would leave her pondering for ages. Now, he could not endure a mere blow from her. Indeed, it is only when the fist does not land upon oneself that one understands pain. Zhang Haoxiong's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, he turned and departed. Su Qingwan watched his retreating figure with a scornful smile, muttering, "Birds of feather." Chapter 76. The assault intensifies. The assault is quite relentless. Yi Sun gazed at Su Qingwan with a smile. She merely scoffed, for she had long anticipated this outcome, having been away from the company for so long. If Li Jintian had not found a replacement for her, he would inevitably seek her out. In this world, love cannot endure indefinitely. However, as long as her value remained beneficial to Li Jintian, he would come knocking. Regrettably, she wished to sever all ties with him, both in love and in profit. "You must be cautious. You are my boyfriend now. To them, you are merely a fraud, easily crushed like an ant," she warned. "Ye won't chaklet. Then you must protect me well. If I perish, who will keep your bed warm at night?" Su Qingwan laughed at his words. Realizing that she desired nothing more than to avoid thinking of Yi Sun as her own. Otherwise, it would equate to taking another's husband without any cost. Li Li, noticing Su Qingwan's hesitation to leave, remained worried. After all, Li Jintian was exceedingly wealthy and handsome, making it difficult to keep her. He pulled Yi Sun into his room. "Yi Sun, we cannot let Su Qingwan slip away. Use your charm to keep her." Yi Sun sipped his tea, ignoring Li Li's insistence. "Why so silent? With the right price, you can let go." "Li go. Remember, our goal is to make money, not to chase after some woman. Moreover, she is a woman you cannot have. Keeping her will yield nothing for you." This was the first time Yi Sun had spoken so directly to Li Li, making it clear that Li Li should not pursue Su Qingwan. Li Li chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, I am only looking out for you. If she leaves..." You do not know how long you will remain single. After all, we cannot return to our homeland. Do you not wish to have a partner by your side for life? I hope the one I love can live well. If she wishes to leave, I want her to go, Yi Sun replied firmly, hoping Li Li would understand. Li Li laughed lightly. Understood, brother. It's your call. I will defer to you. Yi Sun nodded and stood to leave. Li Li gazed at the closed door, his expression contorted. If Su Qingwan truly decided to leave, he would have to seize the opportunity for one last encounter before she did. That night, Su Qingwan and Yi Sun attended Zhao Yao's invitation at the rooftop of the cruise ship amidst the air garden. They took the elevator without any staff to guide them. The night was shrouded in darkness, with the sound of waves crashing ominously against the hull. Yi Sun held Su Qingwan by the railing, gazing into the boundless sea. The moonless night felt eerily silent. Just as Su Qingwan opened her mouth to speak, she suddenly felt a presence lunging at her from behind. Before she could react, Yi Sun pulled her into his embrace. In the next instant, a shadow brandishing a knife attacked Yi Sun's neck. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingwan darted away from his hold, retreating to a safer distance. When she turned back, Yi Sun was already engaged in a struggle with the assailant. She was about to rush over to assist when she sensed someone behind her, a gun pressed against her lower back. "Don't move," Dan Yun's voice, laced with mockery, whispered in her ear. Su Qingwan raised her hands. "Miss Dan Yun, is the dinner you invited me to a trap? We received reports that you are an undercover agent. We merely wish to verify." Dan Yun pressed the gun harder against Su Qingwan, causing a dull pain in her back. Hasn't the suspicion been cleared? Why the sudden suspicion? Who reported it? Or perhaps, since that incident at the Klaus household, the higher-ups have begun to harbor doubts about them. They have merely been playing a long game, aiming to use them to capture more individuals. If Li Jintian's arrival was not coincidental, could it be that Zhao Yao was testing her? Had she agreed to leave with Li Jintian earlier? Would she have been riddled with bullets? Various details flashed through Su Qingwan's mind, leaving her drenched in cold sweat. "We are wronged," Su Qingwan replied calmly. "Whether we are wronged or not, a search will reveal the truth." Dan Yun's hands began to search her, leaving no detail unchecked. In the end, even her shoes were removed, but nothing was found. The sounds of struggle suddenly ceased, and the lights brightened. Su Qingwan saw that Yi Sun had, at some point, disarmed Zhao Yao, now holding the military knife to his neck. The sharp blade penetrated 3 inches, blood dripping onto Zhao Yao's white shirt. One of Zhao Yao's arms hung uselessly, dislocated and unable to move. Yet, Yi Sun remained impeccably dressed, his hair slightly disheveled, but otherwise showing no signs of having fought. Zhao Yao's bodyguards rushed in, guns aimed squarely at Yi Sun. The knife pressed deeper into Zhao Yao's neck, as Yi Sun warned, "Get lost, or before you die, I will sever your artery." Zhao Yao raised his remaining hand. "Yi Sun, let's talk. Do not resort to violence. You were the ones who attacked me and Wan without discernment." Yi Sun glanced at Su Qingwan and said to Dan Yun, "Put your gun away. I dislike having someone point a weapon at my woman." Zhao Yao was crucial in Dan Yun's mind. Seeing him bleed terrified her, prompting her to hastily lower the gun aimed at Su Qingwan. "Su Qingwan si vi félicité pour beside yewun, boldi confronting Zhao." "Mr. Zhao, if we were undercover, it would be easy to have you killed. I do not know who falsely accused me, but please grant us an opportunity to prove ourselves, shall we?" Dan Yun Kur said, "You have a knife in my man's throat. How can it not matter?" Su Qingwan smiled. "Were you not the ones to strike first? If we had not fought back, we would have perished at your hands long ago." Her gaze fell upon the bloodied knife, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. "Mr. Zhao has always suspected us, but has found no evidence. Today, as events only confound me further. With your intellect, aspiring to be the boss's heir seems rather challenging." Zhao Yao's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Dan Yun, however, retorted, "Who do you think you were to speak to Zhao Go like that? As far as I know, the boss has only one biological son, Zhao Yao, but several adopted sons, each exceptionally talented. The boss has not denied them the right to inherit. Otherwise, why would he need to arrange a marriage with you?" Dan Yun was left speechless by the counter. Su Qingwan continued, "Mr. Zhao, if I were you, I would not obediently comply each day, idly investigating for moles. You have killed many without capturing any, and now your capable subordinates are gone. Meanwhile, as your peers excel, your father increasingly disregards you. This counterproductive endeavor you are so fervently engaged in truly surprises me." Sensing Zhao Yao's wavering resolve, Yi Sun lowered his knife. Dan Yun hastily produced a handkerchief to press against Zhao Yao's wound. Zhao Yao pushed Dan Yun aside, clutching his injury as he approached Su Qingwan. How do you know all this? I'm merely guessing. Otherwise, why would a prince like you go to such lengths to bring us aboard this cruise ship and collaborate with other businessmen to make money? Your eagerness suggests a specific motive. Aside from the desire to inherit, I cannot think of another reason. Zhao Yao stared at Su Qingwan intently for a prolonged moment, his gaze sharp enough to pierce through her. However, Su Qingwan remained unafraid. With Yi Sun by her side, she felt invincible. Zhao Yao gestured for all his subordinates to leave. Turning to Dan Yun, "You too leave." Dan Yun hesitated, her face pale, yet said nothing, turning to depart. Chapter 77. More thrilling with a crack. Zhao Yao dislocated his arm back into place. Though the pain rendered his face ashen, he remained silent. He sat down on the floor and patted the ground. Su Qingwan mirrored Yi Sun's posture, sitting cross-legged but feeling the distance between them. She inched closer. Such instinctive reliance did not escape Zhao Yao's notice. "What are your insights?" Zhao Yao commanded. "You wish to inherit the Myanmar northern region. It's quite simple. You merely need to eliminate all your foster brothers, and Myanmar will be yours." Zhao Yao's expression darkened, warning Su Qingwan not to speak idly. "Otherwise, take out your father before he decides who inherits. The right of succession is certainly yours as his biological son. Are you suggesting I use seduction to eliminate my father?" Zhao Yao's gaze fixated on Su Qingwan's ample bosom, his eyes suddenly ablaze with desire. "I find Dan Yun to be quite appealing." Su Qingwan was no easy target. "Miss Su, I sense you lack genuine intent to cooperate." Zhao Yao was on the verge of anger. "Mr. Zhao's sincerity is hardly abundant." Su Qingwan shrugged. "My boyfriend and I share a life. If we perish, so be it. You, Mr. Zhao, are different. You stand to inherit the throne. Losing you would be a significant loss." Su Qingwan had never lost at the negotiation table. No matter how formidable her opponent, she could always handle it, radiating confidence. "You may propose your terms." Zhao Yao softened his stance. "I still wish to see Mr. Zhao's sincerity first." Su Qingwan turned to Yi Sun with a smile. "What do you think?" "You decide." Yi Sun entrusted all matters to her. Su Qingwan stood. "Let us leave. Mr. Zhao will seek us out when he has made his decision." Indeed, Yi Sun took Su Qingwan's hand, leaving without looking back. In negotiations, one must never show weakness. Even when fully aware of the unfavorable circumstances, they could not exhibit vulnerability. Dan Yun approached Zhao Yao, sitting beside him. "How'd it go?" "That Su Qingwan is indeed formidable. It's just her man who is bothersome." Indeed, Yi Sun appears silent. Yet he is the true master. His composure, even with a gun to his head, is not something ordinary individuals possess. That man is exceptional. Merely being able to control Su Qingwan and allow her to be so close is something other men could never achieve in a lifetime. That's simple. Just eliminate the bothersome one. Dan Yun toyed with her gun. "I will take care of it. You cannot kill him." Zhao Yao had just fought with Yi Sun, exerting all his strength but unable to prevail. "I do not believe anything in this world is faster than a bullet." Dan Yun was confident in her marksmanship. "Killing him is easy. Ensuring Su Qingwan holds no grudge against us and obediently listens is the challenge." Zhao Yao desired not only her body, but also her heart. "That's simple. We can arrange for Yi Sun to meet Li Jingtian, covertly orchestrating Yi Sun's demise, allowing Su Qingwan to resent Li Jingtian." Dan Yun blew on her crimson nails. "After all, we would not incur any losses." Su Qingwan and Yi Sun exited the elevator, spotting a woman in black standing at the end of the corridor. The woman gestured to them before turning to leave. Su Qingwan had yet to process what was happening when Yi Sun followed her. She grasped Yi Sun's arm, silently questioning him. "Return first. I'll be right back." Yi Sun left that line before hurriedly pursuing the woman. Su Qingwan wanted to follow but feared disrupting Yi Sun's affairs, so she returned alone. Who was that person? Yewon Surili Kunitev. He had followed the woman without a second thought. Back in her room, Su Qingwan stood by the window, gazing at the pitch-black sea, her mind consumed by thoughts of the woman in black. In her hurried glance, she had barely seen the woman's face, only remembering her pale skin. That woman was Yi Sun's companion. She was merely a chance encounter, surviving by clinging to him. Were it not for Yi Sun, she would have perished long ago. Su Qingwan continuously reminded herself not to develop feelings for Yi Sun. She always believed that even if she had feelings for him, they were not profound. However, the moment Yi Sun abandoned her without a second thought to approach another woman, her heart fell hollow. She was uncertain how to carry on if Yi Sun did not return. Suddenly, a strong embrace encircled her slender waist, the man's potent scent of smoke overwhelming her senses. Su Qingwan snapped back to reality, and, as his hand reached toward her chest, she swiftly seized it and delivered a sharp elbow strike to his abdomen. He released her with a grunt of pain, and when she turned, she found Li Li crouched on the ground, clutching his stomach, his face pale with agony. Li Yi, how did you come in without making a sound? I almost hurt you. Su Qingwan gazed at Li Li's fingers, vowing that one day she would break every single one of them to avenge her own. After a while, Li Li managed to stand, exclaiming Wanwans, "You are truly ruthless towards Li Ge. I apologize. I did not know it was you. Would you like some tea? I can pour it for you." Su Qingwan turned to prepare the tea, but was halted by Li Li. Wanwans, no rush. With Yi Sun absent, would you indulge Li Ge with a few heartfelt words? He stepped closer, cornering her against the wall. Li Ge, speak. I am listening. Su Qingwan focused on Li Li's carotid artery, contemplating Yi Sun's words about being able to rip open the flesh and let him bleed out. It would require but a brief moment for him to succumb to blood loss. If the wound were significant enough, it might take no more than a few seconds for him to bleed profusely. Li Li gazed at Su Qingwan's exquisite features, inhaling her clean scent as her chest rose and fell with each breath. He was captivated, his blood racing, gasping for air. Wanwans, Li Ge likes you, you know this. With Yi Sun away, grant me this one chance, and I promise I shall never harm you again. All right? Upon saying this, he eagerly reached for her chest. Su Qingwan caught his hand. Li Ge, this is not right. What is wrong? Do not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. What joy is there in just one man? More partners mean double the pleasure, does it not? Li Li's dry lips moistened as he stared at her luscious, rosy lips, yearning to kiss her deeply, to have her fall helplessly into his embrace, eliciting sounds that would drive him wild. But Yi Sun will be angry. Su Qingwan's thoughts were consumed by the memories of the torment he had inflicted on her. She wished nothing more than to flay him alive. How could she ever entertain the notion of shared pleasure with him? No, you shall give me this chance swiftly, and when Yi Sun returns, we shall pretend nothing occurred. The thrill of the affair will be even more exhilarating. Li Li, enduring great impatience, lunged forward, urgently pressing his lips against hers, the very lips he had longed for. Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished. Before Su Qingwan could react, Li Li let out a horrified scream. Who the hell dares to strike me? A loud thud echoed, as if someone had been thrown to the ground. Hey, who? Let me go. Before Li Li could finish, a hand silenced him. Muffled cries filling the air alongside the sound of fists meeting flesh. Perhaps due to their familiarity, Su Qingwan recognized Yi Sun immediately. Do not strike Li Ge. If you must, direct your anger at me instead. Please spare him. Without hesitation, she rushed toward Li Li's position, delivering fierce kicks. Li Li's cries of pain resonated in the darkness as he experienced the duality of pleasure and suffering. In the shadows, Su Qingwan found his fingers and stomped down hard. The agony shot through Li Li, who could only whimper, his mouth stuffed and unable to scream. The two shared a silent agreement, mercilessly pummeling Li Li until they had sufficiently vented their frustrations. Yi Sun then hoisted Li Li and unceremoniously tossed him out of the window. Su Qingwan feigned distress, calling out help. Someone is attacking. Come quickly. She knew there were many security personnel on the deck, and any commotion would surely attract attention. As the lights flickered back on, Yi Sun stood by the window, observing Li Li struggling in the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped in. Su Qingwan hurried to the deck, pleading with a security guard, "Please save my boyfriend." He jumped into the water to rescue Li Ge. The guard promptly tossed a life preserver into the water. Li Li was the first to be pulled up, his mouth stuffed with ragged cloth, his face bruised and unrecognizable. Together with the security personnel, they pulled Yi Sun back to safety. "Yi Sun, are you all right?" He shook his head and approached Li Li, removing the cloth from his mouth. "Li Ge, why did you jump in? What transpired just now?" Li Li's swollen eyes only allowed a narrow slit to open. His face smeared in blood. Two of his front teeth were missing. As he spoke, blood flowed freely. "I don't know. I was in Su Qingwan's room when someone ambushed me. Brother, you must avenge me." Yi Sun frowned. "Li Ge, what were you doing in our room?" Li Li hesitated. swallowing hard. When the power went out and you were gone, I was worried about Wan Wan being afraid of the dark, so I wanted to check on her. Upon finishing, he shamelessly glanced at Su Qingwan. Wan Wan's, you can confirm this, right? Su Qingwan nodded. Yes, Yi Sun, a wild dog, attempted to assault me. Fortunately, Li Gu appeared. I would have been victimized. Her words were sincere and devoid of deceit. Yi Sun helped Li to his feet. Thank you, Li Gu, for looking after Wan Wan. You are injured. Please take care of yourself. Li nodded, rubbing his wounds, flinching in pain upon seeing 2 of his fingers were broken, exactly where Su Qingwan had struck. He howled in agony, damn it. I will hunt that bastard down and make him pay. With no doctor available, Yi Sun retrieved a first aid kit, tending to Li's wounds. Li, you should take a hot shower and change your clothes to avoid catching a cold. Li grumbled as he headed to the bathroom. Su Qingwan and Yi Sun stood by the door, guarding Li. They exchanged knowing smiles, and as they listened to Li's curses from the bathroom, Su Qingwan felt a wave of happiness wash over her. No wonder Li craved double the pleasure. It truly was delightful. The incident of Li falling into the water could have been serious. Klaus was informed and personally came to berate Li mercilessly. Su Qingwan and Yi Sun could distinctly hear the reprimands from the living room. What a disgrace. How could you be the only one to suffer such a beating amidst so many? And you don't even know who the assailant is? Why not just feed the fish instead? I have to explain this to the prince. Sir, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li groveled before Klaus. Like a submissive dog. If you cause me any more trouble, I won't hold back. The door slammed behind Klaus with a resounding bang. Su Qingwan smiled at Klaus. Sir, Klaus nodded. I heard you have been getting close to the prince? Not particularly. Su Qingwan anserdanistri. Your talents are commendable, and you possess great beauty. If the prince takes a liking to you, do not forget to speak a few good words on my behalf. Klaus believed Su Qingwan would likely be heading to Zone 2 soon. Of course, I will always remember your kindness, sir. Su Qingwan nadida respectfully. Klaus smiled approvingly. Good child. I have high hopes for you. As Klaus departed, Su Qingwan returned to the room with Yi Sun. Once the door closed, she lowered her voice. Have the items been sent out? Yes, Yi Sun replied calmly. What shall we do next? At that moment, Su Qingwan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Go find Li Jintian. You may leave now. When Yi Sun uttered these words, he did not gaze upon Su Qingwan, but instead, he stared at the vast ocean. Su Qingwan stood beside him, her breath momentarily suspended. Are you truly letting me go? Indeed, he affirmed with unwavering conviction. Slowly, Su Qingwan leaned in and embraced his waist. Then I shall truly depart. Yes, Yi Sun replied with even greater decisiveness this time. In an instant, Su Qingwan felt her strength to hold him dissipate. She released her grip, stepping back 2 paces to fixate upon his strikingly handsome profile. So masculine and alluring, yet as cold as a blade's edge. Will you remember me? Su Qingwan asked, her persistence unyielding. She could not fathom that she held no place in his heart. I cannot say. Yi Sun's voice was frigid, devoid of warmth. Mister Yi, why do you not dare to look at me when you answer? Yi Sun turned to meet her gaze, his icy eyes locking onto hers. In the depths of his profound stare, there was only indifference, devoid of any emotion. In my life, there are too many unforgettable individuals. I cannot guarantee I will remember you. Mr. Yi, how cruel you are. Could you not pretend to deceive me? Su Qingwan felt a profound sense of failure in her existence, feeling inadequate, as if unworthy of Yi Sun's regard. I apologize, but I do not enjoy giving unnecessary hope. Yi Sun glanced at his watch. He is waiting for you upstairs. You should go. You wanted to leave now? Su Qingwan was taken aback by the abruptness. I will not see you off. Once you return, forget everything about Myanmar and start anew. With that, Yi Sun turned away, presenting his back to her, refusing to look at her any longer. Observing his lean and tall silhouette, Su Qingwan's heart felt as if pricked by needles. The pain was unlike the heart-wrenching anguish of being abandoned by Li Jintian in Myanmar. Rather, it was akin to a slowly boiling frog, an agonizing sensation that gradually intensified. Su Qingwan recognized it was time to depart, yet her legs felt as if they had taken root, rendering her immobile. She had so much to say, yet when she opened her mouth, words eluded her. Yi Sun, I offer you one more chance. If you merely say you wish for me to stay, I will remain by your side. Even in the depths of hell, I fear nothing. Chapter 79. Leaving Myanmar, was Yi Sun's response, a resolute 4 words. Very well. Su Qingwan turned to depart. Upon exiting, she spotted Lily seated in the living room, applying ice to her face. Noticing Su Qingwan's red-rimmed eyes, Lily could not help but murmur, "Did you have a quarrel with Yi Sun?" "No," Su Qingwan replied curtly as she made her way outside. Their area of movement was limited, with security stationed at every corner. Su Qingwan attempted to ascend to the floor above to find Li Jintian, but was denied passage by security. This time, however, no one obstructed her. She proceeded directly to the third floor, to the VIP room. At the entrance, she encountered Zhang Haoxiong and two other security captains. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Zhang Haoxiong swiftly approached her. "Miss Su, you have arrived. Mr. Li is entertaining guests. He mentioned that you may enter directly." Su Qingwan nodded, knocked on the door, and upon entering, she found Li Jintian and Zhao Yao engaged in a game of chess. Zhao Yao was surrounded by a contingent of fully armed bodyguards. Among them was Dan Yun. Li Jintian was alone, exuding a calm demeanor in the face of formidable opponents, truly reflecting his characteristic poise. Upon noticing Su Qingwan's entrance, Zhao Yao smiled at her. "Miss Su, you arrived just in time. I have been losing to Mr. Li in chess and am on the verge of tears. Please help me determine my next move." Su Qingwan approached Zhao Yao, glancing at the board, realizing that he was at a disadvantage and poised for defeat. Li Jintian, being cunning and shrewd, had rarely lost against him. "Mr. Zhao, one should maintain silence while observing a game." Zhao Yao laughed heartily. "As Chinese, we believe in feng shui. I feel my side is unfavorable. Could you blow a breath towards the board to transfer the negative energy to Mr. Li?" With no other recourse, Su Qingwan bent down and blew gently toward the chessboard. Li Jintian, observing her rosy lips, vibrant as if kissed passionately, felt his expression darken. The subsequent battle on the chessboard grew increasingly intense, and despite Zhao Yao borrowing Su Qingwan's breath of good fortune, he suffered a crushing defeat. He toyed with two chess pieces in his hand, producing a crisp sound. "Ms. Su, Mr. Li mentioned he wishes to take you away. What do you say?" Su Qingwan nodded. "I will follow Mr. Zhao's arrangements." Zhao Yao chuckled. "In that case, you shall accompany Mr. Li back. You will leave at dawn." Su Qingwan nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Zhao Yao shrugged. "You must remember my kindness for a lifetime." "I will," Su Qingwan affirmed with a nod. Zhao Yao stood and shook hands with Li Jintian. "Mr. Li, see you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." After shaking hands, Li Jintian did not escort him out. Zhao Yao's status did not warrant such an honor. Once the door closed, only the two of them remained in the room. Li Jintian gestured toward the tea room. "Let us have tea." Su Qingwan followed him. Li Jintian personally brewed tea for her. "This is your favorite Longjing tea, with a hint of jasmine fragrance. Please, taste it and see if it retains the same flavor." He lifted the teacup and offered it to Su Qingwan. She accepted it with her uninjured hand. The cup being small, their fingers brushed, and she distinctly felt Li Jintian's hand tremble slightly. Su Qingwan took a sip, lowering her gaze to the clear tea in the white porcelain cup. To her surprise, she saw Yi Sun's reflection in the tea. A bitter smile crept on her lips. Why was she thinking of him? They had parted ways. "If I do not come to fetch you, do you not plan to return?" Li Jintian suddenly spoke. Su Qingwan lifted her gaze and smiled at him. "Yes, this place is quite pleasant. No food, failure to meet targets, imprisonment, severed fingers, broken arms and legs." She had become accustomed to such a life. Indeed, it was rather agreeable. Li Jintian's brows furrowed slightly, a habitual gesture of his dissatisfaction. To be in a relationship with a fraudster. "Su Qingwan, when did you become so lowly? I should thank Mr. Li. Had you not abandoned me in Myanmar, how could I have the opportunity to engage with a fraudster? I'm also one of the lowly individuals you speak of." Su Qingwan retorted without reservation. "You harbor hatred towards me." Li Jintian narrowed his eyes slightly. "I hated you before, but I do not now. To not love naturally means to not hate." Whether she hated him or not did not impede her from seeking repayment from him. Li Jintian scrutinized her sparkling eyes for a moment, ensuring there was no trace of animosity before sighing. "Your temper is too stubborn, too strong-willed. You will not turn back until you hit a wall, and even then, you do not relent. I merely wish to temper your sharpness. Otherwise, Su Lin will perish at your hands." Li Jintian poured her more tea. "Su Lin is too weak. She is not your match. Spare her. What authority does Mr. Li possess to negotiate terms with me? What are you to me? Do I owe you any courtesy?" Su Qingwan found his words laughable. Su Lin was weak. Yet after returning for a few months, she had taken everything from her, leaving her to suffer in Myanmar. Who was truly strong? Wan, you always speak so harshly, never yielding to reason, and do not know how to be adaptable. This will lead to much suffering. Li Jintian's gaze was filled with concern for Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan was so incensed that she laughed. So, does Mr. Li believe I should kneel at your feet, licking your shoes, begging you to take me back? That is not what I mean. Oh, then what does Mr. Li mean? You claim I am too strong-willed and unyielding. When I was so humbly kneeling at your feet, begging you, that could hardly be deemed strong-willed, could it? Why did you not take me away then? I know you feared I would return and harm Su Lin, leaving you in Myanmar to endure hardship, hoping to dull your spirit and transform you into a docile dog, willing to toil for you forever. Wan, do not go too far. Li Jintian's voice dropped, an indication that it's such a moment. Su Qingwan should have been apologetic and placated him. I have gone too far. What will Mr. Li do about it? Slap me again and leave me here to fend for myself. Su Qingwan touched her face. Mr. Li's prowess in striking women is truly remarkable. How did I not notice before that your fists are only for your own people? Li Jintian fell silent. Su Qingwan understood this man all too well. He would acknowledge his mistakes only to correct them, but would never admit to being wrong. Fortunately, she did not require him to confess, as long as she returned. He could forget about living in peace for the rest of his life. The previous misunderstandings were resolved. She had thoroughly investigated and discovered that Su Lin had chosen to come to Myanmar of her own volition. Lin had knelt before his parents for an entire day, so he should not hold that against her. Su Qingwan scoffed, stating that if he wanted her not to hold a grudge, he could send Su Lin away for a few months, and then their issues would be settled. As for him, if he was willing to strip down and take a stroll through Beijing, she might consider forgiving him. Su Lin was despicable, but the man before her was even more revolting. He had personally abandoned her in Myanmar, making every decision that led to her suffering, deserving of the utmost condemnation. Su Qingwan was not the type of woman to overlook infidelity, allowing the man to continue living his life unscathed. Chapter 80. A decade of love cast to the dogs. I could walk naked through Beijing. It is impossible for Su Lin to come to Myanmar, Li Jintian asserted firmly. Su Qingwan chuckled in disbelief, remarking that if he cherished his dignity so much, then he should bear the consequences for Su Lin's actions. You could sever one of your arms, slap yourself 100 times, and bow to me 1,000 times in apology, and then perhaps I might consider forgiving you. Li Jintian's demeanor finally faltered. A flicker of impatience crossed his eyes, signaling that it was time to warn Su Qingwan to cease her provocations. His long fingers loosened his tie, slowly unbuttoning the black shirt, revealing the contours of his strong chest beneath the warm light, his skin glowing alluringly. His fingers glided down from his neck, deftly unfastening another button. The fusion of strength and aesthetics in his movements exuded a silent yet potent allure, a manifestation of masculine charm that had once captivated Su Qingwan completely. In the past, she would have been ensnared by his charm, acquiescing to his every word. Yet now, she remained composed, even finding the energy to mock him. Is this your way of enticing me, Mr. Li? After failing to negotiate, Li Jintian undid another button, questioning. You don't like it? Not all. In the past, I was naive, believing you to be a unique beauty among men. Now that I've tasted something finer, I can hardly see the appeal of a mere commoner. Li Jintian's expression darkened momentarily. That fraud you mentioned. What was his name? Yevun? Indeed, Mr. Li. In my eyes, you are now inferior to that fraud. What qualifications do you have to mock others? Su Qingwan observed with satisfaction as his expression shifted from dark to pale. Must you always oppose me? Li Jintian narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Su Qingwan shrugged, nothing sincerely. Indeed. Do you think after you cripple me, I'll beg for scraps? If I don't retaliate, it's because you can't handle it? You only understand pain when it's inflicted upon you. Yet I must not retaliate? Your double standards only apply to Su Qingwan, the one who loves you. I do not love you, and you are nothing to me. With a forceful slam, she placed her teacup on the table, her expression as cold as frost. Li Jintian's demeanor matched hers, his voice icy as he warned, You'd better decide whether to return with me or remain in Myanmar. If you cannot decide, you will remain here. Su Qingwan had thought she could confront Li Jintian without inciting his wrath, yet she underestimated his revolting nature. Li Jintian, who gave you the audacity to negotiate with me? expecting my forgiveness for you and Su Lin. You think I care? Su Qingwan could no longer contain her fury, hurling the teacup at his face. Let me be clear. I will not forgive unless I am dead. Li Jintian, enraged, stood and declared, I'll give you a night to ponder. Think it through and return to discuss. He turned and left, resolutely, without a backward glance. Su Qingwan gazed at the man she had loved for a decade. Apart from her rage, nothing else remained. Li Jintian, the love I held for you for 10 years has been wasted. She rushed after him, flinging the door open with force before he could exit. Outside, several security guards hastily looked down, avoiding their gaze. Li Jintian seized her hand, demanding sternly, What do you think you're going? Su Qingwan wrenched her hand from his grip. Li Jintian, let me make this clear. Without you, Su Qingwan, can still escape Myanmar. Li Jintian pursued her once more, blocking her path. What do you want? I want you dead. Su Qingwan replied without hesitation. I came to bring you back, and Su Lin admitted her fault. Why do you cling to her mistakes? Have you fallen for that fraud? Li Jintian, as anger surged, his muscles taut, eyes radiating a chilling fury. Li Jintian, you have no right to speak of him. I have done nothing for him, yet he allowed me to survive in Myanmar. I have shielded you from bullets, nearly losing my life. You, who cannot eat unclean food, I prepared your meals daily. When you crave crab dumplings at midnight, I drove across the city to fetch them. Your skin issues? I personally washed all your clothes. Each time your parasitic family harassed you, I played the villain and faced them. For 10 years, I have given you my all. What have you given me? Oh, you offer me money, luxury homes, extravagant cars, private jets, and yachts. But do not forget, these are merely what I have earned through my work. Without you, I could afford them. I am granting you one chance today. If you can name anything that you have done for me comparable to how I treated you over the last decade, I will forgive you. Li Jintian fell silent, unable to respond even after half a minute. Su Qingwan continued, You claim your mother raised you with difficulty. She did not raise me. If you wish to be filial, do so yourself. It has nothing to do with me. You say Su Lin was lost because of you, and we owe her a debt. If you lost her, you should compensate her, not me. Why should I be left in Myanmar to make amends to her? Even now, you demand my forgiveness. Otherwise, you refuse to take me back. Is it a crime to love you? Must my love mean I bear your burdens? Li Jintian, from now on, our relationship is severed. All that remains is hatred. As long as I live, you should not find peace. Su Qingwan turned to leave, and Li Jintian grabbed her arm, prompting her to retaliate with a sharp slap. Trash, don't touch me. Li Jintian lunged, embracing her tightly, forbidding her to leave. His muscular arm lifted her effortlessly. In her fury, she clawed at his face, drawing blood, yet he refused to release her. In desperation, she bit down on his neck, tearing away a piece of flesh. Due to her inexperience, she missed the artery. Su Qingwan attempted to bite again, but he held her chin firmly. His strength was overwhelming, and with a sharp twist, her jaw dislocated with a painful crack. Despite the agony, she instinctively reached for his eyes. Yisun had once told her that hesitation in a fight could be fatal. One must exploit any vulnerability. Even if it meant sacrificing her own limbs, she would not relent. Just as her fingers brushed against Li Jintian's eyes, he hurled her away. She rolled on the ground several times, dazed, yet she rose swiftly. Dizziness clouded her vision. Her jaw throbbed painfully, and she stumbled, almost collapsing again, but was caught by a pair of hands. I leave you alone for mere minutes, and you allow yourself to be bullied? The hand around her waist bore the fresh scent of mint, distinctive of Yisun. Su Qingwan felt her legs weaken and leaned into Yisun's embrace, tears of grievance welling in her eyes. Yisun, this wild man bullied me. Avenge me. Chapter 81. Does it hurt? With a gentle grip around her waist, Yisun slowly raised his hand until it met her chin. With a sudden force, he expertly reset her dislocated jaw. Su Qingwan hardly registered the pain before it subsided. Yisun lifted her chin, gazing into her tear-filled eyes. Have you been crying? Not at all, Su Qingwan insisted, forcing her tears back. She did not wish to be seen as someone unworthy in Yisun's eyes. Yisun leaned down and kissed her eyelids. If you're going to fight, why didn't you call me? Su Qingwan, feeling wronged, replied. Wasn't it you who told me to leave? I didn't anticipate a fight. She had believed she could return smoothly with Li Jintian, unaware of his vile nature. Li Jintian, witnessing the intimate display between the two, felt a surge of rage. Su Qingwan, come here. She turned to him defiantly. Li Jingtian, you think highly of yourself, believing you are the best man in the world. Today, I give you a chance to prove it. If you could defeat Yi Sun, I will let bygones be bygones and return with you. She wanted Li Jingtian to feel the humiliation of being bested by someone he deemed inferior. Li Jingtian's heart raced with anger at the sight of Su Qingwan siding with a con man. Yi Sun shifted his gaze from Su Qingwan to Li Jingtian. Mr. Li, it seems a man of your stature bullying a woman is rather unbecoming. My request is simple. If you dislocated Wan's jaw, then you should also dislocate your own, and we shall consider our grievances settled. At this, Li Jingtian's bodyguards raised their weapons, aiming at Yi Sun. Su Qingwan stepped in front of Yi Sun, challenging them. Who dares to shoot? This situation stemmed from a lover's quarrel between Su Qingwan and Li Jingtian. Had it remained just them, Zhang Haoxiong and the others would not have intervened. However, with a man threatening their boss, they could not remain passive. Yet, with Su Qingwan standing protectively in front of Yi Sun, they reluctantly lowered their weapons. Su Qingwan was untouchable. No matter how much she argued with her boss, he could reprimand her, but they could not lay a finger on her. As the standoff continued, applause suddenly echoed in the air. Zhao Yao, accompanied by a group of armed men, approached from the corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, we are civilized beings. Let us not resort to violence. I propose we engage in a shooting contest instead. Zhao Yao drew his gun. Let us find an open space. I'll toss a can, and before it hits the ground, whoever shoots it the most times wins. The losing side will withdraw. What do you say? Neither Yi Sun nor Li Jingtian responded. Zhao Yao continued, of course, I must join as well. I have taken a liking to Miss Su. If the three of us were to fight physically, one of us would undoubtedly gain an advantage. I present this proposal out of fairness. Should you allow me to benefit, I would be more than willing to eliminate both of you after you exhaust each other. Zhao Yao's intentions were far from gallant. The notion of fair competition was merely a facade, as he perceived Li Jingtian, a prominent CEO unlikely to be skilled with firearms, and Yi Sun, who may have some skill but would undoubtedly be outmatched. Zhao Yao aimed to win Su Qingwan's favor by showcasing his most appealing qualities. If he triumphed over these two men, he would be seen as the most outstanding in her eyes, thus securing her affection. With Zhao Yao's sudden involvement, Su Qingwan feared he might resort to underhanded tactics, prompting her to prevent Yi Sun and Li Jingtian from facing off. I agree with Mr. Zhao's proposal, Yi Sun stated. I'm on board as well, Li Jingtian added. They proceeded to the deck, where Li Jingtian took the lead. Armed with a revolver, he approached Su Qingwan. Do you have such confidence in Yi Sun? Su Qingwan nodded. He is 100 times stronger than you. Li Jingtian smirked and turned to Zhao Yao. Let us begin. A figure on the upper floor tossed down the can. Li Jingtian raised his gun and fired several shots. The can fell to the ground. His subordinate retrieved it and reported, Young master, there are 4 bullet holes. With only 6 bullets in a revolver, and given the 3 seconds it took for the can to fall, Li Jingtian averaged less than a shot per second. Given the recoil and wind affecting the bullet's trajectory, hitting 4 times was indeed remarkable. No wonder he was so confident. He handed the gun to Zhao Yao, casually wiped his hands with a pristine handkerchief, and did not even glance at Su Qingwan. It's my turn now, Zhao Yao declared. As the can was tossed down again, Zhao Yao fired 5 shots. When the can was retrieved, it bore only 4 bullet holes. He shrugged apologetically. Me Su, I'm usually better than this. It must be the wind at sea. Su Qingwan smiled silently. Excuses were unnecessary for poor performance. Finally, it was Yi Sun's turn. He inspected the bullets in his gun before signaling for the can to be dropped. Bang! 6 shots rang out. His subordinate reported, Young master, 6 bullet holes. In that moment, the world fell silent, save for the sound of waves crashing against the sea. Yi Sun placed the gun on the tray and smiled at the 2 defeated opponents. Thank you for your kindness. Zhao Yao stared in disbelief at the can Yi Sun had shot. How did you do that? Ye won't see me that. Perhaps it was just luck. Li Jingtian's expression darkened as he turned to leave, but not before glancing back at Su Qingwan. Don't regret this. Su Qingwan stood firmly by Yi Sun's side. Silent. Regret? To forgive them and return with him? That would be her true regret. Zhao Yao, while not as undignified as Li Jingtian, remained intrigued. Not bad, Yi Sun. Let us find an opportunity to exchange shooting techniques. Certainly, Yi Sun replied, taking Su Qingwan's hand. She had been frightened moments ago, and he intended to take her back to rest. All right, she responded. Zhao Yao watched their entwined fingers and their retreating figures, his eyes gleaming with a fervent desire. The challenge made it all the more enticing. He was determined to win Su Qingwan's heart. As Yi Sun pulled Su Qingwan back, once the door closed, he pinned her against the wall. His long, elegant fingers traced the curve of her jaw. Years of training had left his fingers calloused, their touch electrifying, sending a shiver through Su Qingwan. Mr. Yi, stop, it tickles. Her cheeks flushed, heart racing. Does it hurt? Yes. Then a kiss will make it better. Yi Sun leaned down, his warm lips following the contour of her jawline, planting tender kisses along her neck. Chapter 82. Who was the man that night? Su Qingwan tilted her head back, exposing her graceful neck to Yi Sun. Her skin was pristine, as if washed by pure water, exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Yi Sun's kisses trailed down her beautiful jaw, landing on her neck, leaving a gentle trail of affection. His arms encircled her slender waist, pressing her firmly against his chest. Su Qingwan gasped for breath, her eyes clouded with desire, her lips slightly parted, glistening and tempting, igniting a fervor in Yi Sun. As he was about to kiss her, she suddenly exclaimed, "Didn't you want me to leave? Why are you holding me?" Her grievances bubbled within her, seeking an outlet. Yi Sun pressed his lips against her cheek. "You should go back. This place is not suitable for you." Su Qingwan turned her face away, avoiding his soulful gaze. Though devoid of love, his gaze upon her seemed all-consuming, as if he wished to draw her into his very being. With time, she might mistakenly believe in his affection. "I didn't manage to leave. Are you disappointed?" "It's safer for you to stay," replied Yi Sun, his words laced with cruelty. Su Qingwan pushed him away and retreated into the bathroom, locking the door behind her. Standing before the mirror, she beheld her reddened eyes and forced a smile, more grotesque than tears. Yi Sun was indeed admirable, but alas, he did not harbor feelings for her. She turned on the faucet, splashing cold water on her face. In her heart, she reassured herself that there was no need to be entangled in matters of love. She sought not eternity, only the memory of what once was. She and Yi Sun were sufficient as they were. When Su Qingwan emerged, her emotions had been carefully composed. She opened the door to find Yi Sun waiting at the bathroom threshold. He offered no smile, only a silent gaze in her eyes. "You hate me. Why would I?" She replied with a bitter smile. "If not for you, I would have been sold off by Li, perhaps even lost to the world. You are my savior, and I hold only gratitude towards you." Yi Sun studied her for a moment, ultimately saying nothing. He placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to rest, for it was late. That night, Su Qingwan nestled in Yi Sun's embrace, her sleep restless. She dreamt of her deceased mother and her alcoholic father, of the first encounter with Madame Su, scavenging food from a garbage can, before being cradled like a fairy. She recalled meeting Li Jintian, who professed his eternal love with fervor. Nightmares haunted her of being deceived by Su Lin in Myanmar, where those who vowed lifelong affection became monstrous demons, leaving her in a pit with snakes coiling around her legs. No, Su Qingwan jolted awake, finding herself in her room as dawn broke. Sweat dripped from her forehead, chilling her arms, while her severed fingers throbbed with pain. She remained paralyzed by the remnants of her nightmare, yearning for rescue. At that moment, warm arms enveloped her. "Did you have a nightmare?" Yi Sun's comforting presence brought her back to reality. She turned to gaze upon his strikingly handsome face. "Mr. Yi, will you always be by my side?" "No," he replied, kissing her lips softly. "No one can accompany another forever. In the end, we all succumb to solitude." He wiped away her tears and advised her to learn the art of solitude. As Yi Sun left the bed and entered the bathroom, Su Qingwan sat in silence for a while before dressing and stepping to the bathroom door. Do those who go undercover have no hearts? The door swung open. "Reveling ye consimile." Yes. She lacked the courage to inquire further. After washing her face, she followed him to the dining area where breakfast awaited. Lily sat at the table, struggling to eat, his two front teeth missing, his face swollen and bruised. His injuries were a testament to his torment. Upon seeing Su Qingwan emerge with Yi Sun, a flicker of hatred ignited in Li's eyes. "Brother, thanks for saving me that day. I could have drowned," he said, his voice strained. "Ensuring brotherly's safety is my responsibility," Yi Sun replied, offering Su Qingwan a slice of bread smeared with cherry jam and a warm glass of milk. Lily watched Su Qingwan relish Yi Sun's care and remarked, "That man who attacked me was in your room that night. Miss Su, won't you reveal who he was?" Su Qingwan, still consuming her breakfast, finally responded, Brother Li, the power outage that night prevented me from seeing who it was. I was terrified and unable to assist. He was certainly not some rogue. Leaning gently against Yi Sun, she asked, "Isn't that right, Yi Sun?" He smiled. "This matter is difficult to investigate. The ship was crowded, and there were no cameras." Suppressing a laugh, she lamented, "What a pity. Otherwise, I would have caught that rogue who dared harm Brother Li." The rogue cast a helpless glance at Su Qingwan. After breakfast, everyone gathered on the deck as wealthy patrons prepared to depart. Zhao Yao ushered Su Qingwan to the front to bid farewell. Boarding was simple, but disembarking required thorough electronic checks, including for Li Jintian, who could take nothing with him. Su Qingwan personally inspected Li Jintian, their interactions devoid of words. After the inspection, she gestured for him to leave. He studied her cold demeanor for several moments before turning away. Next came one of Li Jintian's bodyguards, who, before Su Qingwan could inspect him, suddenly shoved her aside and dashed toward the adjacent boat. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet struck him in the head before her eyes. The large-caliber round exploded, showering Su Qingwan with blood. As his body faltered and fell, she recognized the pale visage remaining, an echo of the woman she had met with Yi Sun earlier. In an instant, silence enveloped the world. Su Qingwan's heart raced as she grasped the railing to steady herself. Peering over, she saw the body vanish beneath the waves. The water stained crimson. Zhao Yao and others rushed to retrieve the fallen, desperate to find either the living or the dead. Several men plunged into the water, while Su Qingwan stood in shock, her mind blank. A life had vanished before her. If she had been the one to leave with the USB drive, it could have been her lifeless body drifting away. "Are you all right?" Yi Sun's voice broke through her reverie. Turning to him, she found his expression unreadable, yet his gaze was tender, as if nothing had transpired. She understood his pain was deeper than any other, perhaps dulled to the point of numbness. Allowing him to remain so composed, Yi Sun produced a pristine handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped her face. Closing her eyes, tears mingled with the blood upon her skin. The wealthy patrons continued disembarking, undergoing multiple checks before finally leaving the ship. Li Jintian observed Yi Sun's intimate gestures towards Su Qingwan from the cabin window, his fists clenched in frustration. "Mr. Li, won't you take Miss Su back with you?" Zhang Haoxiong inquired. "She does not wish to," Li Jintian replied, drawing the curtains and turning away. Zhang Haoxiong hesitated to argue, but ultimately fell silent. Both Li Jintian and Su Qingwan possessed a fierce pride. Their inevitable clash could yield no favorable outcome. Such strong-willed individuals, when in love, shared common interests, preferences, and habits, even obsessive quirks like matching shoe colors. Yet, once at odds, the ensuing conflict would be relentless. Zhang Haoxiong sensed the calm before a storm, the tension thickening in the air. As Li Jintian's yacht drifted into the distance, Su Qingwan remained unaware, her blood-streaked face uncleaned, merely waiting on the deck for the outcome of the search. After half an hour, a body was pulled from the water and discarded onto the deck. She resembled a lifeless puppet, her limbs sprawled in an unnatural manner, her skin as pale as parchment. Someone began to search her, swiftly retrieving a USB drive from her person. "Brother Zhao, we found the item." Zhao Yao examined the USB drive closely, verifying its authenticity. A computer was soon brought forth, and upon inserting the drive, Zhao Yao confirmed, "It's genuine." He ordered, "Notify everyone. We must return immediately for fingerprint analysis. I am eager to discover how many hidden agents remain aboard this vessel." Zhao Yao turned and flashed a smile at the crowd, an expression reminiscent of a demon demanding a soul, sending shivers down the spines of those present. "I offer you a chance to confess voluntarily. I shall show leniency. Of course, those who provide evidence will be rewarded 1 million each. In the Northern Myanmar zone, money is abundant." At that moment, Lili stepped forward, declaring, "Young master, it's Su Qingwan." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Su Qingwan. She remained composed, leaning against the railing, and replied nonchalantly, "Li Ge, it seems you harbor resentment towards me for that night's incident. I understand, but there is no need to push me to the brink over such a trivial matter." Lili scoffed. "Su Qingwan, the person hiding in your room that night was none other than the deceased just now. Wasn't it? I wonder who had the audacity to beat me nearly to death and then toss me into the water. Turns out it was a hidden agent. Li Ye, one must always speak with evidence. For all you know, I could label you as the agent. Su Qingwan retortive. That night, while Yi Sun was absent, you brought that person into my room. Now that the truth is unraveling, you seek to frame me. Do you think everyone is blind to your little ruse? Su Qingwan understood that she must remain calm. Any sign of panic would betray her guilt. Lily sneered at her sharp tongue. He turned to Zhao Yao, suggesting, "Young master, I recommend we collect fingerprints from that room to determine if a third party was present, which would clarify whether I brought someone in or if that person was concealed by Su Qingwan all along. This cruise ship is frequently rented out. There are plenty of fingerprints to examine. Should we investigate, Li Ge?" Su Qingwan felt that Li Li deserved his fate. If he remained alive, she would not survive. Had she known that night, she would have eliminated Li Li once and for all. Zhao Yao instructed, "All right, confine both of them. We shall await the fingerprint analysis results. The innocent shall be revealed." Immediately, bodyguards escorted Su Qingwan and Li Li to a cramped storage room. The poor soundproofing allowed Li Li's cries of pain to echo in the air. Su Qingwan smirked. "Li Ge, it seems you're not faring well either." Li Li erupted in curses. "Indeed, a calamity like you should never have been brought along. You are the true menace, framing me while you're the agent. If you hadn't bitten indiscriminately, you wouldn't be in here. The innocent are always exonerated. I trust Mr. Zhao will unveil the truth and restore my name." Su Qingwan sat cross-legged in the storage room, accepting her fate. "You think you're innocent? You cannot cleanse your name. As long as I assert that you are the agent, even if you are innocent, suspicion will cling to you here. Once branded as an agent, you might as well await your demise." Li Li was vengeful. After enduring a beating, he could not even reach the beauty, and he intended to ruin Su Qingwan. That statement, "Li Ge," seems to reflect your own predicament. After all, you too cannot clear your name. Li Li gasped, wishing to curse her. But due to his injuries, he could only mutter, "You are a disaster. I regret not eliminating you the moment you entered." Had he not witnessed her beauty, he wouldn't feel such envy, nor would he be in this wretched state. There are no remedies for regret. Li Ge should contemplate how to survive instead. After delivering her scathing remarks, Su Qingwan lay down on the floor to sleep. It is vital to conserve strength, as it may prove life-saving when needed. Li Li continued to curse from across the room, yet Su Qingwan remained silent. They were confined without food or water for an entire day and night. Su Qingwan slept, conserving her energy, for she had endured hunger too many times. A day without food was not so unbearable. When the door opened, she still had the strength to rise and step outside. She found Zhao Yao waiting at the entrance, a treacherous smile on his face, reminiscent of the grin he wore while ordering a corpse to be retrieved from the depths. "Miss Su, the results of the USB examination have come through." Leaning against the door, Su Qingwan squinted against the bright light, finally noticing Yi Sun standing at the rear of the crowd. His expression was inscrutable, revealing nothing but indifference. Suppressing her dizziness from hunger, she weakly inquired, "What are the results?" If her fingerprints were found, she feared not death. She would willingly die for Yi Sun. Chapter 84. Targeting Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan was not as noble as Yi Sun, burdened with the mission of protecting countless compatriots from deception. Her heart was small, incapable of harboring so many. Her shoulders were narrow, unable to bear such a heavy load. She was merely an ordinary woman, caught up in a tumultuous affair for the sake of one man. Zhao Yao chuckled, wrapping an arm around Su Qingwan's shoulder, his lips dangerously close to her ear. "You are not an agent. It's all a misunderstanding." Su Qingwan turned her head away, evading his advances with coldness. "Mr. Zhao, I have a boyfriend." Zhao Yao was momentarily taken aback, his sharp gaze darting toward Yi Sun, who leaned against the wall, smiling at them. That man felt like a ghost, always present yet elusive, instilling in Zhao Yao a sense of being perpetually surveilled. "Break up with him." Su Qingwan shook her head. "I love him more than life itself." She pried Zhao Yao's arm from her shoulder and slowly approached Yi Sun. Weak from hunger, she stumbled several times, yet her steps remained resolute, refusing to lean against the wall as she made her way to Yi Sun. Just as she reached him, her strength faltered, and she began to slide down. Yi Sun swiftly caught her slender waist and lowered his head to kiss her lips. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. It's just been a day and a night." Yi Sun scooped her into his arms and nodded at Zhao Yao before carrying her away. Upon exiting the cabin and reaching the deck, Zhao Yao, in front of everyone, tossed the USB drive into the sea. That drive had cost 3 lives. It was the address of the zone that Yi Sun had painstakingly copied from Klaus's study. All their efforts dissolved in that instant. Su Qingwan buried her face in Yi Sun's embrace, concealing her tears from prying eyes. She mourned for the many lives lost, not even knowing their names or who awaited them at home. The children nurtured by their mothers were now mere bones left in a foreign land, never to return. In that moment, Su Qingwan comprehended why Yi Sun had urged her to leave. He feared for her life in Northern Myanmar. He wanted her to survive. She also realized why Yi Sun had refrained from pursuing a relationship with her. They were perpetually on the brink of death. If they were to love deeply, witnessing the other perish without the chance to recover their body or shed a tear would be too cruel for the one left behind. While she could weep in Yi Sun's arms, he had no place to mourn. Yi Sun carried her off the ship, and as they bid farewell to Zhao Yao, he called out, "Miss Su, as we part ways, one to you even glance my way?" Su Qingwan, with tear-stained eyes, dared not look up, shaking her head in Yi Sun's embrace. Zhao Yao interpreted her actions as resentment, thinking it was merely a day of confinement that had caused her such a temper. Su Qingwan riman saident. Zhao Yao chuckled. "We shall meet again soon." He departed with his entourage and fiancée, while Dan Yin cast a lingering glance back at Su Qingwan. Regardless, Zhao Yao had gained from this venture. He had retrieved the lost USB drive, which would satisfy his superior. Meanwhile, Su Qingwan's group had arrived with 4 members but returned with only 3. 2 had been detained for a day, and Li was injured, needing to be assisted into the vehicle by bodyguards. As they exited the dock, Yi Sun instructed the driver to stop, stepping out to purchase 2 bottles of honey water and some imported 8 treasure porridge. As they boarded the vehicle, Li handed a bottle to Li Ge, advising him to drink some honey water, lest his body suffer. Li, feeling feeble, could not twist off the cap, which was ultimately opened by Yi Sun. Although Su Qingwan was not injured, she was so famished that she could barely stand. Nonetheless, she managed to open the cap herself. She drank half the bottle of honey water in one go, feeling a slight resurgence of strength. Yi Sun opened a can of 8 treasure porridge and asked if he should feed her. "I can manage by myself," Su Qingwan replied, resolved to grow stronger from that moment onward. She could not afford to be a burden to Yi Sun, nor could she allow him to worry about her. On their way back, everyone was blindfolded. They were in the same dilapidated van, with Su Qingwan and Yi Sun seated in the back. She leaned against him. Having slept excessively before, she found it difficult to rest now, while Yi Sun fell asleep with ease, listening to his steady breaths. Su Qingwan speculated that he had probably not slept all night. Was he worried about her? Yet, such questions she would no longer dare to ask. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they disembarked, the sky darkening as the sun set. The fading light cast a warm glow on Yi Sun's face, softening his otherwise stern features. His masculine aura radiated magnificently. With broad shoulders that exuded a sense of security, Su Qingwan gazed at him, momentarily forgetting to blink. Yi Sun turned to her with a smile, akin to a sudden bloom of fiery flowers on a hard ice surface. The beauty of the moment left her entranced. No words could adequately capture Yi Sun's allure. If handsomeness were a blade, then his visage was a honey-coated knife, piercing the heart, yet leaving a sweet aftertaste. This sensation was exquisite. Su Qingwan thought she could simply gaze at him endlessly. "Not feeling well?" Yi Sun asked, looking at her with concern as he furrowed his brow. "I'll carry you up." He scooped her into his arms and led the way. The uphill path took about half an hour, steep and challenging. Yet Yi Sun adeptly carried her up. Upon reaching the entrance of the park, he gently set her down. Li, witnessing this, cursed under his breath, "Damn it, brother. You carried a fully grown person up that fast? Is your stamina even human?" At the entrance, Li entered a password to unlock the door, grumbling, "This hurts like hell. I've suffered a great loss this time. Lost men and suffered injuries. Damn it." Internally cursing Su Qingwan, he refrained from voicing his grievances in Yi Sun's presence. Su Qingwan followed Yi Sun through the gate, where everyone was busy at work. Fu Kuei hurried over, alarmed at the sight of Li's battered state. "Li Ge, did you encounter a robbery?" He then noticed the security and saw that Yi Sun and Su Qingwan were unscathed. "Help me back to rest. I'll explain everything slowly," Li said, limping upstairs while casting a glance back at Su Qingwan. Now back on his turf, he had every intention of targeting Su Qingwan. If he didn't, he might as well harm himself. Su Qingwan locked eyes with Li, sensing his hostility. She smiled unfazed. Li snorted and turned away. Once back, Su Qingwan dove straight into work, seated between Wang Qianxue and yuan. Wang Qinshue, in a gossiping tone, asked, "Where's Yumarin?" "Feeding the fish," Su Qingwan replied candidly. Wang Qinshue chuckled. "Good thing I didn't go. Who knows if I did come back alive." Yuan joined in the laughter. "She's still young. So brash. She'll meet her end quickly." Su Qingwan focused on her computer screen, her mind preoccupied with the look Li had given her earlier. It was as if the Grim Reaper had announced her demise. She glanced down at her 2 severed fingers, gently touching them. She had vowed never to allow her body to suffer harm again, and she intended to keep that promise. That night, as Su Qingwan approached her dormitory, she overheard Li cursing vehemently. "Damn that little wretch. I will make her wish she were dead." Inside, Wang Qinshue attended to Li, speaking softly. "Liga, who hurt you? Are you trying to end your life?" Her attempt at subtlety was poorly executed, her overly cheerful tone giving her away, which Su Qingwan noticed. Perhaps Li was too pained or too filled with hatred for Su Qingwan to catch on. "Don't mind it. I will make her regret crossing me." "Regret?" Wang Qinshue feigned innocence. Her beauty and deliberately seductive demeanor were particularly captivating. Li pulled her into his embrace and kissed her, saying, "This is regret." The ensuing scene was not suitable for young audiences, sending a chill down Su Qingwan's spine. Quietly, she turned and ascended the stairs to the rooftop, where Yi Sun awaited her. Under the moonlight, he stood tall, clad in black, his presence more immaculate than the luminous moon. An ineffable elegance enveloped him. As he gazed up at the moon, lost in thought, oblivious to her arrival, Su Qingwan held her breath, slowed her steps, and approached him from behind to launch an attack. Yet, before she could touch him, he swiftly turned and seized her wrist, executing a flawless shoulder throw that sent her crashing to the ground. Pain shot through her back, leaving her momentarily incapacitated. Such ferocity, Yewun Sukuatit Besideher, studying her watery eyes. If you're going to ambush someone, don't gawk at them for too long. Your gaze conveys information. Furthermore, you're far too slow. If I were your enemy, that move would have broken your back. You knew I was coming? Su Qingwan felt she had been cautious enough. Yes. Your gaze was too intense. Conceal your emotions. Love, hate, any sentiment can be perceived through your eyes. It could be your downfall. Su Qingwan thought to herself, I reserve such a gaze only for you. Yi Sun, why wasn't there a fingerprint of mine on the USB drive? As a competent undercover agent, one must leave no evidence for adversaries that could lead to their demise. Su Qingwan chuckled. No wonder you seem unconcerned about my capture. I thought you didn't care about my life. If your fingerprints were there, mine would be too. We would die together. Yi Sun smiled and reached for her. Su Qingwan grasped his hand, and as he exerted force, she suddenly attempted to lock his throat with her other hand. Yi Sun caught her wrist, and without hesitation, she kicked at the back of his head. Yi Sun evaded her kick, blocking it with his hand, and they became entangled in combat. Su Qingwan fought without technique, attacking wherever she could, fighting with reckless abandon. After all, she could not kill Yi Sun. If she did not give her all, defeat was inevitable. Ultimately, Yi Sun pinned her to the ground, her face pressed against the cold cement, struggling like a captured shrimp. She tried to push herself up with her waist, but he pressed down with a leg. Exhausted, she gasped for breath. Yi Sun, when will I ever defeat you? You will never win against me. Yi Sun released her and lay beside her, unless what? Su Qingwan propped herself up, her eyes shining with curiosity. Yi Sun smiled. Then tonight, you'll learn combat from me. If you master the moves I teach you, I will tell you. Su Qingwan was invigorated, instantly bouncing to her feet. Teach me quickly. Finally, she would not be the one constantly taking hits. She could learn a fight. Yi Sun proved to be an excellent instructor, while Su Qingwan absorbed the lessons eagerly. Their compatibility and teamwork flourished throughout the night. After hours of practice, Su Qingwan managed to take him down when he least expected it. With a triumphant smirk, she teased, Mr. Yi, you're far too weak. Ha ha, this feeling is wonderful. Yi Sun gazed at the enchanting girl laughing under the moonlight, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With your beauty, no one can outsmart you. You could take down anyone. Su Qingwan boasted. Sitting beside him, I am a powerhouse in my own right. Yewun Imbranjit her cylinder veist, indeed. Su Qingwan listened to his words, feeling an insincerity that made her question whether he was mocking her. No, if you can bring me down again tomorrow, I will promise you one thing. Yi Sun realized that training Su Qingwan with a system of rewards and punishments would stimulate her more effectively. What if I cannot bring you down? She wondered. For some reason, Su Qingwan felt that her previous success in defeating him was entirely due to his deliberate concession, designed to bolster her confidence. Then kiss me. After the kiss, she felt weak and breathless. Yi Sun's lips trailed from the corners of her mouth down to her elegant jawline, before biting gently into her neck. Su Qingwan flinched at the pain, whispering for him to be gentle, as her fair skin was prone to leaving marks. Yi Sun's voice, laced with suppressed desire, deepened, sending shivers down her spine. You can leave your mark on me as well. Yi Sun pulled apart her clothing, revealing his chiseled physique under the moonlight, exuding an alluring charm. His smile was irresistibly seductive, and the subtle rise and fall of his throat, accompanied by occasional breaths, was utterly captivating. Su Qingwan was mesmerized by his allure. Once, give it to me. This was the first time Yi Sun explicitly conveyed his desires to Su Qingwan, without any hint of subtlety. His deep-set eyes sparkled with wild passion, igniting a fervor within her that left her feeling utterly entranced. Chapter 86. The beauty trap is quite effective. Su Qingwan wrapped her arms around Yi Sun's neck and willingly offered him a kiss. Yevun, with his robust physique and striking looks, was a sight to behold, even in his most unappealing moments. They had not been intimate for quite some time, and that night, Yi Sun took his time, indulging until the early hours. Su Qingwan found herself being carried back to their dormitory, where Yi Sun placed her on the upper bunk and kissed her lips. Your stamina is quite impressive. Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed. He seemed to forget that not everyone possessed his level of endurance. I concede, Mr. Yi. Her legs felt numb, her lips swollen from his kisses, her body feeling as if it had been disassembled, more exhausting than a battle with him. Yi Sun chuckled lightly, his voice sultry in the silence of the night. Su Qingwan's heart raced. Had she not known of Yi Sun's irresistible charm, she might have suspected him of deliberately tempting her. Is this how you concede? I have yet to savor enough. Yi Sun lowered his head, their lips meeting once more, their tongues entwining in a passionate dance. Su Qingwan realized that if they continued this way, he'd regain his vigor, and she could not endure another round. I am tired. Good night. Yi Sun tucked her under the covers and lay down on the lower bunk. As Su Qingwan closed her eyes, she sank into a blissful state of relaxation, floating as if on clouds. Suddenly, a piercing gaze fell upon her. She turned her head to find Li Li from the lower bunk opposite her. His eyes, devoid of the usual playful teasing, bore an unsettling intensity. Su Qingwan smiled at Li Li, a fleeting moment of beauty, and as his gaze intensified, she closed her eyes to sleep. Li Li's animosity towards her was palpable, yet she felt confident in her ability to withstand it. The following day marked the end of the month, a time for performance assessments before the break. This was the most dreaded task for everyone. Li Li, having sustained an injury and lacking the energy to stir trouble, allowed Fu Kuei and others to take over, while he observed closely. Su Qingwan was the prime target for Fu Kuei, and Li Li called forth first. Li Li tilted his head, his body hunched over in pain, yet he pointed a gun at Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan, performance, 0. Li Li's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of light igniting in his murky eyes. How do you wish to die? I can offer you a choice. Unfazed, Su Qingwan replied, brotherly, I have achieved 1 million in performance on the ship. Fukui interjected, nonsense. Who witnessed your achievements on a ship? It doesn't T-count in our district, so it's not yours. Having been humiliated by Su Qingwan in the past, Fu Kuei was determined to seize this opportunity to retaliate. Mr. Zhao acknowledged my performance. Why don't you? Lily scoffed. Mr. Zhao is not here. I am a law here. Take her away and lock her in a dog cage. Immediately, 2 armed bodyguards approached. Restraining Su Qingwan. Lily turned to Yi Sun. Brother, it's not that I refuse you face. It's just that Miss Su has failed to meet her performance. I must be fair to everyone. Yi Sun remained silent, his expression cold. Take her away. Wang Qinxue quickly pleaded, brotherly. Wan has been with you this month. It's understandable she couldn't meet her performance. Please show leniency. Lily beckoned Wang Qinxue over with a crooked finger. She complied, only to receive a slap that knocked her to the ground. A red mark blossomed on her fair complexion, blood trickling from her lip. Su Qingwan instinctively moved towards her, but the guards pressed their guns against her head, deterring her. Yuan, too fearful to intervene, averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. Lily hurled a teacup at Wang Qinxue, exclaiming, You think you can intercede without having completed your own performance? Wang Qinshue struggled to rise, head bowed brotherly. I was wrong. Please forgive me. She did not cry, nor did she protest. Instead, she offered him a beguiling smile. In that moment, Li Li was momentarily captivated. But he quickly turned to Su Qingwan, cursing, "It's all your fault." With that, he seized another teacup to throw at Su Qingwan. She could have easily dodged it, but she knew that if she did not allow Li Li to hit her, he might resort to even more devious tactics. Turning her face, the cup grazed her cheek, splashing tea across her visage and attire. The droplets cascaded down her delicate jawline, trickling onto her collar, exuding a captivating allure. Li Li found himself enraptured, wishing to be that drop of water as it slid down her skin. He even caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance. In an instant, his blood ran hot, and he felt an overwhelming desire. Damn it, you're nothing but a vixen. Take her away. The bodyguards promptly dragged Su Qingwan into a dimly lit room, the only adornment with a low-wattage light bulb hanging from the ceiling, with no windows to let in light. In the center stood an iron cage. The guard shoved Su Qingwan inside and locked the door, watching her like a hawk. This woman is incredibly beautiful, her skin so fair. I'd love to have her just once. They spoke in Burmese, a language Su Qingwan did not understand, yet the malice in their eyes was unmistakable. Sitting within the cage, she smiled at them, her crimson tongue teasing her lips. Boys, care to play? She beckoned, enticingly, though they did not comprehend her words. They understood her invitation. Without hesitation, one approached, eagerly licking her fingers gripping the bars. In that instant, Su Qingwan transformed her hand into a claw, aiming for his eyes. Ah! The guard screamed, stumbling backward. Another bodyguard rushed to assist him, but he was blinded by pain, crying out, "Is my eye still there? Someone check." Tears streamed down his face as he slowly opened his eyes, relieved to find his sight intact. Chuckled mischievously, "What a pity. I ran so fast, but couldn't catch you. Otherwise, your beautiful eyes would be mine." She examined her fingernails, noticing a hint of blood, which only heightened her excitement. She continued to smile at the two men, even tearing open the collar of her shirt, teasingly saying, "Brother, care to join?" Despite her captivating smile and alluring figure, to the two security guards, she appeared as a vengeful spirit. Terrified, they fled with their weapons, while the other two who had not tormented her dared not linger. Leaning against the iron cage, Su Qingwan yawned. "This is dull. When Li Li arrives, I must perform well, and see if he soon still dares to call me weak." Hee. In Chapter 87, The Taste of the Strong, Su Qingwan awaited Li Li's arrival, but grew tired and eventually fell asleep. In her hazy slumber, she heard the sound of a door creaking open. Wan, a familiar voice called. Awakening, she saw Wang Qinshue, her face swollen and her lips cracked. She held out a bowl of water, saying, "You didn't eat dinner last night. Li Go was strict, so I only dared to bring you water. Please drink a little." Glancing towards the door, she seemed cautious, as though fearing the faint footsteps outside might be heard. "Thank you." Su Qingwan reached for the bowl, but was met with Wang Qinshue's evasive gesture. "Is your face all right?" Su Qingwan asked with concern. "It will be fine in a few days, don't worry. Drink all the water." Wang Qinshue replied, lifting the bowl to her own lips and finishing it in one go. Su Qingwan squinted. "I'm still quite hungry. Could you please ask Li Ge for leniency on my behalf? I promise I won't make mistakes again. Just let me out." "All right, if Li Ge comes. Do whatever he says without resisting. It's better than being, well, Wang Qinshue hinted. "I understand. Our lives are cheap. Surviving is what matters. You should leave now to avoid getting caught and dragging me down with you." With that, Wang Qinshue took the empty bowl and exited, listening to the fading footsteps. Su Qingwan anticipated the unfolding drama. Sure enough, after about 10 minutes, heavy footsteps approached slowly. The person limped, indicating an injury. The door creaked open, and Su Qingwan remained still, sensing the figure draw near and stop in front of her cage. The visitor's gaze lingered hungrily over her body, making her feel as though her attire was transparent. "I know you're awake." Li Li's voice was laced with excitement and desire. Su Qingwan blinked a wak, drowsily looking at him. He entered alone, carrying a large bowl of rice topped with vegetables and meat, the aroma tantalizing. Having skipped dinner, Su Qingwan swallowed hard at the sight. Wan, Li Ge has come to see you. You must be hungry," he said, placing the bowl on the ground near the cage. Su Qingwan yawned again, leaning against the cage's edge, responding lethargically. Normally vivacious, even in bed with Yi Sun, she rarely appeared so listless. Yet there was a certain lazy beauty about her. In such a dilapidated setting, the rusted cage and the acrid scent of iron surrounded a breathtaking beauty, fair-skinned and graceful, like a stunning flower blooming in hell, enticing every passing soul. Even knowing she was a deadly blossom, all were drawn to her, risking everything to reach out. Lily relished this sight, but merely gazing left him parched. He licked his lips, inhaling deeply to control his rising bloodlust. Wan, why are you silent? I just woke up. Her voice, soft and delicate, sent shivers down Lily's spine. Then allow me to awaken you. With that, he began to unbuckle his belt. Su Qingwan averted her gaze, refusing to look at his repulsive display. Infuriated, Lily lunged to grab her hair, but she easily evaded him. As he reached into the cage, she seized his wrist, twisting it until he cried out in pain. With a swift motion, she removed the tie he had worn specifically to impress her, binding his dislocated hand to the cage. With her other hand, she grasped his throat and pressed his face against the floor, grinding it into the ground. Lily screamed in agony. Damn it. Let go, you wretched girl. How do you still have strength? He had had Wang Qinxue deliver a bowl of drugged water to her earlier. She should have been a helpless mess, begging him to take her. Why was she so unfazed? Su Qingwan tightened her grip, making it hard for him to breathe. Li Gu, with just a little more pressure, you could die. Her words were as chilling as her actions. Li, unable to comprehend her newfound strength and ferocity, was terrified. If you wish to live, then do as I say, or I may accidentally break your neck. That would be unfortunate. Initially, Li was oblivious to her intentions. But upon seeing the mockery and cruelty in her eyes, he understood. Wan, let Li Gu use his hands, okay? The floor is too hard. Su Qingwan didn't grant him the opportunity to plead further, maintaining her grip on his throat. Desperate, he begged, I'll listen to you, just don't kill me. And so, he reluctantly complied, enduring the humiliation until he could bear it no longer and began to cry. Is that all? Li Gu, you must be strong. A cruel smile curled on her lips. I prefer to see men smile, not cry. Lily managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears, continuing to fulfill her demands until he finally broke down completely. The air was thick with a repugnant odor, and Su Qingwan found it utterly revolting. Releasing his throat, she grasped his chin and dislocated it with a sharp twist. This time, he was rendered speechless, unable to utter a sound. Su Qingwan untied his hands and kicked him out of the cage. As he struggled to rise, his eyes wide with fury, his dislocated jaw left him unable to speak, only able to convey threats through his gaze. He dashed out the door and called for security, intent on exacting vengeance. That wretched girl dared to strike him. He would ensure her demise and desecrate her body. In Chapter 88, Even If You Cry, I Will Not Stop, Lily dialed the security number, shouting into the phone. But forgetting his condition, he could only emit pain sounds. Frustrated, he smashed the phone and prepared to seek help personally when he spotted Wang Qinxue approaching in a silk camisole. The delicate straps barely concealed her figure, exposing her fair shoulders and alluring collarbone. Below, she wore nothing, her curves swaying enticingly as she walked. As she neared, he noticed a sheen of sweat on her skin, her sultry gaze and crimson lips making her appear even more tempting. However, faced with Wang Qinxue's captivating allure, Lily's mind was consumed with thoughts of eliminating Su Qingwan, to cover every inch of her skin with his essence, ensuring that even in death, she carries his scent, unable to escape his grasp in the afterlife. Lily gestured to Wang Qinxue, urging her to summon help. Van Qiangsu mi lid svetlu, li. You don't seem well. What happened to your chin? Perhaps we should let Yi Sun take a look. I've seen him set bones for others. He should be capable. Lily recalled the last time on the ship when Su Qingwan dislocated her chin, and it was indeed Yi Sun who assisted her. He agreed with Wang Qinxue. First, they should fix his chin so he could speak, and then they could deal with Su Qingwan. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yi Sun was nowhere to be found. Lily urged Wang Qinxue to find him quickly. Li Gu, you should lie down and rest. I'll go find someone for you. Wang Qinxue supported Li until he lay down, then swiftly turned and pinned him to the bed. Li was momentarily stunned. Feeling her skin was feverishly warm, and the wild glint in her eyes made him realize the precariousness of the situation. He reached out to strike Wang Qinxue, but one arm was dislocated by Su Qingwan, and the other had been incapacitated by Yi Sun on the ship. Although it was reattached, the injury had not healed, and Wang Qianxue easily seized his wrist. She pinned his hands above his head using their usual handcuffs, securing him against the bed frame, which, though hollow, was solid and unyielding. Li Li's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing, you wretched girl?" His dislocated jaw rendered him unable to speak, leaving him to mumble incoherently. Wang Qianxue proceeded to remove his pants. "Li Go, isn't this what you enjoy doing with me? I'm merely fulfilling your desires now. Get off me." Li emitted a feeble growl. "You're going to die for this." Wang Qianxue mounted him, her eyes glinting with madness. "First survive the night, and then we shall see." She raised her hand and struck his face sharply. "You dare hit me." Before Li could finish, he received several more slaps. Dazed, he saw stars, his ears ringing, and with the pain from his shin, he could no longer cry out. Wang Qianxue was satisfied. "Li Go, be a little compliant. I would want you to die before I've had my fun. After all, I've consumed a large bowl of the medicine you prepared for Wanwan. I'll need to go through it several times. Wouldn't you agree?" Lily looked at Wang Qianxue in disbelief. She understood the question in his eyes and smiled charmingly. "Yes, I drank it. You might think that the medicine leaves you weak and at my mercy, but I've gained immense strength." Lily nodded, realizing he had been deceived by the medicine seller. Indeed, there were no good people in Northern Myanmar, just swindlers. Wang Qianxue, contemplating, decided to explain in a way he would understand. Wanwan said every drug reacts differently in people. For instance, some get drunk and can't move, while others become violent or forget everything. "I believe I belong to the second category." Her smile was enchanting, yet in Li Li's eyes, she resembled a vengeful spirit. Wang Qianxue slapped him again. "They say there is no land that can't be cultivated, only oxen that tire to death. I want to test whether that saying holds true. The long night has begun, and no matter how you plead, I want to stop." At first, Li could manage, but soon he could no longer withstand it, desperately struggling and shouting. The handcuffs dug deeply into his flesh, drawing blood, yet Wang Qianxue did not relent. She drove her long nails into the wound, her eyes filled with madness. "Li Go, you're bleeding. Are you still a virgin?" On her first day in Northern Myanmar, Li had assaulted Wang Qianxue, who had resisted fiercely, bleeding profusely. At that time, Li had been exhilarated, uttering the very same words. Hours later, Li could no longer continue. Wang Qianxue brought forth water she had prepared earlier, prying his mouth open and pouring it in. In the adjacent room, Su Qingwan had struck Li and was ready for him to seek retribution. The door creaked open and bright light flooded in. She squinted, recognizing the tall figure standing at the entrance. Clad in black, the figure radiated an aura of elegance. Su Qingwan's lips curled into a slight smile. "You're here." Yi Sun approached the cage, crouching down with a smile. "Are you afraid of the dark?" "Not at all. I wouldn't mind being locked up for a lifetime." The darkest period of Su Qingwan's life had passed, and she now feared nothing. With a resilient and powerful heart, she felt invincible. Yi Sun reached into the cage, tousling her silky hair, which felt soft and sensuous to him. He took his time, not rushing to unlock the cage, but instead loosening his shirt buttons, revealing his sculpted collarbone and chest. His hand traced down her neck, his long, elegant fingers moving in a manner that was profoundly alluring. Just watching his hands made Su Qingwan recall his previous actions on her, causing her body to soften. Leaning against the cage, she licked her lips and instinctively reached out to touch his abs, which were firm and well-defined. The warm, smooth skin seemed to respond to her touch, lightly pulsating. The contact sent a jolt through her, electrifying her senses. She involuntarily sighed. Yi Sun's eyes gleamed with desire as he unlocked the cage, stepping inside and capturing her lips with a fervent kiss, arrogant, urgent, and possessive, until she could barely breathe. Inside the cage, there was yet much to explore, promising excitement. His hand rested on her slender waist, clearly feeling her shiver at his words. Chapter 89. The Man's Waist, a Deadly Blade. Yi Sun chuckled lightly. "I missed you. I thought you missed me too." I assumed it was Mr. Yi who was eager and thus entered. Su Qingwan leaned against him, her fingers playfully tracing circles on his chest. Yi Sun seized her hand, drawing her tightly into his embrace, his grip firm as if he intended to meld her into him. "I missed you." Yi Sun kissed her doe-like eyes. "Will you give yourself to me?" Su Qingwan pretended to ponder. "Let us see how you perform. If I'm not satisfied, I might just kick you away. Put pressure on me." Yi Sun pinned her down inside the cage. Then I shall perform well. I'm satisfied. That will suffice. But I am not. Yi Sun, with exceptional stamina, demonstrated the prowess of his waist. The phrase, a man's waist, is a deadly blade, surely originated from someone with first-hand experience. Su Qingwan mused that it was a rather apt conclusion. Once it was over, she felt utterly exhausted and drowsy. Yi Sun held her in his arms, and when she awoke, she discovered they were still inside the cage. The cramped space made it difficult to stretch her limbs. Upon awakening, she felt tingling in her legs. Yi Sun, tall and long-limbed, must have been even more uncomfortable. You're awake. Su Qingwan climbed out of his embrace, yawning. How long did I sleep? About 6 hours. Why didn't you wake me? Su Qingwan felt rejuvenated after her slumber. You were tired. I wanted you to rest. Yi Sun pushed open the cage, turning back to extend his hand to her. Su Qingwan grasped his hand and emerged from the cage. How could I sleep well in such a cramped space? Yi Sun's nimble fingers mischievously brushed against her palm, sending a shiver through her. Mr. Yi, you're being inappropriate. She chuckled, feeling as though she had led him astray. As Night Sun lowered his head and smiled, he asked if she preferred seriousness. As long as it's you. I like everything. Su Qingwan generously expressed her affection. They lived each day as if it were their last, embracing joy in life. Night Sun playfully tousled her dark hair, a reward of sorts, and took her out. Has Li Li agreed to let me out? Su Qingwan worried about implicating Night Sun. No. Then I might as well stay locked up. Actually, I'm quite comfortable in here. Good friends bring me water, I can entertain the security guards, and most importantly, a handsome man brings me food. Such a heavenly existence. Night Sun glanced back at her with a smile, saying nothing as their fingers intertwined. At that moment, the door to the room on the 5th floor swung open violently, crashing against the wall with a metallic clang that drew everyone's attention. It was the last day of the month, a holiday, and everyone was downstairs playing cards, chatting, eating. Many were sleeping in, creating a relatively quiet atmosphere, which made Wang Qinshue's entrance particularly loud. She appeared disheveled, wearing a champagne-colored silk dress with a broken strap, panic etched on her face. Something terrible has happened. Li Ge has suffered a stroke. He is fading fast. What should we do? Silence enveloped the crowd. Some wore expressions of schadenfreude, while others scoffed, various emotions flickering across their faces. Ultimately, it was Night Sun who spoke first. Let's go have a look. All right. Su Qingwan smiled alluringly, implying that Night Sun had a significant surprise waiting for her. Upon returning to the room, they found Li Li lying on the bed, frothing at the mouth. Eyes rolled back, his body convulsing. He lay uncovered, exposed to their gazes. Others rushed in, forming a line to observe, and a few knowledgeable individuals noted. He must have overdosed on medication. History tells us of Liu Ao, who perished from excessive drug use. Wang Qinshuo was in tears. What should we do now? Should we try to block it? I think we should press his pressure point to wake him up. Or perhaps douse him with cold water to stimulate him. It might just work. His veins are bulging. I believe he needs to be bled. In the compound, aside from a few loyal followers of Li Li, everyone else wished for his demise. Wang Qinshuo wept uncontrollably. Li Ge, please don't die. If you do, what will I do? I rely on you to survive. She collapsed onto the bed, desperately shaking his body, her hand hidden from view, squeezing him fiercely. Her long nails drew blood, yet she did not relent. Her cries were heart-wrenching, more profound than any widow's grief. Perhaps we should heed everyone's advice. Let's treat this dead horse as a live one and brainstorm solutions together. Thus, both the knowledgeable and the unknowledgeable in the compound gathered, taking turns to diagnose Li Li, who finally ceased convulsing. He lay there, pallid and motionless like a corpse. Wang Qinshuo declared, Li Ge needs to rest. Given his convulsions, he might injure himself when he wakes. We should place him in the small iron cage room where Su Qingwan was confined before. This way, he cannot harm himself and can recuperate in peace. Fu Kuei and the others, sensing that Li Li was unlikely to survive, felt no need to offend everyone in the compound for someone on the brink of death. There were no objections, and Li Li was carried into the room that housed Su Qingwan. It had no windows, and the only furniture was an iron cage and a dim light bulb. Li Li awakened 6 hours later. Wang Qinshuo had been caring for him, and upon his awakening, he called for Su Qingwan and Night Sun. Seeing Night Sun was like spotting a savior. He desperately rolled his eyes, pleading for assistance. Night Sun stood beside Su Qingwan, his gaze fixed on her, dismissing Li Li entirely. With a dislocated jaw, Li, battered and bruised, could not utter a word. Wang Qinshua pinched him, and though he glared at her in pain, he made no attempt to evade. Su Qingwan observed closely and concluded, Qinshua, I believe Li Gu is paralyzed from the waist down. Wang Qinshua chuckled. Yes, I noticed at the moment he woke up. Li Gu, don't be afraid. I'll take good care of you. Li shook his head, straining to reach for Night's Son. Though he was so near, he could not grasp his clothing. Helpless, he continued to reach out, his eyes filled with resentment towards Night's Son. Su Qingwan crouched down, smiling at Li. Li Gu, Night's Son is kind-hearted. He cannot bear to see you in such misery. So please, do not trouble him any further. If you cause him distress, it pains me. And if I'm not at ease, you won't be either. Seeing the despair in Li's eyes brought Su Qingwan immense satisfaction. It felt akin to the moment they had buried her alive, pouring snakes over her, relishing her breakdown and desperate cries. What a delightful sensation. Chapter 90. What to do about being pregnant after speaking. Su Qingwan stepped on Li's outstretched arm, applying pressure. Li writhed in agony, yet paralyzed. He could only contort his face and stare wide-eyed at Su Qingwan. She released her foot, feigning innocence. Oh dear, I didn't mean to step on you. Wang Qinshua interjected, Wan, you and Mr. Knight should leave. I'll take care of Li Gu. All right. Su Qingwan stood, waved at Li. Take care of yourself. Li. She intertwined her arm with Night Sun's as they exited. Just as the door was closing, they heard Li's muffled cries. Su Qingwan found that sound delightful. With Li ill, Fu Kuei was the most animated. While dining in the cafeteria, she overheard Fu Kuei exclaim, Li Gu is not going to make it. I've been here long enough and have the highest performance. I alone earned 20 million last year, so surely I will be promoted to head of our compound. Others nodded in agreement, flattering him. Fu Gu, we will follow you from now on. After all these years of camaraderie, please take care of us. Of course, I will look after those who treated me well. As for those who opposed me, I wish for them to meet a grim fate. Fu Kuei cast a glance at his own lower half, vowing not to rest until he avenged his lineage. Su Qingwan, having overheard this conversation, realized Fu Kuei was subtly mocking her. She offered him no attention, turning to gather her meal. Noticing Li was ill, the food served was particularly sumptuous, 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and a soup. Remarkably, the egg and seaweed soup contained both eggs and seaweed. As she carried her tray, the attendant handed her the largest, ripest apple she had ever received. She bit into it, the crunch echoing, and it was indeed sweet. Turning to glance at Night's Son, she noticed he never partook of fruit, prompting her to tease, Mr. Knight, are you this frugal? Does your wife know? Night's Son smiled, what do you think? Su Qingwan chuckled softly, feeling quite pleased. As they sat down to eat, she cut the apple with a spoon, sharing half with Night's Son. She could not fathom why he was so frugal. Perhaps he was saving money for her. Since being with Night's Son, he had covered all her meal expenses. She almost forgot that on the day Yumarin arrived, after their quarrel, Night's Son hadn't paid for her meal. Yuan also joined them for lunch. Dissatisfied with the meat-heavy meal, discarding all the meat into Su Qingwan's bowl. What is today? The kitchen prepared so much meat. Su Qingwan mused that many wished for Li's demise, each celebrating in their own way. Yet, even if Li were to perish, they would remain trapped in Myanmar. Firstly, the security personnel here were actually sent by higher authorities. To put it nicely, they assisted Li in managing the unruly. To put it bluntly, they were there to monitor him. The security guards were locals, and if they attempted to escape and were captured, they would be sold off without hesitation. Chinese individuals in Myanmar were akin to walking banks. Capture one, and they could fetch 300,000 with ease. You may escape the confines of the compound, yet you cannot elude the grasp of the Burmese. Should you manage to break free from their clutches, lacking a passport and funds, you would find yourself unable to purchase a ticket, destined to live a life of begging. A beggar inevitably falls prey to the Burmese. In essence, escape is an unattainable dream. Those present exhibit no inclination to flee, fully aware that venturing outside would lead to a far grimmer fate. Su Qingwan, si ping soup, lamented. I realize now how foolish I was upon my arrival. Yuan, abstaining from meat and left without vegetables, resorted to soaking her rice in soup, consuming it all in one go. One must harbor dreams. With dreams, one must pursue them. Yi Sun offered a chicken leg to Su Qingwan, who savored 3 of them, reciprocating by sharing her vegetables with Yuan Yuan and Yi Sun. Yuan Yuan, what did you stop eating meat? Su Qingwan inquired, having not dined with her friend for some time and unaware of her dietary change. I overindulged in sausages last night. Now, the sight of meat makes me nauseous. Yuan Yuan replied, frowning and covering her mouth as she rushed away. Su Qingwan gazed at Yuan Yuan's retreating figure, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Could it be that Yuan Yuan was pregnant? To conceive in this hellish place could cost one their life. Setting aside the question of whether the child could survive birth, how would they manage afterward? The only path ahead seemed to lead to death. With a shiver, Su Qingwan turned to Yi Sun and declared, Mr. Yi, we must cease our activities henceforth. Understood, Yi Sun replied, not probing for reasons, finishing his meal without leaving a grain of rice. The discipline instilled by military training was truly commendable. That night, Su Qingwan and Yi Sun practiced combat on the rooftop, though she was not yet his equal. Her quick reflexes and determined spirit drove her to push herself until her fingers could move no more. Lying on the ground, she gazed at the luminous moon. In the mountains devoid of the city's neon lights, the moonlight shone particularly bright. It cast a cold, white glow upon Su Qingwan's already pale complexion, rendering her eyes as clear as an untouched maideness. Her lips, slightly parted, drew breath, their color alluring and voice enchanting. The rhythmic rise and fall of her bosom, a testament to her sensuality, captivated Yi Sun as he leaned down to kiss her warmly. Su Qingwan tilted her chin, responding to his kiss. Their bodies had entwined countless times, a perfect harmony of understanding each other's vulnerabilities, igniting a fervent passion. At a pivotal moment, Yi Sun halted, his gaze filled with an insatiable longing. Their fervent eyes locked in the air, their chaotic breaths intertwining. Unable to resist the pull of his gaze, Su Qingwan leaned in, wrapping her arms around his waist, showering kisses upon his chest. Yi Sun drew in a sharp breath, his muscles taut, brimming with the strength to break her waist. I might become pregnant, she mused, a thought that had never crossed her mind until Yuan Yuan's mention. Yi Sun descended to seal her lips with a kiss that nearly left her breathless, collapsing against her. You are truly risking my life, he murmured. Su Qingwan, too, was not unaffected, yet the distinction between humans and animals lies in reason. They were both exceedingly rational individuals. That night, Yi Sun kissed every inch of her body, yet refrained from crossing certain boundaries. Su Qingwan found herself longing for his surrender, as such moments were undeniably pleasurable. However, Yi Sun was too rational, exhibiting remarkable self-control over his desires, resolutely adhering to his principles. The winter of Northern Myanmar was unyieldingly cold. Concerned about succumbing to illness, Su Qingwan decided to return and rest. Yi Sun led the way, with her following closely behind. The staircase, though merely a few steps, was littered with obstacles and traps he had strategically placed. Any disturbance would sound an alarm, alerting them to potential intruders. If anyone ascended prematurely, the traps would shift, revealing their presence. Initially, Su Qingwan often stumbled into these snares, but now she skillfully evaded them with ease. Yuan Yuan awaited them at their door, appearing to have been there for some time. Su Qingwan exchanged a glance with Yi Sun, signaling him to rest first. Yuan Yuan pulled Su Qingwan aside, asking, what would you do if you found yourself pregnant? Without hesitation, Su Qingwan replied, I would terminate it. Yuan Yuan chuckled, what a coincidence. That was precisely my intention. How long have you known? Su Qingwan's demeanor shifted, concern etched on her face. Perhaps a month or so, Yuan Yuan replied with a wry smile. Even if it means death, I refuse to bring a wretched child into this world. Her words were resolute, as she emphasized the urgency of finding a way to the hospital. Yuan Yuan's greatest fear was that they could not rely on Li Li any longer. They would have to devise a plan once the newly appointed leader arrived, which hopefully would not take too long. Su Qingwan understood the necessity of acting swiftly. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk to the mother's health. As Yuan Yuan departed, her silhouette appeared desolate and helpless in the darkness. Yuan Yuan, Su Qingwan called out, concern lingering in her voice. Yuan Yuan turned back. What is it? As long as we live, there is hope. Su Qingwan worried for a friend's state of mind. Anyone faced with the prospect of bearing a child conceived in such dire circumstances would struggle to accept it. I shall not perish. Those vile beings have yet to meet their demise. So how can I succumb first? Yuan Yuan declared, resolutely leaving. Su Qingwan noticed the glimmer of tears as she turned away. Leaning against the railing, she looked up at the desolate prison shrouded in darkness. The stagnant air was heavy with the scent of heavy metals, an odor that was impossible to acclimate to, no matter how long one remained. At that moment, she suddenly comprehended Yi Sun's perspective. She wished for all her compatriots to remain vigilant, to refrain from venturing to Northern Myanmar. She understood that while such aspirations were noble, reality was often brutal. The only means to alter this fate was to eradicate the entirety of the Northern Myanmar compound. Su Qingwan recalled the arduous journey Yi Sun undertook, sacrificing several lives to acquire the USB drive, only to have it discarded into the sea. Everything would have to begin anew. To be an undercover agent without a strong conviction was to court failure. From this moment forth, she resolved to join Yi Sun in dismantling every compound in Northern Myanmar. Upon making this decision, a sense of liberation washed over her. She returned to her dormitory, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the sight of Li Li's empty bed. Wang Qinshue had resumed her place on the upper bunk, sleeping soundly, a faint smile gracing her lips, indicating her good spirits. Yi Sun, too, was asleep, his breath steady. Su Qingwan observed him for a moment, grasping the railing of the upper bunk with one hand while placing a foot on the ladder. With a graceful leap, she ascended to her bed, the movement fluid and effortless. As she lay down, she managed to do so quietly, ensuring she did not disturb anyone. Su Qingwan felt a profound satisfaction with her current state. Love has always been a matter of balance. If one cannot keep pace with their partner, they risk being cast aside. Even if not abandoned, the weaker party remains without standing. Su Qingwan had always understood this principle, which is why she had devoted herself to her career during her years with Li Jingtian. She was acutely aware that the only reliable support one could have was oneself. Had she not built a solid foundation over the past decade, establishing a significant presence within Dongxing Group, she would have long been discarded by Li Jingtian. Su Qingwan was a person with clear preferences. She demanded that those she loved reciprocate fully. Regardless of right or wrong, their allegiance must lie with her. Should they fail to meet this expectation, she would not hesitate to replace them. For many years, Li Jingtian had fulfilled this role admirably, until Su Lin's arrival disrupted the equilibrium, catching her off guard. Otherwise, how could she have fallen victim to such treachery? As she contemplated her grievances, a wicked smile crept across her lips. Upon her return, how would she deal with those two? Stripping them of their skin and sinew would scarcely suffice to sate her thirst for vengeance. Reflecting on her past, when she had implored Li Jingtian to take her away, she realized there had been reasons for his reluctance. They understood each other too well. Should he bring her back, both he and Su Lin would suffer immensely. You overthink excessively. It's not conducive to sleep. Yi Sun's voice suddenly pierced the stillness from the lower bunk. I am asleep, she retorted. Was he like a tapeworm residing in her mind? She had not realized he could discern her thoughts while she lay awake. He was truly formidable, and she was grateful he was not her adversary. Li remained incapacitated, while Wang Qinshue visited him several times daily, never bringing food. In the end, Fu Kuei and his companions could no longer bear to watch and brought food to Li. His jaw had dislocated and remained untreated, rendering him unable to open his mouth. They pried his jaws apart and forcefully fed him. After a few days, Wang Qinshue had stopped visiting that small room, and Fu Kuei and his friends followed suit. Su Qingwan decided to check on the situation. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with a nauseating stench. Holding her breath, she approached and saw Li lying in a cage, his clothes unchanged since no one had provided him with any. His body was bruised and battered, covered in wounds. He had lost control of his bodily functions, and filth surrounded him. Su Qingwan felt a wave of revulsion rising within her. Perhaps sensing her presence, Li opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Su Qingwan, his murky gaze turned pleading. He uttered indistinct sounds. Wan, I am hungry, I am so filthy, please help me. Brother Li, this is Northern Myanmar. No one can help you here. Su Qingwan believed he would not survive more than 3 days without food. I do not wish to die. I have a wife, children, and an elderly mother waiting for me. I have earned a great deal of money and was looking forward to retiring in comfort. Please help me by calling Mr. Klaus to take me back. As he spoke passionately, tears streamed down his face. I know you are the kindest. You are different from them. You will help me, right? Su Qingwan scoffed, brotherly. The kind and gentle Su Qingwan you knew has perished, crushed by your torment. The figure before you now is a vengeful spirit. Do not say that. In my heart, you are more noble than the celestial maidens. You cannot bear to see my son grow up without a father. You are the fiancé of Mr. Li, and with a single call, he will come for you. I beg you to help me. I will give you all my money. Li Li's face twisted in anguish, resembling a wretched ghost from the underworld. Brotherly seems to have forgotten that what I lack the least is money. Remember that cruise we took? It is under my name. Do you think the meager earnings you accumulated would cover even a fraction of its maintenance? Su Qingwan looked down at Li Li with a clarity in her gaze that was akin to observing a rat in a gutter. In her pristine eyes, the world appeared utterly filthy. For the first time, Li Li felt her distance from him. What must I do for you to save me? How about you bark like a dog for me? Su Qingwan suspected he could not manage it at the moment. She then bent down and snapped his jaw back into place. Li Li screamed in pain, tears streaming down his face. All right, my jaw is fixed. I can eat now. I will not starve to death. Woof, woof, woof. Wan Wan, am I barking correctly? Woof, woof, woof. Su Qingwan chuckled, her shoulders shaking with laughter. Not bad. Woof, woof, woof. Will you help me then? I beg you, I do not want to die in Northern Myanmar. Li Li pressed his face against the bottom of the cage, adopting a posture of submission like a dog before its master. Wan Wan, my master, I will obey you in everything from now on. I will serve you for life, and my son will serve you too. Woof. Su Qingwan laughed heartily, her shoulders trembling, unable to contain her amusement at Li Li's unexpected skill. The room reeked too much, and the man was too repugnant. Staying even a minute longer would make her retch. As she turned to leave, Li Li panicked. Wan Wan, do not go. You have yet to tell me how you will help me leave. Su Qingwan glanced back, her smile radiant. Brotherly, this is Northern Myanmar. No one can leave. If I had the means, I would have left already. I was hoping you would take me with you. Perhaps you could speak to those in charge and ask them to release us. I would definitely take you home. Li Li's face contorted in anger, his teeth grinding audibly. He had already asked Fu Kuei to make a call, but no one on the other end was responding. Wan Wan, I do not seek to return. I only ask for a morsel of food. I have gone without food and water for a day. I cannot endure any longer. Please help me. Brother Li, you are a man. Do not be so weak. When you drugged me and locked me with a pack of dogs for 7 days without food, I survived. You could do it too. Su Qingwan's nose was overwhelmed by the stench, and she had no desire to witness his pitiful state any longer. She opened the door and ran out. Upon exiting, she collided with Fu Kuei, who appeared to have been waiting for her. Fujie, Su Qingwan greeted politely. Fu Kui, with a face resembling a rat's, stepped forward menacingly, cornering Su Qingwan against the wall. Mr. Klaus just called. He will arrive tonight to announce that I am the head of the park. You have made me suffer. How will you make amends? Su Qingwan glanced down and feigned pity. Is it really useless? Have you tried? Fu Kuei's face turned ashen. There has been no response every morning. Do I need to try again? Unable to contain herself, Su Qingwan burst into laughter. Do you dare to mock me? Fu Kuei swung a fist at her face. She dodged, and his punch collided with the metal wall, causing him to howl in pain, jumping around as he clutched his hand. It was evident he had exerted his full strength in that blow. Fugo, are you all right? Should I take a look? Fu Kuei, still writhing in pain, glared at her, his expression twisted for a while until he regained composure. You wretched woman, after tonight, I will have you and Yi Sun chopped up and fed to the dogs. He was not yet the park's head, unable to summon security or overpower Yi Sun, leaving him powerless against Su Qingwan. Su Qingwan, in a surprisingly good-natured manner, replied, Fugu, do not be angry. We will discuss the matters after tonight tomorrow. She flashed him an innocent smile and turned to leave. Upon returning, she found Yi Sun reading in their room, while Wang Qinxue was applying a facial mask. Upon seeing Su Qingwan, Wang Qinxue rushed over. So, how did it go? Is he dead? No, human vitality is quite resilient. It is not so easy to perish. Wang Qinxue's expression turned cold. A curse for 1,000 years. Su Qingwan sat beside Yi Sun's bed and recounted. Fu Kuei just told me that Klaus is coming tonight to announce the new head of the park. Something feels off. Wang Qinxue inquired, what feels off? Klaus is responsible for one of the park's areas and could appoint the next head with a single phone call. He does not need to personally come to this desolate place. Wang Qinxue shook her head, still confused, and turned to the cleverest among them. Yi Sun, what do you think? We will see tonight. Yi Sun resumed reading his book. Wang Qinxue shook Su Qingwan's arm. Wan Wan, look at him. He is ignoring us. Su Qingwan smiled silently. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Su Qingwan sprang up and hurried out to investigate. Yuan lay on the restaurant floor, and Zhang Chong rushed down, scooping her into his arms. Yuan, damn it, I was just saying a few words to you. Why did you run? Why did you not just fall to your death? Su Qingwan and Wang Qinxue exchanged glances and hurried downstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, they saw Yuan pushing Zhang Chong away. I am pregnant. Do you still want to do that? Are you trying to kill me? Zhang Chong grinned wickedly. Is it just a child? My mom said when she was pregnant with me. She nearly gave birth at 7 months, but stopped due to unbearable pain. Why are you being so dramatic? Zhang Chong reached out again to embrace Yuan. If you dare to resist again, I will do it right here in front of everyone. You should find it even more exciting. Yuan, furiously speechless, was picked up by Zhang Chong, who turned to go upstairs, only to find Su Qingwan and Wang Qinxue standing at the staircase. Zhang Chong grinned. Are you two going to meddle? Su Qingwan pulled Wang Qinxue aside, offering no response. Zhang Chong stood before Su Qingwan, his gaze hungrily fixed on her unparalleled beauty. Her gaze fell upon her chest, so beautifully curved, exuding an enchanting sensuality reminiscent of a fairy. Previously, Su Qingwan had donned loose casual attire, making it challenging to discern such a figure. It was he who first recognized Su Qingwan's beauty, having encountered her before. How fortunate Night Sun was to seize the opportunity. Su Qingwan, should you wish to meddle, I grant you permission. I shall release her now, and you shall take her place. I vow that henceforth, you shall be the sole woman in my life. Su Qingwan regarded Zhang Chong with icy indifference. Are you not satisfied even now that she is pregnant? Even beasts do not violate a pregnant female. The disdain and contempt in her eyes provoked Zhang Chong. He released Yuan, shooting a fierce glare at Su Qingwan. I'm no beast. He spat, storming away. Yuan stumbled and nearly fell to the ground. Su Qingwan and Wang Qinxue rushed to support her. Yuan, are you all right? Yuan sat on the stairs, dazed. Shaking her head, blood trickled down her face from a cut. I fell from the 3rd floor. Why is the child still safe? She struck her abdomen fiercely. The child remained unresponsive within her. Su Qingwan was at a loss for words. A healthy woman finds it exceedingly difficult to miscarry after becoming pregnant. Otherwise, hospitals would not witness so many surgical procedures annually, though there are instances in novels where a mere touch leads to miscarriage. Such cases are exceptional and do not apply to Yuan. Su Qingwan sat beside Yuan on the stairs, enveloping her in an embrace. Yuan wept in her arms. If this child survives, I will end my own life. Su Qingwan gazed at the dimly lit ceiling, her heart aching to the point of difficulty in breathing. In this place, finding a secluded spot for intimacy was a challenge, devoid of any privacy. Life here was worse than that of a dog. Helpless to manage her own affairs, how could she assist another? She was incapable of helping Yuan. They could not even exit the confines of the compound. Everyone was powerless. Chapter 93. Night Sun met his demise days later as night fell. The monthly day of rest that was meant for revelry was marked by an unusual silence throughout the compound. The air was thick with despair and an ominous uncertainty about the future. That evening, a torrential downpour lasted for an hour. By the time Klaus arrived, it was well past midnight. Everyone was awake, gathered on the 1st floor in anticipation. Klaus entered, emanating a chilling aura, flanked by his capable aide Mark and a cadre of bodyguards. The bodyguards were heavily armed and imposing, several of them being foreigners. Unfazed by the cold, they donned military vests, their muscular arms exposed, adorned with tattoos of soaring eagles. Upon observing their formidable appearance, Su Qingwan immediately recognized the insignia of a renowned mercenary team from a certain nation. Klaus, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, his blonde hair slicked back with gel, possessed eyes more dazzling than sapphires, and he smiled. On a rainy night, the mountain paths are treacherous. I apologize for being late. Klaus exuded an air of sophistication, embodying the demeanor of a European gentleman. No one spoke. They stood in unison, fixated on him. Some regarded the new regional leader with curiosity, while others felt awe and trepidation, particularly those standing behind Klaus, whose predatory gazes radiated lethal intensity. Their mere presence exuded an intimidating aura, evoking fear in all. Klaus removed his gloves and exchanged his mud-caked shoes for a clean pair, traversing the crowd as all eyes followed his movements. Standing on the staircase, he addressed the assembly. "Greetings, everyone. I am Klaus, your new leader. I look forward to your guidance." In an instant, expressions of surprise and astonishment flitted across the faces of the crowd. A regional leader choosing to oversee a compound in such a remote area was indeed perplexing, given the inconvenient transportation and scarce resources. A shared thought lingered among them. What had transpired? Klaus smiled disarmingly. "We Westerners possess straightforward minds, devoid of the convolutions characteristic of your Eastern ways. My goal is clear. We aim to achieve a revenue of 500 million this year. I will lead you out of the mountains and into the city for work. If we meet our targets, I shall share a bed with you. If not, I will ask you to entertain my subordinates." Upon concluding his statement, he made a gesture of prayer, executed with greater finesse than Li, a testament to his devout upbringing. "May God bless our success. God loves all." The entourage he brought with him joined in the prayer. After the ritual concluded, Klaus's piercing gaze scanned the crowd, landing on Wang Qinshua. Then shifting to Su Qingwan beside her, he pointed at her, "Step forward." Su Qingwan emerged from the throng, nodding to Klaus. "Sir, please show me around the compound." "Certainly, sir." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Qingwan guided Klaus through the premises, explaining the regulations in place. Klaus remarked, "Given the harsh conditions, it is impractical for each of us to occupy separate rooms. Thus, I shall take Li's former quarters." Su Qingwan felt a profound reluctance. Klaus was far more astute than Li. His presence would undoubtedly complicate their lives further. "Very well, sir." She led Klaus to their room, introducing him to the other occupants. Given Klaus's prior relationship with Wang Qinshua, it was not unexpected for him to move in. Once the arrangements were made, Klaus wished to venture outside for further inquiries. As the rain continued to fall, Klaus held an umbrella, graciously shielding Su Qingwan from the downpour. In the courtyard, beneath a solitary bulb, Su Qingwan's serene countenance shone, her features delicate and her lips a striking red, an ethereal beauty. When an entity achieves perfection, it becomes invincible. Her exquisite beauty struck Klaus like a dagger to the heart. In the twilight, Klaus's sapphire eyes glimmered with a cold light, akin to a predator fixating on its prey, sending a shiver down Su Qingwan's spine. Klaus passed the umbrella to Mark, shedding his coat and draping it over Su Qingwan. "My apologies. I hadn't noticed you were underdressed." The scent of his cologne was overpowering, and Su Qingwan found it unappealing. "Thank you, but I must decline." Klaus and Su Qingwan locked eyes amidst the rain. His gaze held a warmth capable of melting glaciers. "Miss Su, you are more beautiful than any princess in a fairy tale. I find myself quite enamored." He took her hand, bending to kiss her knuckles. "Consider my proposal. Become my princess, and I shall remain your knight, protecting you for eternity." Su Qingwan smiled gracefully. "I'm afraid I already have a knight. I cannot entertain others." In that moment, Klaus's grip on her hand faltered, yet his smile remained unaltered. "No matter. He will soon meet his demise. At that time, you may reconsider, my beloved princess." He released her hand and continued his inspection. Unperturbed, Su Qingwan patiently guided him through the compound. Upon returning indoors, everyone remained gathered on the first floor, awaiting Klaus's directives. Klaus, in full view of the assembly, approached Knight's son. "Mr. Knight, I understand you were once Li's bodyguard. Are you not tasked with achieving results?" "Indeed," Knight's son replied, maintaining an air of composure. "Such a pity. I have no need for a bodyguard. It appears Mr. Knight will have to work diligently to achieve results from now on." Klaus addressed him with the politeness of a superior issuing orders to subordinates. "Understood," Knight's son responded succinctly. Klaus glanced at his watch, frowning slightly. "It is already 11 o'clock. I apologize for delaying your rest. Please retire for the night." None dared to move. Klaus turned to Su Qingwan, smiling. "I shall await your return to my room. Do come back soon, my beautiful princess." With that, he ascended the stairs, his movements graceful and captivating. Su Qingwan stole a glance at Knight's son, who bore an unruffled smile in her direction. "I am now a princess, so be cautious with me in the future." "Ye wunst tut before Su Qingwan," taking her hand and pressing a gentle kiss upon the back of it. His warm lips lingered against her skin as he spoke. "Beautiful princess, I willingly pledge to serve you faithfully for a lifetime." As he spoke, his lips moved in a manner akin to a kiss, causing Su Qingwan's hand to tingle. She shivered slightly, wanting to retract her hand, but he grasped it even tighter. Raising his head, Yi Sun smiled at her. Go back to sleep. Tomorrow, we are to achieve great things together. I hope for your guidance. Then first call me teacher so I know I'm not giving my lessons for free. Teacher Su. Yewun, complexities. Su Qingwan chuckled, her shoulders shaking with mirth. Klaus just warned me that you might die in a few days, so be careful. Yi Sun merely tightened his grasp on her hand, leading her upstairs. If I were to die, he cradled her in his arms, leaning down to whisper in her ear, you must carry my last wish and seek out Zhao Yao in District 2. He possesses the highest secrets. Su Qingwan had initially taken the joke lightly, not truly believing Klaus's words. Hearing Yi Sun articulate, it made her heart sink. Will you really die? Of course. No one can escape death. Yi Sun continued ascending the stairs, not glancing back. You know what I mean. Su Qingwan gripped his hand tightly. In her eyes, Yi Sun was invincible, wise, calm, and impeccable in every regard. She had never entertained a thought of Yi Sun dying or leaving her. Upon reaching the 5th floor, Yi Sun halted, leaning against the railing, his gaze piercing as it met hers. Wan, you must grow accustomed to the inevitability of life and death. Do not invest too deeply in anyone or anything. After speaking, he embraced her, kissing the corner of her mouth before retreating into the room. Su Qingwan gazed at the ceiling, her eyes stinging. It felt as if a heavy stone weighed upon her heart, making it difficult to breathe. She suddenly understood Yi Sun's reason for speaking of love lightly, avoiding deeper emotions. Maintaining the status quo sufficed. Having a bicycle was preferable to yearning for a Ferrari. Stealing her emotions, she entered the room to fetch clothes for a shower, noticing Yi Sun and Klaus engaged in a fierce game of chess. Su Qingwan approached Yi Sun from behind, catching a glimpse of the intense match. Miss Su, Klaus remarked, Mr. Yi and I have an agreement. If he loses, you must sleep in the upper bunk. In this house, the one who slept in the upper bunk belonged to the victor. Su Qingwan smiled gracefully. Oh, is that so? Klaus glanced at the chessboard and proposed, why not assist Mr. Yi? I wouldn't mind if you both shared the upper bunk. His confidence shone through. He believed that defeating Yi Sun would win Su Qingwan's complete admiration. Silence is a virtue in observing chess, as per our Chinese traditions. Su Qingwan leaned down to kiss Yi Sun's lips, encouraging him. Mr. Yi, do your best. I'm off to shower. She gathered her clean clothes, nodded slightly at Klaus, and turned to leave. Klaus commented, Miss Su is truly enchanting. She resembles a blood-red rose, proud and dangerous, yet irresistibly alluring. Yi Sun remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Mr. Yi, it seems Miss Su is indifferent to whether you win or lose. Su Qingwan exited with purposeful steps, her lips curving into a stunning smile. Klaus clearly had not studied the art of war. Even if he had, he would not comprehend it. While it appeared that Yi Sun was losing ground, his pieces had encircled Klaus's, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Upon her return from a shower, it came as no surprise that Klaus had lost. He scrutinized the chessboard for a considerable time before declaring, Mr. Yi, let us play a game daily from now on. The victor shall have Miss Su's company. Sir, Miss Su is an independent individual. She is neither an object nor a commodity. No one can dictate her actions. Only she can do that. I have treated her with the utmost respect, which is evidently something Mr. Klaus does not understand. These words left Klaus momentarily speechless, the facade of the hypocritical gentleman crumbling. Su Qingwan internal uploaded Yewun. After a brief silence, Klaus relented, Miss Su, I truly respect women. From now on, I shall formally pursue you. I have no fondness for foreigners. Su Qingwan replied without hesitation. I will make you change your mind. Klaus asserted confidently. Su Qingwan laughed. Then good luck with that. Wang Qinxue returned, pushing the door open to find the three engaged in lively conversation. Hello, everyone. Yuan is pregnant, and I would like to move into her room to care for her for a few days. Is that all right? This excuse was hardly believable. Yet she presented it, clearly wishing to avoid sharing a bed with Klaus again. Having finally escaped Li's grasp, there was no way she would fall into another trap. I have no objections, Su Qingwan said hastily. I defer to Wan's wishes, Yi Sun added. Klaus, fixated on Su Qingwan, sought to win her over, showing little interest in the compliant Wang Qinxue. I also heed Miss Su's desires. Wang Qinxue had prepared for a dramatic scene, planning to showcase their sisterly bond, even coordinating with Yuan for a staged emotional outburst. However, She was astonished by the unanimous approval. Fearing Klaus might change his mind, she swiftly gathered her designer bags and cosmetics, making a hasty exit. As she left, she called out, "1-1, I haven't moved out. Everything is yours." This remark subtly indicated for Su Qingwan to safeguard her belongings until she returned. Her swift exit was executed with such urgency, as if lingering might ensnare her. Klaus's calm demeanor revealed a hint of surprise. Previously, Wang Qinxue had always expressed her affection for him in bed, clinging to his waist with fervor. Today, she fled faster than a rabbit. Something felt amiss. Thus, Klaus posed a question to Su Qingwan. "Do you Chinese value sisterhood more than men?" Su Qingwan nodded without hesitation. "Men are like clothing, while sisters are like family." Klaus finally grasped her sentiment. "Then when will you remove Mr. Yi from your life?" "I am quite content with my attire. I have no intention of shedding it," Su Qingwan replied, linking her arm through Yi Sun's. Rising on her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek, deliberately flaunting their affection. Yi Sun embraced her slender waist and, as she pulled away, captured her lips in a fervent kiss. This kiss was passionate, domineering, and lingered long after. Once it ended, Su Qingwan's cheeks flushed crimson. "I'm off to sleep." With Klaus present, she slowly climbed to the upper bunk, closing her eyes to drift into slumber. "Ye wun took it," heading, whispering good night before settling into the lower bunk. Klaus gazed at Su Qingwan above, her face flushed and lips swollen from their kiss, as if a mere touch could draw forth sweetness. Her features were like a painting, possessing an alluring Eastern mystique, irresistibly tantalizing. Klaus cast a glance at his own arousal, muttering a curse in English before retreating for a cold shower. Su Qingwan opened her eyes, contemplating the complexity of the situation. Yi Sun chuckled from below. "Why do you think he chose to become the head of our district? Was city life too splendid, prompting him to seek a taste of rural existence?" Yet, Yi Sun rose, retrieving his phone to inspect every corner of the room, searching for hidden surveillance devices. Su Qingwan lay on the bed, observing him as he finished his thorough examination and returned. It was likely related to the USB drive. Klaus had lost sensitive information, and the reason for the current scrutiny was to avoid alerting anyone. Now that the USB had been retrieved, it was only natural for someone to be held accountable. Su Qingwan realized that Klaus had been demoted. She turned her gaze to the computer left on the bed where Wang Qinxue had slept. "Do you think there's anything in that computer?" "Let me take a look," Yi Sun replied, rising to power on the device. The screen displayed a prompt for a password. Without hesitation, Yi Sun began to crack the code, leaving Su Qingwan astounded. "You are still a technician?" "A little." Su Qingwan glanced at the individual who claimed to possess minimal skills, as he effortlessly cracked the password in mere seconds. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the door. The visitor seemed to deliberately conceal their approach, arriving at the threshold just as the sound was heard. The door was pushed open unexpectedly, leaving them no time to conceal their actions or salvage the situation. Chapter 95. I beg you, don't die. Before Su Qingwan could clearly discern the figure at the door, she leaped from the bed, darting to the entrance, reaching out to grasp the assailant's throat. "1-1. Wang Qinxue exclaimed in alarm as pain surged through her, tears streaming down her face. Scalding droplets cascaded onto Su Qingwan's wrist, snapping her back to reality. She recognized the person before her as Wang Qinxue, and the murderous intent in her eyes gradually subsided. "How could you walk so silently?" Upon releasing her grip, Wang Qinxue collapsed to the side, coughing violently, her face flushed. Su Qingwan gently patted her back, apologizing. After a considerable moment, Wang Qinxue regained her composure, rubbing her neck, her eyes glistening with tears. "I was barefoot, so I made no sound. By the way, Yuan is attempting suicide. You must go check on her." Without hesitation, Su Qingwan followed Wang Qinxue as they rushed outside. In the courtyard, they found Yuan conversing with the security guards, her voice filled with desperation. "You're killing me. Killing me." She seized the barrel of a gun, aiming it at her own heart and pulling the trigger. The guards dismissed her as a woman driven mad by the pressures of the compound, shoving her aside. "Get lost," they shouted in the local dialect, while Yuan spoke in Mandarin, and their languages clashed in a moment of tragic miscommunication. As the night deepened, torrential rain began to pour, and Yuan lay on the ground, screaming in frenzy. Her utter despair and helplessness were palpable, her eyes vacant, devoid of any will to live. Su Qingwan inhaled sharply, pain searing through her lungs. In northern Myanmar, one was either driven to madness or to death. She and Wang Qinshue plunged into the downpour, pulling Yuan Yuan back beneath the eaves. Yuan Yuan, please calm down. Yuan Yuan collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't want to live anymore. Wang Qinshue stood silently nearby, watching her, while Su Qingwan felt helpless to provide comfort. Unless she had a way to help, any solace would be futile. Yuan Yuan cried, "If I don't do something now, when the child grows up, it will be a disaster. I'll end up dead alongside it." Yes, in this place where the strong ruled, if your fist wasn't hard enough, you were deemed weak. Not to mention the ever-volatile Zhang Chong. The predatory men lurking about would seize any opportunity to prey on the vulnerable. Even if one could evade such risks, they were still expected to meet performance targets every 9 months. Failure could result in severe consequences, broken limbs, imprisonment. Such burdens were unbearable for any pregnant woman. Su Qingwan understood Yuan Yuan's despair all too well, yet she felt powerless. In the depths of despair, one could only rely on oneself. She had traversed this path alone. "Are you pregnant?" Klaus's voice suddenly broke through from behind them. Su Qingwan turned to see Klaus, freshly bathed, adorned in gold-rimmed glasses, and wearing a charming smile that suggested his gentlemanly demeanor masked ulterior motives. "If you have a child, you can rest. From now on, you will sleep on my office sofa. Complete your tasks if you can. If not, it's no matter. I will instruct the kitchen to provide you with the finest sustenance until the child is born." His smile was disarming, his tone gentle, yet his eyes shimmered with calculated intent. Su Qingwan perceived the glint of money in his gaze. "Sir, Yuan Yuan does not want this child. Oh my God, you Chinese women are truly cruel. This is a new life bestowed by God. You cannot reject it." Klaus bent down, lifting Yuan Yuan with a grave sincerity. "Give birth, and I shall take care of you." Instead of feeling comforted, Yuan Yuan broke into a cold sweat. "Sir, I cannot bear a healthy child." Klaus smiled. "That is all right. Once the child is born, I will place him on the Noah's Ark, where the finest medical team will ensure his healthy growth." At this, Yuan Yuan lost her footing, collapsing to the ground. Su Qingwan quickly supported her. "Sir, Yuan Yuan is exhausted and needs to rest." Indeed, a pregnant woman should not stay up late. "Rest early," Klaus replied with a courteous smile before departing. Yuan Yuan's legs trembled, and she struggled to stand. Su Qingwan hurried to assist her, but she refused help, managing to steady herself and silently retreat indoors. Wang Qinshue watched Yuan Yuan's retreating figure, her expression numb. "She will die." Su Qingwan found herself at a loss for words. When Nuwa created humanity, she endowed women with the extraordinary ability to bear life. Yet, in northern Myanmar, such greatness proved to be the most brutal of fates. If there were true gender equality, why could men not also bear children? Had they both participated in the act, each would carry one, and men would think twice before abusing their power over women. "Qinshue, keep an eye on Yuan Yuan. Do not let her do anything foolish. No one can save a person who wishes to die." "Wan, how can you be so intelligent yet not understand this?" Wang Qinshue left with her parting words. Su Qingwan stood alone beneath the eaves for a long while, tilting her face upwards to feel the rain, cold droplets cascading onto her skin. She gazed into the pitch-black sky, silently thanking the heavens for bringing Yi Sun into her life. Were it not for him, her fate would have been even more tragic than Yuan Yuan's. Thus, Yi Sun cannot die. He represented her hope for survival, a beacon of light in her existence. She could not allow that light to extinguish. Su Qingwan took a shower, enduring the absence of hot water facilities in this place. Even on a frigid night, she could only cleanse herself with cold water. When she returned to her dormitory, both Yi Sun and Klaus were already asleep. Without turning on the light, she climbed into bed, emptying her mind in pursuit of rest. The following day, Su Qingwan awakened before dawn. Once she completed her morning exercises, the sun began to rise. Yi Sun stood on the rooftop, observing her training. The morning light illuminated him, accentuating his tall, handsome features in a breathtaking manner. Su Qingwan was momentarily entranced, forgetting to blink. She rushed to the rooftop, enveloping Yi Sun in an embrace. "Yi Sun, don't die." He lifted her chin, leaning down to kiss her lips. This kiss was overwhelming, leaving her breathless. When it ended, his lips trailed down to her graceful neck, urgent and lingering. Yi Sun's gaze deepened. "Wan, you are too emotionally expressive." Su Qingwan bit his lip fiercely until she tasted blood, then finally released him. I can't control it. I'm scared. Scared of what? I'm afraid you will die. I will not die. Yi Sun assured her with unwavering certainty. Really? Su Qingwan's eyes sparkled, her entire being glowing brighter than the dawn. At the very least, I won't die before you do, he promised. Su Qingwan felt as though a weight had been lifted from her heart, her anxiety dissipating. This is what you said. A man's word is his bond. If you go back on your word, I will dig up your ashes and feed them to the dogs. As she spoke, she kissed his still bleeding lip. A little lick to disinfect. Yi Sun embraced her slender waist, shifting their positions. Darling, you've just given, yet to receive. Let me repay you. As he spoke, he tugged at her waistband. Chapter 96. Hell beneath is purgatory. Su Qingwan asked Yi Sun. Is there anything on Klaus's computer? There are intriguing things from now on. Please assist me in keeping watch, Miss Su. Yi Sun kissed the corner of her mouth. I can pay you for your trouble. Su Qingwan checketh. I demand a high price. Name it. Let us discuss it once we leave this place. Su Qingwan's eyes crinkled into a line, her gaze filled with sweet scheming. Once most people were awake, the two had already separated, behaving as if nothing had transpired that morning while enjoying breakfast. After breakfast, Klaus took to the stairs with a megaphone, addressing everyone in the dining hall. Today marks the commencement of our work together, and I shall reiterate the rules for everyone. Previously, each of us was expected to achieve a minimum performance of 50,000 monthly, a standard that remains unchanged. However, from this moment forth, for every additional 50,000 in performance, I shall personally contribute an extra 10% in commission. Instantly, the room erupted in excitement. According to the previous guidelines, commissions were only applicable for achievements exceeding 100,000 at a meager 1%. Now, with a 10% commission, achieving 100,000 translates to a reward of 10,000. This was once the performance that required 1 million to attain. Money is indeed the greatest motivator, and the applause that followed was unprecedentedly fervent. Klaus gestured for silence and continued, stating that for monthly performance of 500,000, he would offer a 15% commission, for 1 million, a 20% commission, and for 2 million, a 30% commission. Moreover, for anyone who could achieve 10 million in a month, he would grant them 7 million. The applause thundered. Money, a double-edged sword, can drive one to madness and cloud their judgment. It was evident that Klaus possessed a far greater mastery of manipulating human emotions than Li. Once he concluded his announcement of rewards, Klaus's demeanor shifted to one of stern seriousness, his sapphire-like eyes glinting with coldness. Should one fail to meet performance expectations, a gentlemanly smile curled at the corners of his lips. We are all civilized individuals. I prefer not to resort to violence, but rather to see each person's value fully realized. The meaning of this statement was lost on many present. Klaus adjusted his glasses, and his smile became increasingly affable. For those who do not meet performance standards, I shall send you on a little trip to the Ark of Noah. After all, 1 kidney is sufficient for survival. Losing one does not significantly impair life, and, if worst comes to worst, we still have the heart. We shall take it one step at a time. Rest assured, the medical facilities aboard the Ark are world-class, and surgeries entail minimal risk. Suddenly, the entire area fell into a hushed silence. The place where kidneys would be removed had been given an ironically beautiful name, the Ark of Noah. Upon hearing this, Yuan's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. Su Qingwan and Wang Qianxue rushed to assist her. The fate of the child she carried was all too clear. It was only after everyone had assumed this was hell that they realized there existed a purgatory beneath it. This facility was essentially a prison forged from metal, and the temperature had dropped several degrees, causing Su Qingwan to shiver involuntarily. These people deserve their fate. In that moment, her resolve to stand alongside Yi Sun grew even stronger. Was Yi Sun's ultimate goal indeed to reach the Ark of Noah? The Ark constantly moved across the sea, rendering pinpointing its location impossible. The only solution was to board the Ark and send out a signal from there. Some things must be undertaken by someone. If we continue to turn a blind eye, how many compatriots will endure such suffering? Yi Sun was a hero, her hero. But what of Li? After just one day in office, Klaus finally remembered Li. Fu Gue hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Klaus, stating that Li Gue had suffered a stroke and was recuperating in a small room. Take me to see him, Klaus commanded. Fu Guwei promptly nodded and led the way. Wang Qinshue emerged and said, "Wait, Sir, Li Gu is unwell, and I've been taking care of him. His current condition is not good, and it is rather unclean. Allow me to tidy up before you enter, if you please." The implication was abundantly clear. Li had suffered a stroke and was in a filthy state, which would surely offend Klaus's sensibilities. Klaus was not obtuse. Thus, he replied, "Very well, Miss Wang." Wang Qinshue smiled, understanding her duty. She hurried upstairs and entered the small room. Li had gone 2 days and nights without food or water. His lips were cracked, his complexion ashen, and he appeared utterly haggard. Most importantly, the stench was overwhelming, and Wang Qinshue had to pinch her nose to enter. The moment the door opened, the noxious odor assaulted those outside, causing them to gag and cover their mouths and noses. Wang Qinshue, covering her mouth, approached Li, saying, "Li Gu, mister. Klaus has come." Li's eyes lit up upon seeing a glimmer of hope, and he exclaimed, "Where is he? Call him in quickly. He's just outside. Li Gu has done so much for Mr. Klaus over the years, pleading for your return home. He should agree." She wished to let Li experience the despair of rejection. Wang Qinshue stood up to open the door, calling out, "Mr. Klaus, Li Gu requests your presence." Klaus, holding a pristine handkerchief to his mouth, stepped inside, but the foul stench halted him in his tracks. Ultimately, he pinched his nose and entered with a few subordinates. Mark and the others suffered from the odor, with some unable to endure it and rushing outside to vomit. Upon seeing Klaus enter, Li hastily reached out, saying, "Sir, you have arrived." He pointed at Wang Qinshue, declaring, "It is this wretched woman who has harmed me. She drugged me and forced me, leading to my stroke. I do not wish to die." The stench was unbearable, and Klaus, pinching his nose, could not hold his breath for long. He had no time to entertain Li's ramblings. Thus, he turned and exited. Li was left dumbfounded, shouting, "Sir, don't let Yi Sun touch." Klaus glanced back, coldly regarding Li, who resembled a discarded dog. "Touch what? Don't let Yi Sun touch the computer. He is." Wang Qinshue's expression changed, and before Li could finish, she charged at him, delivering several hard blows to his chest. "What is he? Li Gu, speak louder. We cannot hear you." Indeed, Li had gone too long without food, his voice weak and barely audible. Klaus signaled to his subordinates, and Mark seized Wang Qinshue and tossed her aside, asking, "What is Yi Sun?" Chapter 97. I was lying to you, Mr. Klaus. Please promise me you will send me back, and I will tell you. Li had absorbed Wang Qinshue's words, seizing the moment to plead for his life. "Speak." Klaus stood at the doorway, his steps poised to leave, eager to exit immediately. "Yi Sun is a technician. Though he saved me, I fear he might do something malicious, which is why I did not dare let him achieve performance targets." Klaus did not wait for Li to finish, elegantly stepping out with long strides. Li exerted all his strength to shout, "Sir, let me go." Wang Qinshue rose from the ground and approached Li, kicking over the water he could not reach. "Li Gu, I thought you would propose something of great value. So what if Yi Sun is a technician? What part doesn't he have one? I believe you have helped him. He won't need to achieve performance anymore. He could just fix computers every day." Li's face contorted with rage. "You know nothing. A software engineer is not just a computer repairman." Wang Qinshue laughed heartily. "Oh, then I shall inquire further." Wang Qinshue returned to her workstation and was astonished to find Yi Sun diligently engaged in work, earnestly chatting with his contacts about projects and seeking investments. She stood beside Su Qingwan, saying, "Just now, Li told Klaus that Yi Sun is a technician and urged Klaus not to let Yi Sun near the computers. I said Yi Sun was a repairman, and he insisted otherwise. So what exactly is he? ISNTA programmer, just a computer repairman?" "He is indeed a repairman." "You are correct." Su Qingwan nodded vigorously, reinforcing Wang Qinshue's impression. Wang Qinshue was convinced. "I told you, programmers are just computer repairmen. Li has barely studied and tried to mislead me." Su Qingwan smiled without speaking. Although Yi Sun had not explicitly stated his profession, the day he accessed Li's computer, he cracked the password and booted it up in less than 20 seconds. He was undoubtedly a top-tier hacker. As for why she chose to describe him as such, it was because Su Qingwan found the term cool. Looking at Yi Sun typing beside her, she was 100% certain that many eyes were on their conversation. Now, he could openly communicate with his colleagues under the guise of work. Klaus was truly a good person. At that moment, Su Qingwan envisioned a scene where a multitude of police officers congregated, all focused on the communications with Yi Sun. In that instant, she felt immense confidence in the future. As for Li, it was unexpected that he had been wary of Yi Sun all along. Indeed, the depths of human hearts are often inscrutable. Yi Sun proclaimed that aside from himself, no one could be trusted, yet he placed his faith in her. Su Qingwan felt a sense of fulfillment. The arrival of Klaus invigorated everyone in the park, prompting frantic calls to friends and family, borrowing money, deceiving others, and securing employment by any means necessary. After all, no one wished to be at the mercy of fate. Under his robust leadership, results began to manifest. In a mere week, they achieved 5 million in sales. Each morning, he dedicated 10 minutes to motivate the team, seeking to rekindle the glory of his past. Su Qingwan sensed his desperation to reclaim that prestige. The only way to ascend once more was through performance. With Klaus's current fervor, even 500 million within a year seemed like a distant goal, hastening his urgency. On Monday morning, he took to the megaphone once more. Ladies and gentlemen, in pursuit of our park's achievements, I have decided to delineate our responsibilities. Those incapable of typing should stand to my right, he gestured. The impaired shall stand to my left. Immediately, everyone complied with his command. Su Qingwan observed approximately a dozen individuals gathering. Klaus, satisfied, fiddled with his phone for an extended period, his lips curling into a calculating smile. You few have impressed me. I shall assign you lighter tasks. Follow Mark. He will guide you. The group breathed a sigh of relief, believing there truly was easier work ahead, and they followed. As Su Qingwan watched the heavy iron gates swing open and shut, her heart sank to the depths. She understood that these individuals were departing for good. They would board the Noah's Arkansas. The winter winds in northern Myanmar were fierce, and the gates slammed shut with a resounding boom, causing the prison to shudder. Su Qingwan shivered involuntarily. On the 10th day of Klaus's tenure, a dreadful stench pervaded the entire park. Initially, the residents paid it no mind. Deaths were not uncommon, and the wind often carried the scent of decay. However, as days passed, the odor intensified. Wang Qianxue suddenly remarked, "Could it be coming from the small room?" Instantly, Abayuna rakayad Lili. Thus, Su Qingwan and Wang Qianxue entered the small room. Lili had starved to death, his body contorted in a grotesque position. The cool weather had prevented maggots from forming. Externally, he appeared relatively intact, yet internally, he was rotting. His abdomen bulged grotesquely, resembling that of a woman in late pregnancy. Wang Qianxue rushed outside to summon help, and Fu Kuei and others soon arrived. The stench was unbearable, and any prior camaraderie was quickly forgotten. Most had none to begin with, and they fled after a mere glance. Ultimately, it was Su Qingwan who called for Yi Sun, and the three of them hoisted the body and the cage together. Mark trailed behind them with a cadre of mercenaries. Reaching a small grove outside the gates, they dug a vast pit and unceremoniously dumped both the cage and the body within. Su Qingwan wielded a shovel, shoveling earth while firmly treading it down. The stench was overwhelming, and compacting the soil alleviated some of the foulness. The day was bright, with crows cawing mournfully in the trees, as if lamenting for Li. Su Qingwan mimicked Klaus's gesture, performing a silent prayer. God, may you descend into hell. She vividly recalled Li's declaration upon her arrival. He claimed to be their deity. Wang Qianxue leaped onto the pit, as if to trample Li into a pulp. Li, you are finally dead. May your family never find peace. The wind howled, and leaves cascaded through the air like dancing butterflies. A leaf landed atop Su Qingwan's head, and Yi Sun reached out to remove it. Let us go back. All right. Su Qingwan took his hand, pulling him back. Upon entering, they found everyone gathered in the courtyard, staring at someone on the upper floor. Su Qingwan is Qingtiv, still unable to see clearly, when Wang Qianxue exclaimed in excitement, "It's Yuan." Su Qingwan's heart sank. She felt an ominous premonition. This day had finally arrived. Zhang Chong stood below, shouting upwards, "Bitch, why aren't you jumping? What are you waiting for? Who are you trying to threaten?" Fu Kuei added, "She has got a lump of flesh inside her, thinking she is special. Who cares?" Others echoed in agreement. "Yes, I despise women who wield their pregnancy as power. As if that makes them significant. Any woman can bear a child. Besides, raising kids nowadays is so costly. Isn't living child-free preferable?" Su Qingwan pushed through the crowd, racing up to the top floor. Yuan stood on the railing, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Su Qingwan halted. Yuan, please calm down. We can find a solution." Yuan shook her head, There's no way out, Wan. I deserve this. I deceived you, and now I face retribution. Chapter 98. Candlelight dinner. Let us talk once you come down, Su Qingwan urged, taking a step forward, causing Yuan to retreat precariously, almost losing her balance. Wang Qinxue screamed in fright. Meanwhile, the onlookers below continued to chant for Yuan to jump. In this den of malevolence, life had grown unbearably monotonous, and the spectacle thrilled them. Zhang Chang roared, "Jump already. My neck is getting sore." They urged one another to step aside, fearing the potential consequences should she leap. While chaos erupted below, Yuan remained eerily calm. Barefoot and clad in thin clothing, her eyes reflected an abyss of despair. Wan, I have a twin sister. She was born with a heart defect, requiring exorbitant medical expenses that drained our family's resources. My parents believed I stole the nutrition meant for her while in the womb, leading to her condition. They despised me, neglecting my needs, and often resorting to violence. I grew up like a beggar. The year I was accepted into university, my sister fell gravely ill. My parents, desperate to fund her treatment, even plotted to run me over with their car, intending to transplant my heart to her after my death. I overheard their plan and fled my hometown, working my way through college. At that time, Mr. Li Jintian came to our school to give a speech. I begged him for help, and he agreed to fund my education, but I would owe him my service for life, entering his company upon graduation. I just graduated this year, and my first task from him was to monitor you in Myanmar, reporting your every move, which I have dutifully done. Suddenly, the world fell silent. The winter in northern Myanmar seemed to plunge several degrees, the bright sun overshadowed by an icy wind. Yuan's bitter smile spoke volumes. I have wronged you, and I have carried this guilt, never daring to confess. Now, I face my reckoning. I am pregnant with a worthless man's child. I deserve this. I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to reveal the truth. Only upon my death can I find peace. With that, she hesitated not a moment before leaning backward. No. Su Qingwan lunged forward, peering over the railing. Her heart dropped as she saw Yuan lying motionless on an air cushion that had inexplicably appeared. Su Qingwan dashed downstairs, rushing to Yuan's side, tears streaming down her face as she gazed upwards at the sky. Oh heaven, I cannot even choose my own death. Why must you treat me this way? Yuan pounded the air cushion. Is this the divine punishment for wrongdoers? Why do these people still live? She glared at the mocking faces around her, screaming in madness. Su Qingwan understood Yuan's despair and turmoil all too well. She had walked a similar path. Su Qingwan could feel that Yuan was on the brink of surrender, yearning for release from life. As Wang Qinxue had said, no one could prevent a person determined to end their own life. Everyone stood quietly, watching Yuan's descent into madness, witnessing her collapse, her struggle in this hellish existence. The expressions on their faces were disturbingly indifferent. After what felt like an eternity, Yuan finally calmed down, and Su Qingwan grasped her hand. It's all right. This is not your fault. You have done remarkably well. Without you, Zhang Chang would have defiled me on my very first day. At that moment, Su Qingwan found it rather perplexing why Yuan would rush to please Zhang Chang during his attempt to assault her. Why would she come to her aid when she had provoked Zhang Chang? It turned out that all of this was merely part of her job. Regardless of her motives, the outcome was that Su Qingwan indeed benefited. Yuan's eyes brimmed with unshed tears as she asked, "You truly don't blame me? You must be deceiving me." "Not at all," Su Qingwan replied with a reassuring smile, striving to soothe her. "But Mr. Li had said that you are vengeful, preferring to shatter like jade rather than remain whole like pottery. If you don't blame me, how is that possible?" Yuan felt as though she were in a dream. How could Su Qingwan smile at her so beautifully? That was aimed at my enemy. You have shown me kindness, so why would I harbor hatred towards you? Moreover, from this moment forth, you may be mine. Are you willing to do things for me? Su Qingwan grasped her hand tightly, knowing that Yuan needed a motivation to survive. Yuan merely stared vacantly at her. No matter how much Mr. Li offers you as an annual salary, I will pay you double. Yuan blinked, tears cascading down her cheeks. Do we still have a future? The question implied whether they could leave this place. Of course, we have many days ahead of us. I assure you, when we are 90, we can still admire handsome young men together. Yuan chuckled softly, responding with an affirmative. Klaus emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, applauding. "Miss Su, you truly are remarkable. You saved 2 lives. Su Qingwan helped Yuan to her feet and smiled back, adding, I must thank the gentleman for providing the air cushion. It was rare to find air cushions prepared in places that weren't rescue scenes, even in economically developed countries. The only reason for their presence here was Klaus. With his hands in his pockets and a charming smile gracing his lips, he remarked, this is merely experience. God is merciful and does not wish to see any life extinguished. Of course, the greatest credit goes to you. As a token of gratitude, let us share a candlelit dinner tonight. Su Qingwan replied, I already have a boyfriend, so I cannot dine alone with others. May I invite you and your boyfriend to dinner instead? Klaus insisted on treating them. Then let Mr. Klaus bear the expense. Su Qingwan nodded in agreement. Klaus relayed a few instructions to Mark before turning to leave. Although Yuan had been rescued, Su Qingwan remained concerned and instructed Wang Qinxue. Keep a close watch on her. Wang Qinxue nodded and followed Yuan. Su Qingwan searched for Yi Sun in the crowd and queried, do you think Yuan will survive? Absolutely. Someone who has faced death once is unlikely to seek it a second time. Yi Sun assured her. Is that truly the case? Su Qingwan asked, astonished. Yes, since you are dining with Klaus tonight, I shall refrain from joining. Huh? Su Qingwan was taken aback. Why won't you go? I have a few matters to attend to. You only need to dine with him for 2 hours. Yi Sun ruffled her hair in encouragement. Su Qingwan was bewildered. 2 hours? What meal takes 2 hours? This isn't a place filled with entertainment. Dining here is simply about eating. Indeed, Yi Sun affirmed confidently. Very well then. Su Qingwan sensed that Yi Sun was up to something significant, and as his assistant, she would follow his lead. That evening, Klaus summoned Su Qingwan into the kitchen, retrieving a steak from the refrigerator. I brought this. My culinary skills are quite good, so you shall taste it shortly. He tied on an apron and began to cook. Can Mr. Yi cook? Yes, Su Qingwan du plaît surely. Is he good? I haven't tasted it. Klaus glanced back at her, his gaze ambiguous. You haven't tasted, yet you claim he can cook? He can do everything. In Su Qingwan's mind, Yi Sun was omnipotent. Is that so? In bed, he surely cannot compare to me. You must explore more, lest you become too attached to one tree. Klaus suddenly stepped forward, pinning Su Qingwan between his chest and the stove. She was beautiful, with fair skin and clear, stunning eyes, her pink lips more fragrant than flower petals. The curve of her chest rose and fell gently with her breath, exuding allure. Klaus felt as though he could smell the most primal scent of milk, the deepest desire of a man's heart. His breath became erratic as blood surged to a particular area. Chapter 99. Destroy this foreigner. A man's desires are instinctual, especially when faced with exquisite beauty. Even Klaus, who had traversed through the throngs of women, could not resist such temptation. The intense yearning that threatened to consume him became a source of pain. Klaus gasped heavily, his gaze intense. Miss Su, this kitchen is quite nice. Have you and Mr. You tried it? Is Mr. Klaus suggesting we cook together in the kitchen? Well, let's start with this. After dinner, you can choose the location. I'll follow. He was eager, but maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, opting to kiss her lips rather than forcefully tear her clothes. Su Qingwan turned her face away, evading him. I'm hungry. Let us eat first. Of course, if Mr. Klaus can finish in a few seconds without delaying dinner, I have no objections. All men share a commonality in their pride in this regard. Klaus suppressed his boiling desire. Then let me fill you up first, lest you become hungry midway and refuse to continue. All right, I'll assist you. Su Qingwan truly began helping Klaus. It was a chaotic scene. Plates were overturned, spatulas were misplaced, and what should have taken about 10 minutes stretched in a half an hour. As Klaus finally gazed upon the hard-earned steak, he sighed in relief. Are you a kitchen killer? Su Qingwan chuckled. I apologize. It's my first time cooking. Klaus's eyes brightened. First time? Then I hope all your future firsts are with me. Su Qingwan smiled. I thought you were going to ask if it was my first time sleeping with a man. Klaus laughed. I prefer mature and rational women, especially those who are wild in bed. A woman who knows nothing is simply not entertaining. What kind of man do you favor, Miss Su? J'apprécie sincèrement. I am the most sincere and devoted too. I will love beauties for a lifetime. Klaus's gaze towards Su Qingwan was laden with suggestive intent, as if he wished to devour her whole. As they exited the kitchen, they found that others were already having dinner. Klaus had waited until the large pot was ready before bringing Su Qingwan into the kitchen. As they passed by Fu Gue, he mockingly said, Su Qingwan, you're quite the flirt. Just a few days ago, you were hopelessly in love with Yi Sun, and now you've climbed the social ladder. I thought you were a paragon of virtue, but you're just another woman who has been used. Zhang Chong was equally enraged, questioning why Su Qingwan, who was clearly available, would not entertain him. Miss Su, does Yi Sun know you've been in the kitchen with Mr. Klaus for half an hour? Fu Gui suggested. Perhaps we should fetch Yi Sun and see what kind of woman he cherishes. Su Qingwan had initially wished to ignore these individuals, but their incessant mention of Yi Sun and their intent to summon him was becoming excessive. She held the red wine Klaus had brought and poured it directly over Fu Gui and Zhang Chong's heads. They jumped up, exclaiming, "You!" Klaus merely shot them a glance, causing them to freeze in place. They sat down rigidly, their expressions resembling that of someone who had just consumed a fly. Yi Sun was a good man who would not harm the innocent, but Klaus was different. His entourage, stationed around the dining room, closely monitored his movements. Anyone who dared to provoke him would face dire consequences. Zhang Chong and Fu Gui naturally did not dare to act out. Su Qingwan smiled sweetly at them. If you dare not voice these words to Yi Sun, then you are merely cowards, weaklings who fear the strong. If this escalates, it is you who will be humiliated. Zhang Chong and Fu Gui felt their faces flush with anger, but could only endure. Su Qingwan followed Klaus to an unoccupied dining table. He had indeed placed 2 candles on the table, and they sat facing each other, the rich aroma of red wine creating a romantic atmosphere. "Miss Su, it is a pleasure to dine with you," he said. Su Qingwan raised her glass for a toast, replying, "Thank you for your hospitality." They exchanged smiles and sipped their wine. Klaus meticulously sliced his steak, adhering to a precise order about which part to eat first. Su Qingwan was certain he had obsessive-compulsive tendencies. She, too, had such tendencies, though hers were not as severe. She cut her steak into small pieces, but did not take a bite. "Why aren't you eating?" Klaus asked as he poured her more wine. Su Qingwan took a small bite and replied, "I prefer Chinese cuisine." "That could be a problem. Chinese food is challenging to prepare. I would rather call Mr. Yi to cook for us while we enjoy ourselves," Klaus suggested. Su Qingwan cursed him in her heart, thinking he was inhuman and perverse. "Mr. Klaus, why not wait until after our candlelight dinner to have Mr. Yi watch us in bed? If you have such interests, I wouldn't mind," Klaus replied with a sincere smile. Su Qingwan lowered her head, choosing not to engage with him further. "Ha ha, you initiated this topic, and now you're upset?" "Not at all," she retorted as she focused on her meal, unwilling to indulge in his provocations. Once she finished her food, she suddenly recalled Yi Sun's instruction for her to eat for 2 hours. It had only been an hour at most. What to do now? Klaus finished his meal as well, wiping his mouth with a white napkin. "Tonight, I grant you a break, no overtime. Come, let's finish what we left undone in the kitchen." Su Qingwan demanded sitif, smiling as she watched Klaus. "Sir, in our household, a man must first defeat a woman if he wishes to share her bed. If he cannot, then regrettably, I do not sleep with the weak." Su Qingwan was uncertain if Klaus would fall for her words. All she could do was maintain her composure. When dealing with such individuals, even the slightest hint of fear would be detected, resulting in defeat. Klaus laughed heartily. "Interesting. I quite like this. Let's take it outside. If you lose, you'll abandon Yi Sun and be with me." "Agreed. But if you lose, you shall never touch me again." Su Qingwan had been training in combat with Yi Sun for some time, but had never managed to defeat him. She was unaware of her own progress, so she decided to have some fun with Klaus. If she lost, she could always disregard her promise, who said she had to keep her word. They stepped outside, and a crowd gathered to witness the spectacle. Fu Gui shouted, "Damn it, Su Qingwan, take down this foreigner." He yelled in his native tongue, which Klaus could not understand. Others, however, understood and joined in the chant. "Take him down." Although they typically held disdain for Su Qingwan, it was rooted in envy. They wished her to win. Knowing the reason for her clash with Klaus, Wang Qinxue and Yuan Yuan also shouted from the crowd, "Wan, beat him." Klaus had his own cheerleaders, with Mark leading a group chanting in English, "Take down this woman. Finish her off." In an instant, the entire area erupted in excitement. A rare display of unity among the Chinese. Su Qingwan shed her outer garment, revealing a white tank top beneath. Her skin was pale as snow, and the neckline was slightly low, accentuating her figure. The sight sent a rush of adrenaline through the gathered men. Su Qingwan rise to the occasion. Klaus loosened his tie, removed his suit jacket, and rolled up his sleeves. "Miss Su, here I come. Be careful." Su Qingwan remained still, waiting for Klaus to reach for her. When he did, she leaped, placing a foot on his arm to propel herself upward, balancing on his shoulder. She noted his vulnerable points, cervical spine, arteries, and the nape of his neck, all laid bare before her. If she intended to kill him, it would take but a moment. At that instant, Klaus's hand had not yet retracted. In her eyes, Klaus's movements appeared in slow motion, revealing that every time she had sparred with Yi-sun, he must have perceived her in the same manner. No wonder she had never won against him. She landed a kick to Klaus's side and followed with a strike to his back, sending him tumbling down. Standing over Klaus, she towered above him, her gaze fierce. The onlookers were dumbfounded. They had always seen Su Qingwan as a fragile, easily bullied figure, reliant on Yi-sun for survival, unaware of her formidable fighting skills. In that moment, those who had previously bullied her felt a chill of apprehension. Klaus, realizing the vast disparity in their strengths, recalled that she had not been this powerful on the boat. Clearly, she had grown stronger in a short time since her return. Su Qingwan crouched down, a smile playing on her lips. "Sir, do you still wish to sleep with me?" Klaus scrambled to his feet, though disheveled. He maintained his composure. "Even more so," he replied, licking his lips. "But I am a man of my word. Tonight, I am yours, and you may punish me as you please. In that case, I punish Mr. Klaus with 3 days of silence." Su Qingwan wished for him to meet a dire fate. "You are too cruel, my beautiful princess. But I accept the punishment." With that, Klaus turned and led his men inside. Checking her phone, Su Qingwan realized only an hour and a half had passed. How unfortunate. The 2-hour mark had yet to arrive. She hurried inside, finding Klaus already on the 5th floor. Holding her breath, she rushed up and entered to find Yi-sun absent from the room, while Klaus's computer sat untouched on the bed. It seemed he had discovered something. As he opened the computer to check its contents, noticing Su Qingwan at the door, he turned and smiled. "Where is your Mr. Yi?" Su Qingwan stepped inside. "I don't know. Lily mentioned your Mr. Yi is a programmer. Is that true?" Klaus continued, clicking through folders to ensure nothing had been copied. "I'm not entirely sure. I met him at the park, and I know nothing of previous events." Su Qingwan replied honestly. Understanding that it was best to be truthful with a shrewd individual like Klaus, she mixed truth with a touch of falsehood to obscure the line of discernment. Seeing no issues with the computer, Klaus closed it and leaned against the bed, gazing intently at Su Qingwan's stunning features. "When you last visited my home, you did not take anything from my study, did you? Sir, are you still trying to impose unfounded accusations upon us? If it is indeed unfounded, then why did that USB drive later appear on the boat, coinciding with your presence there?" Su Qingwan shrugged. "Perhaps it was Li, blaming the deceased?" Klaus drew his gun, pressing it to Su Qingwan's forehead. "I'll give you one chance. If you reveal the truth, I will forgive you." "Sir, I have always spoken the truth." Klaus smiled, both charming and sinister. "Then let us play a game to see if your beloved Yi-sun loves you as you love him." With that, he dialed a number on his phone, summoning Yi-sun to the water dungeon. A sense of foreboding filled Su Qingwan's heart, but she remained silent as she followed Klaus to the dungeon. Upon arrival, she found Yi-sun already there, surrounded by armed guards pointing their weapons at them. Seeing Yi-sun, she approached and stood by his side. He wrapped an arm around her shoulders, pulling her close. "Don't be afraid." Su Qingwan nodded. She was unafraid. Klaus observed them with a hint of amusement. "Mr. Yi, I presume you're already aware of the particulars. I am not one to relish bloodshed. I prefer a gentlemanly approach. Henceforth, one of you shall enter the water while the other remains ashore. As long as the one on land provides a clear account of the USB drive, the submerged individual may surface. Is this method not exquisitely elegant and humane?" Su Qingwan and her companions found themselves as helpless as fish on a chopping board, unable to resist. "Mr. Klaus, we shall not concede to accusations lacking evidence. You need not torment us. A single bullet would suffice," Su Qingwan declared, unable to endure such torment. It was not the fear of physical pain that distressed her. Death was merely the worst outcome. Rather, it was the unbearable sight of one suffering while the other looked on, a cruelty too great to bear. Yi-sun's reluctance to engage in romance was indeed justified. Here, emotions were not beautiful, but rather a deadly poison. "Precisely because you claim innocence, I wish to ascertain the truth of your words and to gauge the depth of Mr. He has feelings for you," Klaus stated, pointing to several stones and a burlap sack nearby. "One of you will be confined within the sack, weighed down by these stones, ensuring your descent into the depths. It is up to you to decide who shall plunge into the water. Allow me to take the plunge, Su Qingwan insisted. There are leeches and various insects in the water, which you dread. Remain ashore while I descend. Yi Sun gently kissed her forehead, his smile tender. Su Qingwan, I would die for you, she professed, gripping his hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Yet Yi Sun resolutely pried her fingers apart and strode towards the sack without a backward glance. Su Qingwan watched helplessly as Mark and his men tossed stones into the sack before sealing it with Yi Sun inside. As he looked at her, he urged, survive. Staring blankly as Mark sealed the sack and kicked it into the water, Su Qingwan cried, Yi Sun. She dashed to the edge of the pool, reaching out in vain, only to grasp a handful of water. He had sunk. Instinctively, she was about to leap in, but Klaus seized her wrist, and in retaliation, she attempted to choke him, only to find herself facing an AK-47 pressed against her temple, Mark's weapon. Klaus, ever graceful, produced a stopwatch. Miss Su, you can now confess. Was a USB drive stolen from my study during your visit? Su Qingwan stared blankly at the water's surface, her mind a whirlwind, her heart in turmoil, filled with thoughts of Yi Sun, Yi Sun, Yi Sun. Damn it, I'm asking you a question. Mark struck her with the butt of the gun, causing her head to throb and blood to trickle down her face. The pain snapped her back to reality. If she confessed, both she and Yi Sun would perish. If she denied it, at least one of them might survive. Chapter 101. Yi Sun is dead. This meant Yi Sun had anticipated this outcome before entering the water. The difficult choices he had faced now fell upon her. Desperately, she concocted myriad ways to survive, only to discover her utter helplessness. As seconds ticked by, Su Qingwan collapsed to the ground, realizing she could not save her light. Mister, we are not spies. We never knew of any USB drive. Please, bring Yi Sun back up. I no longer have feelings for him. I will follow you from now on. Do whatever you ask of me. Klaus loomed over her, his deep blue eyes peering through his glasses at the woman who had once defeated him, now reduced to a supplicant at his feet. She was indeed beautiful, her body soft. Yi Sun, possessing such a beauty, was doomed. A woman is like a lioness. As long as the lion and its cubs live, she will not seek another mate. Hence, Yi Sun musti. Miss Su, your demeanor hardly conveys a sense of pleading. Su Qingwan paused, staring at Klaus in bewilderment. He raised the stopwatch. 1 minute and 30 seconds have passed. How long do you think Mr. Yi can hold his breath? Her heart shattered. Instinctively, she knelt, tears blurring her vision as she reached for Klaus's belt. Before she could touch it, he easily brushed her hand aside. Miss Su, I prefer women who smile. Tears are rather unbecoming. If you are unwilling, so be it. Su Qingwan forced a smile, inching closer, only to be kicked aside. He crouched down, grasping her chin. I prefer you when you hold yourself high. This subservient demeanor is quite unappealing. Your beloved Mr. Yi cannot emerge. Can he, my beautiful princess? Do you not wish to save your love? Su Qingwan struggled to smile, again and again, but could not. Heaven, help me. Yixun kenoti. She lunged forward repeatedly, only to be thwarted by Klaus, who found her efforts insufficiently graceful. In truth, Su Qingwan, in her despair, appeared more beautiful than ever. Her fallen tears resembled delicate pear blossoms, heart-wrenching and enchanting. Her flushed nose and lips were alluring, evoking a desire to pin her down and elicit more tears and cries. However, Klaus desired Yi Sun's demise. No matter how beautiful Su Qingwan appeared, he would not relent. Moreover, it was essential to temper Su Qingwan's fierceness. She was far too radiant. With Yi Sun dead, she would surely harbor resentment. Now was the perfect moment to tame her. Training a person is akin to training a dog. With the right methods, both can be subdued. The stopwatch surpassed 4 minutes. Su Qingwan sank deeper into despair, abandoning pleas to Klaus. She turned and attempted to leap into the water, only to be restrained by Mark and his associates. She fought, struggled, unafraid of the gun aimed at her, yearning only to plunge into the depths and pull Yi Sun back up, to confess her love. She had yet to declare her love for him, but no matter her strength, she could not break free from the grip of several burly mercenaries. Desperately, Su Qingwan cried, Yi Sun, please don't die. You're all I have left. Tears cascaded down her cheeks. Her vision blurred as she lost sight of the water's surface. Yet Klaus remained unyielding, stepping closer to her, crouching down to seize her hair, cruelly commanding, lick my shoes clean, and I shall bring him back. pinned to the ground by several men. Su Qingwan could only move her head, yet without hesitation, she began to lick Klaus's shoes. She managed to reach the surface, cleaning it thoroughly but could not touch the back. "Sir, please come a little closer, I beg you." Klaus remained unmoved, watching her struggle, witnessing her despair, observing her tears fall upon his shoe, only to be licked clean. Su Qingwan, driven by desperation, finally felt one of her captors loosen their grip. She shifted forward, at last reaching Klaus's heel. Like a dog, she crawled beneath him, scrubbing his dirty shoes until they shone, reflecting her own disheveled image. "It's clean. Please bring him up," she exclaimed in excitement. Klaus squatted down, showing her the stopwatch. 8 minutes have passed. Under normal circumstances, a human cannot survive beyond 5 minutes. As he spoke, several more seconds slipped away. Su Qingwan shouted at him, "Bring him up. I have fulfilled your request." "You have not. You still have not informed me about the USB drive." Klaus replied with a cruel smile. "I do not know. The USB drive has nothing to do with us. Please bring him up." Klaus continued to gaze at the stopwatch, and when it reached 9 minutes, confirming Yi Sun's demise, he stood and commanded, "Bring him up." At that moment, alarms blared throughout the facility. Klaus's phone rang. It was a call from Fu Kuei. "Sir, trouble. The police are coming." "What police? Which police would dare investigate our facility?" "They are from China." Klaus uttered a profane curse, stowed away his phone, and commanded Mark to take the woman and leave immediately. "I will not go," she protested. Before Su Qingwan could even scream, the man restraining her bound her hands behind her and forced her forward. "Let go of me." "Ye Wun." She struggled, glancing back at the tranquil, unruffled water surface. Klaus cursed again, exclaiming that 10 minutes had passed, and even a divine being would have perished. He ordered, "Gag this woman, do not allow her to cry out." Mark took several handkerchiefs and stuffed them all into Su Qingwan's mouth with a disconcerting expertise, pushing them deep into her throat. The park had inexplicably lost power, engulfing the surroundings in darkness, save for the sounds of gunfire between security and the police. Klaus led the group through a back exit, where a small dog door in the convenience store, where Su Qingwan had previously bought clothes, awaited. They crawled through the dog door to escape. Drag along. Su Qingwan was pulled through the moonless, unlit mountains, shrouded in pitch blackness. Mark retrieved a compass and flashlight from his pack, guiding them onward. All remained silent, extinguishing their flashlights, running desperately for their lives. Su Qingwan began to run, outpacing them. Perhaps the police were preoccupied with apprehending those in the park, for no one noticed their escape. They ran at breakneck speed for 3 hours without a single pursuer. Su Qingwan's tears mingled with the wind, dampening her face. She felt no chill, her heart now numb. Yi Sun was dead, yet she remained alive. Su Qingwan was determined to exact vengeance for Yi Sun, to ensure these people met their demise, to fulfill the unfinished business left by Yi Sun.